in the computer and they want to get out or something.
The Matrix?
I'm not
Oh, the Matrix.
Scooby-Doo and the chase.
No. Cyber Chase, that was
Scooby-Doo and the
cartoon
Cyber
that
Matrix.
I remember watching.
The Cyber Scooby-Doo and the Matrix.
I think that's what
I
it
think
was.
I've seen that one too. Yeah. Pretty terrifying movie, if we're being honest with ourselves.
I think Scooby-Doo really did handle horror better than anything has. Pretty sure Ridley Scott took a lot of inspiration when he made Alien from Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase.
Specifically that one, yeah.
Yeah, because of the
Scooby-Doo meets the Harlem Globetrotters.
Oh yeah.
Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo
Curse
Rape
of the Zombie
King.
Island.
You know, it's funny, those cinematics and stuff, I genuinely starting to think that they made enough of them just for the fucking promotion of a season, and someone there was like, guys, we should make a TV show. And then some other guy was like, that's brilliant. And then it took him another 10 years or whatever. When did LOL come out?
2009, I think.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I know, that's, yeah. It's old, in a sense.
Quite a goofball game, but it got super serious because of how much money it made, I guess.
Well, yeah, because did Riot make anything before that, or was that, League of Legends was their first, man. Wait,
did they made a second game, right? Or am I...
they made Valorant.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, which I played a bit of. That was fun, but I don't know if that's for me. Like a CSGO equivalent kind of thing, except you guys have like kind of magic or sci-fi abilities that they can use.
Is it a hero shooter? I can't remember.
It's a hero shooter in that there are hero characters that have different abilities. Yeah, that seems to be like the template now, right? People like to have their assortment of characters with distinct traits and from different countries and stuff, and have their own like little gimmicks.
Well, people might already be wondering, whoa, why are you talking about that? Why are we
talking about League of Legends? Yeah,
it's like, well, guys, myself and Fringy have
hate ourselves.
We've seen all of Arcane.
Yes,
goodness,
we have watched.
Oh, was it good?
Well, this is quite a big deal, I think. 'Cause we've been asked our opinion on Arcane for 10 years, by 10,000 million people. Fringy, do you wanna announce our hot take?
Oh, the hot take, is it? The super duper hot take on Arcane.
And it disappoints so many people.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, yes, you guys hated it.
I like it a lot. I think it's pretty good, and I'm pretty sure Mauler would agree.
Some fantastic payoffs in it.
Yeah. It's nice to watch a show where we've got like 10 characters who are all well informed and have their own goals and strengths and weaknesses that are playing into a narrative that's like built upon pretty strong world building.
Surprising for that, yeah.
Surprisingly strong world building. The show is it's the video game adaptation to beat, like categorically. It's really strong. And that's putting to one side that like the voice acting and the animation is.
That was actually fantastic. What I wanted. It has to be mentioned straight away. The expressions, the detail, the animations, the artwork, the stylistic choices when they do certain action scenes or just approaches to telling you how people are feeling and stuff. It's like, damn, they took advantage of this medium.
Yeah, it's something that I find really cool about the show that I hope. I think I've talked about it a couple of times, but there's not a lot of Western adult animated shows that are like strictly trying to be dramas. And Arcane is that, and it does it well. And it'd be nice if we got more of those types of projects in the future.
And holy shit,
I'm not sure.
Watching it back to back with Boba Fett.
Yeah, it's pretty stark. It's pretty fucking stark. But like, one is an actual story.
Yeah, that's all you could say.
One of them is
telling a story. The other one is the Book of Boba Fett, where it's this fucking nonsense.
Something that was really cool about the show as well is that it definitely they could have leaned much harder into fan service for people who like play League of Legends, but they're very restrained.
Yeah.
They take their time to actually get our characters to like the video game place, in terms of certain I don't know. I guess probably don't want to be spoilery because
Well-
it's actually a show I'd recommend to people if they haven't seen it.
Yeah, so take that for a quickie, right? We recommend, and we think it's pretty good. What I will say is Metal is up to episode 4. Jay, funnily enough, was gonna be on this EFAP. Unfortunately, stayed up too late watching Arcane. And so now probably won't be able to make it through tiredness, but that's okay because we got a whole set here ready to talk about other things. But we're probably gonna force Rags to watch it. Sorry, but
Yeah.
you know, yeah,
It's okay. You want to watch it.
you'll like it, I think.
Good.
There are I just want to make sure we mention before people get all pissed off. There are flaws. There are contrivances and coincidences.
It's got your standard contrivances and plot armor issues, but not significant. And I think the main thing is character isn't compromised.
Yes, which
Yeah.
that's come to be something of a understanding. I think for people who watch EFAP now, it's like if you can maintain a through line for characters while your plot is damaging and falling apart, you can still aim to score as much as a 5 or more. And like, you know, I wouldn't want to imply the whole plot is shot in this show. It's like there's a lot of good plot writing, as well as world building, and then theme. Oh well, so this is the other thing. If Rags watches it and really likes it, and we've got literally like fucking 15 people in the EFAP sphere, creators who love it, we'll probably do an episode. I don't see why not. We'll probably break down the full season. Like I said, just depending on how it feels.
Oh, and I guess something else that's worth mentioning as well is in terms of, without giving anything away, I think going into the show, I was expecting it to be good just on the basis of like how many recommendations there were and recommendations from people whose perspectives I tend to agree with.
Yeah.
And but I think when a certain episode rolled around and a certain event happened, I think both Mauler and I the immediate thought is, oh, like this, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Like I didn't think you'd do that. I didn't think you'd commit to that choice. I didn't think you'd make that choice narratively.
Yeah.
And really, really thoroughly
use
it and explore the consequences of a certain plot point that a lot of other stories would try to soften or
desperately
maneuver
avoid
their way
it
around and not really dig into it too much, whereas this show actually commits to the real consequences of the decision that the character made. And it's just, the show is mature, and it's mature in how it handles its writing and characters, more so than I was expecting.
Yes.
Well, isn't it like the creator's passion project?
I
That
could
wouldn't
believe it.
surprise me.
Like they worked on it for years before
yeah,
this. Like that's what
yeah,
I was
so
hearing.
from what I understand, and this is part of the reason why the show looks the way that it does, because the show basically looks like a moving, like, oil painting.
It's gorgeous.
It's a very nice looking show, but apparently the reason why that's the case is because it had way more pre-production than like pretty much any other animated show we usually get. I think it had like 2 years of just development of trying to figure out what it was going to look like and make it all work. And I know that it's already been renewed for a second season, so I hope that they also get a bunch of time to think about writing and the art and everything, because I would like for it to. Oh, apparently it was 6 years in total, 6+ years. Damn, that's even longer.
Yeah, I want to
Wow.
highlight it was Das Bullshit, Duma Media, and Theo all separately told me to watch this show, which is that never happens. Like that many people telling. Obviously, Drinker as well. He's already done a video, basically saying everybody should watch it. I think one more thing is just like me and Freeney said, like in a perfect world where stories were fucking not absolute dog shit, this show probably wouldn't be as impressive, but as it stands, it's very impressive. I was very impressed.
Well, if all shows were as good as Arcane, I would be very, very happy.
I think I told you I'd be dead because I'd just be watching TV constantly.
Well, yeah, because when we had the experience of, because we watched the first 3 episodes and then came back the next day to start watching again, and we didn't really want to like hit the brakes, just want to keep going and finish it out, and that's that's the sign of a show being really engaging.
Which is why the Boba Fett episode was almost going to be delayed, but I can get it out for Sunday, so don't panic,
It was
everyone.
almost going to be delayed because we spent so much time watching Arcane.
But yeah, you know, it would be fun to break it down, so maybe we shall in future. And what else can I do now but switch the conversation over to what everyone here has been thinking about Boba Fett, since we're at a nice little checkpoint of just over halfway through the season. 4 episodes out of 7.
Gosh.
Oh, we're nearly
half
done.
of this is half of things.
Oh wow.
It told half the story.
It did.
Isn't that incredible?
Is there any way to fix your internet? Yeah, obviously that must suck because I'm assuming.
On your phone?
I'm assuming there's nothing you can do.
Well, can you use your phone internet? Do you have enough data, like, to just use your phone as a portable Wi-Fi hotspot?
I think it's Discord.
I don't think
That's fine.
Is it fine?
Yeah, like I'm using it now, and everything's loading and working fine, and the speed tests are good, and I'm not stuttering and anything else. So let me
restart Discord.
Maybe, yeah.
I'll try that.
We're already in Singapore chat. It's not working.
Singapore has failed us today.
The thing is, all of you sound fine. It's just Rags.
Yeah.
That's the nicest thing you ever said to me.
I didn't. When I say you, I mean people. So I wouldn't include yourself.
Never mind. Okay.
Well, hey, you can say with the 4 episodes that you've seen, what do you think? Spoiler free so far of Arcane Metal as a LOL. You played LOL slightly longer than I did when I gave up, I think.
I went back to it a couple of times because some friendos still played occasionally and was hanging out with them. We played some ARAMs and stuff. So I guess so, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm intrigued to see what's coming next. I mean, there was almost like a halfway point, you could say, just building up what's happening. But yeah, I'm liking it so far. As Fringy said, I was surprisingly mature. I was expecting a lot of wackiness and silly stuff. Things happen, and you're just like, oh, okay. This is what we're doing now.
Correct decision to commit to being a mature show.
Yeah, and what a wonderful one to choose to do that for, because we get to have some of the highest budget animation I've ever seen.
On TV, for sure, yeah.
Or highest passion, one way or another.
Definitely, you can see the passion there. That there were people who had an idea, they had a story that they wanted to tell.
But yeah, I just meant as someone who had played the game, it's quite interesting, isn't it, Metal?
Absolutely, because you're always like, what were they putting in that they remember from the game? Are they gonna do all this stuff?
What's cool is
then you see characters, and then you think like, is this a character I know? Is this a new character? Is it just not the character yet?
Because the characters don't quite look the same. In terms of the styles, certain characters look pretty pulled directly from the games. Other characters are radically different from who they are in the game. But that leads you to think, ooh, where are you headed?
Yeah.
Where are you going? And a certain character in particular who I was very engaged in his story, constantly in the back of my mind, like, I know where you end up, and that's factoring into what I'm thinking about your journey here and your relationship with this other character. It's really
Which is funny, myself, you, and Metal all know that one, but because I saw the episode with Jay, and he was just like, "Can you tell me?" And I was like, "It's probably better you don't know. I guess it's better that you."
It might be better. It's a different experience for sure.
But yeah, it's cool to know where he's gonna end up and see the story unfolding and heading in that direction. You're like, oh.
And I guess in terms of getting your video game imagery, wait, no, I won't.
Well, yeah, Rags, how's it going? How you sounding?
I don't quite know. Maybe you could let me know.
Unfortunately,
yeah, it's still
Robot Land.
Robo-Rags.
It's like when Neo gets the goo in his mouth in the original film, and it makes all those weird sounds.
Mm.
Um,
I'll fiddle around with some things, I guess.
yeah, like it sucks because there's
I have no clue. I
yeah, if there's
have
no
fucking
capacity for you
clue.
to fix it, then
Um,
you might have
Yeah,
to
I'll-
Just change
restrain
your
yourself from
avatar to a
talking.
robot dog.
He's a virtual doggo.
Some people are chatting suggesting that you unplug the mic. I'm not sure if that'll do anything, but
No, that doesn't sound like a mic issue.
It sounds
I guess.
specifically
'Cause
like
I was-
internet, yeah.
Yeah, because I just got out of a Battlefield game and it was working just fine. Let me try some things.
Weren't you mentioning earlier though that you were having internet problems? Oh, these sounds. What is going on? It's like a
Very
hurricane
windy
is
in his
in a
apartment.
coming
turbine.
to, yeah, Rags' little doghouse.
I just unplugged and replugged the microphone.
Wait, can you speak for a little bit longer?
Yeah, what I did there a second ago is I unplugged the mic and then I just put it back in and
So
hopefully
it's-
that did something.
It
Sounds
sounds
better.
You sound a
marginally
little better.
Sounds
It
kinda
does sound
better.
marginally better. Yeah.
I don't know why, but
I could, yeah, like I could accept this in my ear.
All right, tell me if this sounds any better. Does that
You
sound
gotta-
any
you gotta say
better? Is
more.
there
You gotta-
any more of a difference that is to be had? Is
There
there
is,
any?
like- There is mild roboting, but like it's much better than it was before.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'd be
whatever
fine with
you've
it if
done
it stayed
has
like
helped.
this.
Yeah.
All right.
fair play for whoever suggested that in chat then.
Yeah.
Also- just wanted to mention as well, there's a couple people who are like unfucking real, they're praising Arcane. I'm just like, so we'll give you an episode on it, I guess, maybe. Hopefully they can explain it thoroughly, but
There's a lot
I
to talk
figured-
about.
no matter what we said about Arcane, we were going to piss people off. It was pretty clear.
I mean, I guess, but I mean, if we're gonna piss people off, it's nice that the show's good. Like, that's-
yeah, no, I'm
that's,
very happy that we've got another story to be. Well, because like Capital-O, have you seen it?
I have not.
I would
Not yet.
I would recommend it. See what you think as well. See what everyone
Yeah,
thinks. It's
I'll
getting
check it
around,
out.
you know. Definitely a cultural
Yeah.
one.
I'll probably watch
Look at that
more
in
today,
chat,
but-
back to back. Arcane is good, people. Arcane is not good. There it is.
And I guess because the next one that I think Mola and I want to watch is Afterlife Season 3, which is probably
Yes.
going to be good. That's a nice reliable show.
A lot of that.
Oh, that's the one I wanted to watch for ages as well. I've heard so many good things about it.
a lot less people care about Afterlife, but we
I'm
do.
pretty sure Afterlife is like pretty popular.
I just never see it mentioned
on
in
Netflix.
in conversations in
Ricky
this community.
Gervais often mentions on Twitter that like it's
Oh yeah,
among like the highest rated shows on Netflix. And also that's a little fun fact. Apparently Arcane is, in terms of like critical reception, the highest rated show on Netflix.
very interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're here to talk about a different show. One of
A
the
show of real quality.
What a shame.
one of the best that's come out recently. There was someone in chat saying, how the fuck do they love Boba Fett? It's way worse than Mando. And I'm just sitting here like, who told you that?
I'm not sure which one is worse or better at this point. It's really difficult because they're all just the same
I
sludgy
might-
garbage.
I might side with Boba because it's destroying a character that was set while Mando was just like a nothing person.
Mando, exactly.
Also, Boba just looks cheaper and is cheaper, I'm pretty sure. The production
Which
shot
is
here.
odd. It's really odd that the Boba Fett show is the one that is cheaper.
Maybe they're just like, fuck, people will watch it anyway. We don't have to spend the money.
Could be.
You get worried about that. That's part of it.
It's like, why go through the extra little effort to make everything nice and make sure that all of our camera shots don't see the backs of scenes and things like that? If people watch it anyway, they'll clap, they'll love it. People make crazy defenses for it. It's fine. We don't have to worry about it.
I could only make out about 50%
You don't
of
get the
that.
sense that there's any. Huh?
Unfortunately, your
Poor
mic's gone back to being
Rags.
terrible. Sad face.
Well, let me try a few things.
But yeah, I mean, the audience would know very well 4 of our opinions on Boba Fett, but we got 2 guests today. So how about we get their perspective? We'll start with the lady, because diversity is important. I think we can all agree with that. Anna, what are you thinking about the Boba Fett?
It it feels like it was all filmed at the same time, and then they randomly broke it up into episodes. Because I just watched it right now because I forgot to watch it, and then I woke up early and I was like, "Fuck, gotta watch this show." I got I got 3 episodes down. I didn't watch the 4th one, but from what I've heard, I don't really need to. So,
Oh, well, we can,
what
I
happens
guess,
in the 4th one?
He kills the Sarlacc with the seismic charge.
It's pretty badass.
So,
Not gonna
It's
lie.
pretty badass.
Well, it's when we were all watching it, it's just you have that thought as like, wow, really? Like, really? He's gonna kill the Sarlacc with a seismic charge, really? You just
well,
have
a lot of it just seems pointless. Like, I don't know if any of you guys played KOTOR, but they just seem to be taking a lot of the plot points from it. Like, they did that in Mando season 2 with the Crate Dragon. Like, that's one of the things that Revan has to do. That's the big boss on Tatooine. And then, like, with the dancing with the Sand People and learning about their ways in the story, that's something that you do with Revan as well. And I don't know, I feel like they're just trying to cherry pick characters out of the EU and then bring them into the shows, like with the Wookiee and then other like side characters. And what was it? There's a deleted scene from the original Star Wars movie, where with Luke's friends, and then they're randomly in the episode with the train. And so it's like, okay, Easter egg, cool, cool, cool. But it's like, maybe if you guys just focused on telling a story. And why is Boba Fett talking so much? He should have like one word every episode.
Have
right?
you seen the interview with Tamora Morrison where he basically just
Yes.
says, I wanted them, I wanted to speak less. I wanted them to be more mysterious. And basically it just sounds like nobody listened to him.
John was
I
like,
know,
no, say it all.
Oh no.
Do you know how much better the show would be if he didn't say a single thing until like the very end, like when he kills someone and he has like one line or one word, and it's just like, what's he gonna say in the next episode? Like that
Yeah.
would be so much cooler.
Make him
And
a
I don't.
Master Chief, man of few words. Every time
Well,
he
also,
speaks,
why
it's
does
really
Finnick?
important.
Why does Finnick know all of this about Tatooine? Like, did she grow up there? Like, what's her backstory? I don't really care about Disney, Star Wars, so I didn't look
She's
into
a
it. But I
world-class
feel like
assassin.
they could have. Yeah, I know, but why does a world-class
Well-
assassin know all about the doings
No, I was gonna
of this
say you're
random
right.
city on this random planet?
World class as in galaxy class assassin, not Tatooine. Like, for some reason, she's very aware of Tatooine customs, and it's just like, okay. And I guess examples of that would be that she has to explain to Boba how you can pay for mercenary work. She has to explain to Boba how to, like, whether or not he should be ruling in whatever way, how tributes work, also whether or not he should be out and about, and whether or not Jabba was. It's so bizarre listening to her guide him on all of this, because they clearly did it so that they could give us information. But he would know all this way better than
I know,
her.
but they should have had another. Well, they should have had a droid or a little alien that was like an assistant that was taking both of them through the city and explaining everything to them. It doesn't make sense that she would be the one telling, because obviously the audience, we need. I'm air quoting. We need that type of character to explain it through the plot, who certain people are and why they do the things that they do. And I mean, they already have that one droid. He comments about needing a protocol droid. It's like, okay, well then go buy one. They're like at the store down the street. I'm sure that's hundreds of them at all of the stores in this major city on this planet.
I was
It
actually
just
doing
doesn't make sense.
Metal point out when we were watching episode 4 is that the I guess torture droid is what that one is. It actually translates when in episode 1 it couldn't do that, and they specifically pointed that out, that they needed one for translation, but then it just is. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he can translate like certain languages that
It's
are
the
like
same
common
creature.
there.
Exact same creature he couldn't translate,
Oh.
and then does, because
Oh my
Yep.
god.
there's a lot of
Well, I
that
missed
in this
that.
show. They just
Brilliant.
this show was rushed, like 100% rushed the fuck out.
Well, it's also, why are all the Twi'lek speaking basic? It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, what is going on? And it's not like Boba can't understand different languages. He clearly could in the original. So why all of a sudden, like, why is 1 second when he sees the Hutts, does he speak like Hutt for 1 second and then he switches to basic? I'm like, they should all just be speaking their own languages. This is a common thing in Star Wars. I don't get it.
Not
It feels
anymore.
like you can play with that, right? You could have characters saying something in their own language, like Boba Fett doesn't understand that, and then he does something that reveals that he absolutely heard what they were saying, like that he's always one step ahead.
Yeah, there's loads of fun things you could do with how competent he is, but for some reason, despite having spent many years in Tatooine, and with Jabba specifically, and being his, like, #1, more than likely, bounty hunter, like, it doesn't mean anything.
Well,
But also, why wouldn't he know who any of these people are if he worked for Jabba for so long and he was there for so long? I mean, it took them, 3 years, Luke and Leia and Lando to get, Han back. So he was there,
Yeah.
I'm assuming, traveling off-world, on-world. So why doesn't he know who any of these people are? Also, why isn't a Thorian the mayor, air quoting? They don't really do that kind of stuff.
Well, they do now. I don't think the thing
Well,
is.
also, why does everyone know that Tatooine used to have water? That wasn't a really common known thing.
Because
That-
water
that-
is an
it
important
just blows
thematic
my
element
mind.
for this season. You see, there's a lot of mention of water and the back to tanks.
I know, it's like, okay, so
Mm.
we're doing Dune now?
Adam, did you
It's
not
like
find
Mad
it,
Max
Well,
Fury
'cause we
Road
got
and Dune.
Spice. We got Spice, yeah.
Did you not find it really weird
Spice-
when he let
Spice is
everyone
common.
know
That is a thing.
he grew up on Camino? Did you not? Did you it's such a. It's not. But why would
Remember-
Boba Fett tell anyone that?
I don't think you would tell anybody that.
There's
Oh,
not
surrounded by
information
water.
that can. It can
Alright.
like. It's the kind of stuff where you'd be like, well, it's not going to hurt, is it? And it's like, yeah, but it couldn't possibly benefit him, and it could only damage him. So, like, why would you ever bring that up? It's just Boba Fett's
also,
all about
you're
them
Boba
fun
Fett.
facts.
You're gonna keep things to yourself. You're not gonna just be divulging.
Yeah,
But
like how
again,
intimidating is
How
it to be
come
like,
no one
I
was
like
guarding
water?
him when BK? Yeah. Well, I mean, you would assume that there's moisture forms everywhere.
Nope.
So I think they all can get water.
No, there's no work and no water. And it's like, wow, I feel
yeah.
like those two problems might be able to cancel each other out.
Well, also, it's like,
getting water.
how often do people switch like dictators or countries or little empires switch dictators? That doesn't stop the work. I mean, unless everyone just dies, which it didn't look like that happened. I don't know. It's just watching it just irritates me because I'm like, I see all the money that you guys spent, and it's just you could have done so much with so less. And Robert Rodriguez should know better. I mean, he goes on talks and says that, oh, every director should start off with a very limited budget so that way you can, push that to its very max so that way you know how to work with things. And like, he knows that, John knows that, Dave knows that. So why the hell are we getting this shit? Also, with all these Star Wars experts, why the hell are we getting this shit? It doesn't, like, when you could make something so fantastic, why would you make this shit? It just, it doesn't make any sense to
There
me.
is a sense of complacency in terms of making these shows. Yeah, they'll fucking watch it.
It's Boba Fett,
you know?
they'll watch it, yeah.
They'll watch it, yeah. And also, like, when in that interview, we're talking about how, like, Jon Favreau, who's the showrunner or executive producer, is, like, apparently not even there part of the time. Like, he's off somewhere else working on something else. Just makes you wonder, like, how much did they give a shit about this particular project? Which
He
is
specifically
odd.
said,
Boba Fett.
John's line was, record it, all the dialogue, we'll get rid of it later if we want to. It's just like, that's his input. Just do my script, we'll figure it out later. Ugh.
Yeah. Feels like not
That's
a
just so
particularly great way to make a
frustrating.
show.
Well, I mean, Jon Favreau used to be really good at what he did. I mean, if
He
you
made
read
Iron
any of
Man.
Robert McKee's book, he always brings up, stuff that Jon Favreau has done. And it's like, dude, you have this talent in you. You have all of the resources, all of the money, and this is the shit you're doing. Like, I know you're smarter than this. So I think that honestly frustrates me more than watching it because I've kind of just stopped caring at this point because I'm like, there's nothing they can possibly make that will ever come close to the original trilogy. So I've learned to not get my hopes up for things. But I mean, a college student could probably put together a better show than this. So why the hell are these professionals making something so mediocre? It irritates me. And why are the sand people wearing black? You're in the middle of the fucking desert. Why the fuck are you wearing black? Also, it's like, okay, they're not supposed to be able to see you from miles around. That's why they're able to sneak up on everyone and, kill them. So why the fuck are you wearing black? And why are you
Looks
dressed
cool.
like Revan?
looks cool.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't look
You're right,
cool.
it doesn't look
Actually,
cool.
it looks really fucking hot. It looks stupid. And then they all died, and I'm like, that wouldn't be able to happen. I was like, you know what? Maybe if you weren't wearing black, if you weren't wearing black, they wouldn't have fucking seen you, and you wouldn't have died, dumbasses. Where are you getting the dye for your little material? I don't get it. It's just frustrating. And I've only seen the 3 episodes.
Well, you saw the one that pissed everyone off. Episode 3 is the one that the internet hated because of the
speed bike one.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah, they look. Well, that's the thing with Disney Star Wars. Everything is so clean. Like,
Yeah.
I could be a little bit forgiving if maybe the color was faded, there was some sand on it. You know, Anakin says it gets everywhere. If there was scrapes on it, if they've been shot at. But no, everything is brand spanking new. Even their clothes is brand spanking new.
No, they're
Finnick,
poor.
when she's fighting the assassins, there's not even a rip. There's no dirt. I'm like, if you're running around in a desert, in a city, and there's sandstorms, you're fighting bad guys, you have no kind of dust on you of any kind, you have no blaster residue on you. Like, what the fuck is it? It honestly just looks like it's people at Disneyland, because you're in a big metropolis city, right? There's got to be a lot of people doing trading and stuff. So why is it a giant walkway with nobody in it? How come they're not having to swerve around people? Heck, the speeder scene in fucking Return of the Jedi looked better with them going through the trees. Why didn't they do something like that? And like just focus on their facial expressions as they're trying to dodge people. But no, it's a giant empty walkway, just like Disneyland. It's frustrating.
The roads aren't even paved. You think they'd get around to that eventually?
I don't see
Hey,
why.
he's back.
Why didn't you think the speeder lady was badass?
Yeah, did you not see when she made it crash?
Oh, you mean the brunette British chick? That's in every
spoke
fucking
too
Star
soon.
Wars.
And then she like spun her scooter and like skidded, and then she looked at the camera. She was just like Cruella. She was very cool.
Oh my god, I think that was
The
it.
brunette
That's what
British
it was.
chick.
Yeah. There is no
Disney's
work.
one trick.
But they can't afford water.
Yeah, they're all very poor. You can tell from the way that they look. So
They're unemployed and poor. That's right.
Well,
They
it's
don't
just
have
that
any money.
standard storytelling communication, I guess. Whereas here, it's like you're riding on very bright, saturated bikes in the middle of a shithole desert city. It just
And they all have
doesn't
fancy
seem to
schmancy
match.
like implants and stuff
Wow.
like that. Like
Yeah.
she had the fake arm, he had the
It's
fake
it's
foot
cyberpunk.
and the
It's just
eye and stuff.
cyberpunk. I don't get
I
it.
want to know what the purpose of a robot arm is if you kept your human hand. I
Well, I
don't.
want to know what the purpose of a robot foot is that's basically a jackhammer. Why would I ever need
such
that?
a
That was it.
funny.
That was why. Do you understand how elated he was that he was finally able to use that after all of these years? This was what it was
finally.
for. He was so happy.
And the only reason that we have the cyberpunk people is, hey, that's how Fennec got her robot gut. Cyberpunk people gave it to her.
Okay, well, also, why, when he gets attacked by BK, why was nobody fucking guarding him? How did the Wookiee just
Yeah.
get through the
Yeah.
entire fucking castle, find his room, and wake him up? There was nobody guarding his room. Why is he in the back to
I think I have an
every
answer
fucking
for you.
day? What?
The reason that he was able to get in is because the security he hired was 4 random people off the street that one time. So I don't think they're probably not very good. And the Gamorreans
Point
are probably
taken.
they probably don't have very good vision. Like they have to stick around corners, you know, and kind of feel their way around. And even if they do get to you, I mean, it's fine. They got these little sharpened pieces of metal, you know. What happened to the ones in episode 4 who at least they had like the long sticky things with the like they had little bitty partisan sort of looking weapons. Those were better than the little sharp tiny swords that they had in episode 1 or 2 or whatever it was. That's at least an improvement. What happened to those?
Yeah.
Maybe they went to the same place all the guns in this universe went. Just away.
Memory hole.
The Tuscans are more well armed than Jabba's palace guards.
It's depressing. But also when the twins, you know, say, okay, you guys can have his life and stuff, and he lets him go, I'm like, he owes you a blood debt. He should stay with him like the whole time and just be basically his indentured servant because he owes him that debt because he spared his life. I'm like,
No, but Boba says like, "Oh, don't work. It's, you know, it sucks to work for people who don't care about you." And then in episode 4, he talks
It doesn't matter. That's not the Wookiee way. Like, did you not
it's
watch
just-
fucking Star Wars? You guys keep ripping off KOTOR. That's a big fucking plot point when you
Not
go
every-
to Kashyyyk.
I
I don't
feel
know.
like
This
the
Wookiee
more-
seems like he's not now. Like he's sort of doing his own thing, and
Yeah.
he's a
It
ruffian.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it probably does, right? Like not
I'm-
all Wookiees are the same, surely.
Well, they all go by, their ways in that sense.
There's got to be some who don't. And this one, he seems like he'd fit the bill of someone who's kind of doing his own thing.
I do like how Boba Fett isn't Boba Fett as well. Like how he's just a totally different person, and we expedite that character development as quickly as possible.
Well,
Like,
They
he-
pay.
he fell in the Sarlacc
They
pit, though.
say that.
He fell in the Sarlacc.
Yeah, he did
pit,
fall in the
now he's
Sarlacc
a
pit.
totally different person.
Knocked
So-
out 80 IQ points off of it.
his he got taken in. He was rescued by the Tuscans, and he
Which I assume
lived with
was
them.
That's one word
Not
for
long
it.
after,
Yeah.
right? What's the time difference between him falling in and getting out? It couldn't have been but
It
a
couldn't have
couple
been long.
days, right?
I think
It couldn't
several
have been long.
If that.
decades. That's why he changed so much.
What it feels like.
It seems
Maybe he
as though
didn't get a
lived with the
sunburn.
Tuscans
If
for
he's stuck
years.
inside the Sarlacc and then he's running around Tatooine, he's super pale. I'm like, dude, you'd be fried to a crisp at this point, especially with your bald head like in the sun, just burning. Like, come on.
I thought you were going to say because he keeps taking
Well-
the helm
Nobody else
off, and I was
knows
like, yep, yeah, he does.
They love to get those helmets off. Can't leave the helmet on. That'd be.
Does his
lame.
helmet have like a little fan on the inside that blows? Something like a
It
mask. You know how
applies
mascots wear
sunscreen.
the big furry helmets that mascots wear? A lot of the time they have a fan inside so the people
I
wearing
didn't
those
know
things
that.
don't
He was-
die.
Wearing anything when he was on his head, at least until he got that cloak when he was with the Sand People.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
he wore those.
and he managed to live. It was impressive. And then he described that experience as they took me in as one of their
They
own.
took me.
They taught me
Oh,
how to
it's
be
so
strong.
silly.
He
Tuscans.
wasn't strong before. He was a weak loser. But now the Tuscans made him strong. That, of course, worked very well for the Tuscans.
They taught me how to be strong as they were wiped out by a handful of bikers.
Biker gang. Who probably just did it on a whim. They're just like, hey, y'all want to go wipe out some Tuscans, do a do a little bit of community service? And like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And so they went off and did their thing, and that was
So the thing,
that.
he
That's
never
taken
found
care
out
of.
what the motive for the bikers was. What if
No,
all the
and
bikers' children
Maybe
were
that's
eaten?
the big end.
And enslaved and beaten. Yeah, yeah. And I was surprised that the revenge scene happened so fast. I thought it would have been a whole thing, but it was just a short little scene where he flies and he blows them up. I assume he knows that those are the ones who did it. He just sort of finds them in the desert, and then he
He
just
must have been
destroys
flying
them,
around
and
for a
that's that.
while to find them.
Maybe,
It is a
yeah.
desert, and it's a
Mm.
planet-sized desert.
The Sarlacc pit burns away sin. I could see them saying that at some point.
Living with the Tuscans made him strong. All right.
Yeah.
Tuscans who enslaved him. And
As
then
with
he hung out with them.
Tuscan strong.
As with all things, there are fans of this show, and they have been arguing mainly against Jay out of everybody I know because I'm bothered. I did put out a tweet shitting on the show, and I have had so many quote tweets that I fucking muted it, where people were like, "Did you not pay any attention? Did you not see him fall into the Sarlacc pit?" And I'm just sitting there like, "What
Oh
the
my
hell is the
God.
rest of the
That changes,
explanation?"
yeah.
It just
You
feels
fall
like,
into a Sarlacc pit, you stop caring about money. I mean, it's just, I mean, come on, that's cause and
it is
effect.
kind of, it is the
How it
standard
goes.
issue of you're just accepting the explanation that you're accepting what the show wants you to think, rather than like looking at the scenes that are happening in the story and coming to the most reasonable conclusion as to what the character should be doing. The show wants you to think that he's been changed. I am not convinced of that change.
Like,
I'm not either. They don't do any work.
I
for
don't
it.
know
They
how
don't do
long
any work.
they slaved him. Who knows how long that
Well,
portion
apparently it's been-
lasted?
Because it's been years. Since
Yeah,
he fell
so
into
Yeah.
the pit,
for all we know, that
so-
could have been a day or it could have been, several months. I don't know. But he got deslaved because he killed the big Machamp. But for some reason, like, what does that event say about a pit? Like, what happens to them after doing that? And it's like, I don't know. It's like, well, they don't care
odd.
about
Does that
money
mean-
anymore, right? And you're like, what? What does that have to do with money?
So for
Well, it's-
years, that means that for years he never wanted to leave being with the Tuscans either way. That's
Yeah.
where he wanted to be, and he stayed there instead of. You would assume that he has a lot of business to attend to. He has like a
Well,
house and
so
a
the thing
collection
is
of
that
things that he needs to tend
he
to.
keeps because the thing that he keeps saying is like, "Oh, I'm sick of working for people who are going to get me killed," and it's real awkward because Boba Fett killed himself through his incompetence.
And the
Like,
Tuscans have come closer than anybody to putting him in serious danger.
Yeah.
They nearly
I
killed
Well, I
him
mean, they took
themselves.
that too.
It's really
They
annoying.
took that whole plot line too from the EU. There's a character, and he was part of the Jedi, and he gets sick of everything, so he goes to Tatooine, and he ends up living with the Tusken
It's
Raiders.
really weird that they would staple stuff like that onto just anybody when they need a story, because like it won't match everybody. People love it. I've seen people on Twitter being like, so cool that Boba Fett's calling out Vader and the Emperor and Jabba, and it's like, did you watch the films? It's not their fault that he got fucking thrown into the Sarlacc.
No,
'Cause he was an idiot.
he was incompetent and he can't accept that he screwed up, so now he's blaming everybody but himself.
I would
Yeah, he's
argue
projecting his failures onto other people. It's a tragedy.
his transaction with the Empire is pretty slick. He probably got a lot of money for a job that wasn't too difficult.
I guess if we even go more fundamental, a near-death experience, Boba's surely had many of those, and you would think that that would be something maybe interesting to explore, that he is so, like, near-death experiences don't really do anything to him anymore. Like, he's just
Yeah, he's kind of
accepted
numb
that
to it.
he's very aware of death looming over him constantly because of his occupation. Maybe that's a story we can tell, rather than, nah, I'm done. I don't know why you're done. It doesn't seem like you were done.
Just-
It didn't seem like you were done in Jabba's palace.
Yeah.
But like,
They're doing the exact same thing that they did with The Mandalorian, where they just sort of
gotta make him a good guy.
say, this is how you were raised, and so you're this thing, and you don't see the effects of that as they would realistically be. There's just this assertion that characters are the way they are, without any work or effort put into, explaining that or showing us, what the implications would be.
Yeah,
They just say it, and people say, "Okay, yeah, sure, I'll accept
We
this."
don't want bad guys either, and like we don't want shows about anti-heroes or anything like that. They're always good guys.
Yeah, we can't even have a
Rancor
ship
can't be
called
bad
Slave
anymore.
One.
and think
Even
of
the Rancor's not bad. You're right. The Rancor's
Yeah.
emotionally complex now.
Think of the contract with Vader as well. It's like you open call for several bounty hunters, or he got them specifically. He comes over, he arrives, and they're like, right, we need to hunt down Han Solo. Gets into his ship, and knows the last location was in the asteroid field and near them. Has a theory that Han, considering he was right next to the ship and has now disappeared, may very well be attached to it or something, and is gonna, and smarter than all the other bounty hunters, runs with that theory and is correct. Gets ahead of them, tells the Empire where they're heading. Walks in the room with his gun, walks around for a bit, then walks the frozen in carbonite Han Solo onto his ship, and I imagine that anything the Empire owed him was already paid at that point, because he's completed the task of getting Vader Luke. And then he goes to Jabba's... But, like, how exactly would you be bitter about Vader at that point?
I don't know why you would be.
I just don't understand. And he's like, oh...
I guess it's really awkward because it's like, oh, they don't care about my well-being. It's like, I'm sure that they do, but for
They do.
pragmatic
They want you to
reasons.
succeed.
Like, maybe
Yeah.
they don't care about you as an individual, but I don't even know if that's necessarily true. Maybe you'd want to keep a really good bounty hunter alive and well.
I assumed that's why he was at Jabba's palace.
Yeah.
Jabba's like, fuck yeah, I'll keep you
Especially
around.
West.
And it's just the standard thing. Why are you doing this then? Like, if that's a feeling that you have, a significant feeling that you have constantly of like, they don't care about my well-being, I'm gonna die. Why would you not have quit a long time ago?
Something
Like,
worth mentioning,
you're not-
as the chat has highlighted as well, is like apparently Bib Fortuna betrayed him.
How so?
When
I don't
did that
even know
happen?
how.
Yeah.
When was that?
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
I
never
feel
saw
like
that.
the only person who betrayed anybody was Boba Fett when he went back to Jabba's palace and killed them all to steal his ship instead of just asking for it.
Absolutely
The only
crazy.
reason he did that is because I might not like the answer. It's like, wow, so you're just going to kill these people because you don't... And you're meant to be a good guy, apparently, but yet you'll
Just
kill
imagine the
people
next
just
day.
because
It's
you
like,
want to.
who took the ships? Like, oh, it's Boba. Wait,
Boba
why?
Fett's like,
Yeah, like, all
Boba
the-
Fett,
Why did he
imagine
kill
all
all
the
our
clips
people?
Killed
I thought we
20
were
of our
homies.
guys. He ruined our hangar bay. What the fuck?
Wait, who? Boba Fett? Boba Fett's alive?
Are you sure
He's
Boba
alive.
Fett?
Why did he
Could've
kill
just had a
everyone?
bag. Just
It would be
It's
so
his,
funny
it's
if they were
not
like,
here.
they go to the vaults and they're like, Boba Fett's pay is still here. He hasn't collected it because we've been saving it in case
Yeah.
he survives.
And we dare not take it until we, yeah.
So...
Because imagine
So dumb.
imagine yourself in Bib Fortuna's place, right? You're sitting on the phone. I guess you've made it, and the Hutts don't care about you or whatever. And all of a sudden, after all this time, Boba Fett shows up, and that's so amazing for you if you're Bib, because man, could you put him to work right now. Imagine all the people that you might need to kill or capture, and all the thorns in your side you might need removed. And the guy's the perfect one to do it. And you even have a starship here that he could use. You could lend him, you can just give him the equipment he needs. A gun there. Just some basic armor, whatever. If anyone wears that in this fucking universe. And you can give that to him and say, all right, Boba, I'm so happy you're back. Here's your stuff. I got all these jobs for you, and I'm going to pay you to do it.
You're rubbing out a little bit there, but I mostly understood what you said. The other thing I was going to say as well is that we could have had that scene where he goes in with just his stick, and he walks up with his little cloak, and he's like, Bib, help me out. And the conversation at first, you could really make a really awesome dialogue scene where the balance of power is in favor of Boba until it, over time, as they talk about more, it shifts in favor of Bib. And then Bib points out, like, you're not quite as scary without your rocket, without your flamethrower, without your pistol, without your armor. And then he's like, give me back my ship. And he's like, we found a lot of uses for that ship. I think, you know what? You should feel lucky that you're alive. And then, like, guards could start getting closer, and he could be like, maybe you should just leave. And, Boba could look around and be like, I'm not leaving without my ship. And then he can get, like, punched or kicked and thrown out. And then we can do the stuff that they ended up doing. Instead of him just being like, oh, I'll kill him just in case, because I think they might not let me take my ship. It's like, oh my god, Boba. You used to work for these people. You used to work with them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. It's a really good show. Well,
It's fantastic, yes.
I was gonna say, Cap, you actually, when you saw the episode, I was gonna say it's been spoiled by a couple people now, but you're the first person I saw it with. The set. Do you want to if you can post that again, I'll put it on screen for people.
Yeah. Just a second. Let me pull it up. You can explain it.
Well, yeah, it's, from what I can tell, it's the scene just after the biker is not the biker, the moped guy who works for Boba with the eye thing. He's spotted the Pike Syndicate coming in, and he's on his way back to I don't know, like the equivalent of a telephone. And I guess the camera pans around a shot he's coming in, and well, we end up seeing something that we definitely aren't supposed to see. And I think the thing is, if this were a really good show and people spotted this, I think that a lot of people out there would just be like, "Oh, well, that's a mistake," But when the show has been this bad, it seems like it lines right in. It's like, yeah, of course. Turns out Tatooine is made of wood.
Yeah, completely made out of wood.
It's pretty awkward. It's like some people are like Starbucks
Hey, look,
cup.
it's the wall of the set.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else to say about that. It's just like, that's just the reality.
Not really.
So you might be
You
wondering,
can tell they really care.
how does that happen? Well, the people designing the sets were probably asked, hey, are we going to see these from above? And they go, oh, no. And then on the day, the director was like, it'd be great if we had this overhead shot. And then no one thought about it, and no one noticed. And this shot stayed in the final edit, even though it doesn't actually show you anything important. And there it is.
Well, as with
That's
the
a pretty
Starbucks cup,
big-
we might see them chop it out or put a roof on it digitally. I reckon's more likely.
That's a job that you could have in Tatooine and Moss, wherever you are. You could people
What,
to
VFX?
roofers. Yeah. No, like no, just we need people to roof things. Apparently, there's no roofs on our buildings; they're just open at the top.
Yep.
And all the wood that we've been getting, it's the same place they get the wood from for burning all those fires. All those big logs that they're constantly burning. On Tatooine, where all those big trees are. And just use those to build, the lumber yards of Tatooine. And build some houses. It's all good. You think it'd be, bricks, sandstone bricks and clay-fired stuff. That's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, we got another episode. It's coming on Wednesday, and then there'll only be 2 left after that.
Yay.
But until then, there are a lot of
Can't wait.
people who very much enjoy. Also, Rags, with how unreliable your internet is, I have no idea how Watch Together is going to work for you.
Well, my
But
download
download
speed,
seems to be fine. So.
yeah, bizarrely, my download is A-okay. I can get everything just fine.
But you're uploaded.
But
poo-poo.
randomly, randomly it just decides upload. We don't do that here.
Randomly, it decides that you're located on the moon.
Yeah, it's like you're uploading to the lunar lander with 1960s technology.
Man, that's pretty good. Still, isn't it? For that, I don't know. Move to Singapore, as if we haven't already gone to Singapore. My goodness.
Yeah, it does seem to be an internet issue for me. I didn't think it was at first, because generally when the internet you have issues, it's all of your internet. It's not just specifically your upload. That's why I'm getting everything like normal, but why my voice and everything and what I'm sending out is So we'll see. I've already scheduled someone to come by and look at it. When I called up the company, they instantly said, "Yeah, we're gonna have to send someone to the outside of the building to take a look at it." We can luckily they'll be able to come out tomorrow and take a look. So fingers crossed that gets taken care of. But it is spotty.
You've been sounding
So
pretty
hopefully
good
it
for the
holds
past
up.
minute or so. So yeah.
Yeah,
hopefully
it's been holding up. So we'll see how it's been touch and go. I didn't have this problem early this morning, and I didn't have this problem. I had it a little bit last night, but most of last night I was A-okay. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But
I have-
I do need to. Yeah.
provided a wash together link for everybody to jump in. We got 4 so far, so we're still missing 3.
Let me.
I'll be right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness! I'm so excited.
Riveting.
This video, I saw it sent in the Discord, and it was the title was very much it's very much gripping. Let's just put it that way.
Oh God.
Called "Why Boba Fett's Leadership Style is Actually Brilliant."
Oh, it's
God.
actually brilliant. Wow. All
I
right.
quit.
Oh
I'm
no.
out.
Is this what is this? Is this like a renegade cut, or who's the clown who made this?
Generation Tech, who we have covered once before when I think they did a video
Tech.
covering the flaws of the Starship Troopers mobile infantry. I think that was what they did.
Oh, that was the Sargon and Arch episode, right?
It was. We haven't seen Generation Tech in
Yeah.
a long time. But yeah, they
we
have
gotta
some
get them
theories
back on again.
on that.
Mm.
All right, it says we got 6 people in. Is that every? That's not. Is it?
That is everyone.
Oh, it is everyone. Okay,
1,
good.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's give it a test. See if this is working for everybody.
I see it.
Can you see that, everybody?
Oh my god.
Yep.
They did the same thing. This might be the exact same shirt. Because remember last time,
no.
I distinctly remember that last time he wore this V-neck, but the front was even further weighted down by the mic, and so it looked awful, and it was clearly quite dirty. You know, I'm wondering if this is a return of the exact same shirt. In fact, in the edit, put them side by side right here.
What do you mean in
Wow,
the
I can't
edit?
believe I was correct.
What edit?
Yeah. You know,
Chat.
when they
Does
have
the
the
chat
editor come in
remember?
and do all this stuff. Yeah. So now that everyone's seen that it is indeed the same shirt, we all saw it. You can carry right on. I'm curious what his tattoo says, though. Maybe we'll find out.
He has a tattoo.
It's an interesting way to wear a hat, too. Really, because it's really, really far back and upwards, and he has the
And
hair
crooked.
in between. Yeah. He looks like a homeless person.
Keep the toupee in place.
That's just your average Californian,
Ooh.
Rags. What do you mean?
That is one
We
of
do
my-
not look
that is-
like that. Let me clarify that. We do not look like that.
One of my big my owner's pet peeves, of course, because I am a dog, but he tells me that one of his big pet peeves, because he is a long hair having hat wearer type, and one of his big pet peeves is when there's hair in between, like the hat and his forehead, if like strands or something get down underneath the brim and are kind of just sort of smushed under there. He says he can't stand it.
Wow.
But I guess for some people it's like a style, you know.
Keep the toupee in place.
He's an
like I
interesting
said.
looking person. Just an interesting
Well, let's
looking guy.
find out about his interesting opinions, shall we?
What is his what's that on the left? That snowboard? What does it say?
Yeah.
Terra.
Terra?
Zebra.
Zebra?
I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
that's
my
zebra.
best guess.
I don't think
I
that's
think
a
that's
B.
I think it's ERRA.
Yeah.
So it could be
Terra.
Terra, which is of course Latin
Yeah.
for land.
Everyone knows that.
Maybe it's maybe
I grew up
Maybe
surrounded by
maybe he's a
land.
dinosaur enthusiast and it's Terra, like PTER, or is there only one R in Terra, like a pterodactyl? This has been fun.
Hmm.
I think we
Friends,
have a good,
welcome
I
back
think we
to
have a good
another
time.
episode of Generation Tank. My name is Alan, and we're finally a few episodes
Hey,
into
Alan.
the Book
Hi,
of
Alan.
Boba Fett, and I'm finally starting to figure out who exactly this guy is. This is a wise
It ain't Boba
Okay.
Fett.
What?
Well, I mean, in the same way, we too are discovering who this brand new character is slowly
Who
but
stole
surely.
Boba Fett's armor and looks like one of the clones? Yeah, 'cause it's definitely not Boba.
And is about twice the size, but yeah, it's fine.
are an older version of the bounty hunter we were all introduced to in the original trilogy.
He's
Gone are the impulsive behaviors, the emotions.
What
Impulsive behaviors and emotions.
emotion? What?
He was an emotional guy.
Emotion?
Boba Fett.
Boba,
I
in
don't
what
think
universe?
that what we're meant to be pulling
Maybe
from the
he
Book
was
of
a
Boba Fett
child.
is well,
Is
I
it?
feel like this is
Alan's this
I don't-
guy? This guy's name's
I-
Alan, right?
I don't
Alan, what?
think that the Book of Boba Fett wants us to believe that Boba Fett has less emotions now. I don't think that's what they want
It's
us
the
to believe.
opposite.
I am
Maybe
he's
legitimately
only
baffled
seen
by
the
how he
prequels.
thinks. And
And so
even
he's
in
talking
the
about little baby Boba Fett.
maybe, but even then, that's not where we last left off. Because if you're a kid and you're like, "Yeah, you get him, Dad," and then decades go by, we see him as an adult, not at all emotional. I'm curious what would he be referring to as Boba Fett being emotional? I mean, like in the OT, right?
Well, I guess it's so baffling to have referred to anything in the OT that way that maybe he is referring to the Clone Wars show. I don't know. Because, I think everyone here is just like, there's nothing I can think of in the OT that says, oh, look how emotional Boba Fett is.
Yeah, no.
And I think even then,
Yeah, he was
someone had
such a
mentioned
hothead.
someone had mentioned before it maybe the Clone Wars stuff, blah 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 blah. But that's before we see him in the OT, so that's not the last we see of him.
Yeah, you'd have to say that the last we know of him is episode 6, and
Yeah,
episode 5 and 6 put together. It's like, he paints a very specific... A lot of people like to say you don't get much of anything, and therefore he's pliable as a character. It's like, not true.
yeah. I said I heard someone was telling me that just yesterday when we were talking about it, that he was saying we don't know anything about Boba Fett's character. We have absolutely no room to use anything. And I'm like, man, you need to rewatch it. You really need to rewatch it because we really do learn stuff about his character. You can say a lot and not a lot of time. The little things add up, and he has lines of dialogue. He speaks, and he is spoken to. Things are
Mhm.
expected of him.
Well, and this is the classic shit of his job will tell you stuff about him. His actions in fight scenes will
Yeah.
tell you stuff about him. How he holds himself, where he sits, how people see it, what they see of him, and what they think of him. It's like, this is all important. It's not just whether or not he announces, I care about Tusken Raiders. It's like, oh, okay.
Tusken Raiders' lives matter, though.
To him,
How dare
certainly,
you.
yes, that's true. Yeah, I'm sorry.
How dare you?
Young men things that can really get you into trouble. Boba Fett is now in his 40s, and it looks like he got a lot more wear and tear than Django did, who was also in his 40s.
No, that's just because he's 60. In real life.
Like, no shit.
It is weird that he's like easily twice the size of what he was in Return of the Jedi, but it was like, okay.
Well, the only thing that I could think of that could answer that is if this actually isn't Boba Fett, it's actually one of the clones, because Boba was the only one that didn't have like the advanced aging. He was supposed to be normal. So that's the only thing that I could be thinking is like maybe that's why he's so out of character, is because at the end they're going to reveal it's not actually Boba Fett. Jango just made multiple clones of Boba just in case, and
I
so
hope
that's
all
why this
these
one is
meet At
older.
the end of the show, I'm the real son. No, I'm the real son. No,
There you
I'm the
go.
real son. And then they start a family.
It's just funny that you're looking for a solution that would eventually just have us all say, like, why did they do that? Like, why,
I know,
why did they spend a whole season doing that?
Well, see, when something's stupid, I try to make excuses in my mind for how this could possibly be happening. And so that was
Yeah.
mine. This is why it's not Boba Fett. It's a different clone,
A friendly clone. One that read up about Tusken rights because in Coruscant.
The friendly clone.
Revan
friendliest
did.
clone
He
in the
wanted to
desert.
emulate it. That's what happened.
40s when he died. Now Boba Fett sleeps in a back-to-tank and carries around a Tusken walking stick for support, and he kind of looks like he's more...
It's not for support.
Yeah,
He doesn't need it to walk.
Not
Also,
a walking
I don't
stick.
think it's a walking stick. It's a gaffy stick
It's
as a weapon, right? Not as a
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, you
weapon.
hit people with it.
Mhm.
He's not that
They should
old,
like
or-
tie rocks to him or something.
I'm very confused as to why he said he needs it for support. Does he mean emotional
He thinks it's
support?
a walking stick.
I
Alan
don't
thinks
think
it's a
he
walking
watched
stick.
the
Emotional support stick,
episode.
Yeah.
Does he hug the stick
I
when
think
he
he
sleeps?
is reading a script and somebody else watched this and put it together for him.
Oh, there's a
Alan
lot
gets
of
my
that,
blame.
actually.
Alan gets
When
my
did he
blame.
ever use it as a walking stick?
I
So
don't
anyway.
remember him doing that ever.
I know, right?
Which, by the way, there would have been reason to do that in his initial time with the Tusken Raiders. They would fucking beat the shit out of him, but he never did, because
Yeah,
that was
he
never
probably had
real.
his legs injured by the beatings.
I
when
love-
he was enslaved by them.
How he is, like, he's batting for him here in this scene as he wears the outfit that's been damaged by all of the shit they did to him. Like, it's so jarring. It's so bad.
Stockholm
That's-
syndrome.
Yeah.
And as someone in chat points out, he carries the stick on his back. It's the opposite of a walking
He
stick.
supports it.
I know.
He supports the stick. The stick.
Oh my
He is the
God.
stick support human.
But yeah, you're probably right. Someone who likes Star Wars passingly wrote this, and then they had that guy read it all out, so he's gonna just not have any clue if this is right or not.
Support.
Well, there's no passion behind anything that he's saying. If he's like, yeah, this is the best Book of Boba Fett, Boba Fett's changed his emotions, but he's like, Book of Boba Fett, and now he has more emotions.
It is
da,
so
da, da, da,
amazing.
da.
He has a stick
doesn't
that
care.
he uses to support and
No, he has
thing,
less
and he is
emotions.
so emotional. But now he is different, and thank you.
He literally
For
he was like
coming
he's
to
grown up
Moody.
now. It's like fuck off.
Yeah,
what are you
he's not the
talking
moody
about?
teenager we saw
I-
in the
This
TV.
The
just
moody
seems like it's one
teenager.
of those channels that just makes videos about what's popular. And they have
It's-
somebody just do a quick little
Yeah.
script for it, and they do it all nice and fancy,
Mhm.
so people watch it. Like, how many views does this video have?
Oh. Well,
Maybe he's maybe this was an AI generated script.
it's
Oh
36
God,
The AI
36K views.
only
one?
36K.
Yeah.
Well,
Wasting
is this one of
time.
those big channels with a lot of subs that just sort of kind of
Um,
petered out over time?
That's
And
a
they're just
great
sort of
question.
hanging in there.
They're probably the
around.
kind of channel that randomly has one kick off, but nobody's passionate about them as a channel, you know?
I can take a
Well,
look.
they're not even passionate
Generation
about
Tech,
themselves.
This looks like Generation Tech has 600 and this video has 107,000 views, and Generation Tech has 667,000 subs. So, I mean, I
Oh my
guess.
god, one of the most popular
look at their
videos,
videos.
in the last month is why does Boba Fett sleep in a Bacta-tank? It's like, the show answers
To
this.
heal him. Yeah, it's just to how are you
That's got
how can you be so
227k views.
dumb?
Why do people need to know the answer to that? Like, what?
Well,
Wait,
I
the
actually
show.
missed that. So, what is the answer to that?
Which
Why
is
does he
healing him.
constantly have to sleep in one?
He-
What
I-
what
I-
happened to him in the
So,
on Tatooine that he needs to go over and over and over and over and over again? He should
they
have
want us
just
to
been in it
think that,
and stayed in it until it was done.
they want us to think he got damage from the sand. Like when if you remember, when he got his armor taken off him and they find him at first, he's got like loads of scars all over him, and he's like, ah. And then I think when he meets Fennec, she's like, you need a Bacta-tank because of different shit that he's had done to him. And they imply it's like he's literally healing a health bar, and that it's at the end of episode 4, or rather the middle of episode 4, that I think she says like, now all your scars are on the inside, or something like that, like
Yeah,
implying
but
that he's
that
Well,
fully
was a
that's
healed.
long
but he
ago.
should
all of their videos
he should
are on
stay
Boba
in it
Fett.
the entire time until he is completely healed.
No, Anna, wrong. He has to
That-
go in there periodically to have flashbacks to deliver.
That's
to the
not
audience.
how it works. Oh my god, don't these people work for Lucasfilm? Ah.
I mean,
The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like all their stuff is like Boba Fett stuff, or or Star Wars stuff. So
Because
it's
it's
just a Star
trendy
Wars
right
channel,
now.
I guess.
Also, some people are saying
I
it
guess
was
so.
the Sarlacc's acid. The thing is, it wouldn't have eaten through his helmet, and his face and head were covered in loads of crazy scars when the Tuskens found him.
Yeah.
So I think we're supposed to think the sandstorm like ripped into his head. I don't really know. It's weird.
How did he not get
This
a
is-
sunburn? That's my he's got acid burns, he's got all that. Where the fuck is the sunburn? Come on, he didn't have any sunblock.
Well, he was all.
Give me a break.
You'd think that, and then he's dragged across the desert for what seems like hours. It's insane.
Yeah.
The back
I
tank
would
made
like
up
to
for
draw
all of it.
attention to something. I think this is interesting.
Oh yeah.
So, I was kind of looking through their recent videos, and 2 weeks ago, They made a video called "Why Boba Fett's Peaceful Approach to Crime Will Eventually Fail." But today
So
we're
is this
covering.
just the thing of we're gonna
Doesn't that
basically
contradict
present?
exactly what this video is?
That video
So
is
that-
probably them saying his nice approach is gonna people are gonna take advantage of it or something like. Well, even then you would have to argue that. Yeah, okay, I'm
Yeah, but
confused
how
now.
could it be? How could it be a brilliant?
Is this
So
a Mike Zero type of channel? Is that what this is?
I don't
But
know.
just like
I
Star
get-
Wars
I get the
lore?
I don't
impression
know. I've
with
heard
that,
of him, but I don't know even
I
what
get the
he
impression
really
with
does.
this that it's like you make the video that covers both topics so that you can capture both perspectives. The people that have both perspectives will click and be like, "Yeah, I agree with that," without, I guess, being definitive on what you actually think. Maybe,
Mm.
maybe.
Do you
I
think that
don't
this
know.
would be an A video where it's like, well, Fett has a couple options. He could go super ruthless, or he could be more on the super reasonable side. Here are the pros and cons to both. Which one do you think he'll do? Will he do this and that? Here's what happens if he does this way. Here's what happens if he does that way. You know that sort of thing.
Something
Is
So
the
tells me
more
they're not
recent
as
video
smart.
them realizing the last video was wrong? Did they have an epiphany?
Uchi,
What?
Uchi, the
Oh,
last video that they did. Shut up.
Darth
The
Uchi?
last video that we had is everyone fucking shut up. It's Uchi. That's the last video they
Okay.
did. It has Darth Uchi in it.
It's true.
Oh my god.
Darth Uchi's
It's been
pretty
so
cool.
long since I've seen Darth Uchi. Oh my goodness. It's been so long since we've seen Uchi.
But yeah, whether or not I guess
I
they
don't-
changed their mind, we'll just have a listen to whatever they thought this time, because
Okay.
support, and he kind of looks like he's more in his 60s than he does in his 40s. And so now
That's 'cause
Boba
he
Fett's
is.
brain
he literally is, yeah.
The actor is. What the hell?
He
It
probably
is
looks a
his
little
most
bit worn
important
after the Sarlacc pit in the desert and the beatings when he was enslaved. You know, it adds a few years to your shell. I mean,
weapon, and he'll have to rely on that far more than he did before. Individual
Wait, sorry, did he say he'd have to rely on his armor more than he did before? Because that's pretty funny.
brain is
I don't
his
know,
most
you would
important
think-
weapon, and he'll have
I
Oh,
mean,
his brain. He's gonna have to
could-
rely on his brain.
is he? I mean, maybe. It depends on what
Well, he doesn't.
he has
He
access
doesn't,
to.
so.
I mean, especially if you're a crime lord, maybe you could have other people do stuff for you.
Ooh, the Book of Babu Frick. That would be pretty interesting. They should
Oh,
make
I would
that
watch
show.
that. Episode 1. Hey, hey!
to rely on that far more than he did before. Individuals like Boba Fett, who have seen a lot of chaos, destruction,
it's a
and
Boba
death
Fett.
in his life, can turn out in two different ways. One, they can become extremely defensive
Two.
and only care for themselves.
Only
or
two.
two, they can begin to nurture and grow everything around them to create.
I'm
What?
sure that there are more
No,
than-
what? How? Based on
Okay.
what information have you made this outlandish claim?
It's a very strong claim about how human beings.
You can
act.
only
What
turn
if
out
two?
two ways,
You,
and it's the
d-
extremes.
Yeah, did you hear these two ways? It's like what was like you become ruthless, or you try and make everything grow around you. What? what
We're
do you?
probably
Vanity.
just like in the middle. Like let's bring it. Okay, let's talk about Hitler. All right.
Oh no!
Here we go.
What?
Oh, here we are.
Hitler was a very
Ah.
bad man who did some very questionable things, right? But Hitler, even he liked animals, and there were certainly people he cared about, and he wanted everyone to get checked for scoliosis, and he was keen on the Autobahn. You know, it's not just like you go purely one way or the other. People are a mixed bag. But of course, in Hitler's case, the bad things were very, very bad, and they kind of overshadow a lot of the other stuff
Well,
because
he was also
Hitler
a
was a very
psychopath,
bad
so I
man.
mean, that adds to that.
Yeah, people. It's not just you go entirely one way or entirely the other. I don't even know if those people like exist for the most part.
Oh, I just
Everyone's just like
those
a
two,
mix.
Those two options are possible, but I don't know why we've said that they're the only two options. Well,
Yeah,
to
you
be
think
fair,
that he
I
would
don't
be.
really understand the through line of you with all the experiences he's had as a bounty hunter. Of course, he eventually decided he wants everything around him to grow. You're like, what? I guess you're trying to say
Well,
like
if it's-
he had an epiphany about
if
how
it's
much
his
death and
business?
destruction sucks. Is that what they're saying? It would be a weird choice of
I would
fucking
ex-
profession if you want everything around you to be prosperous. I want to be a crime lord. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, there's gonna be victims.
Well, he says he wants to be
crime.
crime lord, but he isn't really.
Yeah.
I like the
I
idea
wanna
that
be a
he's
nice,
stealing from
friendly crime
someone
lord.
or killing people or whatever, and he's just like, those guys, they can prosper later, or maybe in heaven. I don't know.
It's weird because Boba Fett just walks up and he just fucking pops Bib Fortuna and kills him on the spot. But I can't imagine that Boba Fett doing that in this show. Boba Fett has been extremely restrained with his use of violence to a ridiculous degree in his show.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, idiotic, isn't it?
But the lead up to the show was he just killed Bib on the spot. That's kind of weird. That seems pretty contradictory.
Well,
Why does he kill
you've
Bib
forgotten.
Fortuna on the spot,
You
but not the
forgot.
people that enslaved him?
As he said, Bib Fortuna betrayed him.
That's what we're told.
See, a
but
lot
I
of people
don't
seem to say, like, "Oh,
know
I don't remember that
how.
happening." Well, he told us it did, so there you go.
Yeah, I don't.
Storytelling.
Yeah, I mean,
But what
all
did
of
he
the years of Boba Fett
do?
doing the jobs that he did, you'd expect him to be really like tactical in his approach to how he takes over this crime business, not purely evil or purely benevolent. You know,
I mean,
Dude, I
we
can-
don't really
Where-
know anything about him, so I guess who cares?
I can picture
Anymore, I mean-
Bib Fortuna doesn't even
I know he grew up around water.
that's
Mm.
true. Yeah.
Hey, did you guys notice though that the most amazing thing in this show is that he was able to spend more time training the Tusken Raiders than anyone spent training Rey?
It's true.
Who did he? Who trained who more? Did Cara Dune train the villagers in Mando with their sharpened sticks? Did she train them more than Boba trained the Tuskens?
Well, the
don't
Tuskens
know.
trained him.
Oh, I mean, like with the speeders, right?
I guess, yeah.
Because Boba had to teach them how to use speeders.
But she had to teach.
Which, by the way, was an entire like whole plot aspect of The Stand, Stephen King's The Stand, when they're making their way across the country. They have to learn how to use motorcycles, and they spend time getting used to them, and they spend days practicing how to ride motorcycles so they don't hurt themselves and fall down and get injured and stuff. But here, it just seems like, oh yeah, it's fucking
Hey,
good,
Rags, that
it's
could have
fine,
been
don't worry
taken.
about
That
it."
might have been a whole year. You don't know.
It could have been. We have no idea. You're right. I have no clue what the timeline is in this show at all.
The show
I
spent
can barely tell when
longer
it's day or
showing
night.
him how to make a stick than them learning how to ride speeders. So
Well, the stick part was very important. I was very happy they did that because I needed that.
It was culture.
Mm-hmm.
Cringe.
Hear that again, shall we?
Can turn out in two different ways. One, they can become extremely defensive and only care for themselves, or two, they can begin to nurture and grow everything around them to create happiness, safety, and security for all.
Create happiness, safety, and security
Yeah.
for all. Like what?
The benevolent, great leader.
when I think of the two things that a crime lord can be, one of them is definitely nurturing. That's option two.
Boba
yeah.
Fett seems to be
Also-
leaning towards the latter. He's approaching everyone, enemies or friends, with open arms.
No,
bullshit.
no, he is not.
I mean, it's
about the
it's
biker
even like
gang?
worse.
The biker gang were evil though. Everyone else is nice.
Bib Fortuna.
Are they though?
Bib Fortuna betrayed him, Friggy. Gosh, keep up.
What if someone framed the biker gang?
Or someone framed
That would
Bib.
be fun.
What if Bib literally
If
was like,
someone framed Bib.
Boba, and then he shot him.
Boba, what's up? Yeah. And then
Hey,
after,
bro,
I guess
how
he
you
wanted
doing?
to get he wanted to get all of his killing out of the way, out of his system, so that he could rule with generosity and kindness and benevolence to all of his new subjects and all of his people. They're like, all right, guys.
Mm.
One of those,
It's like, hey, Mahler, it's like in that show we watched, Fargo. At
yeah.
the end, what's the black guy's name? I forget his
I'm
name.
not gonna remember
That-
probably now.
He's an awesome character. I really like him. And yeah, at the end when he's saying, when there was a new king, he'd do something that was really, really cruel and really, really kind to show everybody that he was capable of both. Maybe it's something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But if it is,
well,
he stumbled upon it accidentally, and it has no rhyme or reason to it.
I picture they cut a little line because he would have told Fennec he's doing everything with respect and kindness. Then she saw him kill Bib, and she was like, "What the fuck?" And he just went, "Now, from now."
Starting. Poof.
I wasn't ready. Now I'm ready.
Yeah.
Serious question. How is the biker gang more evil than
The
the
Tuskens?
Tusken Raiders?
No idea.
Yeah.
Lorne Malvo.
Or-
So,
Reasons.
I don't think I
No,
thought
Lorne Malvo's the main
was,
character of season 1. That's
He
not...
was. Yeah, it's
I know who you're talking about. I'll
Yeah,
go
I
find
forget
out
his
his
name.
name for you.
Mike Milligan, I think was his name.
Oh, that's probably it. Actually, that sounds familiar.
Mike Milligan. Yeah, he was cool.
Fargo season 1 recommend. Season 2, yeah. Season 3, no.
We watched 1 and
We watched 1 and 2.
which ones did we watch 1 and 2? Yeah, they're both worth a watch.
Some fun characters. I really liked Dodd
Yeah, they do.
Gearhart. He was fun. Remember him, Rags?
I do. Yeah, I
work
do remember
who
him.
ends up getting captured by fucking Kirsten Dunst, and she
Yeah.
she feeds him beans. It's
It's a great shit.
Oh no, not beans.
You know what I
Just
realized?
little.
This is a little bit like Wonder Woman in that if he was captured and enslaved by the biker gang, he probably would have killed all the Tusken Raiders. The same way that Wonder Woman, if a German soldier washed up on the beach, she would have just been on the side of the
Definitely.
Germans.
The bikers would have picked up Boba, enslaved him just like the Tuskens, and then he killed the Machamp, and then the bikers were like, "Man, you could probably ride a bike really well," and then he does,
I was like, yeah,
and so on.
really good at it.
He teaches them how to use sticks, because it's the reverse this time. He's like, "Guys, you gotta hit people with sticks. It's great."
Really does go against the advice of his closest advisors, Assassin Fennec Shand, and his torture droid.
What
Yeah,
makes her qualified to be an advisor?
Experience, I guess. I mean, it's funny because she has better ideas than he does.
She does, but I almost wonder if there's just there's an element of like common sense.
Let's be honest, Rex. Why is she an advisor? He has no friends. Like, he's literally got nobody. The Gamorrean gods are a step away from becoming his new advisors. They're like,
Yeah,
they wear little
They just
business
learn their
suits,
line.
Yeah.
and they like do the thinking faces several times. Like, Boba, I've considered your options here. I think you need to, go to the oil refinery or the water plants. You gotta do this, that, and knock out the Pike Syndicate. And he's just like looking at the pig people, like, wow. I think this empire could have been stronger if I was making different decisions. The fucking slave driver droid has way better ideas than Boba does too. He's just completely useless. But no, his leadership is actually brilliant.
Actually,
course.
brilliant.
8D8. They both want him to mercilessly kill his enemies to set an example, just like the Hutts did. While
Yeah.
some criminals might see Boba Fett's
I mean, honestly,
Wait,
it
why-
worked really well for the Hutts until like the Jedi got involved. I mean,
And
what happened to?
exploded
To be fair, what happened to Boba? What happened to Boba Hutt? I almost said Boba Hutt. Whatever happened to Jabba the Hutt in that movie was fucking nonsense, and I don't blame him for any of those shenanigans. I mean, yeah, he should have just fucking popped him in the face. A lot of solutions, by the way. If you're an evil villain and you're looking on cool villain tips from EFAP, just shoot them and be done with it. Don't try and do these elaborate things where we try. No.
You made me consider something that I've never thought of before. You know how the opening of Return of the Jedi, there's loads of confusing crap that happens in terms of what everyone's up to and where everyone's going, what everyone's plans are.
Mm-hmm.
Jabba the
It is
Hutt's
very
probably the only person who does everything fairly and fine. Like, every choice he makes is probably fine.
If he should have just killed him, but I guess from his perspective, he wanted to make a show of it.
Yeah, I can
which
see
isn't like
that.
unreasonable. But yeah, he's okay. It's just the fact that there's a Jedi,
'Cause-
and inexplicably everything just goes haywire and nothing makes sense because the whole first act of Return of the Jedi is just nonsense and stupid.
I wonder, like, from his POV, right? You get the droids in, and then Luke's offer, and you're like, I'll just keep the droids, laugh my ass off. And then it's like, okay, now bounty hunter with Chewie. It's like, okay, pay her. Wait, she's Leia. Oh, that's odd. Tie her up,
Oh,
I guess. Okay. And then
okay.
Luke's like, okay,
And then
so...
they brought us the Wookiee too. All right,
And Luke comes in like,
okay.
let me clear this up. I want you to give me all of those people back. And Jabba's just like, what? No. Like,
What? How many of you are there?
It's like a clown car outside. Just keep
It's
coming.
like a clown car.
And then he captures them all, puts them at the Sarlacc. It's like, yeah, like, Jabba's probably having a fun day right up until he got strangled by a sex slave, as is typically the day going wrong.
Yeah, I guess none of his guards were around to stop that.
Well,
or
they were
all-
freaking out because the lights
one-
were all fucking up and stuff. I don't know.
Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, it's not really Boba Fett's fault. So he kind of was, yeah, Boba Fett, or god damn it, Jabba the Hutt, because Jabba the Hutt and Boba Fett, Hutt and Fett keep getting to my brain, and they're mixing around in there. Jabba the Hutt, okay, ding, seal of approval. He does all right.
We like
It wasn't
you.
his fault what happened.
And can I just
he
say,
was undone by a
top-notch
ridiculous plot.
puppetry. Just beautiful.
Yeah.
Never had trouble believing he was a big slug man.
I never had any trouble with it
That's
either.
true.
Especially my
That's-
young child brain bought it 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Even now.
You know what my child brain didn't buy?
Better than the CGI stuff.
The fucking updated version with the creepy CGI monsters that sing. I remember even as a kid, I was like, "The fuck is that?" Like,
Yeah. Especially when he screams at the camera and like
so
his
strange.
little phlegm goes everywhere, and I'm like, "What do you? Say it, don't spray it."
And
I
then
know
you look
this
at
is Jabba's
George, and you're
palace,
like,
but this is civilization.
"George, why?" And he's just like, "Isn't it funny?" And you're like, "I guess."
Because it's great. He's yelling at the camera. You guys like songs, right? This is just like the Star Wars holiday special. You guys like songs,
Oh,
right?
no.
You guys like music?
Jabba got
That's for
David
the
Carradine. Is Rags the only
He
person
did
who will
get
get that?
David he did. He went out very similar, except it didn't.
They
I don't
they
know,
both
David
went out in
Carradine probably
style.
enjoyed it a lot more than Jabba. Well, see, David
Do you know that?
Carradine. To be fair,
Do you know that?
To be fair, David Carradine. Listen. David Carradine wishes that he could have been strangled to death by Leia. All right, if he could do it over.
So anyway, we'll return to the video now.
Kindness and passive behavior is a sign of weakness. I believe what Boba Fett is doing here is actually showing the ultimate.
He keeps saying Bubba.
Boba Fett. Boba Fett. Boba Fett.
Bubba Fett.
Boba Fett.
He keeps saying
Boba
Bubba
Fett.
Fett.
He has a strange accent.
Boba Fett.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting called.
Oh. Bye, Rex.
Is a sign of weakness. I believe what Boba Fett is doing here is actually showing the ultimate strength. He does not fear others, and therefore feels no need to preemptively strike out like a little bitch.
What?
A preemptive strike is a bitch move, apparently. He feels
Oh,
no
that's
need
kind
to
of
be a
others.
little bitch. Like, okay.
Oh my god, watch. He probably did a review of like Cobra Kai and then is like, oh yeah, Johnny is the best, even though they're like strike first. But in this definition, it would be
Why is
he's
he
a little
making
bitch.
such bold, sweeping claims all the time? Like the whole
Good
video is
news,
just like
everyone.
people.
Uh,
All right, what?
you go ahead.
No, it sounds like what you have to say is a lot more important.
Is it? Well, it might be. I guess we'll find out. What? Okay, here's what we'll do. I'll say my thing, and then you say your
Yeah.
thing, and then we can all
Be
decide
s-
amongst
We'll
ourselves
vote which is
one's
the
more important.
superior thing that
Yeah,
have been said.
Yeah, we can have a vote.
All right.
We'll put this because my allegiance is to the republic, to democracy. So
Mm.
I got a call back from the internet people, and they said, yeah, there was an issue in your area that was causing some problems, but it looks like we've taken care of it. You might not even need your appointment. In fact, so it should be all taken care of.
Tell
It
them
should
that's
be-
unacceptable and demand
should be all good.
compensation.
Oh yeah, I'll do that when they show up. I'll have them show up just in case. But
kill
yeah,
them.
they generally,
Kill
if I
them
have
all.
an issue and I tell them
Eat
to
them.
refund me for the day, they will. So yeah. So
All right, Fringy, your thing now.
that's that. Yeah, Fringy,
So,
what you got?
on
What are
the
you saying?
topic of, God damn it, it's gone.
Oh, I win by default. Get fucked. So let's
I'm
move
gonna
on.
make something up quick.
Yeah, Fringy.
Improvise, Fringy.
Put something on the scoreboard. Come on.
It's
Talk about
gone.
pot cream.
It was something along the lines of we were talking about these bold, sweeping claims about the way that people ought to. Nah, it's gone.
Preemptive
gonna have to
striking
give
is a
this one to
bitch move.
Rags.
Was the last thing he said.
Definitely gone, is it? Not gone.
No?
Not gone.
Okay.
It's gone. It's totally gone.
Well, all right. Those are our two options, and so I guess
Alright.
so begins the poll. You know, that's if everyone in the
It's
cast here would
basically-
like to vote.
Nah, it's gone.
I feel like this will be a close one.
All right. It might be. I'm actually expecting for meme value for Fringy to win.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, and it turns out that you're right about that.
Wow.
My internet good. Nah, it's gone.
Freaky's thing was better. It was
they
nothing.
feel sorry for me because they can understand how annoying it is when you've got something that you want to say and then
it's just
someone's
gone.
And then it's
like,
just
"Hey,
gone.
Let me talk
just
about me
disappears.
for a little bit here. I just want to talk about me. Oh, sorry. What was that you were talking about?
Well, it wasn't really me. It was about
It
us
was
as
you.
a
It was
EFAP
about your
family.
internet.
No, it was about us as an EFAP family because if
Yeah,
my
sure.
internet's down and I can't talk with you,
it
that means I
feels-
can't
it feels
interact with all
apt,
of you guys. And
even
I am a
then,
co-host,
still-
and I think it's really dismissive of you to say that it's
Tony,
all
let
about
me
me
get a
because I
word
think
in
you should be
one
happy
way.
for me, and you should be happy for everyone else
I am
that we
happy
get to
for
spend this
you.
time together.
But I mean, to just interrupt, you know, you could have just waited for like a little minute, you know. You come back in, you hear someone's talking, but I'm not even sure that that's what happened. You were like,
Well, actually, once I did hear someone
undeafen,
was talking, I
immediately I'm gonna
stopped.
start talking.
Yeah, he did.
I deferred
would
to
you-
you,
he did
actually.
defer to
Yeah,
you.
once I heard that you were talking,
So-
I said for you to go ahead.
Do you think that it's very polite? It's like if you're standing outside a room where a conversation is happening to get a phone call, and then you kick the door in and say, "All right, everybody, so here's the update," and then you're like, "Oh wait, no, sorry, what were you saying?" Feels
I think
like
it's
you
pretty
should
polite.
just-
Yeah, once
you should
you
lead
once
with
once
not
you enter the
saying
room,
anything, read the room.
yeah.
He just
I have a
had
little
some
bit of an issue with the
excitement, Fringy.
analogy and the.
I
Yeah,
had some excitement
I
to
take
the
a
point
little
that I
bit
wanted
little
to
bit of
make.
an issue with the
looking
analogy.
where
I think
that
the door
ended.
kicking little too far. It's more like I just sort of was like walked in the room and said, "Oh, hey everyone, I got some great news," and then I noticed everyone was carrying a conversation. But because it wasn't like super important, I was like, "No, you guys go ahead. What
I
are you
guess my
talking about?"
question to you would be, do you think that it is optimal to just talk as soon as you enter the room, or to not
Yeah.
talk and see if there's a conversation happening?
Oh, definitely optimal. Definitely
Why?
optimal. Because if no one's talking, I can get out what I want to say, and if they are talking, then I'll just
Then
let
you can
them
get
carry on.
out
It's like,
what you
no, go
want to
ahead.
say over them, and
No,
then
it wasn't
they
over
can
them
potentially
because I
forget
stopped
well
and
it
I
was.
said, no, you guys go ahead. Go ahead. I can wait.
It was absolutely over. I'm sure that we will see that in the VOD of just how much talking happens before I was able to finish my point.
Yeah, we'll put that in the edit.
What point was that?
It's gone thanks to you.
Oh my god, that sounds like a memory failure on your part though, because I don't.
A memory failure
I
that
know.
wouldn't have been prompted if I had just been allowed to finish my point instead of.
If you just had a, I did allow you to finish your point. I stopped and said, "You go ahead and carry on," because I'm interested in what you have to say, and here we are. Boba Fett, Jango Hutt,
And we'll edit it all out.
Po Kloon.
Such a shame he's lost his
alright.
eyebrows, you know?
It is a shame. That must be
Bastard
really.
must
That
have
must
burned
legitimately
them
might
off.
be a pain in the desert if you're sweating,
Yeah.
because eyebrows will keep the sweat from like getting in your eyes. You know, they come down and everything. So maybe he's like the ancient Egyptians, as a sign that they were mourning, they would shave their eyebrows. So maybe he is part. He's on. It's like a callback to the tradition of the ancient Egyptians, because Boba Fett he's shockingly hairless. He might be a reptoid.
Hmm.
Mhm.
What are
I don't
eyebrows
see so
actually
much as a-
evolved for? Is it for that?
I don't know. I don't know if that's just an incidental thing that they do. But maybe.
I don't know if
I'm
they
not sure.
evolved for that, but I think that's why we haven't lost them. You know, the way
So
we've
pretty
lost
neat.
a lot of the rest of our body
I-
hair. Yeah, it keeps
well,
the sweat out
it's-
of our eyes.
What's this? I think it's the same reason we still have like appendixes or sort of tailbones. You know, it's because it doesn't hinder us from reproducing. So it does. There's no real evolutionary pressure for us to lose it. It doesn't get in the way of anything. And maybe the opposite's true, where nowadays, especially for a long time, having eyebrows could be seen as a handsome thing. So we have sexual selection that keeps eyebrows, in the gene pool. Because if you see someone who has no eyebrows, maybe you'll be less likely to be attracted to that person and carry on your genetic lineage with them. So maybe that's why. But I have no clue. I'm talking completely out of my ass here. I don't know if any of that's true. But
Fringy, you
there
do
you go.
drawings. Rate mine. Would it go on the fridge?
I like the details in terms of the facial hair, including the eyebrows. It's very emotive.
Yeah, he looks curious, doesn't he?
I guess the thing with the monocle is that technically it should be like squeezed between his eye, like between his brow and his cheek, like if it was sitting there, unless it was taped there.
Oh, I thought, yeah,
Then
yeah,
so
it's
if you want
taped,
to maybe
yeah.
put some sticky tape, well, I mean, you don't need to explain it to me. If you just add it in, that's like an immediate fix. And now it's like, okay, so now we understand why it could be that, or it could be one of those cyberpunk mods that are canon in Star Wars now, that it's just attached to his eye.
Oh yeah, I'll just put a little screw on it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I guess the top hat, it's looking pretty neat. I guess the concern is that the way that it's sitting, a little gust of wind might blow it off.
No,
maybe if you
because
Yeah,
that's also
especially
a
without any
Well,
cyberlore.
it's
hair up
like the
there.
guy in the
If you
video
just-
we're watching. You
if
know,
you just
it's
lower
it's a
it
style
down,
choice.
I don't need to lower it down. I'll just draw a
I love
spike.
how high
You
I love
draw
how
a
high
spike,
one of the brows
a
is. Like
nail.
you decided after the fact.
Well, no,
Like, oh
so-
shit, he needs some brow.
Yeah, there's a nail. Just have a nail protruding out of his skull.
Goes right in there.
We figured
Oh,
out
no.
there's all these ways that you could. It's okay. It's not hit the brain yet.
Yeah, it's just it's like a steak, a really wobbly
Yeah.
one.
So really, he's
Hmm.
figured
What are you
out the
guys talking
solution to
about?
being dehatted.
Wow.
You gotta look at you
Don't
yeah,
even
you
have
gotta
the
look at
stream up, so you
screen.
can't tell what I've been doing this whole time.
I do have this stream up, but let's see. You know, I don't have it live to where we are right now. Oh, you're drawing. Oh, good for you.
Oh, thanks.
Um,
Thank you.
Wow.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah, Anna, you draw too.
God.
So you're impressed, right? This would go on your fridge. You see, it's held on
If
with
an
tape.
8-year-old drew it for me,
Thank you.
You little
why would I
magnet.
put
You want to
tape on
use a
gonna-
magnet?
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
hey,
immortalize it by
you're a magnet.
posting it right in there.
There you go.
So anyway,
Oh my god, the nail. You didn't have to draw the nail. You could just say that the hat was actually the top of a thumbtack.
no, the nail made it all make sense. It really did.
Yeah.
It brought it all
It was
together.
what was needed, I think. It really pulled it together. Also, yes, Fringy did
wait.
win the poll. I just want to say I ended it. Nah, It's Gone was a superior thing, and I don't necessarily disagree. It was quite amusing.
It's
Mhm.
pretty interesting. I will say, someone in chat was saying Rags Darwin. What's interesting, I guess, was this in relationship to the whole eyebrow thing. Was I do share a birthday with Charles Darwin, not the same year, obviously, but the
Are you
same
sure?
day. Yeah, I think so. I think he's been dead for quite some time.
Well, him being
But
dead for
there's
quite
always
some time
I
wouldn't
could
mean
be
you couldn't have had the
mistaken.
same birth.
Hmm.
I suppose that's true. But I mean, like, but this is such a stretch. This is such a big stretch.
Mm.
That
Are you
but
sure?
yeah, so it's just yet another incredible connection.
Hmm.
To preemptively
Incredible.
strike out like a little bitch.
Oh yeah, I'll have to draw it back so Rags can hear the full context for that bit. That was great.
Actually showing the
Oh my-
ultimate
All right, wait, yeah, actually, fuck, I don't know how far back I gotta go. Let's try this.
strength and passive behavior is a sign of weakness. I believe what Boba Fett is doing here is actually showing the ultimate strength. He does not fear others, and therefore feels no
Imagine
need-
valuing this guy's opinion on strength and masculinity.
Hey, I'm sure
Ultimate
he...
strength is not being afraid of others. You should be afraid of some people. I
Well-
bet Boba Fett
No,
in his job and
this
career
this
was
is my immediate thing in terms of like the good faith interpretation. I think the point he's getting across is that sometimes it can be a really impressive show of strength if you're not afraid of the other person, so much so that you put yourself in what would appear to be a very disadvantageous position. It's almost like you're conveying, I'm so confident in my position that I know that even though you have like you could hurt me right now, you're not going to, because you know what the consequences are.
But to be
That's
fair,
definitely like an
Yeah,
this situation
maybe,
doesn't
yeah,
match
maybe.
that, because he literally tells
No,
Mando, I'm
no.
threatening to kill your companion if you keep your
Exactly,
gun on
it's-
me.
yeah,
It's
Yeah.
not comparable. I guess that's what I'm saying is I think that's the point that he's trying to make, but it doesn't apply in
And
this
then-
situation.
If you would
Yeah.
like to argue that in later scenes where he has his helmet off in different places, just like, yeah, I mean, he probably should have died, and then he would have died if Chrysanthemum knew how to kill people. But to be fair, he's only
Or
a
if
gladiator,
anyone-
so...
if anyone the Assassins Guild carried like firearms, then maybe they would maybe Boba would be in trouble. But
'Cause that's the
luckily
thing.
they didn't. So lucky.
There is truth to being confident in a position that you should lose, and so the other person's like, why are you being such a confident? What the fuck? But I don't think this is even that situation, and I don't know that Boba Fett's ever really. I'm trying to think of like the Tuskens. Think it would have worked with them. It's like probably not.
Yeah,
I
they
believe
would
what
just
Boba
beat
Fett
his ass.
is doing here is actually showing the ultimate strength. He does not fear others, and therefore feels no need to preemptively strike out like a little bitch. I mean, it helps when
Preemptively
you
striking out like a little bitch. Well, that's not true at all. If you have reason to believe that someone's going to be a threat to you, especially in the context of running a crime lord business syndicate, whatever you want to call it, striking out preemptively, that's a really smart move. Like what's Is it just as simple as, oh, the most manly thing you could possibly do is to
Wait for them to
invite
kill you.
them over and have a fair to give everyone. If you're in this crime business, I don't know if taking constantly the honorable approach of giving everybody a chance all the time is gonna give you a long life. You're gonna be taken advantage of.
Yeah, it's weird to
Constantly.
categorize that act entirely as a bitch move. It's like, oh, all right. It's never.
He also says Boba doesn't fear others. Like, does he really not fear anyone ever? Like, that's kind of another broad.
Like,
Surely he was
he's
afraid
not-
of Darth Vader.
He's not Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
He owns that,
True.
okay? Daredevil only.
Yeah.
Have a suit of armor made out of Beskar that's indestructible, but what Boba Fett
Beskar.
is trying very hard to do here is not make any more enemies.
His armor's not supposed to be Beskar, from what I've heard from a lot of people. It's supposed to be Durasteel, but
I'm sure it'll be.
well.
I'm sure it's a substitute for plot armor. It's
because
just like
yeah,
Mando's
they
total substitute for plot armor.
I think he's explicitly called it Beskar in the show now, so it definitely is Beskar.
Yeah.
Everybody, you ain't getting around with that.
Of armor made out of Beskar that's indestructible, but what Boba Fett is trying very
No
hard to do here is
countermeasures
not
on the
make any
landing
more
craft.
enemies
Nice.
than he needs to. When you've lived your
Wait, what did you
entire
say just
life
now?
in such danger and chaos, well, you begin to understand that small actions can cascade into much larger actions in the future.
Yes,
This is music.
that's what teaches you that. When you learn it, when you're in a chaotic life, small things can lead to big things.
Yeah,
This is
like
not-
you getting shot.
She said. That's what she said.
Oh,
Small things
What's
can
it-
cascade.
I don't think he's not trying to make less enemies. He tries to get more companions because there's some weird war going on apparently. So he needs to be.
a lot of them are.
Cool with
ex-enemies.
He
the other
definitely
one.
makes enemies. He makes
Yeah.
enemies with the biker gang.
Yeah,
And then he
with
wipes
Biker
them out, so it's
Gang,
fine.
with the water people.
If he
with
would've-
the water guy, it's like you're too expensive. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here, take half the money. Oh, okay. You
Makes
can work for
enemies
me.
with the gun train people.
Could it
Gun
not be
train,
said
yeah.
as well, like, if we're just, like, that you're invariably going to make enemies no matter what you do, so maybe you do need to start being a little bit more careful, you know? Not just going around haphazardly assembling a crew
It's
in the
kind of-
hopes that just being friendly is going to benefit
Doesn't
you.
that contradict what he just said though about he's not afraid of anyone? So if he's not afraid of anyone, why should he have to worry about
True.
quote unquote
Yeah.
enemies? Right?
Because
If
small
he's
actions
as
can
fearless
lead to big events, and that's what he learned when he
Yeah.
fell in the Sarlacc.
That
You know
was
what
he
the
should have
thing
learned?
that I taught him, right?
I agree that small acts can lead to big consequences. For instance, I wonder if Boba ever, while he lies in his back to tank, dreaming his little dreamy dreams, I wonder if Boba ever wondered, you know what? If I'd killed those bikers at that bar, those Tuskens would still be alive.
Maybe
Yeah.
would have been neat for him
Maybe
to
I
have
should-
explored that.
Maybe my permissiveness with other people, maybe that leads to bad things. Maybe I'm sure that's a subject that Disney writers can easily tackle and explain and elaborate on. So just a thought. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Especially if you end up killing someone. You might not feel the consequences immediately, but 1 year or 5 years down the road, it might come back to haunt you. Today we'll be taking a look at some of the major decisions Boba Fett has
Yeah,
made.
but you
and-
could also say
So
that,
that
about
goes
sparing
against-
somebody's life too.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was a mistake, and that they'll come back.
Because the
and
example
betray
here
you.
would, with the Dooku example, so Boba Fett should be killing more people to prevent them from taking advantage of
Actually,
him
yeah,
in the
you're
future.
right. That was the opposite. Dooku did not
Hey.
execute Anakin, and it cost him his life.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he should have.
This is a
yeah,
really
if
bad
you
example.
It was the opposite
Yeah,
of what he said.
Okay, interesting clip. All right, carry on, I suppose. Okay.
as a crime lord on Tatooine, and we'll discuss how these decisions are
I wonder what crimes, by the way. What crimes is he the lord of? Has he committed
Stealing
like
of water.
crimes?
All we know is that he has a water salesman. That's it. Like,
He also has water thieves, both under his payroll.
Yep,
he has
both under
two
his payroll.
employees. Both of his employees. One is just flat out stealing from the other, and they both work for him. So I hope he's got a good PR department.
Someone in chat just suggested jaywalking. Do you think that's all it is? He like has some of his men sometimes cross the road when the lights are red, and he's just like, I'm a crime lord.
There are no
And then
lights.
the Republic shows up, or the stormtroopers or whatever. I'm like, oh shit, it's the coppers.
Run!
It's the Bobby. Run!
And yeah, he would make lights just to jaywalk them. Because he's a rebel.
Crime lord on Tatooine, and we'll discuss how these decisions are both courageous and also quite intelligent.
Yeah, alright.
Oh, can't wait.
Oh, this is like a subject time. It's like, so number 1, Gamorrean brothers.
Gamorrean gods.
Okay.
I didn't know they were brothers.
I didn't know they were brothers. I don't even know. Are they? Do we know that? All right.
Fair now.
The Gamorreans are clearly day one ride or die homies. I mean, sure, they're half naked.
No, they're
and
not.
Greek-
They're literally not.
we had no idea what they might do. He just says, "Will you defend me?" And they're like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Like,
I guess.
It means
I assume that they say
died,
yes.
probably, so I'm going
They
to
don't-
join you.
Yeah, they don't really speak. I don't know what their perspective is, I suppose. And they didn't want to follow him at first, and now I guess they do. So,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If they flipped on him at any point, I'd be like, yeah, checks out.
Well, it's not like they have a motivation. It's not like they were loyal, apparently, to Bib Fortuna previously, who was executed very unfairly by Boba. So that's not really any kind of motivation to kill Boba, right?
Yeah, maybe they really liked him, and they're just biding their time, waiting for the right point to strike.
Which they could have when he was dragged into the
Gamorreans,
Bacta
yeah.
tank. They could have killed him.
They're playing the long game. Maybe they're doing recon.
What's this
I don't know.
wonderful post-hoc bullshit where he's like, clearly you can trust them. It's like, you didn't know that. Like, I don't
No
even know
clue.
why. Why
I
could
could
you
have
trust
stabbed you in the
them?
back the second you turned around.
green pigs who use melee weapons in a world full of blasters and Death Stars, but there's something awesome about
Yeah, pretty
having
stupid,
two
huh?
Gamorrean bros watch your back as you stride.
So you just listed
Wait,
several
you mean like
reasons why...
every other person?
Yeah, he's listed several reasons why they're not good as gods, and then went, but they're pretty cool. Like, okay.
I don't even know if they're cool.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone has ever referred to a Gamorrean guard as cool.
I don't think so
I'll just
either.
put that out there.
The only cool fact that they have is the fact that people are like, oh, they were in fucking episode 6.
Oh, they were in
in
Star
the
Wars.
things.
Yeah,
I
my God.
remember.
I
Wow,
remember too.
that's amazing. I
Right
remember.
around town collecting protection money. But let's not forget that these two Gamorreans try to fight to the death for their former employee, Jabba the Hutt, and then also for Bib Fortuna. Boba Fett's droid 8D8 actually recommended he torture them to instill fear into the hearts of his enemies.
And then I guess just they don't anymore. I guess he says like, no, don't fight, work for me, and they're like, okay.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
And you know the whole, like, make their squeals make everyone fear you? It's just like, do you record them and send them out? Because, like, you are far away from the town, just saying.
Like in an email?
Look at this piggy squeal!
Hello, citizens. I have tortured the pigs.
I feel like most citizens would just be like, why?
Yeah,
It's like-
asshole.
Well, to scare all of you. You're like, okay, you're mean. Alright, anyway, water, sails, let's do it.
Sales.
Luckily, Fett didn't listen to his droid, who had a history of torturing other droids and sadism. And because Boba Fett was
Sadism.
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 Fucking
Yeah,
sadism.
he just makes everyone sad. Yeah, it makes everyone sad.
What sadism sounds like.
Sadism. Sadism. I can't believe he said sadism. That's actually way funnier than I think. He's like, everyone's sad.
He had a history of being depressed.
Sadism.
The crime lord on the other side of the dune, he wants happyism, but we here, we want sadism. Oh,
Sadism.
oh, it's like Smiling Friends.
Yeah. Go watch Smiling
that right,
Friends,
Fringy?
everybody.
Yeah, the smiling
good shit.
friends and then the frowning friends, but then they smiled eventually until the Renaissance men came to town.
I mean, to be fair, that's what would you expect the Renaissance men to do, you know?
Yeah, the Renaissance men who are actually crusaders, not even
And
a hero.
sadism. And because Boba Fett was kind enough to save the Gamorrean bros, they saved Boba Fett's life twice already, once from the Nightwind Assassins and once from the Black Chrysanthemum. And
I guess you
So
can
they
count
did their
that.
job.
He even punches the Gamorrean in the face
Dude,
with those
He
things.
chews on one of them.
God damn.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
Wow.
And now he works for Boba, because that's how that works. Everyone comes into his place, tries to kill him, and then gets hired. It's great.
Yeah, it's
I'm telling you, it's an interesting recruitment strategy.
They all have sadism.
And after one of the
That's
Gamorreans
a strange application to fill out. Or it's just like, how will you try and kill me? Like, well, I will try and throw knives at you from a closet where I hide, and it will be so cool. And I do not have a gun. And Boba's like, wow, that's amazing. That's really awesome. Try it out. And then he tries it. It's like, oh no, I guess we stopped you. That was pretty good though. You want to work for me? That was a great application. It's like tryouts. You have to try and kill Boba Fett before he hires you.
And then he's like, well, no, I work for other people, and they're going to get me out of here. And then the job of people, the Hutts that there's like, nah, you're a gift. He's like, what? Oh, okay, I guess. And then Boba Fett's like, nah, you can go. And he's like, what's happening? And runs off.
So now I don't work for anyone, I guess?
And then Boba's like, actually, do you want to work for me? And he's like, I guess so. I don't know.
I guess, yeah.
He doesn't do anything to try and test their new loyalty either. He's just like, yeah, I'll just take it on faith. You're with me now.
Well, yeah. Wouldn't you feel like
you need work?
If
Get
you
in
were,
my apartment.
If you were the Gamorrean gods, and he's like, yeah, the Chrysanthemum's working for us now. Wouldn't you be like, okay. Well, I mean, you know, I almost died protecting you from him, but that's fine. You make your own decisions.
We're gonna get along. Yeah,
Really
every morning, 7 a.m. They're down in the locker room, whatever, getting ready for work. You have the awkward moments where they're just sort of like, Jim, Frank, and it's sort of like, all right.
One of the guards is helping the other dress his wound from being bitten. He's like, man, this wound really fucking hurts. And Chrysanthemum's
yeah,
like,
you bit me. Wow, you fucking bit me, dude. Who does that? Who fucking does that?
I'm not gonna become a Wookiee, am I? A were-Wookiee? What the fuck?
Yeah, you just disgusting, nasty, dirty Wooker.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Pork
get into a
shoulder
fight.
taken from him by the Black Chrysanthemum, who was hungry. Boba Fett even has him placed inside of his own bacta tank, which is really just a great move for a leader. You can either rule through beer
that's a
and
great
coin like
yeah.
How do you describe any of that as
That's
great?
a great move. It's
Why are we
great.
making
It's awesome.
such broad, sweeping statements about like what is correct and incorrect here?
Well, he supported it
The
thoroughly.
problem is that Disney Star Wars, things just sort of happen inexplicably, and that gives these people this post hoc rationalization for, no, see, it's great. See,
Yeah,
look. I mean,
it is definitely
see?
that post hoc situation, because what if he had made that decision and then they betrayed him? You know, the Gamorreans were like,
Well, they
nah.
won't, so I guess that means it was a good decision.
Yeah, but if they had, you know, like they very well could have. I mean,
Yeah.
it's great that it worked out, but it might not have. There's a reason why Fennec said what she said, because there probably are arguments to be made for why you would want to make an example of them. Whether or not
Absolutely,
that's the correct
I am
choice
capable
depends,
of
right?
making your life living hell. Don't double cross me. But
Well, I mean, of
if
course,
you
in
work
the
for me
situation-
and you do well, I'll reward you.
Well, yeah, because when we were watching, it's like, well, you might as well keep him around. Like, just keep him around, but just make it clear. It's like, well, but don't cross me. That would be a mistake. But I mean, you need employees. I guess I don't know why I'm saying it's like, man, that was brilliant, not killing them. It's like, was it really brilliant?
Yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, you're taking a huge gamble, and you don't want to take huge gambles. If it turns out some of them work in your favor, that's like, good thing that worked out, I guess. That's not encouragement that you made great decisions by making these incredible gambles.
No.
Well, yeah, and it's not an argument. It's not something you'd want to do all the time. But he does every time, and it just happens to work out. Like letting that Wookiee just run off, like that just worked out for him later on.
Yeah, because there's nothing to stop the Wookiee from killing him later when he isn't watching or when he thinks the Wookiee's loyal. Then the Wookiee goes back to the Hutts. Is like, yo, I killed that guy. You wanted me to, by the way. You're like, wow, really? Like, yeah, he's dead. Wow.
It's funny because he makes that decision like twice, and at the same time he lets the Wookiee go and lets Danny Trejo live with them and train Rancor, even though that one could be a spy or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. If the Hutts give me anything, I'm like, no, it's fine. I don't want it.
Yeah,
I'm absolutely looking a gift Rancor in the mouth.
Careful, it might eat you. Unless it imprints on you first.
If I was the Hutts, what if they fed the Rancor like 1,000 pounds of C4, and they're like, "Yep, here's a Rancor as a show of peace," and then Boba Fett takes it, and then it explodes.
I like
That
how
would be
much
that would
A
be
Trojan
dastardly.
Rancor.
it's
you
funny how
know?
much
Yeah.
effort you've had them put into killing him, and it would have been so much easier. Like if they just handed Chrysanthemum a knife, that's all they had to do.
Yeah.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah.
I like my
I
exploding
like my
Rancor idea.
exploding rank.
Fett even has him placed inside of his own bacta tank, which is really just a great move for a leader. You can either rule through fear and coin like the Hutts did, but that's kind of just lazy and not really.
Don't do the
That's
thing.
kind of just lazy.
Don't-
It's kind of just lazy. This clown person. Oh my god. I don't think that there is a lazy. I don't think that you could run a crime empire like this and be lazy and live.
I don't think
I
you
think you
can
have to be
rule with
constantly
fear
vigilant.
in a lazy way. Like how are you ruling with
Yeah.
fear requires that you instill fear in your subjects, not that you're lazy. That doesn't even really make sense.
Is he just
I mean,
saying
like,
that
maybe-
because the Hutts don't actually physically move much?
Well, they're
Is that why
giant
he
fast
thinks
slug
they're
things.
lazy?
It's their commands
know,
that are
but-
scary.
Yes.
Does he think that video editing is lazy because you sit in a chair?
Yes.
I'm so confused. I just want things to make sense, god damn it.
Can I once again point out how
No, we
shitty
can have
looking these huts are?
Yeah.
They look pretty bad.
Big poopy.
And you know, I would go the other way and I'd say, you know what? Maybe it's far more lazy to be overly kind because you don't have the balls to do something that might make you uncomfortable or that is cruel.
Yeah.
And so you just sort of take the easy way and say, no, it's fine. I don't want to hurt you. No. I bet for a lot of people, the lazy thing is to be overly kind and then get stabbed in the back moments later.
Yeah,
Depends what kind of
I'm
a
also
person
not
you
looking
are.
forward to the,
Yeah.
the dichotomy we're about to establish of, like, treat them with fear or respect. It's like, how many times have we watched media that basically concludes you need both?
Yeah.
Well, it's
Not
just more
like,
complicated than this weird binary shit.
yeah.
Mm.
That it's
Yeah.
either to be like a kind little goofball or like a complete sociopathic monster. As
You
if
have to choose one.
There isn't a balancing act where it's like sometimes you need to be ruthless, sometimes you need to be compassionate.
Remember,
It's
Bib ruled for 5 years. What was he using? Fucking fear or
well, he was
respect?
ruling with fear, yeah. that's it.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
You know, I will say I'm a little bit surprised, Mahler, that you haven't brought up Tywin yet.
Why?
Because he was a very shrewd and clever and calculating kind of ruler person who was sort of doing similar things to what Boba Fett should be doing.
I mean, that would apply to literally any well-written leader, I think.
Yeah, I thought you would, because
Well, that's why I said
recent
countless
EFAPs have told me
pieces
that
of
you're-
media would argue that you need to do both. He was, in his later years, he was much more just fear, though. He made everybody was terrified of him, which worked really well up until his son killed him. Which happens, you know, just like your sex slave killing you with chains. These are just events that sometimes occur, and you gotta look out for them.
Hmm.
Either
You
rule
gotta have people around you to make sure that no one chokes you with a chain.
Yes.
That's the key.
through fear and coin like the Hutts did, but that's kind of just lazy and not really a good long-term solution.
Oh, that's actually a fair point.
That's-
Someone in
that's-
chat just mentioned. I wasn't even listening to the video for a second there. There's this scene, and I think I showed you. I can't remember who I've showed here, but the scene where Joffrey dies and his brother, who's younger, even younger, takes over, and Tywin asks him what makes a good king, and they run through all the ideas until they conclude on wisdom. Wisdom is the most important element, which, you know, compared to like piety or a just king sort of thing. Game of Thrones at its best was fucking way better than this shit. Obviously.
Yeah.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Well, it was in regards to the clip, and I
can
think
play it
you were
again.
looking at chat. Yeah, let's go ahead and play it again because
It's a great
we
clip.
should all hear it. You know, its own
It's a
context.
great
yeah,
move
it's excellent.
for a leader. You can either rule through fear and coin like the Hutts did, but that's kind of just lazy and not really a good long-term solution. But I guess when you live for 1,000 years, you get lazy when it comes to management.
It's weird. The idea that you, through fear and money, it's not a long-term strategy for success.
When it clearly is, and
That's
then he's
just-
like, "Oh well, I guess you get
obviously
lazy
it
after a long time." You're like, what?
But if
Uh,
you live for
that would
1,000
impl-
years, you would care about the long term.
Exactly. No, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. Is
And also,
he simultaneously established it's not a long-term plan, but it worked long-term for them, so that's why they ended up lazy. It's like, what? What?
And also, even if you live for 1,000 years, a year is still a year long. Like, yeah, you
Well,
get
yeah,
1,000 years to live, but you're not just going to be like, well, I guess I'll just die of boredom because I live for 1,000 years, so a year is just not a year anymore.
Yeah, what
I
is,
mean,
what is
didn't
the
the
difference between
Empire
long and
rule
short term
through-
then?
Oh, I mean, just in the sense of like, if
No, I'm agreeing with you. Like if he said, you
Okay.
know, 1 year is short, it'd be like, is it?
no, it's a year for everyone.
Exactly, it's a long time. You're gonna get,
Yeah,
you know.
it's a whole year. You can't just sit on your ass doing nothing.
Well, apparently that's what the Hutts have done when they rule with fear and coin. That's I don't even know what. Doesn't everyone have to rule with coin? Like, how do you?
Yeah, you got to pay people. You have staff. You have to pay staff
Yeah.
to do their jobs. Everyone at that palace got paid. If you didn't pay anyone, they'd be like, "No, fuck this guy."
For 1,000 years, you get lazy when it comes to management. Or you can do as Boba Fett does and inspire your men to follow you because they actually like who you are.
Inspire?
Because you show that you care for them. It's actually a very simple concept, but usually psychopaths who seek leadership positions were not taught that.
It's a simple concept, but
Usually- what
psychopaths
the-
don't do it.
What the fuck is this? What was that?
I want Java to listen to
So-
all of this. Be like, what?
So
you know,
if you-
every time I come on here, I lose brain cells
It's not our fault.
listening to these.
Oh,
people.
no, where you get used to it.
This
Yeah,
is
you won't
not-
miss them after a
You
while.
become desensitized.
Yeah, you'll be glad
this
they're
was-
gone eventually.
This was clearly a
Ah.
very quick turnaround on this video.
Same for the show. It's all
Yeah.
gross industry, Ouroboros thing that's just vomiting into each other.
Well, it just feels
Byron-
like, okay, so Boba Fett is popular. What can we talk about when it comes to Boba Fett? Well, we did a video about how his leadership strategy is shit. What if we did one about how his leadership strategy is good? It's like, okay.
Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. Everyone forgot about that. Let's just do
Yeah.
this. You can inspire your men to follow you and do their jobs, sure. But you can also take that way too far, like he's being, and show incredible weakness, not only to your own side, but certainly to your enemies, who know that now they could basically do anything they want with practically impunity.
Well, and
He's not inspiring any of them. None of them feel inspired by his
What-
charisma
well,
or
yeah,
anything.
they haven't
They're
given
just
a
I don't know
speech.
why
this
they
is
follow
better
him
than
at
being
all.
dead, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. Generally, you inspire people with some vision of the future, some long-term goals. What are Boba Fett's long-term goals? What is his
Respect.
vision for Tatooine? Respect, yeah. It's like, what about infrastructure? Maybe, you know, like build some new roads or
No.
build some schools and
Man.
hospitals. It is
I-
pretty
yeah.
crazy to think about, right? Because wasn't that the thing with like Pablo Escobar, was that he actually invested a lot of the money
In the
in places,
Yakuza.
and then and then because of that, it's like you've got a level of community support because there's like results in the area. So why don't we see some of that in this show? That like Boba Fett is trying to win the favor of the town by doing those kinds of things. You know, like crime lord. Like generally, you're gonna have some sort of like investments in the area that you're in. But we don't want to do that because that's kind of complicated. And this is like a Disney Star Wars TV show.
They should have gotten the people that wrote The Sopranos to write
Uh-huh.
this show.
It's not happening. They need this done quick.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to do a whole crime
No.
lord
no.
story
wanna
in
do that.
Star Wars,
They want to say
why
they're
obviously
doing
they
that.
don't want to do it, but I
Yeah.
mean,
They want to
come
wear
on,
the
at
skin
least
of that.
try. This is so frustrating.
But I like as well, whatever Boba had chosen, this guy would have just explained the best possible result and said that was just the result that was going to happen. Like, if Boba decided, I'm going to fuck everyone, like literally, and that's going to make
Yeah,
them
he's gonna
loyal
fuck
to
them
me,
all.
this guy would be like, that's a really great plan, because you get to be intimate with each person, you get to know them, you get to pleasure them, and then they will in turn pleasure you, or something like that. You'd be like, dude, this is very interesting that you think there's only one result from doing this action.
Then he's gonna make a video saying that actually fucking everybody was not.
It was a bad
It's kinda
move,
dumb.
man.
Just to cover all the bases.
They're all getting jealous of each other.
But usually psychopaths who seek leadership positions were not taught that at a young age, which is why they're such broken toys. And of course, this is a...
Who's he even referencing at that point?
What?
I don't know.
I think he's talking about society, man.
Is he talking about Hitler?
Maybe, maybe not.
Bingo.
I think he's literally trying to say that all like politicians are like that. That seems to be the vibe. It's the vibe I'm getting.
Well, he's saying that Boba Fett is certainly not faltering in that way, and that's why he's a smart lad.
Wise move. If your enforcers trust you, you won't need to micromanage your thugs or keep them in constant fear to make sure they do the right thing.
I mean, you still need to be managing them. Like,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, they need to know what to do. So
every business in the world has like, you have to manage your staff. You can't just let them do their own thing, especially if you're a crime lord where what's allowed and not allowed might be vague and nebulous. You have to fucking say, if you step out of line, you're going to be punished severely. I might even kill you for it, depending on what it is. You have to set some very clear boundaries.
Well, it is something we've talked about as we've watched the show, is that he's only got like 7 employees, when what would probably be more interesting is if we actually saw him interacting with lieutenants and...
He needs a staff meeting.
Yeah, people within his ranks who he then delegates responsibilities to, as you necessarily will need to do when you're running such a large enterprise. But we don't do that. It's like there's like 10 employees. It's this ragtag group. And we see nothing in terms of logistics at all. We have no...
Or the enterprise.
Well, what is the enterprise? What is his business? What does he sell? Does he sell anything?
He sells crime, Fringy.
We're just talking crime. Like, does he have businesses that he owns that generate income for him? Does he do any racketeering or like?
It's the opposite, Fringy. He allows people to steal from his businesses and then hires them.
Yeah.
I think he just
it would be
squats
really...
in Jabba's palace. I think that's all he really does.
I think my cool idea of this minute day is, what if one of the first episodes could be he sits down with all of the Bib and Jabba's lieutenants, everyone who's still around, and it's like an interview almost, where he gets them in a room, him and Fennec are there, and he talks to them. What do you do? What's your name? What's your job here? What do you do? How can I trust you? How do I know you're not going to stab me in the back? And we learn each one of those lieutenants. And so you have like maybe 5 or 6 who do different things. I'm the head accountant. I'm the one in charge of palace staff. I'm the one in charge of da-da-da-da-da. I take care of da-da-da-da-da.
That in the trailer? Like him sitting at a table talking to all of the crime bosses or all the people that are supposed to be underneath him?
They sort of do that, but it's like just this dumb meeting where he talks to the people on the outside.
He's talking to like other people,
random family crime people.
Yeah, in Tatooine, and they're talking about how like the Pikes or whatever they're called are going to come, and they've been guaranteed that they're going to keep their territory, but Boba's territory is in trouble. And then I think he makes a deal of like, if you're loyal to me, I'll just do what I'm still doing now. And they're all like, that's agreeable, which is really odd, because I thought the whole point of the meeting was that you're not really doing anything for them at all. And so why would they have any fealty to you? But I don't know.
I don't know why anybody would follow Boba Fett at this point. And that's an issue when we're halfway through with the season.
Well, what does he have to offer? What is he?
Yeah.
Does
he pay them better? Does he give him dental? What's going on?
What is his business? What is the business that Boba has?
How does he make money? Yeah.
Is it racketeering? Is it like, what is it? What does he do?
Does he take is he essentially acting as a governor of a kind, of a segment of the city, and he collects taxes in exchange for like protection and law enforcement and things of that nature? I mean, what does he do? Like when we're not watching him specifically in the show, when he's hanging around, what is he doing?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
All
I couldn't
of
tell
those,
you.
everything. Back to tank.
Oh wow, that's cool.
He's having
that does seem to be what he does mostly, is dream in his bactic tank, which is which comes across to me as lazy, but I don't know. It's
yeah. How about that for a lazy strategy? Lay in your pod all day,
dreaming about Tuscans. It's kind of weird, but all right.
Like the Hutts do. Instead, your thugs will just work hard for you and die for you out of appreciation for who you are.
No, they won't. What?
This feels like a parody advice video.
Yeah.
They're just gonna die for you?
Yeah,
they
all
just
you have to
appreciate
do
you.
is say nice things about them and be like, yay, woohoo, and then they'll die for you. The rules of respect,
You don't have-
Rags.
You don't have to have a strong positive vision for what they're going to do and what they're going to accomplish. You know, you just
Yeah.
you say nice things to them.
They might be willing to die for you if they think that ultimately that will serve some bigger, greater good that the organization is striving for, but I don't know what it is with Boba Fett. What is this goal?
Or more likely they'll be willing to put themselves into dangerous situations if they feel like they're taken care
They're
of,
going to be
if they
taken
have the
care of,
equipment
or
to
that
do their
family's
job.
going to get taken care of. Like if they die, they know that their family will be all right.
Yeah. Like, well, at least if I die, you know, your family will be okay.
Boba will take care of that. My Gamorrean wife and my Gamorrean dog.
And most
Gamorrean
likely
dog.
because I highly doubt that you're going to be able to run a crime syndicate on ideological principles that people are willing to die for. Just make people not think they're going to die, but it might incidentally happen as part of the line of work. But make it give people a reasonable level of confidence that they're not going to die in the job based on what you give them and tell them to do and things of that nature.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, great.
Oh no.
What?
Boba Fett was not treated well by the Tusken Raiders. They captured him and basically tied him down for days and beat the crap out of him multiple times.
Yes.
Most people in Boba Fett's situation.
I'm just glad he's acknowledged that. That's nice. Good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we can just go to the next
Excellent.
point.
Wow.
You already said what I wanted to say.
Boba
would
didn't even
either
acknowledge
completely lose touch with reality and lose their minds and eventually perish, or become bitter and angry over their captivity and begin to plot their revenge.
No, that's Shmi's the dead one there. She's not plotting her. No, I think you're mixing up two.
Like the visual
What are you
represents
saying?
plotting revenge, Rags. I like the
Oh.
idea. He's
Those are
the-
not the only options.
Well, I mean, plotting is a strong word. It's just he goes out and kills them. Like, with
Yeah, because his
lightsaber.
tortured mother dies in his arms, and so he's very upset about that.
Mhm.
Boba Fett instead did something that I don't think most people would do. He just sat down and observed the Tusken people.
He says that when we
Um,
get a shot of him getting beaten with sticks.
There's literally nothing he can do. Like he observed
There's
the
nothing he
Tusken
can do but
people.
observe them.
And so
Observing
his,
the
his,
Tusken people while getting beat the shit out of him.
so the
He
two
didn't take what was
alternative
cap-
options the guy making this video, the only two options he can think of is either you lose your mind and perish, I guess, or you plot revenge. And what if, now hear me out, what if when he got the chance to escape, he just did?
Well, yeah, it's like
Crazy.
it's
That
almost
would've
like
been insane.
seeking emancipation is not an option. That's totally like okay.
Because he wanted that at first. He wanted to go to Anchorhead and get a ship off world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess he decided at one point that he would rather stay here with these people who enslaved him and beat him.
Oh, it drives me crazy because, okay, so he defeats Machamp in the desert, and they have a new respect for him, which makes some amount of sense. But what gives him respect for the Tuskens?
Yeah. Why does he want to stay here
Well,
and waste away
yes.
in the desert?
I can answer that. He said it explicitly. He said they took him in as one of their own.
Oh.
It's like, oh, but that hadn't happened yet, Boba.
But being one of their own sucks. They suck.
I'm not even getting
They
to
suck
that.
so hard.
It's just the fact that they've enslaved and beaten him, and he's like, I like these guys. They're pretty cool.
Happening to him personally. He had seen enough warrior races to understand that he was just a victim of circumstance. The
Oh,
Tusken
fuck
Raiders-
off.
Where are we getting
Actually,
this?
fuck
Yeah,
off.
where are we getting?
You're just imagine the fucking gall that this guy would. Do you think he'd say this about Akinbode, who was kidnapped from his tribe in Africa in 1802, right? And was shipped across the ocean, clad in chains on a ship. Oh, he's just a victim of circumstance. He'll understand and he'll observe the ways of the white people, and then he will become one of them if they find a level of respect for him.
Nobody likes those comparisons. It was good.
I bet they
This
don't.
was
They
all
should be
good.
very uncomfortable.
Personally, he had seen enough warrior races to understand that he was just a victim of circumstance. The Tusken Raider society is clearly not advanced far enough to contemplate the humane treatment of captives.
What? They're not advanced enough
fucking
to
Christ.
understand the inhumane
Jesus
treatment? Fuck
Christ.
off.
Oh my
Man.
god. This video is
That's-
defending slavery.
No, slavery specifically for the Tusken Raiders because they're too
just their
stupid to
culture.
understand what it means.
They're
That's what they're
just-
saying.
They're
He
just
obviously
too
doesn't know anything
primitive.
about Tusken Raiders because they
Raiders.
actually are
Holy
very intelligent.
fuck.
Did I say it wrong?
I mean, they could
Raiders?
operate. They can operate firearms.
Yeah, but they're not
They
civilized
tend
enough to know
have a-
what being mean
They're
is.
too stupid to understand the concept of
No,
taking away someone's
This just
right
shows
to
this
make
guy doesn't know what the
choices.
fuck he's talking about. They are very aware of what they're doing. They hate anyone that's off-worlders because aliens came and fucked up their planet, so that's why they hate all outsiders and they kill everyone. Does this guy not watch Star Wars?
Hey, look.
Fuck this.
But even if they were just too primitive to understand that slavery is wrong, why is that a point in their favor? Like,
Yeah,
would
why the
you
hell do we respect
join
the
the
Tuskens
tribe?
at that
Also,
point then?
like,
This
if
is-
you would consider them to be too primitive, I guess biologically, to understand that slavery is bad, how could you teach them that?
Yeah, I mean what you should be saying, the correct thing to say is if you've been enslaved, you need to escape and take everyone you can with you. Not, no, it's fine. You're enslavers. You're just a victim of circumstance. It's nothing personal. It's just their culture. They're just too stupid to understand what they're doing, really.
You know,
Holy fuck.
when he was defending
Jesus
them,
like-
Christ.
when he was defending them to like the Pikes and to get whoever else, he had like a representative, and he was like, "You guys, you didn't even know you were doing slavery. You didn't even know it was bad, right?" And the Tusken's like, yeah.
Sure.
I
Yeah,
didn't even
we
know. We
know
thought-
we don't know what we're doing.
We thought you liked it. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Do we have any reason to believe if they weren't killed that they would stop enslaving people in the future?
Of course
No.
not. They've been doing it
No,
for
he never
decades
says anything
now.
about, hey, I'll help you, but can you just not enslave people in the future? Like, could you just
The only
not?
reason there's not more slaves when he gets there is they probably just fucking died of torture.
We had Mando spoke to them with sign language like directly. It's like, oh, they're not civilized enough to know what slavery is. Like, fuck off.
All of a sudden, all the Mandalorians just know how to talk to Tusken Raiders and know sign language.
Oh yeah, it's a being able to specifically speak Tusken Raider. That's probably an extremely useful skill that comes in handy all the time.
In Tatooine.
Well, at first
I'm
he could
sure you would
barely
wa-
communicate. He could barely communicate full sentences to him, and then 2 scenes later, he's having full, in-depth conversations with them. So it's pretty easy to pick up, apparently.
Yeah, easy
This is
peasy.
insane. This
Tusken
video is
Raiders
defending
is-
slavery.
To be fair, he's saying they don't understand. All right, they're just too stupid.
Society
The
is clearly
noble
not advanced far enough to
savage.
contemplate the humane treatment of captives. They just don't have the resources for it. Boba Fett began to
They don't have the
resources. They
resources
beat
for
him. They literally beat
They
him.
don't have
could
the
just
resources.
they could just not beat him. That's an option.
The guy is drinking water as he's watching all the children beat Boba, and he's approving of it. They don't have
Rex
the
is because of a lack of
resources.
resources.
Not beating them.
I don't
is
have the
less
resources to not beat you.
Oh man, they
Oh my God.
they had to drag him across the entire desert because they just didn't have the resources to put him on a bantha. That's just not possible.
No, there wasn't room up there for 3.
No, definitely not. Fucking hell.
Jesus
How did you read
Christ.
that out and think?
This is your brain on Star Wars defense mode.
Do you think he just thought about the paycheck? He was like, just do it.
He didn't think it of anything. Well, yeah, that's because his bosses, they don't rule with fear and coin. His bosses inspire him, and he would die for Generation Tech.
humane treatment of captives. They just don't have the resources for it. Boba Fett began to admire the Tusken Raiders for their tenacity, and he also began seeing things for what they really were. I swear this isn't Star
What does that even?
What?
What does it
that
mean?
Like, see them for what they really were.
The lizard showed him how things
Because
Oh,
what?
true.
Well, remember, Mahler, what you really are, it definitely isn't your continued actions. That's definitely not who you are. Who you are is something that's totally different from all of those things.
This video is really bad.
for
I
what
don't
they-
know. I don't. This might be a first for EFAP. The unironic defense of slavery of the noble savage.
Yeah.
This is
So-
insane.
It's fine if they don't know what slavery is, which they obviously
They
don't.
just don't have enough money to know that slavery is bad. Just give them more money.
Give them more coin and fear.
really were. I swear this isn't Stockholm Syndrome or anything like that. The Tusken-
Absolutely is. Absolutely is.
I don't know.
He was enslaved by them and then came to love them.
Like,
But I feel like that's pretty much like textbook. Stockholm Syndrome.
Tusken Raiders stood in the face of cruel modernization.
Cruel modernization.
Okay, so by the way, just to be clear, because I was about to bring it up, but it's just become extremely relevant. I was using the concept of Noble Savage ironically. Just to be clear, they are not standing up to modernization. So, are they too dumb, or are they just standing up to modernization?
I'm sorry, cruel modernization versus what? Like the noble slavers?
Yeah.
There's if modernization means they stop enslaving and torturing people, I'm down with it.
Yeah, like that's
I mean,
what it says.
do I look
Like
at
poor
Coruscant
savages are
and the
not allowed.
Republic?
They won't be able to enslave people if you shoot them. It's like, damn you,
To
modernization.
freely to freely enslave anybody who happens to fall into their clutches versus those cruel gun trained
I
people.
mean, the gun train is pretty funny, but maybe the gun train was shooting them because they are trying to erase Tusken Raiders to protect everyone else. Who fucking knows? These
Jesus
twats.
Christ, they're just
That was
the
brought to
Tuskens are
Capital-
portrayed as basically purely negative in
Yeah.
like almost all regards. They're just horrible, terrible, awful
Well,
people.
You know when they say they give him the carrot fleam and it like gives him water and stuff, and it's like you might for a moment be tricked into thinking like, oh, that's nice of them. It's like, well, no, they're enslaving him. They're keeping him alive so he can do labor for them. It's not exactly like
Yeah.
And
And if
then
he dies, it's clearly no big deal. They'll
So
just get another
even-
one.
even with that added, like they're still cunts. A lot of them, like every single thing we see them do, and then it's just like,
Yeah.
well, no, actually, they're pretty awesome. You know, they take people in as one of their own. It's like, no,
Standing
they
up to
don't.
modernization because they shot the train. And the first thing they do when they see a piece of technology like a speeder is to rip it apart like a bunch of fucking barbarians.
Well,
And when they see the water on the gun train, they just spill it out all into the
oh
sand.
god, that part hurt
Stupid.
so much. It
Spill it
hurt
into the
so much
desert.
to watch.
And Boba doesn't
Why
even
would he
care.
respect
He's
them?
just
They're-
sitting there. Like,
They're. Oh my god.
He respects them because he
They're
fell in the
making their-
Sarlacc pit and it changed his mind.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously, if you guys are ever writing like as part of a franchise and you want to do a different story, just drop all your characters into the Sarlacc pit, get them out, and then do whatever you want.
It's a personality cleanser.
It's a little washing machine for characters.
great.
Joined by off-world forces. The Tusken Raiders fought to preserve their way of life, something that Boba
Their
I don't
way
want
of
them to
life.
preserve their way of
Their
life.
way of
I
life.
don't want them
Oh.
Way
to-
of life of enslaving and
Way of
beating
life,
people.
God.
Yeah, great.
I mean, the South and the United States fought to protect their way of life too.
Yeah,
so,
they were just
you know,
protecting
maybe
their
they
way
were
of
the good
life,
guys.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
The
know what? You
modernization
know
of
what?
the North with all their factories.
The fucking gun train
machines.
fought to maintain their way of life, which is running around the desert with their train
Just
shooting
moving
people.
spice through the Dune Sea with the guns.
That's what they want to do. Is that so bad? The Tuskens were getting in the way.
could really
Yeah,
respect.
just living his
And
life.
so on that day when Boba Fett and Rodian prisoner is being marched along the sand dunes by a Tusken child, Boba Fett had every opportunity to run when a gigantic four-armed sand monster attacks them. Instead of running though, Boba Fett pulls a Leia and chokes the much larger beast to death.
Yeah, it
Which I
didn't
don't
really,
believe.
didn't
I
really
never
line up,
do
did it?
that.
Yeah.
His arms failed
doesn't
to
make any
work, and he
sense.
doesn't fall back. He just doesn't try anything.
Yeah, he doesn't use his four arms. He doesn't flail around wildly. He doesn't just grab the chain and pull it. It's that thing we talked about earlier. Things just sort of happen, and
Mhm.
you're like, see, it worked out, guys. See, it's fine. It's all good. That was a
And
right
then he
move.
made the baffling
All worked
decision
out.
of, I will go back to the camp that enslaved me.
Upon doing this, Boba
What
Fett
a
is
cuck.
adopted by the tribe and actually shown the Tusken
He didn't even get him a new one.
Yep, it was what he was drinking.
He's
which
like-
we still don't know how
He's
they
like,
drink.
he's
but-
like cousin Eddie. You want a cold one?
I got nothing.
Question: If
Yeah,
you're gonna
no?
try to
Oh,
like
that's right.
humanize the Tuskens, why do they never take their masks off?
Because it
You
looked
would think-
disgusting.
I brought it up. That's something that I brought up when we were watching it. Kind of like with Baby Yoda. You get our main character who's essentially stuck for a large amount of time with someone else or a group of other people, and they're either not sentient, they can't speak. You don't know if they could even understand you. I can't read any facial expressions really. They can't have conversations with this person. So it's a bizarre storytelling choice to pair both of these protagonists with their respective other characters around them. Because I just can't I can't empathize with the Tuscans in any way. Not only because of what they're shown to do, but because I can't see them. There's no humanizing element to really anything about them.
Well,
They're just savages in the desert who are cruel and horrible.
like I said, they probably have a Sarlacc pit for a face, so that's probably why they don't want to, take the masks off.
Well, here's the thing. Even then, why did it have to be Tuscans in the first place?
I don't know, because that's the budget coming in. They got all their Tuscan outfits from Mando. So they were like, and the sets are always super cheap when they're just full deserts.
Because they could reuse because it could have been a little town like in Mando at the beginning of season 2, little town of just people. Maybe a couple of them are aliens, but you can just say, "Ah, fuck it, everyone's a human," whatever. And he could, God forbid, like have conversations with people. They could explore perspectives. He could help them with some task, or maybe what begins as a "I need to help you to help myself" becomes a "Oh, actually, you're not so bad," and maybe you've shown me a different da 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 da, or maybe there's a lady that I start to take a liking to, and she's telling me I am getting a little bit old and I can't do this forever. What are my plans for the future? But that's a different show that doesn't exist, and instead what we get is defenses of slavery, which is always fun. That's way better
Right.
than our ideas.
And in return, Boba Fett helps the Tuskens stop a Pike Syndicate train from blasting through their territory. It's a great mutual exchange in both parties.
No, it isn't.
Boba Fett
What
does
does Boba
loads of
get out
shit
of it?
for them. Yeah, what do you mean?
Like what?
In exchange for what?
He
Them
sh-
not slaving
A
him
stick.
anymore? Oh yeah, he gets a stick out of it, you're right.
Someone said we will get a scene where a Tusken will come across a face scanner.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Tuscan's screwed, he'll have to hold up a picture of a face.
Picture of- It'll probably work with the Empire's level of security these days.
Yeah,
Face identified.
this is a
Benefit
face.
from the situation.
Especially if it's just a circle with 2 dots and a line. It's just a smiley face on a piece of paper, and the Tusken just holds it up awkwardly and it scans. Face detected.
It's a picture of Squidward. It's just like...
Aw.
weird.
Emotional
Unfortunately-
identification. Register as happy. Proceed.
All the Tuskens in that tribe were massacred, most likely by a Nikto speeder bike gang shortly
Most
after.
likely.
So the Tuskens won't be able to help out Boba Fett as much when the Pike Syndicate come back to town.
What would they do?
What were they gonna do anyway? The Tuscan
What are they
Raiders.
gonna do? They're shit.
But the Tusken Raiders he liked are already dead. I don't think he
Well,
talked
he-
to anyone else.
I think that's what he's suggesting. Like, we found out that they got wiped out by the bikers, so they will be able to help Boba when the Pike Syndicate come in. It's just like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
No
think he
shit,
was-
Sherlock.
I think he was going to
Thank
need
you
more
for
than
that.
them for help anyway. Oh, God, can you imagine how cringe that would have been? Like an Avengers portal scene with the Tuskens coming through. Like, yeah, Boba, we're going to help you. Dun, dun,
So-
dun.
I'm still waiting to hear how the Tusken subplot is an example of his brilliant leadership strategy because he got them all killed.
I think he's
And
given
now
his
they're just-
reasoning
now
that
they're
he
dead.
got the gun train thing. I don't know if that's that.
Well, he inspired all the Tuskens to die to stop the train because the show really needed that to happen.
Well,
I
maybe
agree
he'll
now.
summarize. I'm not sure because I'm a bit lost
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Maybe.
with a full
Yeah,
army.
probably.
But once again, it was Boba Fett thinking outside of the box, not letting his emotions or hatred or
you
despair
call
get to
Boba
him.
Fett?
Instead, he thought rationally and coolly used his critical thinking.
There was nothing rational
So,
about anything that he did in
again,
that situation.
Mhm.
He's judged this from the result as opposed to Boba Fett walks up to him and he's like, yeah, I killed the Machamp. And then he gets hit over the back of the head, tied back up, and he's like, fuck, I thought you guys, no? And they're like, no. And he's like, oh.
No, because you're more
Yeah.
useful to us as free labor until you eventually die horribly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
After all, remember what he said. They don't have the resources to treat him well, but they make him one of them. So apparently they do have the resources.
Yeah, that's a good point. So
Yeah,
that doesn't
true.
work, does it? And I think that, consider what they did to Shmi. I could picture them being like, they could probably say that to Boba when he's tied up, and then he'd be like, I haven't seen episode 2. Oh no, I didn't know about this.
and made friends with the Tusken Raiders and learned a lot of important skills about surviving.
No, he
Name
didn't.
two.
They all died.
No.
they were very good at surviving.
And then they showed him to beat people with a stick, and now they're all dead. Good
What did
job.
you learn about survival? How to farm black lemons, I guess.
Black melons.
Melons,
Don't you know
right.
the lore? Those are black melons.
And those things
You-
seem to just be you dig and then you get them, and that's it.
yeah, there
He
doesn't seem to be any
unlearned the
real.
he unlearned the importance of using guns because now he mostly uses a stick. I think that's a step backwards. So
Well, I mean,
That was always what Boba Fett was known for in the OT, was his stick fighting
was gonna
skills.
say, yeah.
It wasn't his jetpack or his rockets or his grappling hooks or his blasters
look,
or his starship that
gun-
was called Slave One.
a gun is a stick that fires small sticks. That's what Shad said, and I agree. He's learning the basics, and it's going to improve all of his other advanced weaponry. It's really cool, you know? I agree with this guy.
In the desert as a result.
No.
Oh, the water
Oh,
gang.
the water gang.
Oh my god, look at how impoverished they are.
What is he gonna do? He's gonna say, like, you know, they stole and he could have punished them, but instead he hires them, and that worked out really well. What a genius. Is that it? Is that the insight?
I bet it is.
Mm-hmm.
Boba Fett continues to surprise us when he runs into a gang of young delinquents in Mos
stupidity.
Espa who totally are rocking an old 1960s Earth scooter gang vibe. Boba Fett, being from an older
Sure.
generation, could have gone all boomer on them and made fun of their stupid-looking speeders.
What?
and
The
weird
whole
dog-
internet went boomer on them.
Yeah.
The whole internet went boomer on
All
them.
of the Zoomers went boomer on them.
It's like that message, like nobody liked that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what this was.
Prosthetics. He could have also just killed them all for stealing water from the local water
I mean-
monitorer.
No,
who
he
had-
wouldn't have killed all of
Not
them.
kill
That
them
would
He
have
should
been
have
a
killed
bit
that.
excessive.
Punish them, put them
He
to
should have killed
work.
the bitch.
Yeah, kill their leader, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, when she was getting all like, "Oh, you're shit and you suck and you're bad and we're not going to get
You're
jobs and
old,
da da da."
yeah.
He should have just killed her right on the spot and said, "Listen up, motherfuckers. I'm in charge and I'm not going to be
No,
spoken
Disney
to like
needs
that."
their
Consider this
British
your warning.
brunette chick. They need it. It's their,
No.
it's a little calling card.
It's gonna be annoying.
Ice British.
had petitioned for him to do something about the situation earlier that day. But Boba Fett remains calm and he talks things through with the cyberpunk.
It strikes me as weird that the sniper wears a face mask that prevents her from getting a cheek weld on her rifle to look through the scope. But that's okay. Fuck it.
I've always thought it looked stupid anyway. I mean, to be fair, we've been pretty critical of the Mandalorian helmets as well. The vision.
I've always had an issue with the stormtrooper helmets. They just I've got gas masks, and a lot of them, it's very difficult to look down the sights of a rifle if you have a gas mask on, because it takes up all the space on your head and you can't get your eyes down low enough. So you either
Why
have
are
to
you
have a scope
shooting
You
with a
have
really
lots
gas
of
mask
gas
on?
masks.
What
Huh?
situation have you needed to shoot a gun
Zombie
with a gas
invasion.
mask on?
Never. It's just used as I have them for like costumes and because they're cool as shit to have them.
Okay.
They're like old military surplus stuff. I got German ones and Czech ones and
Hey, come back.
British. My best ones are British ones. So good on you, Mahler, for your people making good gas
Yay.
masks. But it's to draw a parallel between a helmet like they would have here is similar to having, like, I would have a gas mask on, so I know that it is difficult for you to use both of them in tandem. In fact, in Battlefield 1, if you have a gas mask on, you cannot aim down the sights of your gun. You can only hip fire. So
Mhm.
it's just one of those things I see in the show, and I'm like, that just wouldn't work. It makes no sense for a sniper to have this big, awkward, massive helmet on because she can't use it when she's, looking down the scope of a rifle. It's a very strange sort of thing.
She ends up
This is
taking
a
it off and they
nitpick?
shoot
Yeah,
flares
sure.
at her. I think in season 1.
Something like it's I can't remember if it's she's looking down the scope or what it is exactly, but it's probably not something that they show very much. They don't want you to really see it, and surely I don't think the actor would certainly be able to use them both in a way that makes sense. You see that in movies where actors just sort of point; they don't really like proper look down the thing. I know those guys in the stormtrooper outfits; they ain't looking down the scope of that thing. There's just no way. You got this massive white helmet on you. You're not looking down that thing.
I
So,
agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gang, turns out that the watermongerer was charging way too much for water, and at the same time,
he
there
Yeah,
was
we
wasn't.
just
no
believe
doesn't turn
that.
out-
That's
for
just
the
a
we have
thing
gang.
we
no clue.
believe. We have
Yeah,
no
we have no
idea if
clue.
that's actually true. We have
Well,
nothing to
He's
reference
not-
that
wait.
on.
To clarify,
Say water like
the information we get specifically is, and I remember I was talking to Fringy because we were editing the episode, and I was like, oh shit, there was a line. The line is, he's charging a month's pay for a week's water. However, the problem is, we have no idea how much they stole. And so we don't know how much they owe, and so Boba just decides they owe too much when we don't actually know how much they owe, because we don't even know what they stole. And if you remember,
Also, is it
it's still absolute stupid bullshit. Like, because Boba says, he says like, how much do they owe? And he says thing, and he goes, for water? And it's like that.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
and
Um,
also is it one person's month of pay for one person's week of water,
Well-
or is it one person's month pay for all of them to get a week of water?
let's be honest here, what they've said, you have to give a lot of good faith to kind of interpret in a way that makes sense enough, because it just doesn't. Like, what are you talking about? What job? Is it your own job? And how exactly, like, if your whole month's pay goes just to water, then, like, that's just not even, like, and what's causing him to charge that much? And I guess what I was trying to get at there,
How come
is that if
everyone
he
isn't
has
dying
employees-
of thirst in this town?
if he needs employees, which he obviously would, how is he paying them to the point where they just die? Like, it wouldn't make any sense, right? Like, I know there are people out there who don't want to pay their employees much at all, but you want them to live, so I don't understand, like, it's cartoonishly stupid. Like, what, how is
Also,
this
they
even...
don't have jobs because there's no work, so I'm not
That's what I
sure.
mean, I know there's people out there who want to see the little Vespers run around, like, I go, whoa, but I would actually like a conversation where Boba, this guy, and those fuckers sit down. You go, what the fuck is the price of the water? And then he says that, and then, like, why? He's like, look, water's really fucking hard to come by. I know if they're not wasting their money on fucking mods, they'd be able to drink and eat happily. And then they're like, excuse you, we need these to live. You know, a conversation with characters that actually have values instead of just telling us it's a month's price for a week's amount. You're like, what does that mean?
Because I hear that. Because if someone told me that where it costs a month's pay for a week's water, I don't believe you because you're still alive. I don't believe you. I am incredibly skeptical of the idea that it costs a month's pay for a week's water, because you're gonna die after a week. So how is anyone in this town alive?
Yeah.
If that's even remotely close to being true, then that is the singular most pressing matter that this town has, is that no one can afford water. It essentially means that there is it's not the price isn't the issue, it's the fact there's a horrific water shortage. And things seem to be carrying on just fine in the markets where they're growing schnozberries by the bushel loads. So I don't believe you. The show
Yeah.
does not. It's a line that is said that has incredible deep implications for this town and this world, and we don't see that. So I don't believe you.
Yep.
Rant over.
It's really annoying because every single thing they ever choose to do in the show, it could be better, so much better. They don't take
Someone
the
said maybe
time.
there's a scarcity because of the train heist.
That would be great.
I mean, if you think about it, that would be good, because that train that's carrying all this spice and goods and whatnot, like, that's dozens and dozens of jobs. I mean, like, all things, as they are, that's important economics. I mean, you're going to complain about there being no jobs, and you're also destroying trains full of cargo? Like, which way do you want it? You can't just do shit and expect there to be no consequences to anything. Yeah, there's no jobs because no one thinks it's safe to make travel out in the desert because of that one biker attack. They still haven't found out who did it. Awkward. And no one wants to invest. That's the thing. No one wants to invest in Mos Espa because the Tusken attacks and things of that nature. That would have been an interesting plot
It's
point. I
almost
can't
like
grow
they're
the city
not
'cause
on
of
a
the Tusken.
planet full of bounty hunters that would be fighting to go get the bounty on these guys that have, taken over this train, that have all their resources.
What
You
if we
know?
did a story where we had a what was that guy in The Simpsons, Rex, when they did the Prohibition episode? Like a dude who's actually there who wants to clean up the city, and he's like, "Fuck you, Boba! Like I'm not, you can't pay me off. I'm gonna come and get you." And so we have an antagonistic force who's opposed to his attempts to become like a crime lord. Like, why doesn't the world react to the fact that there are criminals?
And they should even establish before that, like, what is even the nature of crime in this setting? Like, why
Mhm.
is it? What's even kind of happening here? Is crime bad or is crime good, or
I
what kind
guess
of crime?
the
What
reason why I'm
constitutes as
thinking about it
crime?
now is because, yeah, Boba just killed like dozens of bikers like it was nothing.
Yep.
And I guess nothing will come of that, right? It's like, oh, they're just dead now and there'll be no investigation at all. Is there not any type of law enforcement on this planet at all?
Well, and
I
on
mean,
the
think
flip
of all the
side,
people in town who probably think that those bikers are like heroes for what they did to the Tuscans, and very understandably so. And they'd be upset that those bikers got killed by somebody.
I'm still pretty
Somebody's
convinced that
gonna be upset.
they'll be
Yeah,
it turns out they like worked for the Pike people or something.
absolutely, that's what it will be.
And
Why
if
would we
that's
set
true,
up
then the
Pike
Pike
as the
people
bad
should
guy?
care about them.
And also, yeah,
But I was gonna say, there's like an alternative payoff set then we could have is imagine Boba Fett being so familiar with how bounties work, and now he's in a position of lawmaking that he can set bounties on people whenever he wants, certainly ones who break the law. And imagine using that as a threat against these people. Like they're like, "What are you gonna do?" And then he's just like, "I have the power to set bounties at will." Like, and I will, and he just does.
and I
Like,
got the money to pay it.
and if you like, you could. How badass would that be if she fucking mouths off and he just says, "What is your name?" And she like gives it confidently, and then he just says, set a bounty on it, and then you find out the details, like alive 0, dead 1,000 credits, and he just shoots her. Fucking
That could
epic.
be
We can't
cool.
do anything like
Yeah.
that.
He can shoot Bib Fortuna. Fuck that guy.
There was somebody on Twitter like showed me a comic from the tweet I made about how shit this show is, and it was like this someone had pissed off Boba very personally, and but it was like a guy who had set bounties who had paid him before and stuff, and he was like, no way Boba would ever do anything to me, and like the guy that guy was about to kill against Boba's wishes said, I'll put a bounty on him for and he struggles in his pockets and he has like 3 credits. And the guy like laughs at him for how little that is, and then Boba just shoots him, and it takes the 3. Like, because it's way more about the principle of who that guy was or whatever. I was just reading through it. I don't even know what the context was. I was just like, that's just already so much more interesting than anything that's happened in this show.
Mm-hmm.
One of
And-
the. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just to go off what you were just saying, because if that could be interesting if he doesn't want to be the bounty hunter anymore, partly because he's getting old and doesn't want to, risk his own life anymore. If he wants to be the person like putting out bounties on people, do we ever see him do that? Like that could be really interesting.
I don't even know that he can do that. This is the thing. We were 4 episodes in, and I don't really know anything about what's happening. It's all been nothing. We still don't even know why he wants to be a crime lord.
He doesn't, but he does. It's awful.
I have consumed basically no media for Star Wars outside of the movies, pretty much, and these amazing shows. But the one comic book that I've read from Star Wars was I googled it a second ago. Was Star Wars Tales issue 18, and it was 5 stories about Boba Fett, and they were really cool. Boba Fett was a badass, and he's just a really cool character. He would have dialogue with people, and it would show how he operates as a bounty hunter and how competent and awesome he was, even without his armor. One of the comics was about him being ambushed while he's out relaxing at some spa, essentially, and so he kills all the attackers and manages to fuck them all up, even without his armor. And it was the stories were like number 2 in the galaxy, Payback, Being Boba Fett, The Way of the Warrior, Revenants. This came out in 2003 at the end, and it was really cool. And thinking about that and comparing it to this is night and day. That Boba Fett was so cool and awesome, and this one is just shit. And it just reminds me of what we could have had as a interesting protagonist who is super awesome. What is but it sucks. It all just sucks.
Yep.
Apparently, the Wikipedia is telling me that Star Wars Tales 18 was preceded by Star Wars Tales 17, and it was
Who'd have
followed
thought
by
that?
Star Wars Tales 19.
Whoa.
Wow.
You don't say.
Huh. All right, that's fair enough.
I like as well, every once in a while when we watch something that's good, Freeing will often jokingly say, please write more as a feedback to be quick.
Yeah.
I just like that with a lot of bad stuff, it's like, please write better, but with Boba Fett, it's just like, stop it. Just stop. Stop writing. Like, enough. And they're like, don't you think I can improve? It's like, yeah, but like, is there any point?
So that's why they were stealing water. Ever since Jabba the Hutt died, things had grown increasingly chaotic on the planet and on Mos Espa.
What's the music in the background?
Okay, that's actually...
As we're watching somebody get
Yeah,
thrown
listen to
down.
that music with the visual. That's awesome, actually.
Mongerer was charging way too
It's
much
funny
for
as
water,
fuck.
and at the same time, there was no work to be had for the gang. So that's why they were stealing water. Ever since Jabba the Hutt died, things had grown increasingly
What are we
chaotic on
doing?
the planet and on Mos Espa.
How does he know that? How does he know they've grown incredibly chaotic?
He doesn't. He's making that up.
No.
Because as far as I knew, were things chaotic with Bib for 5 years? Is that what was implied? You know what I would have
I
thought
don't
made
think
things
that's
chaotic
implied.
was killing Bib.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
oh well.
What you've plunged, you created this horrific power vacuum, and now all of these other families that are literally next door, essentially, now they're going to be like, oh crap, yeah, we're going to move in, or we might even cooperate and split the new territory half and half. So now Boba's got 2 different people to deal with.
So what does Boba Fett do? He pays off the watermonger at a fair price that he
Watermonger.
determined himself, which actually
the
resolves
fair price that he decided himself, which is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have no idea
This is
if
a
it's
fair
fair.
price I've decided right now,
He
with
doesn't
no
look very
economic
happy
information
with the fair
whatsoever.
price.
Also, why is he calling
Yeah.
him a watermonger? That seems like a strange title.
A watermonger.
Mongerer.
Wouldn't it be
He
like...
says watermongerer.
There's
The
ironmonger.
show determined he is unfair, and now he's a mongerer. That's why.
Okay.
Because those kids definitely didn't lie to you.
Yep.
complaints from the watermongerer, and then he hires the scooter gang and actually has them watch his back.
I mean, I'm glad that worked out, I guess. They didn't do a good job watching his back with it in his palace.
No, they did not.
I just... this image was so hard. I think when we first saw it, it didn't, like, settle in as fast. It was such a stain. Like, what is
We're
this?
probably reeling from whatever came before. These episodes puts us in a bit of a daze sometimes.
Like,
One
Yeah.
scene lingers into the next.
presumably, Anna, you would have seen this before the episode, right? Because this got around Twitter quite a bit.
The Wookiee thing?
No, what's on screen right now?
Sorry, I have the whatchamacallit watch party. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Power Rangers.
So what did you what did you think when you saw this?
Tell us.
That
your
it
thoughts.
was Power Rangers.
I guess
No, I just saw it, and you know what? Immediately, what I thought of. So I'm like, this looks like a parade at Disneyland. You have the giant walkway. You have each character on their own bike. That's its own color, so that way they can sell it to kids. And then you have Boba Fett and Finnick walking down. This looks
No
like
one's
their
in the
parade at
streets.
Disneyland.
Everyone's cleared.
Exactly.
way,
I'm
and
like, this place should be packed. There's only a handful of cities on Tatooine, and you're telling me this place isn't packed, like to the point where you're, pushing against people to get through. You don't have any kind of shops sticking out of the
people
stores.
begging for water because they can't
Yeah,
afford it.
it's
Apparently,
like, give me a fucking break, dude. Like,
Mr. Fat,
ah.
please, I need just a drop.
But you know what it looks like? It looks like a parade at Disneyland. So yeah.
Hmm.
Great job, guys.
I saw the photo out of context, and I genuinely, when I first saw it, was just like, I don't get it. What's the joke? Like, why did someone mash up these two things?
We're the joke, Mahler.
Did you guys see
We
where it put the
are.
Jetsons?
It's a lot of people highlight like it just doesn't match. It's such a clash visually. And then some other people are like, well, don't you know that kind of like scooters and tech and stuff, it comes from an era that inspired Star Wars from George Lucas. It's like, yes, you don't just throw the literal thing in. You're supposed to contextualize it. That's how it works.
If you want to have a contrast like this, you could use it. You use it to explain this person is very high status. They're very rich. They're very influential. They're very powerful. They can have the fancy speeders. They can have the nice, clean clothes. Because having clean clothes, that in and of itself, on a place like, a very dusty and dirty place like Tatooine, that probably means a bit. Most people might wear browns and grays that don't show the dirt that much, but these wealthy people, they could wear bright whites and these colors because they can afford to have it clean, and they have multiple changes of clothes, so they can show everybody just how well-to-do that they
Even
are.
Padme's ship, that was, just the silver, that one even got
the
dirty.
sleek
Like,
one.
they showed the sand get on that ship, so and I don't think anyone in this shot is richer than Padme, so give me a fucking break that they are in a gang
How many speeders does
and
Padme
they have that.
She
I
has
don't
like
care.
all of them, Rags.
All of this.
You got to collect them all the colors.
Yeah, you use it to some effect. The visuals are very important in your visual storytelling.
Yeah.
Because if you're just a commoner, if you're just someone living out their life, doing the best you can, doing your whatever it is you do, and you see Boba Fett, and apparently you're struggling to just drink water and survive, and you see this new guy Boba Fett show up, and all those hooligans that were stealing water, and you haven't stolen water. You're trying to pay for it because you're an honest person. You're trying to do your best to pay for it. And all those thieves who stole water, not only did they get forgiven and their debt paid, they're working for the guy now with their fancy ass scooters and cybernetics and clean clothes. Man, that must make you seethe.
I remember on
Boba
Twitter,
Fett is efficiently making as many enemies as possible.
there were people on Twitter who were like, "Oh, I see. So Dexter Jetster's place, that's okay, but this isn't." And loads of people were like, "What the fuck? Who said Dexter Jetster's fucking place? His diner, was that like the peak of Star Wars or something? Like, since when did people defend the shit out of that?"
Wait. You mean Dexter's Diner on Coruscant, a very rich city?
So this is
and
the
he's
thing.
on one of the upper tiers
I actually
of
think
Coruscant. Give me a
that
fucking
his
break.
diner is way more defensible than this shit.
I would agree.
It's on a planet where it makes a bit more sense for it to exist.
I'd be fine if Dexter's Diner was on Tatooine.
I like Dexter. I think he's chill. He knows about Camino Saber Darts.
I don't hate. He does. That's very useful that he knows about Camino Saber Darts. In fact, it's shockingly crucial to the plot of Star Wars that he knows what a Camino Saber Dart is. Imagine if
To
he
be
didn't.
fair, Obi-Wan said he was going to go ask an expert that he knew that, would know of those kind of things. So, I mean, if he's a retired criminal and he's hiding out on Coruscant where a lot of criminals do, and he used all of his money to open up a diner because maybe that was his little alien dream, that makes much more sense than anything we've seen in this stupid Disney Star Wars.
I just can't believe we're looking at like 80% of their sets in this shot.
Yeah, this is basically new. This is what new Star Wars is. Yeah. Well, I assume you're talking about the bikes because for me, I'm looking at a Wookiee butt right now.
Same here.
Oh shit! Okay, I've got the other,
which is the other half of all the sets in this show. So I guess it works.
Wookiee butt. Wookiee butt is one half of the show.
You think Dexter Jetster knows about water? Well, I mean, Boba can teach him. Not. He's very much an expert. I love the idea that, so for chat, apparently everyone else in the call could see this the whole time.
Yeah.
Which is not what we had, but that's fine.
Half the set of the show.
Later that night, they actually save his life from the Black Chrysanthemum, along with the Gamorrean bros we just talked about. And the next...
Is his name Chrysanthemum? So calling him the Black Chrysanthemum is like if I knocked on my neighbor's door and it said, "Oh, it's the Black Kevin."
Well, no, his name is Black Chrysanthemum, but so people call him like BK.
Okay.
But so calling him the Black Chrysanthemum, it makes it sound like it's a type of alien, not a name.
Like a title, not a name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Black. I am the Rags.
No, his name is just Black
the
Chrysanthemum.
Metal Commander.
The Wumbo.
The That Star Wars Girl.
from the Black Chrysanthemum, along with the Gamorrean bros we just talked about. And the next day, they're able to chase down the mayor's major domo to extract info from him. And
I like the way that they frame that. Extract information. What all he says is, he's with the Pike people, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And look at how
makes
much
no sense.
damage it caused as well.
Yeah,
which
everyone's going to be very happy about
we're probably
that.
not going to see repercussions for that, by the way.
No, of course not.
It was fun. It was a fun action scene. Yay!
You're a little
chase.
alien with your fruit stand. It's like, I built this fruit stand with my own floop hands. And
with the price of water these days, every single one is precious money.
Dollar counts, and I need to sell all these goods. I got it from, this shit doesn't grow. Like, it takes a while to cultivate all of this.
You stopped yourself.
Yeah, then it doesnn't grow on trees.
It's just that it doesn't grow from the fucking ground. It just pop out of the ground like your stupid melons.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is, in Fringy's defense, it is kind of fucking absurd how you can plant food, like you could bury food in the ground and it just becomes more food.
Isn't that crazy?
Like
you just don't think about that.
What? That's stupid. They expect me to buy this shit?
Insane.
That's how the planet works. You put stuff in the ground and it grows. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Mother Earth, man, being kind,
Yeah,
we are his
you
stewards.
gave something to me, so I'm gonna give you some food. Just make sure to plant them seeds again, okay? Okay, I'm trusting you. Don't go cutting down those trees and not planting more seeds, alright? Yes, Mother Earth, well, we'll definitely get onto that.
Another cyberpunk bro even manages to spy on a shipment of Pike Syndicate soldiers coming.
Yeah, he's very inconspicuous.
He's a very good spy.
And then he's just like right there. They show up and he turns and he takes off.
Would you remember, Rags? He's looking at them through one of his wind mirrors, and it's just like, you're right there. Like, everyone can see you. What are you doing? That's not stealthy at all.
And then after he leaves, because cell phones don't exist, apparently, anymore, he has to go to a specific terminal on a wall, like it's a payphone in space, so that then he can contact Boba Fett. And then Boba Fett says, "Thanks for keeping an eye on them." And he's like, "Oh, sorry, was that offensive that I said that? Ooh, I didn't want to offend you. I want you to die for me. I have to inspire
That's
you."
a line that should never come out of Boba Fett. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, I'm sorry. Fucking horseshit. Like, keep an eye out, and he's like, "Oh, you do have an eye out because you're a little tech thing. I'm so savvy."
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. It's like, no, I mean, more literally than ever you mean it like that. I don't even see why that would be in a... Fuck off. You're shit. You cuck.
I would have, like...
I hope there's a...
Imagine he's, like, talking directly to him, and then he says, keep an eye out, and then walks off, and then pauses, looks over at him, and then just carries on walking. Because he realizes that he's just like, that's funny. Just because you... But we can't have that. We have to have him go, I'm very sorry if that was a microaggression against your eye.
Yeah, I don't want to offend you.
Well, you can
also,
argue the response
Fett,
was weirder. Because if you remember, the mod guy goes like, oh no, this is actually something I like. This is an upgrade I wanted. Don't worry about it. It's just like...
Yeah, I did this to myself. If you can believe it, I did this to myself.
Well, it allows him to spy on people very stealthily.
But we should have asked
I
after
could
this,
tell.
like, oh, is that why you couldn't afford the water? Is that why?
He's
General
just say
Grievous,
if
right?
you pull any shenanigans, I'm gonna rip that thing out of your fucking face.
Showed respect to a bunch of street urchins who honestly didn't deserve any respect in the first place. But
wow.
Exactly.
At least we agree on something. There we go.
Yeah.
Boba Fett understands that kids will be kids, and the new
Kids
They're
will
not
be
kids. They're adults.
What are you
Those are
talking
adults.
about?
Well, yeah, so when...
What are they, like 40 years old? What are you talking about?
Kids will be kids.
You punks, and there's like a fucking grandpa there, like, yes, I act up in my young age.
Please don't be mad. I'm just trying to have a bit of fun.
These
in
kids
my young age.
stealing water and breaking shit with their
And
body
having
bonds.
crazy ass jackhammer feet.
Back in my
Typical
day, it was only
teenagers.
3 weeks pay for 1 week's water.
God, imagine fucking working for Boba Fett. He's like, these little children with their water stealing. You're like, can you punish somebody, please? Next, he's gonna be like this Pike Syndicate, bunch of kids messing around. The twin Jabba Hutt people. He's like, oh, you kids. 30-year-olds will be 30-year-olds.
will come and go. What matters is how capable are they in a gunfight. You see, because
Well, seeing as they're not at all.
Yeah.
The one time we saw
Shockingly
them use a
unable
gun,
to-
they aimed for the armor.
Only
4
one of
times
them
in
had
a
a
row.
gun. Yeah, only one of them had a little inky dinky gun, and he managed every single time to hit the Black Chrysanthemum's armor. So
I start to
brilliant
wonder
work.
as well, because if you remember, he shoots like twice, and then he's closed the distance so much he can get knocked out. Do you think whenever they film an action scene now, since like literally fucking The Force Awakens or whatever, they're like, all right, we need an action scene. We'll have a guy with a gun. Just walk forward as you shoot it, so then we can have the actual fight where you get close. And then someone's like, oh well, why would I do that? And it's like, no, that's just the best way to do it, so that the fight scene can be longer. Like, it's just written in stone as a piece of advice.
Yeah.
Could you imagine,
Yeah.
like, you're a choreographer and they tell you, like, oh, here's a trick. I don't know if because this is your first time choreographing a scene. If you have them sort of aggressively running toward them while shooting, then you can get them close enough that they can take the gun off him. And you just look at him like,
Yeah, it helps that they
wow.
yell before you do, so they know you're coming and where you are. That
And,
always helps.
Yes, that's important.
And you're just sitting there like, well, no, we can't have him have the gun because you'll just shoot him and win. It's like, no, you can make the gun jam. Let's do that. You're like, yeah, I guess we could. I guess we could do that.
Yeah, right. We could randomly have the gun jam like Mando, where a gun jams for the first time for no reason, just so that we could facilitate a action scene.
And then he
I
refuses
guess.
to grab Bill Burr's gun because why would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Hmm.
Yeah, and I guess
Bad.
there's no weapons on board. Yeah, that he could have. It's sure, whatever. I
Just
guess
great action
it's all
scenes.
fuck- Should I like throw something at the guy with the gun to distract him, or should I take cover? No, it's fine. He'll just run at you. It's all good.
Yeah, it's great.
Because Boba Fett approaches all of these situations with such a level head, he doesn't miss potential opportunities to find allies or make some more
He should have died like 17 times by now. But okay.
money. This makes him an extremely competent leader. I mean, he even goes out of his way not to offend one of his new
Oh my god, he's actually gonna reference
Oh my
this?
god! I
Oh,
was using it as a
no.
joke.
He goes out of his way
Oh.
not to offend his people. That's great. Dude, if
I
your
see
boss
something
was
like Boba
constantly walking on eggshells in front of you, I'm pretty sure you'd be like, man, I feel like I could kind of take your job, really.
Yeah, I think I should be the one in the armor, quite frankly, because maybe I got some visions of my own for this place.
Yep.
who has one eye.
Keep an eye on them. Sorry, it's an expression.
Don't have to be sorry, mate. I paid a lot for this.
I just...
I
Yeah,
paid a lot for this. He even says
it's
I
like-
paid a lot for this.
Like, hey chat, this was the thing we were just making fun of, and now he's using it as an example of how great Boba Fett is. Like,
Unbelievable.
Proud
Also,
I don't
the
even
way he
think it
calls
made it
him-
into our episode coverage, the edited version.
No, Fringy would have edited that part, but I'm assuming it's because it didn't quite come out clear. I think there was a couple things being said at
It
once.
was. Yeah, it just goes to show that even after the stuff gets edited, there's still more stupid in there.
Oh yeah.
And the
Oh,
way
here
he
we
calls
go.
him mate
Ridiculous.
feels kind of disrespectful too. Like, that's your boss, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it, mate." Like, all right.
Yeah. Dynamic is very off, but here we go. How he handled Black Chrysanthemum. He's just gonna say he didn't kill him, and that's great.
Yeah, that's that's it.
The Black Chrysanthemum is Chewbacca if he were a raging psychopathic killer with no control over his impulses. Boba Fett has actually worked alongside the Black Chrysanthemum, and they got a bit of history together. And so Boba Fett knows.
Wait, he has no control over his impulse.
I don't
Why
remember.
is he a bounty hunter?
I don't
That's
feel
not a
like they
thing.
really sold that they had a history in the show at all. Whether or not they have.
They
definitely
decanonized
not.
all of the comic books and all the EU, so technically that history isn't there anymore.
That having the Black Chrysanthemum hunting him down is a terrible thing. Luckily, he and his minions managed to trap the beast in his Rancor pits.
Yeah,
The
Now,
beast?
Boba could
Wow,
have
that's
killed
a
the Wookiee
person.
then
The
and
beast,
there.
he's an
The Black-
alien.
No,
Well, I
he's
mean,
beast.
it's not the dichotomy I was going for. But he's like he's like the guy who said that Chewbacca wasn't a real character.
Oh fucking
It was
hell!
just- Chewbacca was just an animal.
What?
Yeah, you've triggered a memory, but I can't remember who said that. Who did say that?
Yeah, it was the guy who was like covering your TLJ video that we just sort of watched for funsies a little bit, but it was shit. And there was a part in it where he said that Chewbacca was just an animal. He wasn't a character.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
And that pissed off a lot of people, understandably. Because our problem was that Chewbacca in the sequel trilogy was just relegated to a member berry chauffeur.
Yes. When,
So,
especially in Empire is probably his biggest role, where it's much more layered and there's a lot going on for him. But no, yeah, you're right. He just drives people around in the sequel trilogy, and then Rey kills him, but then she doesn't.
Black Chrysanthemum was exiled from Kashyyyk in disgrace and had very few individuals who actually cared about him or kept in touch with him. As a matter of fact, no one probably would have missed.
Is he actually going to argue all of this stuff that nobody put into the show because they couldn't be bothered? And there is going to be why Boba decided to be nice. You know, it's like, oh, if he showed him niceness to this creature that's been given such meanness.
You say that, but remember earlier when I said that Boba showing mercy and not killing that evil biker gang in the bar led to that biker gang killing the Tuscans? He let the Black Chrysanthemum go. And later on, he sees him assaulting and ripping the limbs off of innocent people in another establishment in town. So that's the second time
That's
where
worked
he
out
has
really
let
well.
someone go. Yeah, where it's worked, where his mercy, if you want to call it that, has really worked out well for other people. He's literally creating more and more victims of a kind by not killing people.
Yeah.
Boba's watching this. He sees the direct effects of both decisions. And in the case of the second one, he sees the guy attacking random people in the bar, ripping one of their arms off, causing a huge ruckus, and then he hires him. People must fucking hate Boba Fett so much.
I know I do.
Nice and like apologizes for expressions, so they love him.
That's what I mean. What the hell do you think their like grander plans are? Where's Boba Fett gonna end up?
I don't even think they know what their grander plans are.
They wanted to make him a good guy. That much is clear. They're gonna want to do their Iron Man 2 scene where him and Mando are back to back shooting. I'm sure of it. I said it would happen in Mando season 2. We didn't get it, so maybe it'll be in his season when Mando guest stars next episode.
Well, somebody leaked that Mando is going to be in the season finale.
Well,
we assumed based off.
I don't know if that's true, but
it could be. I know that there's theories that Han Solo is going to turn up in the finale as well.
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Dude, do you think he'll shoot first?
Ugh, God.
That's
Why would you say that? Why would you say that, Muller?
There's a good point in chat. It seems as if offering leniency to vile people does not change their underlying character from being pieces of shit.
Whoa.
You don't say.
Turns out if you let someone go, if they do something terrible, you catch them and you let them go, they will keep doing terrible things because they know that they're going to get let off.
You think Han Solo will turn up, and because Boba Fett's like 1,000,000 years old somehow, Han Solo will shoot a bunch of people and be really chuffed, and then Boba will turn to him and say, "Great kid, don't get cocky." And then the whole audience will be like, "Yes!"
Stop. Please stop.
And then Han's like, "I'm glad I could help you, Mr. Fett. I will pass on my thing to Luke, because you guys are actually friends now, right?"
Mr. Fett.
And then
Mr.
he'll be
Fett,
like, "Yeah, we're friends now. We're all friends." And then they hug. because that's what Star Wars fans want, is Boba Fett to be friends with Han Solo. It'd be really cool. And then someone on Twitter will write a fucking thread where they're like, "That was such an incredible emotional journey. How far Boba Fett and Han Solo have come."
They used to be enemies, but now they're allies. Isn't that incredible? I
so
cried.
incredible.
I
It's
cried
iconic.
when I saw
That's
Han Solo and Boba Fett
what
working
Star Wars is really
together.
about. Really,
It's about family.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Maul is playing
It's
with
about
his
a crime
dolls again.
family.
This is what Disney will do.
Yes.
And then Boba
You
Fett
say that,
offers
but
Han
this is gonna
Solo a
happen.
job.
And then Han like puts his hand on the helmet and he's like, "You know, me and Leia broke up." And we're just like, "What?"
And
Really?
Boba Fett's like, "Oh no, I'm not like, no, I'm not, no, just
Yeah, and
no,
then he looks off to the
I'm not
side.
like
The Disney
that."
producer's like, "You are, you are."
you are,
You are.
actually. You are. You're definitely. You're mega
Please
gay.
don't let that be real.
You are super gay. Also, if you're a clone of Django, that means that retroactively Django is also gay.
Everyone is gay. In this
All of
universe,
them are
and
gay.
They're all gay. Which means all the clones are gay.
Yep, that's the one.
The Wookiee, if he just disappeared. As a matter of fact, when Boba Fett tries to return the Black Chrysanthemum back to the Hutt twins the next day, they just tell Boba Fett to sell him back to the gladiator pits once again. That's where the Black Chrysanthemum used to work, as a slave. But instead, Boba Fett frees the Black Chrysanthemum. There's no hard feelings, no life debt, no demands.
Yeah,
Just
so
lets the
pathetic.
Wookiee who
Nobody wanted this, but that's fine.
This is insanely stupid.
almost killed him
It's
the night
like this.
before.
This is Boba Fett gets rewarded by it's nuts. None of this makes sense in any way. You can't slice this in a way that makes sense.
If his helmet is Beskar, how did he get that dent in it?
So Beskar bullet.
Ah,
Checkmate.
Yeah. Get fucked.
Go away. He even gives him some advice about not taking jobs from skugholes. Boba Fett and the Black Chrysanthemum kind of get each other. They belong to a very
Okay.
small and elite group of top-tier bounty hunters.
Sure,
While not all
top
of these
tier.
bounty hunters got along, Boba Fett clearly had respect for the Wookiee. I hope his charity towards the Black Chrysanthemum
didn't he just
will
say
pay off.
that Black Chrysanthemum was bought by the Hutts from a slave?
He was a slave.
gladiator
He's
thing?
a gladiator.
So is he? Oh, he's been a bounty hunter for a couple days, or what?
Maybe he was a bounty hunter, and then things went a bit south, and so he got turned into a gladiator, and then he got purchased by the Hutts to be a assassin bodyguard. So
Right.
he's a bit of an everyman. He's dabbled in all kinds of things: bounty hunting, gladiating, assassinating. So it's as you do. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You want to diversify your skill set.
Or do you?
Yeah, you
Jack of
do.
all trades, master of none might be better.
That's
than
right. He's
master of
clearly
one.
not a master of assassinating.
No, clearly
Um,
he needs to get a little bit more practice.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm not that much of an assassin. So I guess I'll go back to the other skills that I've honed. Maybe I'll be a slave gladiator. That worked out decently, all things considered. Or maybe I'll try bounty hunting again. Maybe I've always wanted to be a hairdresser, and maybe now's the time. Look at those braids. I mean, look at your braids. They're just hair.
Look at
Sticks
my
down.
hair.
I don't even know how that metal braid sticks onto his hair. It's way too loose to hold on to it. It doesn't
if
look
you
like
can-
it's elastic anyway. So
I've given a reference in our chat with my little Boba Fett picture. It's a steak in there. There's a big bloody steak. It's invisible though.
Oh, underneath it, it's like pinned to his on the
Mhm.
other side, underside. Okay, all right. It's a clip-on, like a tie. Those aren't actually attached to him. He just puts it under his neck and clips them onto his fur, and they just hang down.
Yeah, and there's a bit of tape as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm with it.
One day, just like how his other kind actions have also brought him more allies and friends to watch his back. Because now that he has an intergalactic...
Like all this video is be nice and everything will work. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Pretty
sweet.
much. Then if you're a crime lord or maybe like an army general, like you should not take this advice. No one should take this advice. You can't be the manager of a business and be infinitely forgiving to a fault and to just let employees take advantage of you. Like, this isn't good advice for anybody. There's a place for kindness and there's a place to be responsible and stern. And there is a thick line between being overly charitable and being nice and allowing people to take advantage of you and walk all over you. And you got to know where that line is, and you got to know not to cross it.
Super Chat just came in, said, I keep hearing Black Chris Hansen.
Black Chris Hansen.
Why don't you have a seat right there?
Why don't you have a seat? Yeah.
galactic drug dealing operation coming to Tatooine. He'll need all the help he can get to fight them off. So there you have it, guys. That is my analysis of Boba
A couple
Fett.
dudes.
Analysis.
Called that
Analysis.
analysis. All right.
That's an interesting word to use. Yeah.
An analysis.
I think he's a great leader up until this point. He's taken a lot of
Up
terrible
until this point?
Yeah, I was gonna say he
What
needed
that's
to
not,
redraft that because it makes it sound like
yeah.
he's failed recently.
Yeah, he did something that made him a very uncool dude guy.
Yeah.
No one wants to die for him now.
Nope.
Situations which are basically assassination attempts and turned them into beneficial outcomes somehow. It's really
Somehow
amazing.
is a good yes. Somehow.
Somehow.
The Disney
It's a
plot
mystery to
universal
everyone.
force. Yeah.
Fett continues doing this so that he can actually bring some stability to this hellhole known as Tatooine. Well, guys,
You say
What,
he's
stabi-
only
what
made
has he
it
done to
less
bring
stable.
stability?
He
Yeah,
only made
everyone
it
should
worse.
hate him.
He could only have made it worse because he killed a 5-year leader, and then he just hoped everyone would work for him. How could he possibly
He
have made it
hired all the
less
people
chaotic?
who make everyone's. Yeah,
He's
are you
hired.
making the lives?
He's paying people who stole water from the local trader, and he killed the recent leader. These things are not encouraging less
Yeah.
chaos.
He ruined the marketplace. He punished the people who killed the Tuscans. He's like doing all the things that would make you be hated.
And then he hires assassins
Everyone should
because he's a
despise
moron.
Boba. He heard that it took a month's pay to get a week's worth of water, and he didn't give a fuck. He didn't care.
Dude, imagine
That should be.
the twins told Chrysanthemum, they were like, if you fail the assassination, we're just gonna pretend to disown you, so he'll hire you, and then you can kill him at night when you're his bodyguard. It'll be fine. It's the backup plan. He hires everybody who tries to kill him.
It's amazing. I don't. Yeah, it's bizarre.
You know, they're smuggling C4 in the Rancor. They just smuggle a whole set of assassins inside the Rancor because it's just a plastic Rancor.
What if
you can clearly
what if
see
they
it?
just
It's
had?
clearly not the real Rancor.
Yeah.
The seat
I think
wiggling.
we're
it's
going
like,
too
shut
far.
up, Rank.
What if they just had that massive pallet? It was just full of C4. It was just a massive pile of C4. And they just said, "Ah, yes, please accept this gift of a massive pile of C4."
No, Rag.
And Jango's like,
They're sweating like crazy and fanning themselves. They're like, please accept this Rancor. And Boba's like, that doesn't look like a Rancor.
no,
it's definitely
Boba
a
Fett's like,
Rancor.
Thank you so much. C4 is emotionally complex. All right.
I want to ride it.
I want to ride the C4.
Yeah,
please.
sure. Yeah, you ride the Rancor. Sure.
Yeah, Danny
They
Trejo's
just
just
make-
supposed
when
to hit the plunger when he gets onto it, and he just immediately is like, yeah, you can climb it onto it. Go right ahead. Yep.
It would fit Boba Fett's character of being one of the dumbest idiots in all of the galaxy. There's a pilot. They could draw a smiley face on it. You're like, no, this is a Rancor. And there's little fangs on the frowny face, maybe little fangs on it. There's a Rancor.
Piles
yeah.
of piles of C4 are emotionally complex creatures.
Danny Trejo runs behind the pile of C4 going, "Rawr, rawr."
like an actual
See?
Looney Tunes plot.
It's an aggressive
He looks at
little
a
Rancor.
smiley face like, oh man, this Rancor looks way friendlier than the ones I've known. And Trinity Travis goes like, yeah, they're very emotional, complex animals.
And, like, he's scooting it inside. He's all about to take it. The twins are just like, are you for real? Like, this wasn't supposed to work, but it is.
So how does the analyst, we'll call him from this video, how does that same person 2 weeks earlier make a video called Why Boba Fett's Peaceful Approach to Crime Will Eventually Fail? I thought maybe it was going to be a different host and a different writer for this channel, and they just didn't talk with each other. But it's the same guy.
He
It's the
still
same-
looks disheveled and homeless.
It's the same guy.
I don't know.
How do you-
I can't explain it.
A week from now, after watching episode 5, he's going to change his mind completely again. And then by 7, he'll be back on He's Brilliant, actually.
People like
The
this
vicious
video.
cycle.
That's the thing. People think this is like. Let's look at some of the comments.
Oh no, do we have to?
This is 7.1 thousand upvotes, and as far as I can tell, only 150 down or 160 down. It's bizarre. I like Boba's maturity, wisdom, and confidence in himself. He is acting like a man who is at peace with himself and past.
Uh-huh.
Aw. Cute.
No, these are dumb. These are just Fear can only get you so far. It never creates true loyalty. What Boba is doing is a far more stable and sustainable way of gaining power and respect. The largest empire the world has ever known was fucking Attila the Hun. It's just like I love.
Khan, right?
Oh yeah, Genghis Khan. You're right. Yeah, Genghis Khan. Um, how many emperors did Rome have? How many?
3.
It's just reality stands in stark contrast to this insistence that if you're just nice, it creates a very strong
Well, it's
central
complicated,
power.
right? There's obviously a need to make friends. Like, it's really
Definitely.
important in terms of geopolitics to have friends and to have people whose interests align with yours and to work together to achieve broader objectives. Like, you can't really be an island, but like what it means to do that is complicated. Sometimes it means being incredibly diplomatic with people, but sometimes, countries go to war. Like, it happens. It's not when you're a leader, especially of like a criminal organization. I don't know that it's as simple as, if you fuck me over, I will do nothing in response. It's cool. I'm really not upset about it. Like, even if you're not really upset about it, it might still be worthwhile to demonstrate that you are powerful and you're willing to take action. Just feels like an incredibly naive.
Oh my god! I gotta read you a couple comments.
Wait, real quick. The description of his video about how his peaceful approach will eventually fail. The description says, mutual respect with your vassals is a lofty goal, but sometimes you just have to crush skulls.
Oh.
That was 2 weeks ago.
What happened, dude? What happened?
I know all of the great emperors of mankind, all the great kings and leaders who had vast empires and long lineages. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. All of these people, they considered themselves equal with their vassals and equal with their servants and their advisors. Yes, of course, absolutely. They definitely didn't see themselves as above.
Someone in chat has mentioned a Machiavelli quote that I remember, where he said that being loved and feared is ideal. It's safer to be feared if you can have only one, and you must avoid being hated. It's like, yeah.
Yep.
That really follows.
You know what I think happened? Because I'm reading some of the comments on his video about how his approach will fail, and his comments are like disagreeing with him. So maybe he read the room and changed his mind.
I guess
to appease his commenters. That's my guess. Otherwise, I don't understand it at all.
I guess the problem is that you're not going to get. There is absolutely a conversation to be had here about optimal strategies to employ to try and basically build like an empire and to gain allies and curry favor and
how to win friends and influence people.
Yeah, in a certain sense. But Book of Boba Fett isn't interested in doing that. Book of Boba Fett is very surface level. We're not gonna
old vision of what
a little
their
bit.
favorite character would do. Because the people who write these shows are it's like Jon Favreau. It's like he's just a mental 12-year-old. It's gotta be.
I'm more willing to accept that he doesn't care, and he's just
that's the case. We got some comments here.
Oh no.
Thank you for your. This is Mando Addict said this.
Oh no.
Thank you for your analysis and insight. I agree with you. Favreau and Filoni are giving us a far more interesting character in Boba Fett. He is no longer a one-dimensional character, but an evolving one. The writing is excellent and well-paced. Keep up your incisive and witty analysis. By the way, yeah.
I was just going to say, in terms of dimensions, Palpatine probably had more in the sequel trilogy than he did in the OT. Which is better? Like, yeah, we all know the answer to
that. Milieko says, this one's insane. This is what I figured out he was doing from the moment he befriended the Tuscans after what they did to him. If that were me, my reaction would have been to beat the snot out of that kid for torturing me. He didn't. Goes to shoe, Boba Fett is a better human than I.
Okay.
After seeing the consequences of his actions of kindness, I actually felt like a terrible person. I began paying much closer attention to his reactions to situations, opening up to other possibilities besides violence, and where those decisions could lead him. Being kind to someone won't always mean that they'll have your back, but that they won't come after you later, but it does mean they won't 100% hate you. Someone said, there's a response that says, good on you for that kind of self-reflection. These people are nuts. These people are fucking nuts.
Again, you can absolutely explore the thing of like, even if you get screwed over, if you respond with kindness or whatever, that might be a way that you want to go through life. I guess the problem is that is probably incongruous with being a crime lord, that you can take that kind of approach, because you have to be pragmatic as fuck. You have to be thinking about what it can't just be about your reaction to things. It needs to be about how your reactions will be perceived by other people within your organization, people who might want to take over your organization, enemies, the law. Like you can't really have that kind of approach. Feels really incongruous with the story that they're trying to tell of basically somebody who's like, I'm gonna mellow out and not hold grudges and be really zen and calm and just go through life and not try to, pick fights. And where did this come from? Because he fell into a pit and then got enslaved. Why would this be the thing that causes such a radical change in his character?
I think the fun summary is when people you say it as Boba Fett fell into the Sarlacc pit and then he cared about native rights. It's like, I don't understand. Out of all the connections you could make, that's the one that's just so far away.
Yeah.
You just sit here thinking, like, what did the writers think they were doing? Like, the sand belongs to the Tuskens. It's like, Boba Fett, why do you care?
I thought don't you want to go home?
And then you think back to the OT, and when he's walking around Jabba's palace, all he's thinking about is those Tuskens. They deserve their sand back. Yeah, I don't care
where else
guy is here. And he fell in the Sarlacc, and he was like, getting eaten by the Sarlacc is much like the Tuskens were eaten by the modernization of Tatooine, and now I associate with them.
Well, yeah, he fell into the pit, and then all of a sudden he gives a shit about these sorts of social issues.
He fell into the Disney pit.
Why can't we just have him be like an anti-hero? Why can't we do that? Why can't we have him be making decisions that are morally dubious?
Nope. Not as marketable, I guess.
It's
I guess
it isn't, but like, it'd be cooler.
Yeah. It would be very cool to have an interesting badass character who doesn't mess around and will kill the fuck out of you.
Crazy thing. A friend of mine been watching Arcane and is very much liking it. One of the things they mentioned was how they were surprised certain things were done, because surely it's going to knock you out of having a bigger audience. Specifically, it'll lock you out of having younger people, which these shows are clearly built to be able to have fucking babies watch it. And it's like, I could see a suit being like, yeah, that's better because we'll have more eyes. And it's just like, look how many people have been talking about Arcane. Like,
yeah, I think that there is a real interest
in Thrones.
Again, Star Wars Battlefront 2, the big hype for that was we get to play as Empire. And then that wasn't what happened, and people were really disappointed.
Yeah, they got off that real quick. It's like, nope, actually, you're the good guy.
I'm not even talking about following characters that are morally dubious or even just full-on evil. I'm talking about, I guess, Edge being a bit more adult.
Right, like people are receptive to more mature. I guess the problem is, though, that when you look at what is super duper successful right now, like Marvel. But then again, I'm pretty sure this is interesting that this got brought up, because Moon Knight, apparently that trailer has gotten more views than like any of the other Marvel shows did in their first.
I honestly think people are ready for Edge. Like, we need a bit more punch.
Apparently, Daredevil was back to like in the top 10 in the Nielsen ratings recently.
Yep.
I think that's because he was in Spider-Man, right?
Well, but I guess it would be the idea that there was like some renewed interest in the character, and it is a character who the show
still has to hold people's attention, right? It can't just be Daredevil. It's not like the 2003 film has suddenly gotten loads of sales or watching.
Yeah.
It's because the Daredevil show, again, is something that we all have written off as like, we'll never get that again. They're not going to do it. They don't have the balls. And it sucks. Because if it's like, yeah, but it's Disney. It's like, there's not a drop of blood in your fucking Boba Fett show. How did that happen?
Well, no, remember the dude who got shot by the rocket and he just disappeared?
Yeah, the guy who got his arm torn off. No blood.
Yeah, no blood. Meanwhile, in A New Hope, when he got his arm cut off, there was blood everywhere.
There was blood. Yeah. It was a dismembered arm on the ground, and it was a big deal, and they called the cops.
I like, I genuinely think that it's kind of bullshit. Like, the homogenization into everything being sanitized and soft and so consumable for everybody. It's like, you make some harder stuff, and Boba Fett was your perfect choice for it. Imagine a Disney product that was like, yeah, I guess children can't watch this. Like, that's fine.
Just some variety.
That's fine. Make it a show that's not required to understand the other films or whatever, but make it a show that fucking represents the character. Have him fucking kill somebody, for Christ's sake.
It does feel like
a lot of adults to act and think like children, though.
There is so much sanitized stuff, though. Like, you know, when you look at it's like in first-person shooters now, right? When you got your little heroes doing their fucking dance moves and shit, and like a war story in a war game, there's like no desire to make anything diegetic.
Sometimes that's just how it works out. Sometimes.
Yeah, people talking about how much fun it is that they're having in a war zone. It's really.
Haha, better luck next time. I did so good. Yeah, I still got it. Isn't the world in some global horrific economic crisis?
No, we're having fun doing our little battles.
It's great.
Here.
I want to see Boba Fett rip open a belly and intestines fall out. That's what I want. Do it.
Yeah.
Fucking shove a thermal detonator inside after doing that, and kick him off like a platform and explode.
Yeah, have an intense interrogation, you know, with a guy. He's, you know, holding him over the rooftop. If you don't want blood, do something.
Yeah, make a dark Star Wars. I mean, go for it. Show blood and explosions and get gritty and do it, man. Put a neck
Star
in
Wars isn't
someone's
about wars
knife.
anymore. They can't have anything.
Yeah,
It's gruesome.
Star Wars has to
They
be
need to sell it to the kids.
Star chats and walking around.
Star nice. Star sadism.
Adventures.
Star lame. And you know what's nuts as well? You might think for a moment, well, all of us feel kind of the same. Chat seems to feel the same. It's like, surely with enough people feeling this, it's like, dude, we are a lower voice compared to the main set of people who just eat this shit up. They're like, yeah, Boba Fett, yeah.
Yum, 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 yum. He's so smart and clever.
There are people out there who, like,
this is so well written.
There are people who consider
Well,
this
there's
like
a lot of
top-tier
stupid
Star
people
Wars.
in the world.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if Disney are ever going to get the message, but the best we can do is keep saying this is shit and giving reasons, and then see what they do. But I think that if they had released a bit more of a hardcore Boba Fett, they would have gotten much more attention and much higher ratings.
Oh, for sure.
It would have been unique.
Yeah, but then they wouldn't have been able to have it on Disney Plus because all the soccer moms and all the Karens be like, "Rah, show that to my children. How dare you have this on Disney Plus?"
Can't they have Disney After Dark or some shit? I don't know.
I think they got there's like a sub brand that they have where it's got all of the like Fox stuff that's, you know, more mature.
They have to, right? Like, they can't just be for kids forever. You're gonna have. The fact is, like, a lot of the people who love Star Wars as kids are all fucking grown up. They want some hardcore shit now.
And I'm not sure that kids now, like, I'm pretty sure Marvel is like the main thing now. More so than Star Wars.
There's this funny realization too in my head where I'm just like, you know, when I was fucking like 10, I would have loved Arcane, and it's like, yeah, but there's lots of blood in Arcane, lots of people die. It's like, I didn't fucking care. I want to see Boba Fett kill people when I was 10. Sure.
It's like, I want to play Grand Theft Auto. Like, everybody wanted to play Grand Theft Auto.
I mean, don't most kids watch Jurassic Park when they're like little?
They
It's
love
like people
it.
getting eaten alive by dinosaurs. Like,
and they
come on, kids love that kind of stuff.
I saw when I was like
Really?
6. Like, this is the shit.
Yeah.
Well, how old were you guys when you watched like Predator or Alien?
I was 8.
Yeah, probably.
I was a little.
I would say.
I was a little late on. Go ahead.
No, I would say I'm just probably like 10, probably. I'd say.
I remember my dad waited until I was 8, and then he showed me a whole bunch, and one of the first was Silence of the Lambs, which is a disturbing movie to watch when you're 8, but fuck it, I loved it.
That's one of my favorite movies.
I know.
A lot of my favorite movies
were
were movies I watched when I was probably just too young to actually watch them, but I love them, so, you know.
I think I've said it before, but my family were hilarious. I was allowed to see those, but I wasn't allowed to see anything with a boob in it.
No, the boob.
So, like, no 80s movies ever?
Well, sometimes if they knew where the boob was, they would be okay with it because they would cover eyes, sort of thing. But the funny thing is, you could watch a person get shredded into tiny pieces of meat, and my mum and dad would just be like chilling, happy with smiles. And then when they see a boob, they're like, "Oh God, you'll die!"
Oh no, not the boobies!
Aw.
Yeah, my parents were a little more they shielded me a bit from that sort of thing. My dad, if he played Quake, I wasn't allowed to watch. I wasn't allowed to see The Simpsons, stuff like that. They weren't like overly serious about it, but they kind of there was a barrier there.
Did The Simpsons have anything to do with the
But
fact that
I
it
was
was a bit critical of like religion in any way?
I don't think so. I think it was just seen by them as an adult-ish cartoon, I guess, in their mind. So
I
I
mean, The
wasn't allowed
Simpsons
to see
is
it.
like an adult cartoon,
Yeah,
if we're being honest with ourselves.
I would
But
agree
I
with
think,
that.
I
I think,
wasn't.
Simpsons was
yeah.
my crack since before I could remember. I was watching Simpsons
Oh
just
yeah,
since Go. I can't remember a time where I wasn't watching it.
it was always
I
on at like 6 p.m. It was perfect every night. It's always
I
Simpsons.
have I didn't really have video games or things that when I played them, it was at other people's houses and whatnot. And I always had a big fascination with them because if something's forbidden,
Yeah.
it's very alluring and interesting, and you want to learn about it. So yeah, it was. Um, yeah. So eventually, like I didn't get unrestricted internet access until I was in college. So,
I
which
did
for a lot
because
of
my
people is
parents
absurd.
had no idea how the internet worked.
Yeah.
Um,
So I was just kind of how it was for me.
the internet taught me a lot very quickly. Not to mention fucking Xbox 360 voice lobbies. That was we were the generation
Oh
that
yeah.
had no prep for that. That's just you were thrown in, you would hear everything.
Oh yeah. And so that made me man, that those Modern Warfare 2 lobbies and everything,
Yep.
it was all fair game. And so you get bathed in that, and you have to wade through the muck and the gunk and the racial slurs and the sexual comments and all the horrific things people say, and you bathe and marinate in that, and you come out invulnerable on the other side.
Yeah, you go back to real life where they're like, "Oh man, shut up." You're like, "You don't know what I've seen."
I've seen man-made horrors beyond your wildest comprehension.
And then they were like, "Time to ban it," and you're like, "Oh, that would okay, I guess." Wow.
And now it's just it just doesn't bother me. That sort of thing just doesn't bother me at all. Because
What's the
I was exposed to that in the safest possible environment that you could ever have. You could leave whenever you want. You were anonymous. You
well?
could back out. They couldn't actually do anything to you.
To borrow
It,
the
wa-
analytical skills of this man on screen,
Yeah.
you went one of two ways. You became immune, or you decided it's time to find a way to ban words.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Sad face.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Sadism.
So that was what's a
Sadism.
video? Is it even it's technically not even done. We got 20
Oh, okay.
seconds.
Let's see. Maybe there's an
Yeah,
outro.
Oh,
what does he
There's
say?
more.
Maybe he'll say like "Lol April Fools," Boba Fett's
I got
done.
you, EFAP. We're like, oh my god.
Oh man, he knows.
Let me know in the
That
comments
would
section below
that'd be pretty great.
what you think about Boba Fett's leadership abilities so far. Also, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button down
Horrific.
below so you don't miss out on the rest of our awesome content. As usual, thanks for joining us today. If you're watching this, you are Generation Tech.
No, I'm not.
But if I'm not
I
watching this, I
forgot
don't
his
know.
channel name for a second.
What a terrible! I hate their logo.
I am not Generation
Yeah.
Tech, and you can't make me.
You
It's like
can't.
it's like it looks like the like an old Scooby Doo, like the name of an episode. That's how they would font it with, you know.
Don't insult Scooby Doo like that.
Yeah.
No, it's sort of
definitely.
it does though.
Well, we did it.
We did it,
Hooray.
yeah.
And we're at 3.5 hours, which means, especially that plus the fact that Jay is unable to make it, means we will not be doing the second video today.
What
my
was the
God.
second video going to be, Mahler?
Well, I did put it in the title, so I can reveal, if you can tell what CS on TSS means. What do you think that means?
Oh, Counter-Strike on the Sonic.
Close.
Nailed it.
Not correct.
Oh boy.
It was close, though.
Damn it.
Content. CS on TSS. The CS on TSS. Cinema Sins
Hmm?
on
Yeah.
the
The Starship
on
Troopers.
the Suicide Squad.
You did it.
Hey.
Yeah,
Uh,
Cinema Sins on the Suicide
And yeah,
Squad.
Jay seemed excited to cover the video. The reason that I was interested in covering it is because I saw it through Bob Vids' new video about Cinema Sins. The amount of the stuff he says about that movie in that video, there'll be plenty for us to talk about.
Hey, I've got a question. Maybe because we are EFAP and we've been going for many hours, maybe you should maybe you should poke Jay, and maybe he's up now.
I don't
Maybe
think
he's well rested.
he went to sleep like 4.5 hours ago, and I was speaking to him right before he did, and he was exhausted. So
Yeah, no way then.
Oh.
he ain't up yet. And you know what? That's okay. That is okay. Because
Yeah, some people aren't built for it. That's fine.
we'll have
They can't handle it.
well, I was gonna say, Rags, we got quite a
Can't
few
hack it.
messages to be able to get through.
Yeah.
White,
All right.
white the mother load, as they say, the amount. But,
Of super chats this episode. That's
and-
very generous.
and
of
I've
them.
said, I
That's
wanna
very kindly of them,
normalize-
too.
3.5 hours before we do super chats. That's great. That's a really strong amount, you know.
Mhm.
Look, Rags,
Super rare
me,
for
you,
you
and Fringy
guys.
getting old. We can't be doing 10
You're like
hours
Boba
of video
Fett.
coverage
Yeah, we have
every
to-
time.
Plan for the future.
Yeah, that video was terrible, and this will just act as the Boba Fett episode of EFAP. I don't know that we would do another one unless there's another video that catches my attention by the time the whole season's done. But what you'll be
You could
getting
pull.
is our coverage
We're
of
only
episode
halfway
4
through the season.
tomorrow. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could happen.
Ooh, tomorrow.
Yes, Cindy.
That sounds exciting.
It will be. I don't see
Someone
why
said
it
Rags
wouldn't
and
be.
Mahler need a back to tank.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a back to tank.
That sounds comfy.
Say
I
so?
would worry that does his I forget, does his thing cover his nose or is it just the mouth?
I think it's just the mouth.
Because I feel like if I'm sleeping in that stuff, I would just breathe in through my nose or attempt to and just get a
Oof, that would be so uncomfortable.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That would be because even when you're underwater and you have you have just the goggles that cover your eyes, and you also have the masks that kind of cover your nose as well. I know when you go snorkeling, you want to have that stuff covering your nose just so that you don't accidentally just breathe in through your nose, and you can't eat, because you don't want to get water up your nose. That's not a pleasant thing.
You're so right. Top notch.
Someone says you can breathe back to.
Well, then why does he
All
have the
right.
thing?
Maybe it's like nutrients or something that he breathes in to help his lungs, or because even when Luke was in the tank, he wore something
Yeah, I thought
over his mouth,
it
right?
was just a healing juice. I didn't know that you could breathe it in, but
I had no idea.
But
Rags, how else can you wash your brain? You wash your brain with mental exercises, like mathematics and memory games.
Yeah.
In Civilization 4.
But yeah, that Star Wars girl, Capital-O Opinions and Metal, all three of you, would you wish to take this juncture to jump out, or would you like to stay for a little longer?
I have no life. I'm staying.
Anna, do
I
you have a
no
life?
life also.
Anna, do you have a
I
life?
have a life, but I decided while I was going to be on EFAP, since I had 12 hours, I assumed. I'm working on a painting, so I'll hang out.
Oh, well, we could still
is
end
it
up
about
going
Boba
for 12.
Fett?
Who knows?
Is it Bib Fortuna?
No, it's Omni-Man, actually.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
You need to
Well-
make a memorial to Bib Fortuna, who was able to run a city successfully for many years,
That's true.
apparently, until he was killed by the cowardly Boba Fett. It's like
Yeah.
Wild Bill Hickok.
Yeah.
Mm.
I suppose before
Metal,
we
why aren't you
even...
playing Dark Souls 2? Someone asks. Because you haven't brought me to 10k subs yet on my Twitch channel. That's why.
Ew.
That's
It's
your
not
fault.
even worth it.
Yeah.
So yeah, before we even answer a single super chat, we
What?
set this up a long time ago, and it's finally time.
What?
Anna, you once had a story to tell, but we ran out of time. I suppose
Oh, God.
we must now
fuck,
discover it.
yeah.
You casually mentioned to us that you'd been shot, and that the bullet is
Yeah.
still in, what was it, your collarbone?
Yeah, it's still in my collarbone.
That is
So,
metal.
assuming, of course, it's not too personal, what in the wombles happened?
You know, I kind of blocked most of it out of my memory. I just remember we were in the woods, and I was there with my mom, my sisters, and one of my mom's friends that we usually did outdoorsy stuff with. And I remember, like, I had a BB gun. I don't remember what anyone else had. And then my sister started crying, so I went over to, like, get the target thing. And then I guess I got shot. And, yeah, I just remember being in a lot of pain, but I didn't want to go to the
with a
doctor because I didn't
BB
want to get
or a
shot.
bullet?
A bullet.
Why did somebody shoot
kind?
you with a bullet?
I don't know.
You know what kind it was? Was it like a
I
22
haven't.
or?
I don't know. I was really young, and I kind of blocked it
Oh.
out. I remember being in a lot of pain and crying, but I didn't want to go to the doctor because I know the doctors like have needles, and I'm afraid of needles. And my
Yeah.
parents are kind of like just rub some dirt in it, kind of thing.
Maybe not for a
So
gunshot wound,
yeah.
though.
Maybe not.
Well, I survived and I never went to the doctor. What my mom was nice enough to do, though, was she got me, it's like a silicone lotion that you put on it, and so I didn't scar. I mean, I can tell where the scar used to be, but nobody can see it unless I
Wait.
point it out to them.
Sorry, did I catch you never went to a doctor?
No, not until much later, so that's why it's still in. It
I
just
was gonna
healed.
say, like, you might have, you know, you want to make sure, right, that you're not gonna get infected and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it didn't.
Well, good. Do
You just
you
pour like a bunch of alcohol on it.
do you like having a bullet there, or are you like
What's its name?
do you regret not
I didn't
going
name
straight
it.
away, or?
Oh, if I had a bullet in me, I'd name it.
I mean, I was a kid. I think my fear of doctors outweighed my fear of any kind of infection, considering I didn't really know what that was. But now I just like freaking people out with it because I can like move it around.
Wow.
And so yeah,
That
yeah.
works.
So people
Oh,
get
it's big
kind
enough to like move around with your finger?
yeah. People can see it. Yeah. Here, let me.
Jeez.
I don't know. Can I share a video on Discord? Because I'll film myself like just moving it
I
around
think
right
so.
now.
I would love to see you
Well,
move around your pet bullet.
It'll if you want it
Fuck
so
out
the chat could see as well. Can you take a photo? Or maybe even record a quick
You
video.
won't really
that...
be able to tell.
Oh.
X-ray,
Yeah, that's what
maybe?
I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna get a quick one on my phone. Let's see.
Is it malignant? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Mm.
guess
Yeah,
not
I
for
also
you.
got
Have to give
my
them-
leg sliced open by a tractor and it burned my leg, so that was fun too. I didn't go to the doctor for that either.
What are all these
Wow.
traumatic injuries that have untreated? Jeez.
It's like me and the tooth thing on my brother's forehead.
Oh
Your
yeah.
tooth went into your brother's forehead?
Yeah.
Rags knows that she wants a follow up, but he won't give it.
No, I'm just gonna tell the story right now. it's said later.
Hey, I just told my
Not traumatic.
story.
I just don't want to. Yeah, you did.
So
Yeah.
nothing.
I mean, it just long story short, we were very, very young, and we went to the Arkansas State Capitol, which is an incredible capital, marbly and wonderfully and lovely. And it was Christmas time, and they do all the lights and everything. So when we were young, we would go out there to check out all the lights and the Capitol and the grounds out there by the River Market in Little Rock. And so we were in the Capitol, and we were little, very little. And as little kids are wont to do, we run around and have a gay old time, and we're just him-hawing and acting up and running up and down the stairs and trying to get lost. And we both came around the corner at the same time, and I was a little bit taller than my brother, so my tooth hit his forehead, and part of it snapped off and fell on the floor. Some of it was still in my jaw. There was blood everywhere. I was dazed. He was crying. It was a terrible scene, a horrible calamity. But everyone was okay, and he got a butterfly bandage and all cleaned up later. And as his wound started healing, even another little piece of my tooth came out of his forehead a few days later.
The skull
Did
didn't
you
absorb
get
I
it.
had-
fixed?
Wow.
I had to get a fake. One of my front right tooth is fake. I'm a cyborg. It is a false tooth.
Whoa.
with cement and everything. So,
Oh,
yeah,
ditto.
his scar is healed up all the way. But that was fun. That was a fun Christmas adventure.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry,
That's
I'm
right.
trying to
I'm
ditto.
one of the mods from the Book of Boba Fett. That's right, chat. I have a cyborg tooth, and one
That's
day,
pretty cool.
if I'm lucky, just like the Piston Footman, I will be able to use my cyborg tooth for something very important.
Can only hope. Yeah, sorry you got shot, Anna.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, sorry
I'm
about
over
that.
it.
Sorry I shot you.
Oh, damn it, Cap.
Yeah.
Did they ever
No,
find
it's
out
more
who
so
shot
people
the
like the
gun?
mystery of who shot me.
Hmm.
It was either my mom or my sisters, or one of them.
Wait, do you
Wow.
not know who it was?
You know, I never thought to ask, but
That would have been my first question, I
first
think.
question, yeah.
Who's responsible for
Who the
this?
fuck
well,
shot me?
do you really want to know the answer to this question? It's either my mom or one of my sisters, so it's like either way, the answer is going to be shitty. So
You'd rather just assume it was
I mean,
all of them.
well, I'm pretty sure it was the adult in this situation.
Damn. Is that better or worse?
Well, our relationship is better now than when I was a child. So.
No, I just meant, like, is it better for an adult to have shot you or a child? I assume the child. I don't know.
Oh, my mom really hated me when I was a kid, so.
She hated you that much.
Oh, you survived. Oh. That's great.
Here, you have the silicone cream or whatever. It's looking great.
Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up story, but people like to hear it. I just like freaking people out with the bullet thing. And then, like, I have a tube in my eye as well because I was born without a tear duct. And so I got surgery when I was in...
Women.
Huh?
It's women. They just... No tear ducts. They just cry. It's unfeeling. Soulless.
Well, no, the problem with not having a tear duct is that you constantly cry because it doesn't regulate it through your eye, so your eye just leaks. No, moisture is. It just doesn't filter it out, so your eye just constantly leaks. So everyone's like, "Why are you always crying?" And I'm like, "I'm not fucking."
You should
crying.
sell it for water on Tatooine. The prices are exorbitant.
I could, but I got the surgery to get it fixed, so I had a tube in my skull. And it went like in my eye, through my nose, and goes all the way to the back of my throat.
Wow.
And then when I was in high school, I played water polo and I got punched in the face a lot. And so half of the tube broke. And so I sneezed and the half that broke popped out of my eye.
Oh my god.
And so now I just have a hole. And so I can do a lot of cool stuff with it, which is like really fun. Like the kids were over Christmas. They're like, "Can you blow bubbles with it?" So I learned I can blow bubbles with my eye hole. I can blow smoke out of it when I like smoke hookah.
When I'm looking really hard, I make it look like my eye is smoking.
No, I can blow smoke out of it. I've done it a few times on stream. I can like drink water with it, and this is one of the problems like with holding my breath. It's like I would have to hold my eye closed too.
Chat, you
So
will
it's a
ask for
pain in the
this.
ass.
So I don't know what you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it's an extra hole that you have to make sure is closed when you hold your breath. You make an interesting. As a scuba diver.
Oh, I can never go scuba diving. So to go scuba diving, you have to have like the same pressure in both. Like, so if you like bust an eardrum and you go
that
scuba
would be a nightmare.
your ears would bleed. So because my eyes don't have the same pressure, I can't go scuba diving, or something very bad would happen, and I don't want to know what it is.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, don't want to mess around with pressure when you're scuba diving. That's the #1 rule. Scuba diving's don't hold your breath.
Mm.
I knew that.
Yeah.
No.
Fun
No,
stories.
that's a big one. You don't hold your breath when you're scuba diving. You will hurt yourself, maybe kill yourself.
What happens?
Keep breathing in and out.
Well, it's because of the difference in the water pressure will manifest, I guess.
Yeah, different gases react to pressure in different ways, and like your bloodstream in your body. So you
That
want to
feels
keep
like one of
breathing in
those-
and out, in and out.
That
Can't
things
hold
that
your breath.
remind you, you know, that like that chemistry is a thing. That all of the stuff that's happening in reality is like a byproduct of a whole bunch of different elements and compounds interacting with each other.
Oh yeah.
Like, I remember yesterday I was just, I was listening to the Kurzgesagt's video on terraforming Venus and talking about how, like, after they freeze the planet, the atmosphere will just be nitrogen, so if you don't mind suffocating, you can walk on Venus. And I was just thinking, like, man, you're just so accustomed to the idea that you could breathe shit. Like, what happens when you go somewhere where there's, like, absolutely
I got a
nothing
video of my
to
bullet.
breathe? Oh boy.
Nice.
Exciting.
Okay.
And you know what? I mean, with the price of ammunition these days, I mean, you're carrying around a gold mine in there, so let's consider it.
I know, right?
If it ever gets tough, you can always get that out.
All right, let's see. It is uploading now.
Show us Longoid. It's not available yet.
Yeah.
Patience is a virtue.
No.
Okay, it looks much cooler when it's not zoomed in like this, but this was the only angle I could really get. Okay.
Oh, very exciting.
Alright.
You get it?
Oh, God.
I'm waiting for it to be.
Shit.
For whatever reason, my
I'm
computer
gonna
is
watch
just
everyone else on stream.
frozen. What the fuck? I just want to open a VLC and it's just like frozen in the file explorer. What the fuck is that?
Oh, you can't see it.
Give me. I've never. Why is my computer freezing like that?
All right, so is it cool or not cool?
Oh, it's cool.
It's interesting, that's for sure.
I think it's cool.
Thank you.
Alright.
I can't even. Can't right click on it or move my. What the fuck is happening with my computer right now?
That looks like
I
it's
just right
loose.
click on it to open with VLC and it's just like frozen. My file. I close it and try it again.
So
Maybe?
it's not loose then, or?
I don't know what's. I mean, it kind of just stays around my collarbone. If I move it for too long, it starts hurting. So I think there must be like a pocket or something here where it can move around in, or maybe. I don't know what's really there in your skin.
The chat reactions.
Wait, are
Look at
you
'em
showing
go.
it on stream?
I did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's.
Oh, you
not gonna-
did?
Yeah, that should be fine. I
Oh.
don't think YouTube has a problem with that. I don't
I can't.
think.
Yeah, I can't open this file. It's not playing nice with my computer for whatever reason.
Go back on.
It's like
EFAP and
freezing up
watch
my
it.
file explorer. So, yeah, I gotta get rid of it. I gotta delete it just to make sure.
Just rewind the stream then. You can see it there.
Yeah, I'll watch this. I just want to take care of this now. I don't want it to linger.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is it in the recycle bin?
No, it's fun when I go into airports because
Right.
when you go through like the scanning, like it doesn't beep or anything. I think like so much has grown over it or something. But they always
Wow.
ask me about it.
Also,
That's interesting.
whenever I show something that's like not like the game, it like fucking freezes it, and now Dolphin has frozen entirely. That's not good.
Oh no.
Good job.
I'm having it. This file is doing something to my computer.
Well, the one Anna sent?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Weird.
It's just from my
It's an
phone.
MP4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it won't open in Windows, the normal Windows Media Player by default. And when I right click to open with VLC, it like froze the file explorer, and I had to close it through an alternate means. And now I'm trying to
That's weird.
delete it, and I'm having difficulty doing that.
I'm sorry.
It's a virus.
I'll blame the
I don't
ISP
know
Got
what
us
it
again.
is.
all. This is all an elaborate ruse.
Oh no. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
Anna, you
Raz.
Yeah,
froze my video
sorry.
game. How could you?
My download
I broke
folders
everything.
No, I'm
crawling
broke
down
everything
now.
fine for me.
All right, let's ask the chat. Was that worth the wait? Because I think I told you guys about that like a year or two ago.
They've been on pins and needles the whole time.
There we go. I want to go back to Bianco
Yes. Yes. No.
Okay.
Yes. Yuck. Yes. Worth it.
Yuck.
Hill. Way more yeses.
Yes.
Good. Cool beans. I'm glad you guys can get
That's
some
just
enjoyment.
that's just setup and payoff, guys.
Mhm.
Narrative.
Yeah.
The art of narrative.
Yeah, the EFAP writers, you know, they're on point. They know what they're doing. So
You thought that detail wouldn't come back? You thought it wouldn't be? Everything's.
everything comes back.
Yeah.
Is everyone all right for me to begin reading these supumpchumps?
No.
Rooney.
Very well.
Sure. I got to command prompt this though to get rid of this file.
I do not know what's going on with your computer for that to
Today.
happen.
Been a whole adventure today, hasn't it?
Hmm.
It's not
I'm
even.
gonna try and delete it myself. Well, that was easy.
I can't even use my Windows bar to look for command prompt. I'm gonna restart my computer.
Yeah, sounds like a
Very
restart.
well.
I can't even right click on the option to restart my computer.
I didn't mean to break it.
I don't think there's something bigger is going on than a
Like there's
MP4.
a bullet lodged in this computer.
Yeah.
No, this is a really bad file. That is, I don't know what it's doing with my computer, but it's fucking around with stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm going to see what is up here. Let me try one more time. Delete. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do. All right, give me a second.
Just an MP4 from a phone. I don't see how it's the file. Anna, why did you
Sometimes
destroy everything?
Windows just does
I'm
Windows
sorry,
stuff.
you guys asked about the bullet. I didn't know we were gonna talk about this today.
You destroyed Rag's PC. You sent him all of the virus. Are you all able to
Or-
delete it? Because I did. No, they're all dead.
No, it's gone. It didn't cause any problems. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Or just a Windows tism because it's Windows.
Mm.
And my PC exploded.
Well, first
Yep,
one of the
it's
day
deleted.
is Mauler. You're gay.
Got him.
Got him.
All right. I've listened to the Batman theme over 10 times now. Now I'm praying the movie's as good as the music that's attached to it. Sure, I hope so too.
You
I
should-
want it to be good.
Should rather listen to the orchestral version of Gay Fish.
Yeah,
Nothing tops that
that's
for me
pretty
at the
funny
moment.
shit.
See, I thought
Yeah.
that should have been the theme for the Batman movie. I felt like that's more suitable. But you know,
Motherfucking gay fish.
I'm a gay bitch.
It's so good. I listened to that like 15 times already.
Great.
Motherfucking gay bitch. I can't wait to see Mando in Mando de Finale, lol. I don't care. When he shows up, you'll have fanfare and we'll be like, who the hell cares? It's just grey Boba Fett. Hi, Rags, and everyone. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's
Hello.
up?
Can someone say hi on behalf of Rags?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
There you go, nailed it. His name was Robert Paulson. Yeah, Meatloaf died.
Wow.
That's sad, but a lot of people are pointing out, like, Fight Club as a role. I don't think I'm that familiar with his filmography nor his music, but definitely aware of him, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Found another goofy animal for today, the piglet squid.
Piglet squid.
Alright, let's give you a look-see. Oh my, look at that.
Oh, look at him.
Springy, have you seen this thing?
I haven't,
Piglet.
but let me take a look. Piglet squid.
No way you wouldn't react to it.
That looks funny as fuck.
Ha ha ha! Look at him. Oh my god. Look at that thing.
So
and
tiny.
It expands as well and blows up into a big little ball.
A big little ball.
A big little ball. I'm stand by it.
Rags, how are things?
Well, we're gonna find out. The computer restarted with no issues, and I can open my Windows options now. So what I'll do is I'll just delete it the old-fashioned. Well, it's not the old-fashioned way. It's you can delete it manually without interacting with the file itself. I had this issue once when I downloaded a weird text file, or not a text file. It was a font, and for whatever reason, this one font just absolutely fucked with the computer, and so I had to delete it manually, and things went back to normal. So I don't know, just weird computer stuff that happens.
Yeah. Windows being Windows.
It wasn't me.
Oh, try to convince us otherwise. You will have no luck. The only reason our other PCs weren't destroyed is because we have top-of-the-line McAfee defense systems.
Fuck no.
Okay, yeah, fine.
I mean, yes.
Metal has the Metaverse Zuckerberg version, I guess, but still.
Yeah, I got the lizard pack as well.
Yeah. Isn't that just the standard pack?
Shut up.
If Book of Boba Fett is bad, just wait until Disney tries to remake Firefly. They have the rights to it, and there is word they're working on a reboot for Disney+. Isn't that already, like, confirmed?
Wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised.
didn't they announce that?
I thought that was announced already, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, but...
Everyone is sad. It will never be as good as it was.
They're also working on a live-action Aristocats movie.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh,
What?
really? Fuck.
Yeah.
Everyone wants that. What do you mean?
Everything! Treasure
We're
Planet!
probably not.
Just
Wait,
you
wait. Wait, did they mean live action in the like delusional
CGI.
Jon Favreau brain,
Yeah,
or like
CG.
actual cats?
No way, there's
don't
gonna be
know.
real cats. No fucking
Yeah,
way.
they're doing it
We
the
don't-
Lion King
We
way,
don't
I
use
meant.
real animals anymore for movies.
Empty recycle bin, and we
Live action
are-
Fantasia, they have Mickey Mouse,
bye.
but he's a literal mouse in his hat. And
I'm
clothes.
gonna assume that in the remake we're not gonna get the Chinese Siamese cat who says "Young fu young fortune cookie always wrong," and he's playing the piano with the chopsticks. We're probably not gonna get
I
that.
would imagine that
That's
is
a
not going to
shame.
make it into the new
That is a shame.
Yeah, if I was a betting
No.
man, I would not assume that's going to be in there.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that one, which is a shame because that was really funny. I remember liking that quite a bit as a kid when I watched it. But that's
You're
all right.
racist.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's all
Racist
right.
in training.
That's alright.
Everyone. I mean, you're not gonna get breakfast at Tiffany's these days either. But you know, just
I hate that movie so much.
what? Really? You? What?
Okay, Rags.
Everyone
You
fucking
hate
loves
Breakfast
that
at
movie.
Tiffany's?
Do I need to
It
remind
is one of
you,
those.
Anna thinks that Night Before Christmas sucks and that water is terrible.
Jesus Christ! That
Thank
bullet
you
has
for that
done something
introduction.
to you. That the lead, your clear lead poisoning. You clearly have it in your bloodstream and it's affected your brain. That's what got the Romans. They say. I can't believe it. What you?
It's so
That's
boring.
insane.
Out of all of Audrey's movies, that one I think is just so overrated.
You okay, Rags?
It's fine. It's fine. We can carry on.
Why do you like Breakfast at Tiffany's?
I love the acting and I love the chemistry between the characters and I love the cat and
What
Mickey Rooney's great as a
chemistry?
Chinese man.
Oh.
Mm.
Rags, you're getting slaughtered right now in the marketplace of ideas.
Oh no.
He's clearly unwell. Let's just proceed.
This one just has the biggest twist in EFAP history. I'm assuming they're talking about Arcane. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pretty sure me and Fringy had the most common reaction to it, I'm pretty sure.
We really liked it.
Like,
That's the twist. Is there is no twist.
yeah, so
Yeah.
we can't be controversial in this one. When it
Wow,
was, like,
Ryan.
super ready for
Wow.
us to be. Wait, did you say wow, Ryan?
Microphone.
Ryan Johnson, where it's like, well, the twist is fuck you.
Eat shit.
That about sums up his whole career, yeah.
Yeah.
You expected
No,
that.
no, guys. She throws up when someone tells a lie. Isn't that clever?
Do you remember
Oh my god.
Red
What
Light
a
Video's little skit where they said like the wine taster or something, and it was like
Yeah.
directed
yeah.
by Ryan Johnson, where it's just set up so that he'll pour wine in a glass, but it just moves like a half meter to the left and just pours it on the table and just starts laughing. It's like there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I remember that. The Chris Evans. Yeah. Every once in a while, they would take hits at TLJ
said
afterwards.
Chris
After
Evans.
that, I'd come.
You meant Rich Evans.
Rich Evans. Sorry, wrong. wrong godlike Adonis.
Yes,
my
yes.
bad. To get him.
Wrong Hollywood
Apologize
hero.
to Chris Helmsworth
Helmsworth.
about him.
Now that's deep.
No,
That's a deep.
That's one of the best fucking moments ever when he's drunk, right? He's like, you're calling him Helmsworth. There's probably an actor out there called Chris Helmsworth.
That was the Ghostbusters video, the Ghostbusters 2016 video.
Oh, they were drunk.
They were getting all that Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Vodka.
Which is actually pretty good. I've tried it. It's pretty good.
They said it was good. They said they
no
liked
glycol.
it.
I think it was
There's no glycol at all.
Yeah, no glycol.
No glycol, yeah.
No glycol. No glycol. Last thing I want in my Crystal Skull vodka is glycol.
What I liked about it, the moment so much, was that he presents the whole issue of him mispronouncing it, and I think Rich just goes, "I'm sorry."
I'm sorry. now, then he made him apologize to Chris Helmsworth, who constantly thinks that you're talking to him.
Entirely unrelated to this stream, but you boys get Duma to look into the group The Proto Men. Their entire discography is about one story. Why didn't you send that to him? Duma ain't even on this one. Like, oh man. Today's animal of the day is an eye. Okay, how many people are sending us animals of the day?
Captain.
How do you spell that?
Like a
A-Y-E,
like a pirate
A-Y-E.
saying like yeah.
Yeah, aye.
It's a primate.
It is a
it's an
creepy
ugly
primate.
little fucker.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I think Fringy will say he looks cute.
It's called an eye. He's got his own little charm.
That's nice of you to say, Fringy.
That's the nicest way you could have put it, Fringy.
In German, that thing is just called a finger animal. That's the name of the animal.
A finger animal. What?
Yeah.
Okay, Germany, you can be innovators in a lot of things, but naming stuff, you need to work on that one at least.
It's like Wikipedia says, like, the finger animal or eye. I think you should go with eye first and put finger animal like
finger
somewhere
animal's
else.
Confusing. Like, what? Is there a foot animal? Or I guess it would be toe animal.
We should call it New England. Oh, that's real creative. What do you call your foot? New hands?
Eyes are kind of like people, where some of them are really cute, and some of them are just
disgusting,
horrifically terrifying.
They probably think the same.
Oh, that's a GIF. It moves. Ah, kill it.
Well, Rags' point was that humans are that way.
Yeah.
So that would light up, yeah.
Some of these are just like, All
right. Oof.
Some are cute. Yeah. These are, talk about a, ooh, man.
You have to answer this as spoiler-free as possible, just because we get obsessive about these sorts of things, because Metal's halfway through and Rags hasn't even started yet. But the next one is, what's all of your favorite characters in Arcane? And that's something only me and Fringy can answer right now, I think.
Take off my headset for a moment?
Well, no, you'd all have to, theoretically, so we may as well just find a way to do it spoiler-free. And the person they've... See, because I wonder if... Fringy, what do you think about, like, so the person saying this has said what their favorites are. Is it something I should avoid saying? Like, who they pick?
I think it might, because if we do... You know, like, if I heard someone say, oh, my favorite character is this one, I'm going to be just keenly looking out for why they would say that.
Yeah, so, okay. The Super Chatter has chosen, how can I say this nice and vaguely? You know, well, a lot of people in chat picked it up. Just avoid looking at chat for a second, everybody, and you'll be fine. But, so when me and Fringy were talking about someone who's... a detail is revealed about them, that if you know the game, then you know where they're going to end up. So the Super Chat has chosen that person, because the chat knew who we were talking about with that. And the other person they've chosen is... what's the spoiler-freest way I can say this one?
Well,
you know what? There's a shop called Philco's in Britain.
Right. Okay.
That should be enough.
Yeah.
A lot of people I've seen are choosing that one as well. I've seen a lot of people say. That's a fair
Might be
choice.
mine. Might be
Mine is it's a lock between main two characters and Philco.
Mhm.
I'd go into why, obviously, but we can't. How else can we make this answer more fleshy without spoiling anything? Character work is pretty darn solid. There's lots to like about a lot of people. The choices they make to show how things progress, that's nice and vague, are really cool.
Yeah. Something that's really cool is that despite the role of the character in the story, they feel like a real person, not a caricature.
Yes.
Feels like their motives are complicated, what their goals, the things that this character values come into sharp conflict. It's a constant struggle for him.
Be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of what you would hear us praise about, like, well-written character stuff, you'll find in Arcane, at least to some degree. And we're hoping for more of it when they get around to a season 2. But don't rush. My goodness,
take
do
your
not
time.
rush. So, yeah, I was just saying there's probably nothing else we need to add to that. But yeah, there you go. I haven't figured it out yet, but if we did a full breakdown, I think I would have chosen a favorite by then.
Yeah.
But we were spoilt for choice a little bit in that show, and there are characters that don't even get that much time that I end up being like, man, that was a good one. But yeah, I guess that's another way of saying as well, chat, for those who are on the fence about watching it, go right ahead, because you're likely going to get an EFAP on it in future at this point. So you can get yourselves your own point of view before you listen to us talk about it. The next one just says, we gather here today to celebrate this W. I think they're referring to us saying Arcane cool. Probably. Hello all.
Who knows? Maybe Rex and I hate it at the end. Who knows?
Oh yeah, you know, I was gonna say you could choose a favorite male, but I assume you'd rather wait until actually see.
Oh yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Hello all. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. How is everyone else?
Well, I was until you started talking to me. Yeah, I'm alright. Other ones have no interest in answering the
I
question.
guess Fringy's not okay, or he's nothing right now. He's neutral.
Wait, I'm alright. Yeah, I guess neutral is probably about right.
Oh. What you, Anna? You right?
Yeah, I'm just painting.
These enthusiastic answers, it's contagious. Yeah, you know what? Everyone's doing well from that answer. I can tell, 100%. Lord Longbong of Muphlington Abbey, have you given any more thought to a Kong fap of Peter Jackson's Long Kong when there's less going on? It'd be a movie fap for the ages. P.S. Hello, Wagsies. Scritches for the good boy. He would thank you for that. And, yeah, you know what? Considering it, it's gonna happen at some point, I imagine. That Long Kong. I don't know what you're gonna do when we finally release that.
What am I supposed to write?
It's gonna be like, can we have another one?
Can you do it again?
Just another take of the Long Kong.
Invite different guests.
Man, that jump, what happened?
Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna make it. I thought I was high enough, but I was not.
You were not, clearly.
I have been destroyed. I wish there were more levels like these, though. They're fun.
Are they, though?
Who is your favorite community character, and what's your favorite community episode? Also, hi, Rags. Well, this would be me and
he's not
Fringy
here.
then.
Do you want to go first?
Sure. I'm trying to remember who my favorite character was, because I'm pretty sure I had one.
Tough, isn't it?
I really do, of course, like Pierce. I don't know if I would pick him as favorite. I really liked, I can't remember, was it Hickey?
The one that was Mike?
Yeah. I really liked him in it.
Pardon, I have idea.
Someone in chat put Britta.
Hi.
You're a liar.
Liar! Liar!
Abed is pretty awesome. That's
Abed is
true.
a safe choice.
He is pretty cool, yeah.
And what's your favorite episode?
Probably the second paintball one. So like Western and then
I
sci-fi.
think
Well,
my-
'cause
yeah,
they do
no,
Star
that
Wars
one
after
is
the
cool.
cowboy thing.
If you include it as a two-parter. It's my favorites is probably a toss-up between the bottle episode with the pen and Remedial Chaos Theory.
Oh, I threw the D&D episode in as well.
And D&D was another one in the mix.
Mhm.
But favorite character, I'd probably just default to Abed. Feels like a really
Yeah, now that we brought him up,
consistently entertaining and interesting character.
And a little bit complex once Troy leaves. They give him a bit
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. there you go.
The problem is that there are a bunch of like individual one-off characters who I like seeing that are always really funny to watch. And recurring characters, but I guess when you're trying to pick your favorite, you probably want to pick one of the main people.
Show is
I like
this?
Annie a lot too, though.
Community. 6 seasons.
Never heard of it.
First 3 are really good. I recommend them fully. And the 5th one, actually.
What kind of show is it?
I
Comedy.
think I only
Is it
watched the
comedy?
first one.
Comedy with
Is
a
it
little bit
British
of
show or
drama.
American?
It is well, funnily enough, Community is one of the main reasons I got more faith in the idea of American comedies, because I was very disappointed with many of them.
But Boba Fett's hilarious.
Rags, that one ain't a comedy. I know.
What?
Yeah,
What?
I remember I watched a lot of How I Met Your Mother, but I'm not sure if I rewatched it if I would be impressed by it.
I didn't find it funny from what I saw.
I liked Barney. He was pretty funny.
Of Cobra Kai came from
Wait, what? The
the original concept for Cobra Kai. So, Barney, Neil Patrick Harris's character, his hero is Johnny from Karate Kid, and he has this whole rant where he goes on and on about how Johnny was the real hero of Karate Kid, and then they get Johnny to show up for his birthday. And so I feel like that episode aired at least a decade ago. And then here we have Cobra Kai, and that was one of Johnny's opening lines about how he's like, that was an illegal kick, and he basically uses Barney's entire rant.
Right.
But alright then, yeah. What are some of your favorite characters, and what other movie/game/show would you put them in? Or game, what ability would they have, if any?
Wait, so basically a character that you'd want in a game, or did I?
So take one of your favorite characters and what other IP would you want them to be in, I guess is the question.
I'd want to see Ellen Ripley in a Predator movie.
I don't know how long she would last.
Daredevil in I want
I don't know,
Daredevil in an
I think it would be
LA
interesting.
Noir type game.
Wait, you can't both speak and then no one speak.
Sorry.
I'm thinking of
Tywin as Luigi.
what if we had that is I don't know. Isaac Clarke in an Alien movie? You got the monster, you got the ship, the tech part. He could probably do a lot of cool stuff. Locking doors and repurposing machines. Hello?
I know it. I heard it.
No, nobody's got anything to say, Rags. I'm so sorry.
That's
think
all right.
of
No, I
anything
was
interesting.
curious. Let me see. I'm just thinking a little bit. Well, maybe we could just take a random character, and we could come up with where you might want to see this person be.
Babu Frick.
Where would Babu Frick? Where would you want Babu Frick to be? That's good. I would love to see Babu Frick in
a sequel to The Father.
There we go.
There's your answer.
quite
Thematically, it
genius.
checks out because Babu Frick often will scramble the minds of droids and erase their memories. So now we'll see how it feels when he's the one who's losing his memory. It's not so fun, is it? It's not so
Oh,
great.
no.
It's kind of terrifying, isn't it, little Babu Frick?
You little shit.
Think twice, Babu. But yeah, I'm struggling. I keep trying to come up with ideas, but they sort of they all seem
My
superficial in
immediate
my
thought
head.
was like Kratos and Mortal Kombat, but didn't that happen?
They did do that, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I do like the idea of Daredevil in an LA Noire type game, doing investigation shit.
Yeah.
Or like Daredevil but Batman Arkham mechanics. Maybe something a little bit more complex than that, but
I'm having myself a think. That's why I'm quiet.
yeah.
Where would you want to see
weapon
Darth Vader? Other than Soul Calibur, of course.
maybe maybe
Mortal Kombat
Darth
or,
Vader in like in Mass Effect, an RPG where you get to play as him.
Yeah, kind of like a melee force-based character who's kind of similar
Yeah.
to the Biotics, but has a super powerful melee weapon. Yeah, I can see that happening.
And we can see more of Darth Vader having to go around and be more tactical, I guess, rather than just immediately fighting and killing everybody.
How would he solve all of the political issues that arise in that series? What's Darth Vader's take on things?
Exactly.
Who would he
like
side
Darth
with?
Vader has to deal with things for Tarkin or something. What does he do? What strategies does he employ?
Or like Jack Sparrow in Middle Earth.
That could work.
That could be fun.
Yeah, I could see that happening. He seems like he'd fit, sort of. Or at least he could operate in that world in some way.
You'd think he might try and get some sneaky alliances with different people, maybe. I don't know.
He would totally take the ring, though.
In an instant, yeah.
I want to see the Dark Lord Jack Sparrow.
Imagine Jack Sparrow trying to have a conversation with Gollum.
That just sounds like it'd be really funny.
Yeah. I want it.
Rich Evans in Middle Earth? Hell yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
I think everyone would watch that. Yeah, I don't know. Mario Sunshine again, Mola? I mean, I've never played this game before. I don't really know what you're saying.
You're a liar.
I would never lie.
You're a liar!
I always prefer you quote Deadshot if you're ever gonna talk about lying.
Yeah, of course. That's not true. That's a lie. She's lying to you. It's perfect.
That's a lie. She's lying to you.
So bad. You know, it was one-to-one exactly what I don't know if you remember, but we were talking about the Fennec sort of remote droid thing that has a camera on it, and I made a reference in our coverage to Captain Boomerang's boomerang with a camera on it that cycles right to his phone so they can show shit, and they use it.
You did, man. Yeah.
They use it to figure out like how they're gonna attack the base, and of course he throws his boomerang, and it only shows something briefly, and then this stupid giant demon man destroys it, and he's like, "Damn it!" And you know, they're all like, "Oh well, that's it for that." And his phone, he just throws it to the ground. It's like,
yeah, it's like that phone still works, you dumb fucking
it's
idiot.
so stupid. It's like, oh yeah, Captain Boomerang doesn't care about his phone if his boomerang doesn't have surveillance cameras on it. It's like, what? Did anyone write this? I don't believe it. You got someone saying that someone is a great character from Arcane, and I completely agree.
Alright.
Mola, you were supposed to steal my feelings on Arcane, but I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Hope you see you discuss it in depth. That is probably gonna happen.
Imagine.
Wow.
And it'll be fun. If Mr. Weird just wiped people's memories of Peter, wouldn't people remember that Spider-Man's identity got revealed, but that no one remembers it?
I don't know how it works.
I don't think it does work.
I
yeah.
assume it just works.
Even though
It's some of that really hyper floomp magic where you're just supposed to be like, I don't see how this,
Yeah.
and they're just like, it does. Shut up.
Don't think about it.
Such a
Worry
shame.
about it.
Hey, Longman, Rags, and the rest of you massives. Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Muller, are you and Rags gonna play Resident Evil 6 for EFAP game? It's a dumb game, but funny. I think we said
Resident
we
Evil
might.
6. We've been recommended it.
No reason why we may do that at some point in the future. Yeah, big maybe. For anyone curious, Voxis Productions, aka Professor Tosspot, had a poll up on YouTube asking what day viewers would like him to stream. Well, hey, good stuff.
Oh, yeah, I could see. He would probably be a good streamer.
It's kind of crazy now. If you're like a fan of the sort of FNT drinker EFAP spheres, there isn't a day that doesn't have a stream on it now, and some of them have two. It's getting real packed, you know. Especially with we've doubled up. I think Drinker typically ends up doubling up, and you got Nerdrotic does I think 3 per week, as does like 3 as well. Streams everywhere. But that's a good thing, especially if you've been locked up. Where are we? My favorite part is Chap coping with Arcane being good. Listen, if we had said it was bad, we would have gotten the same thing. There's plenty of people who think Arcane sucks. It's not a surprise with how many people who have seen it. I think the same thing happened with Squid Game. Plenty of people were like, what? You guys thought that was any good? It's filled with terribleness. Though I will say...
You guys like Squid Game?
Did you not?
No, I did. I'm just surprised that you guys liked it.
Why?
I'm always surprised when you like anything.
Oh.
Wow.
You're so mean. We like Smiling Friends. Have you
I'm
seen
just being
that?
honest.
We really like
Seen what?
Smiling Friends.
Smiling Friends is this wholesome little cartoon that was made about friends who try to help people
We
smile.
try to make people smile. That's right.
You'd love it, Anna. It's very cute.
Would I?
It's just about
It's worth watching.
it's just about the nature of friendship and sort of how good it is that we have each other to support each other, you know?
Until
And
the
it's an
Renaissance men come to
animation?
town. Yes, there's a cartoon.
Watch Skins? I've seen Skins. It's my age group, British. Oh yes.
Oh, I couldn't watch this. The animation looks terrible.
Wait, what? It's for Smiling Friends.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
No,
mean.
I think the animation is
The
actually really
animation's
impressive.
great.
There's a
Well,
lot
I
of
mean,
really impressive animation
Details.
styles.
Is
and
it like
details
the
there
with the
in
little
details.
purple dude with the big
Yeah,
eyes and
him.
the yellow guy?
Him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Him.
this just looks unpleasant to look at. I wouldn't want to watch it.
I disagree.
Oh
I
my
think
goodness,
it is
that's-
incredibly
I don't
fun
even
to
think it's
watch.
funny. It's just not my kind of humor, but I really like watching it. Just
It is
the different
funny. You just
the
didn't
decisions
laugh
that
at
are
it.
made in the animation
It
choices.
is funny, you
and-
just didn't laugh. Wait, what?
I would just defend that the show is well written in terms of comedy, and if you didn't
Yeah,
laugh,
I-
that's fine. It's totally fine. It's just, it is well written.
I could
Well,
totally
I
understand
have to
some people
at
not finding it
least
funny, but
Be able to look
Yeah,
at it,
sure, but
you know.
you'd have, well, Anna, it would be your favorite thing. It's just so wholesome. You should.
It looks disturbing.
there's a show about Mr.
Disturbing.
Frog, and it's so friendly and nice. Mr. Frog comes out and he's like, "I'm Mr. Frog. This is my show. I eat the bug." And he eats the bug.
Like, does that
That's
not
his
sound like the
name.
most wholesome thing you've ever heard,
I
Anna?
love you. He
I
even
think you
says,
guys
"I
are
love
fucking
you"
with
at the
me.
end because he's so wholesome.
It's all about smiling. I don't see how we're tricking anything in anyone.
Smiling about what?
Being
Just
happy.
smiling for the sake of being happy. That's the whole point. They go around to help people smile because that's a nice thing to do for people.
There's
Mel, you've seen it.
something
Isn't it wholesome?
attached to this.
It's very wholesome.
See, Mel wouldn't lie.
That's a lie.
Hi Mola, I know you haven't watched Clone Wars, but they literally say Slave 1 in the Book of Boba Fett. They're too afraid to say it. Well, it wasn't banned back then as a name. I guarantee you,
Now
new
it's called
seasons of the
Fire
Clone
Spray,
Wars,
isn't it?
they wouldn't be allowed to say Slave 1.
Yeah.
Slave 1.
Well, they had to censor the new episodes of the Clone Wars.
Wait, really?
What? Why?
Yeah, there was supposed to be like Anakin seeing like a pinup of Padme on one of the ships, and they removed the
no.
art. They removed the art because it was too
Too
risque.
racy. Oh my goodness.
Wow, really? I kind of want to see
Yeah.
it now because I'm curious what they thought was so worthy of
It's
censor.
Disney,
censorship.
so she probably showed.
Well, it
like,
was
shoulder.
degrading to women.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, her getting
No, the
strangled to death
prequel
while
writing was
pregnant is
degrading to
okay,
them.
but you know,
So this was Clone Wars censored Padme.
season 7.
This was in the Bad Batch arc. Is this the picture that you're talking about? Let me post it
It's
here.
like her in a pinup on a ship.
That's it?
Yeah, that's too racy.
That's degrading.
Oh.
Absolutely degrading.
Oh. Okay.
You can see lots of her leg. That's
What is going on? Like, is this when we go back to like the 1850s? Oh, look, I can see your ankle. That's too much skin. Heathen.
This was Dave.
Get outta here.
This was Filoni's call. It was Filoni's the one who said he's the reason. He's the person who censored it.
But like, I don't.
Even though
they-
the animation was already done for it, they just needed to render it.
so. How's Filoni doing in your books, Anna?
I kind of think he's an idiot, but people like love to suck his dick, and it's really, I don't know, it just kind of blows my mind because if you actually like read the books or you actually look at who wrote which episodes, he gets credit for so much, but my favorite episodes of the Clone Wars were actually written by Katie Lucas. She did some great stuff. If they actually got her to do some of these episodes, we might get something decent because she's really talented. And I mean, those episodes speak for themselves. But Dave, it's like, he gets this stupid idea. Like, let's say Rebels. Rebels was okay at times, especially when he wasn't writing it, but he's got to put wolves in everything. So one of the final episodes of Rebels, one of the planets has a temple with Jedi wolves that can time travel.
Oh,
I kid you
God.
fucking not.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Jedi
wolves
wolves.
who can time travel.
I kid you not. And
jeez.
so, well, so that's the World Between World episodes, but he's fucking obsessed with these stupid little things like Ahsoka. He's obsessed with Ahsoka. Even George is like, she should have died. It would have been respectful to the character. It would have let her die with honor. But no, he's like, I'm going to keep her alive forever. And so he brought her back, even after she died fighting Vader. And it's like, oh my God, Dave, just stop. Like, people just need to take away his toys, but I feel like he's one of those spoiled children that just keeps all his toys, and he's like, I'm gonna do this with them. It's like, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you just shouldn't do that. Maybe you should read a book, instead of just cherry-picking things that you think are cool, and then putting them all together into this jumblefuck catastrophe. But people love him, and I don't get it. That's just me.
Filoni directed 3 episodes of Mandalorian, chapter 1, 5, and 13. And he directed 5 and 13. He directed 1, 5, and 13, and he wrote chapter 5 and 13. And those were shit.
He's not good at writing. He got into Lucasfilm because
Clearly
he was
not.
in animation.
And people tell me that Filoni's going to save Star Wars. Jon Favreau's going to save Star Wars. Thank goodness that Kathleen Kennedy's good. These people, Jon Favreau, Filoni, they seem to be scourges in terms of writing because I was just...
No,
Those
it's like, get
episodes were
Timothy Zahn, who
terrible.
is still alive, get him to come in and write you a trilogy, get Katie Lucas to do the screenplay for some episodes, and you might actually get something mildly decent based on, you know, the parameters that they're actually allowed to work in. But if you just gave them free reign, I mean, they're really talented people that are still alive, that are still willing to work, and they just don't call them. They call people that don't know what the fuck they're doing and don't know anything about Star Wars. Heck, freaking Chris Avellone, who wrote KOTOR 2, that is like wildly known as one of the best freaking Star Wars games aside from all the glitches and stuff. But everyone loves Kreia. She's a great fucking character. He's still alive and willing to work. I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You have so many talented people, but you go with the trendy people that people know about. Dave Filoni, it irks my soul. I can go on and on for hours, but I'll
Jon
stop
Favreau
there.
wants to write respectful Boba.
Well, is he? No. Which doesn't make sense, because Jon Favreau is actually talented too. I just don't know what the hell he's doing.
Nobody does.
As Jon Favreau's his involvement in Boba Fett and The Mandalorian it's just disastrously bad. It's horrifically bad.
It doesn't make sense.
But
I'm not
I don't know.
convinced
I
he's
guess
still talented, but what do I know?
Well, you know what? If he really I think everyone has something in them if they really, really want to do it, right? Like, if you're put under a lot of pressure, some people crack, some people can make great things happen, right? I think if he had the pressure, if his life depended on making this best show ever, or he's gonna fucking die, he probably could do it, unless he just wanted to die. I just think a lot of people are lazy.
Maybe that's it.
I just think people are lazy now, and they're just like, oh, it's a quick paycheck, I can do the bare minimum and just get by. I honestly think that that's what a lot of people in Hollywood have gotten to. And I mean, he's older, right? He's like in his 50s now. He doesn't care. He's got his money, he's set. If this show fucks up, then who the fuck cares? Because he created Baby Yoda. So he can do no wrong, right?
God, people want to see Baby Yoda back in Boba, probably.
No.
Ugh,
I love him so.
I know.
I
I
hate
miss
Baby Yoda
him.
so much.
I miss him. I miss him so much. He's so cute.
I'm
and so
pro
little.
dead babies.
How dare you?
My favorite Digimon of Rags is probably Deputy Mon.
Deputy Mon?
Yeah.
What is that?
A Digimon, apparently. I don't know.
Deputy Mon? Well, let me take a
You guys
look
didn't
here.
watch Digimon?
No.
Nobody did.
Let's see. Deputy
watched it.
Mon.
I don't remember it, but I watched
Deputy
it.
Mon. Oh, well, can't say I'm surprised. Let me get you a picture.
Sorry, chat, I'll go
The,
show you stuff because it kills the game whenever I do. What the hell? It's just a gun for a chest?
Gun with guns.
Pew pew. Pew pew.
Also, it's Longbong, not Longbone. Longman and Britbong and aristocratic Downton accent and fucking massive equals Lord Longbong of Mushington Abbey. I did pronounce it right the first time around this time. Just saying. Hi,
Good
Rags.
job. Proud of you.
Hi!
Can everyone recite their favorite villain speech? No.
No.
I'm not even sure what my favorite villain speech is. Probably when Saruman is doing his Two Towers one. That's pretty cool.
Which one are you talking about?
Right before the Uruk-hai leave Isengard.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Mine would just be creepy. I'd just be like quoting Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
creepy.
cool though. Creepy and cool.
It's cool, but it's creepy.
A new power is rising.
TSS.
Nice try, EFAP. You can't psyop me to play LOL. Damn. You saw through us. I see your arcane and I raise you Gendy Tartakovsky's Primal. It's brilliantly animated and the story is told without dialogue, visuals, and sounds.
Interesting.
Wow.
I've heard
I
of
think
it.
someone
I've never
recommended
seen
that
it.
to me on my stream.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. I might see it someday. I don't know. Ask Anna about the bullet story promised since 100. Oh shit, I accidentally.
You're welcome.
Oh
Oh, yeah, we
boy,
did it.
aren't you lucky?
Yeah.
How's your computer doing, Rags?
It's fine.
How to watch Smiling Friends? I can't watch it. Sad face. Think you have to. Is it Adult Swim that provides it?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
That's gonna be your avenue. Supposedly Arcane had a low budget for the animation. Also, the only 3D is the characters, effects, and backgrounds are just astounding 2D. Oh, sorry. So what they meant to say is the only 3D is the characters, effects, and backgrounds are just astounding 2D. I mean, Arcane had a low budget for the animation. It's like hard for me to believe.
Did it? I can't believe that.
I mean, if they spent like
It must
6
be
years working on it, then
maybe it's
that
time
makes
rather than
sense.
money. Yeah, but like either way, it's
Maybe.
fucking fantastic looking. So
Yeah, it's really great.
it's the kind of animation that makes the medium start to be able to race ahead of others because you can do so much when it's like completely unlocked and you have a bazillion years and all the money. Mola, you wake up as Penguin in Tonal's kitchen. What is your first course of action? Appreciate you all massively.
You wake up as Penguin?
Yeah, it doesn't say a penguin, it just says penguin, so I don't know if they're referring to, you know, Batman.
Is that a
Batman
character?
Penguin?
That's the one that comes to my mind, but I don't know enough about Penguin to
I don't know why I'm in
the
Tonal's
Penguin
kitchen.
from Batman to know what he's
What is being in
Maybe Real
Tonal's
Nightmares
kitchen like?
The real
Does
nightmare
Tonal eat
scenario is to
penguins?
wake
Is
up
that
as
why?
a carrot in Tonal's kitchen.
Yeah, as long as you're not a cooked carrot.
you know you won't get cooked. You just get some horrible other
You can
things
cook
happening.
carrots.
Hmm?
You can cook carrots.
Not in Tonal's kitchen.
Not in Tonal's.
What's
Apparently
up
he
with his
doesn't like
kitchen?
that sort of thing.
He's very against
I
that.
like to cook carrots. I like them in soups and whatnot, stews.
Yeah, he's very anti-cooked carrots.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
No
to
one's
each their own.
perfect. No one's perfect.
I don't like cooked carrots. I don't like carrots in general, but I know you can cook them.
What do you like?
Chocolate. And meat.
Oh, hey, Mahler, give her the thing where with the stuff that you had to pick two to get rid of.
Oh, if you
Let
can
me-
find
let
that, go ahead.
Was that an hour? Was that an hour's?
That's gonna be hard to
Or
find.
was that in one of our?
What is it?
Was
There's
Do you
this
I'm
thing.
gonna try
any
and
of them?
find it here.
It listed a whole bunch of foods and you had to get rid of 2 of them. And Rags is now so curious because it seems that you sustain yourself off of what should probably just kill you.
Oh, found it. Yeah,
Well, no,
I mean,
so-
I'm not that curious, but I mean,
I
but,
was
you
looking
know,
at
here
this
we
list
are.
the other day. So I was born with 1 kidney, and I was looking at the stuff that I'm not supposed to eat, and I'm like, fuck, that's my whole diet. I should be dead.
You have so many biological fun facts, you know that?
Oh, fuck. Wait, so pizza, ice cream, fries, cake, chips, cookies, chocolate, cheeseburger, soda. What, I have to go forever? I have to choose one.
Two have to go. No, 2 of the. So 2 is the first word. That means 2. That's like 1 and then another one. So
Oh, sorry.
2 have to
I'm
go.
looking
but
at
that's
it from a distance.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it.
Rags, just
Alright.
keep going. Rags, you can do it.
2 have to go forever. They're gone. They're forever. They're gone, and you have
Okay,
to live
cake.
without them.
Cake is 1 because
Okay.
I don't know. I like cupcakes, but like a whole cake sometimes they're really dry. So I can live without cake, but frosting isn't on the list, so I can still technically just eat a thing of frosting. Because that's usually what I do when I get a cake. I just lick
A
off all
thing
the
of
frosting.
frosting. Okay.
I'm the opposite. I generally like. I don't
Do
generally
hot
like too
Cheetos
much
count
frosting.
as chips?
Yeah.
Why not? Why wouldn't they?
think so.
That's like the thing that they are. Yeah.
Well, they're just like these weird. I guess they're just not typical. Like I get for clarification, I suppose. I think
Okay,
it's fair.
cake and cheeseburger I can live without.
Because the 2 that I would have to keep more than anything else are pizza and cheeseburgers. Those are the 2 that I would never pick. I would have to keep those around because both of those can be insanely delicious as actual meals. You could do a lot with a pizza and you can do a lot with a cheeseburger, and they can be like gourmet. amazing, and they're like proper
Yeah,
meals.
but see, I'm really picky, so the only way I eat my cheeseburger is plain, so just cheese, meat, and bread, which I can basically just do that in a sandwich.
I don't get it.
And
I don't get it.
I love pizza.
Anna, how do you feel about oxygen?
It's
Disgusting.
overrated sometimes.
Figured, yeah.
I really like the smell of gasoline, though. That's great. I wish oxygen.
Well, to be fair, I said that a little bit once. I was like, yeah, I like to get a little whiff of gasoline every once in a while because it just the memories that it has of the industrial kind of warehouses and tractors of my youth. You know, there's something in there. Yeah, I could. I don't like huff it like a weirdo. I'm just like, oh, that
Yeah, of
smell.
course.
That
No, I
industrial.
just
some
when I
weirdo.
go to the
Machine
gas
smell.
station, it's just very, very pleasant, you know. But yeah, I mean, oxygen, we kind of have to deal with it, so as long as it doesn't smell bad.
I'm just convinced you're a cyborg now. I don't know.
You know, I tell people I'm a mutant because I think that's the only logical explanation to how I'm actually still alive. But
Yeah,
Right.
probably.
moving on.
Where are we? Oh yeah, I never. Well, so yeah, I don't know what I would do if I were a penguin in Tonal's kitchen. I just don't have an answer for that. It's such a bizarre circumstance. I don't know. First
well,
course
think
of
about
action:
it. Maybe
figure
you'll
out if it's possible
up.
to communicate with humans, because I figured that's going to be first protocol.
You could dance like Happy Feet, and that's how he communicated with humans.
I am just trying to draw stuff because I ain't dancing. Okay, I'm not a dancer. That's it.
You
Alright.
can't
I'm
draw.
sorry,
You
could
don't
you-
have opposable thumbs.
I can
What was
try
the
by
question
putting the
again?
flippers together.
Or just put it in your mouth and just be
Yeah.
like,
That's what she
drawing with
said.
that.
Or I can
Sorry,
dip,
what's
dip
the,
the flipper in something and then make marks with that, you know?
What was the question?
What would you do if you were a penguin in Tonald's kitchen?
A Oh, we're still on this one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We never got answers.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's because we're still trying to sort of decipher what they might mean. But if I was just a penguin, I don't know. I guess I'd make friends with him and be his pet, so he'd take care of me, and I'd get medical care, and I could live inside, and I would get delicious fishes, and I think that's probably what I'd do. I think that's reasonable. That's a reasonable plan there.
Yeah, we did it. Glad you guys liked Arcane. I'm curious, Mola. How did you like Person? I think you said he was your favorite LOL character. That or Fiddlesticks. I did play Fiddlesticks every once in a while, but it was
Did you play
Viga.
Tiddlywinks?
Viga was one I played like a lot, and then the other one became my favorite. And yeah, I lucked out completely because he's treated quite well in the show. And it's really cool to have a background like that attached to a character you already enjoyed for a more surface level set of reasons. But even still, I remember reading bits of his bio and being like, this is cool. This is a cool guy.
Make a TV show with him in it.
I think it was Theo I was talking to about this, but like I seriously felt a little lucked out entirely. A lot of the main characters are people I mained in LoL. Like there's only a few left.
Kind of funny because for me it wasn't really at all. Like
I was just like,
wasn't
cool,
characters
that
I
guy,
played
that
that
guy.
much.
So would I have had to play League of Legends to understand the show?
No.
No, not at all.
That's like
It's-
one of the really cool things about it. It's super accessible.
Yeah, the perfect element is that you don't need to have played the game, but if you did, you'll get a few extra little presents that are fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
Arcane was mid for me. Hopefully the EFAP will change my stance on mid-cane. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Watch Cobra Kai. It's leagues better, not even close. I hear that Cobra Kai is
know
very
it's really
good.
You haven't watched
That's
it?
what I've heard.
I have not
Nope.
watched
Nope.
it, no.
Why not?
I was really late to
Okay.
Arcane. We were late to Squid Game. We were
Yeah.
late to stuff. We got loads
There's
to
a
watch.
lot of things to watch. I still want to watch The Wire and Succession.
And Afterlife.
Wire's
I want to
really
see
good.
The Silent
And
Sea as
Afterlife.
well.
I would say
I just
great
need
things
to-
about The Wire, yeah. It's like one of
just need
those
to-
quintessential. Go
just
ahead.
need to-
Yeah,
limited
you gotta
time.
watch it. It's great.
There is not a lot of time in the day. That's right.
Yeah, and there's the films and stuff. We're a
I
media
hear
show.
that.
We got to keep up with everything. It's horrible.
Mm.
Torture, you might
Arcane
even
looks
say.
awesome. Like, this show looks really cool.
That was actually funny when Wait, sorry, what did you say looked awesome?
I was just saying, Arcane. It's such a great looking show.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh yes.
I was about to say, yeah. I was watching the episode 3 with Jay. He was very much enjoying it, and then I was like, "Hey Jay," I'm like, "What?" I was like, "Got another Boba Fett episode in a couple days." He was just like, "Ugh." I was like, "Yeah." The fun of media criticism.
I'm excited.
I mean, you know, I hope for another episode 3, to be honest with you. More of that is much more fun. Just have stupid shit happen. I give up, okay? Book of Boba Fett. I don't believe in you at all. Make something really ridiculous happen. I think I initially thought, you can track this on our coverage of the Mandalorian Season 2 finale, I was pretty sure we were just going to get a show where he was just killing people all the time. Robert Rodriguez.
Yeah, and it'd just be mindless action.
Well, look at his episode.
That's what Mando was.
That's what the Mando
half the
episode
time
was.
His episode of Mando was just like that. Yeah.
Stupid mindless action where he shoots stormtrooppers.
Yeah,
that's it.
and I thought that what they were going to do was a full season of that because everyone loved that. Well, everyone who wasn't us. Yeah, I thought that they were like, people like it when Boba Fett shoots people, we'll do that. I thought it was going to be that kind of soulless. I was wrong.
Yeah.
And now it's a different kind of soulless because it's pretending to have a soul.
Which is
weird.
A
little bit. It's annoying, isn't it?
It's outright bizarre.
Yeah.
They got people to defend slavery. That's amazing.
Yeah, I guess good effort, you know.
Disney got people to defend slavery. That's interesting. That worked out.
George did call them the white slavers.
He did.
The Tuscans?
No, Disney.
No, Disney.
Okay.
So maybe that's their whole goal, is to prove that slavery is good.
Every hole is a goal.
And George warned us all along.
Yeah. George tried to save us.
He sold it though.
Maybe it turns out he didn't
Yeah,
sell
but I
it.
mean, he got
right.
screwed over in that.
It's like his whole family had guns to their heads, and he was like, "Oh no!" And they're like, "Don't worry, we'll buy it off you." And he's like, "No."
No.
I'm sure you guys didn't have time, but did you like read Bob Iger's book about the whole like sale of Star Wars?
I think
Oh my god! It's
Bob Iger's book.
Did you guys read Popeye? It's like no, but I'm pretty sure I've heard bits and bobs. But what part were you talking about?
Well, no, when you get to his Star Wars chapter, it is so fucked up how he talks about the deal because it's obviously from Bob Iger's perspective. And it's just, I'm like, why would anyone let you publish this? Because you just seem like a terrible, terrible villain. But so he basically led George on believing that, because George wanted the John Lasseter deal because Bob Iger bought Pixar, but he bought Pixar because he wanted John Lasseter to fix Disney Animation, and so he let John Lasseter keep doing everything he was doing at Pixar, but he wanted John to run both animation studios, and John's a genius, so he did. And what Bob Iger told George was, he's like, yeah, I want to buy Lucasfilm, and basically you're going to get the John Lasseter deal. So I'll buy it, and you'll stay in charge of everything. You'll just have, the backing of Disney, and we'll, do the distribution. You'll have all of our money, yada, yada, yada. So that's the only reason why George entered into this contract with him. And then they got so far along, and then Bob was like, nope. Fuck you. You thought I was going to spend $4.5 billion on this and keep you in charge? No, fuck you, George. And then George is like, all right, then I'm out. And he's like, oh, well, we're too far into these contracts, and I have all of these little, little things in here that if you actually back out of this contract now, you'll owe me $500 million and you'll go bankrupt and everyone's going to lose their money. I'm not kidding. This is in his book.
Damn.
Like, all you have to do is read the Star Wars chapter. And that's why George looks like he lost his soul when he's signing Star Wars over to Bob Iger, because it's like he can either sign it and people keep their jobs and he keeps, Lucasfilm stays alive, or he doesn't sign it and he owes Disney $500 million and he loses everything. Because Bob Iger fucking lied to him.
Why would he put this in his book?
Yeah,
that's what I said. I was like, what the fuck? I'm serious. Go just
Is that
look
like
at
a
that
situation
chapter.
of, well, I'm retired now. So
Does he explain it in like a bragging way or something?
Is he proud of it? Like, hi, I got him.
I guess, I mean,
It's
he
been
probably has
like a
reason to be
year
proud.
since I read this, but from what I remember, it just like kind of a matter of factly, and it's just no, this is what happened, laying it out. But it's like, yeah, okay, that's what happened, but that doesn't change the fact that just because you write it nicely on paper, it doesn't change the fact that you're the asshole, because he's making it seem like, oh, George was so unreasonable, thinking I would give him the John Lasseter deal. But it's after him going through the George wanted originally $8 billion because that's what Marvel got. And he's like, well, you don't have the infrastructure that Marvel does. So you can't. Pixar got this big deal because Pixar had all of these movies in production and George didn't. And the same thing with the sequel trilogy. George thought that he was going to make his sequel trilogy with, the script outlines that he had. And then Bob Iger was like, no, fuck this. No, you're not being in charge. You're not going to have any kind of creative control or any power of any kind. Why would I spend this money on this for you? But it's funny because he did the same thing with Pixar and with Marvel. He bought them because he wanted John Lasseter and everything that John Lasseter created. He bought Marvel and, all the stuff with Jon Favreau and Kevin Feige. Even the part when he talks about Marvel, he puts this in his book where Steve Jobs calls him up and is like, yo, I just watched Iron Man 2. What the fuck was that? That sucked. And Bob's response was, it made $75 million this weekend. So Bob doesn't care as long as it makes money. This is a terrible, terrible book. It's like reading Lex Luthor's diary if you read his book. I'm not kidding.
I guess it's the thing that...
Is it better than Mein Kampf?
I've never read that.
I guess
I'm not really the my struggle kind of person.
From his perspective,
It's like, I got my own stuff going on. I don't need to read about some psychopaths.
I guess from Bob Iger was maybe like, because I mean, ultimately, like Disney has grown significantly under him, right? Like he, in terms of the CEOs, he's been very successful in building that company. So like, it's almost from his POV, it's like, well, yeah, look at all this good shit I did for Disney and all the money that we made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just bad people that only care about money.
Now. Like, I'm genuinely curious about what he talks about in that book.
I mean, you can get the audiobook. I think he's the one that narrates it.
Mein Kampf?
I'll read it. And not Mein Kampf.
Stop
fucking bringing it up.
I would like to hear Rags and Chris Gore film threat on EFAP one day. Hi everyone, hail Rags.
Hail. Who's that?
He's... I don't want to mix it up because he was on Attack of the Show at one point, right? He was a presenter, I think.
Maybe if I saw a picture of him, Chris Gore.
Yeah, I've been on a couple streams with him. I just don't know his history that well. He's a pretty cool dude. I don't know if he'd want to come on EFAP at some point, maybe.
American writer? Okay, alright. Yeah, I don't wait.
I think he was on G4.
Yeah, Attack of the Show was G4, and then...
Yeah, I don't
never
recognize
watched
him.
G4.
But, yeah, I'll hang out with Chris Gore. We could talk about, who knows, kinds of stuff. Video games, Star Wars, movies, Hitler, whatever he wants to talk about.
Longman, fuck, marry, kill, theme, story, character. Well,
we're keeping...
Story has to stay, doesn't it?
So you
It
marry
has
to.
Story.
I guess we marry story. No, who are we killing out of themes and character? I don't like this.
I guess we can... If we killed themes, people could still bring their own themes, right?
Maybe that's what has to go when you kill themes.
I still think that of the three, you have to have a story. So I guess we're marrying it, and we're fucking characters, because, so I guess...
I mean, if we were to lose characters
right?
and not lose themes, I don't even know what that looks like, so I guess we'll have to lose themes.
Be a
I
poem,
suppose
right?
so.
Oh no.
I'm gonna miss you, themes. You were cool.
Bye.
Get Emma Frost on EFAP.
Like a terrible time.
Old lady, right?
I don't think she's gonna like EFAP.
Yeah, she's the the G4 TV lady.
She's gonna hate it. She's gonna think EFAP is misnagonisms.
He's one of these things. There's
Yeah,
too many
they,
white
them.
people in European League of Legends broadcasting. She's got a lot of.
Mm.
She has a lot of
Say that.
opinions. Huh?
There were too many. Did she say that? There were too many.
Yeah, it was on Twitter. Yeah.
There were too many white Europeans in European
There's too many.
League of Legends tournaments.
It broadcasting and stuff. Yeah, essentially.
Oh,
It was in regard. I've got some images somewhere around here for the video, but well, it often gets passed over when people do responses to what happened. But she mentions who I assume is Thorin, Duncan Shields, and he has talked about her in terms of some of the comments she's made about, there's too many white people, and you know how it goes. You know.
I like how she's white, but she's saying there's too many white people.
She said that as she was leaving too. So, it's yeah, seems a little strategic and
That's fair.
tactical.
Strategic
She's
and
just a lovely
tactical.
person. Yeah,
mm,
those are different things.
I'm going to allow it because I can't be asked to hear the explanation.
All right then.
I think Fennec is so knowledgeable because they gave Boba's lines to her. Like, maybe he was supposed to explain all of this to her. Just a thought.
How would he know?
I don't know. I think they've... If you look at how they've written him, like, it seems like this was their idea. Like, it seems that they wanted him to be this useless. It doesn't seem like an accident.
You think that the line about him like apologizing for the eye was one that he tried to pawn off on her?
You're quiet.
Am I? Hello.
Like, she's the same volume she's been the
Still
whole time,
quiet?
isn't it?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I just turned her up a little bit. She just seemed a little more quiet to me. That's fine. That's all right.
I'm not talking as loudly
babies
then.
No, you're fine. It's all good. It's great.
Mm.
Things are awesome.
Rags, leave our guest alone.
I am a guest.
Like,
And if the
what I
guests wanna
said still
fight, then
applies.
damn it.
Like, I don't know why you'd
Allow-
think that would...
Yeah, leave me alone.
I
with
think you
your-
should
with
leave
your
you and
rules.
her alone. I agree.
Leave me be.
Giving myself too much shit.
Enough horrible shows. Thoughts on Italian Senate session with Tifa?
I don't get
Make
it.
sure you make
What?
sure you watch your permissions for your Zoom calls.
What happened?
Hmm? Oh, I know what this is now. Yeah.
There you go.
I just read the headline and I was just like, the fuck? What universe are we in?
What happened?
What is the headline? I've totally no clue about this.
The Italian Senate, like, accidentally streamed some kind of, like, porn thing from a character from... Was it Final Fantasy or something?
Well, Tifa,
Yeah.
67, yeah.
Apparently someone hacked the Zoom call and just fucking played it during a Senate
Was
meeting.
it hacked? Because I
heard
that
it was
they had
hacked.
just
That's
left
what I read.
Permissions to where anyone could broadcast. So
mean, I
anyone
guess-
could join as a participant instead of just as a viewer.
Yeah.
So
It's
someone
not even a hack,
joined
it's
and
just-
had permission.
It's just
to-
boomerisms then.
That's what
Yeah,
I
I
heard.
guess
So
They said
Yeah, I don't-
hacked because they don't know what hacking is.
that's just what I've heard. It might be hacked. I'm not sure. I can believe that a bunch of Italian boomers, because if it's not pizza and submachine guns, you just don't know what they're doing over there. So they, I guess, set up a Zoom call, and the boomers who set it up didn't quite get it right. And now the world, Italy made the news, so good on them.
Tifa Lockhart in the
Tifa Cockhard.
Senate.
Oh no.
I mean, that's pretty cool, right? Mainstream sort of representation.
That is kind of like 2020 news, isn't it? It's kind of like that Eminem shit. It's like, yeah, we live in cyberpunk fucking future.
That
Where a
Eminem
big
shit is so
controversy about
stupid.
M&Ms. What is going on?
My M&Ms have the right to be sexy.
I showed Maul of because I only found out about the M&M stuff yesterday, and just a real exchange that I had when I got notified.
The Eminem stuff.
Yeah, I guess you haven't heard the news, right, about M&Ms?
They took away the high heels from the sexy M&M.
Well,
The
so
green one
one?
used to be the hot
I
one.
think it
Yeah.
is the
Fucking
green one.
heartless monsters.
Yeah, the green one was the chick with the lipsticks, and she had high heels, and she was a
I think now
feminine
she wears
M&M.
sport shoes now.
Yeah,
They also
now she
released
wears
like a video that just screams of like modern marketing speak
Oh,
about how
okay.
M&M's is on the side of like, you know, bringing our society forward and all these weird things. It's really
Yay.
cringe.
Maybe this
Can you
is
just
the
give me more of your candy and shut the fuck up?
Whoa.
How about
No.
that? Can you just shut the fuck up?
fringe on both. Comment where someone was
Here-
saying
I think M&Ms need to focus on getting the mini ones back in my stores because I love mini M&Ms and they've been sold out. So
Oh,
stop
Like in the little
redesigning-
plastic tubes that you'd pop up
Mm.
with the lid on one side. You remember those?
Smarties?
I like those, but I like them better when they're in the
No,
bag.
not Smarties. They M&Ms
Mini
would sell,
M&Ms.
and mini M&Ms. They would come in these little plastic cylinders that had a lid on one side, and they were full of mini M&Ms. And you'd pop open the lid, and you just pour some into your hand, or you'd pour the whole goddamn thing into your mouth at once, and just have an
That's what she
absolute chocogasm until it was all gone. You never have those?
I've just
Chat knows who I'm talking about, I'm sure.
regular mums.
I know
I
what
got
you're
those too, yeah.
talking about,
What?
and it's great. But they've been sold out, and I think that they need to focus on getting their fucking candy into stores instead of redesigning the damn characters. It's
Well, so
stupid.
the thing that I've heard that's been mentioned is that apparently the company, the M&M's company, I don't know if like M&M's is one part of like subsidiary of one of those major ones, but they're like currently involved in some like serious labor law things like that are going on, and people have just pointed out it's like, man, everybody getting into a stick about M&M's, like the M&M mascot, really distracts hardcore from like the more meaningful, serious stuff that's going on.
I can still eat her, right?
Sure.
All right.
I guess I just find it
It
like,
might be sexist, but I'm not sure.
Didn't
We'll check and see if she's brown on the inside.
yeah, that's one where I saw the comment
Mm.
video said, I remember the good old days when I didn't have to worry about whether my candy was woke or not. That comment kind of broke my mind. It's like, if this is a
That's true,
simulation,
though.
just pull me out. I'm done. Get me out of the simulation.
Get me
Find everything. Experiment's over, okay? Get me out. Get me back in. End the Roy game. Just pull me out and tell me my stats. Let me try again.
Weird. You just can't be. I don't know. It's just. I guess they really felt like this M&M needed to not have feminine shoes, because
Yeah.
that's bad. I guess.
What are
Any kind of
Look,
Fucking
I'm pretty
green
sure
chocolate slut.
Linkara was masturbating to the green M&M for so long, he's probably devastated. He still has dead Muppets, so we don't need to worry too much.
Maybe.
no.
What if
Memories.
tomorrow it's announced that Muppets have become immortal?
He's gonna be fucking fuming.
I'm pretty sure like the whole point of this thing from M&M's, right, was to get hello, I'm here to talk about my field of expertise, sexy M&M's.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure that like the whole point was to get the exact reaction that happened, right? You've got this. You've got the segment of like Tucker Carlson going on complaining about how the brown M&M isn't as sexy anymore because they changed. They didn't remove her high heels. They changed the type of high heel that they were wearing. And you're
That's
thinking,
pretty
and I'm just
fucked up.
watching that thinking, this 100%. This is what the marketing team wanted, right? This is just. Because this clip is going to be shared around by loads of people going, look at how funny this is. He's complaining that he can't fuck the sexy M&M anymore.
Have half the people like, I'm never buying M&Ms again. I'll post it on social media. And then you have the other half going like, oh yeah, look at all the M&Ms I bought to own the cucks. Like,
Look at all my M&Ms.
Look at all the
M&Ms. The fact of the matter is that everyone's been talking about M&Ms for like 3 days now.
About the serious legal stuff that's going on with that company.
Yeah, and no one's been talking about the child slavery accusations. Like,
But to be
what a
fair,
win for
Jack,
M&Ms.
one of my M&Ms
This is
isn't as sexy, so...
Yeah.
It's like
the liberal agenda for M&M shoes. What is going on? Get me out of here, please!
I think they made such minor changes to the mascots. It's like if they hadn't had the press release, very few people would have noticed.
Nobody would have noticed. Who's keeping up to date on the M&M's lore?
No,
I take pictures every day.
The redesign. People just saw that press release. That's the cringiest fucking thing ever, and they're like, "Oh god,
like it's working." Look at all the people talking about M&Ms. And there'll be people going on Twitter like, look at all these M&Ms I bought to own the other side of the political aisle. I hate this.
This has worked so well. This has worked so like the cringe is part of it, right? It wouldn't have worked without the cringe, and it's worked so well that like more companies are gonna be doing this.
Yeah, they're
gonna be doing it until it stops working.
Are you saying that Pringles might go woke?
Oh yeah, Pringles might be like, oh yeah, Pringles might
cutting off
do
the
a thing.
Pringles
Yeah,
man mustache.
Yeah, because you know Hitler had a mustache, so we don't want to be associated with that.
True.
And then it's
Pringles is
gonna
gonna come out and say that part of our brand is about fun, and having fun is the best way of showing people that they belong. And
yeah, and then Tucker Carlson will make a segment going, and like Alex Jones will make a segment going, yeah, have you heard the liberals? They hate mustaches
Why
now.
can't I fuck my Pringles anymore?
The Pringles man isn't sexy.
It's probably gonna be easier to just say, oh, the Pringles man is gay. High five.
And then everyone's gonna share it like, whoa, look, this is funny, and then everyone's gonna buy more Pringles.
Oh, so instead of Pringles, it's called Mr. and Mr. Pringles, and they add just a second. They just copy paste the Pringles, man.
It's like I don't know. It's probably gonna be something else. Like, I don't know. The Pringles man is now the Pringles NB. The Pringles character is now non-binary.
Pringles person.
The Pringles person now goes by they them, and it's gonna be. And it's something like that, and then you're gonna have exactly the same reaction, and then loads of people are gonna buy more Pringles.
Or it becomes Countess Chocula, just to get a little bit more variety up on those shelves when you're buying your.
The same thing happened when Mr. Potato Head rebranded to Potato Head, and it's like my favorite part about that one is people didn't even like. People were just factually wrong about what happened. It wasn't the character. The character was not renamed from Mr. Potato Head to Potato Head. It was the company was renamed from Mr. Potato Head to Potato Head because Potato Head, the company, makes lots of Potato Head characters and not just Mr. Potato Head, and they wanted to represent that with their name.
As long as he's the patriarch, we're okay.
As long as
he's people got mad about
red-blooded
it.
American. That's all I care about.
He's got potato blood, Marlon.
That's red, as far as I'm concerned.
Patriot.
So,
modern marketing is really interesting.
Yeah. It's a new era.
Hey, you know what? I prefer this shit to the Twitter accounts that try to dunk on people, like, because they're copying Wendy's and they're just not as funny.
Yeah.
I wonder how much that person who runs the Wendy's social media account gets paid at this point.
$7 a day.
Well, I mean, I'm
good?
assuming that they just spend the whole day thinking of jokes. Like, you're just a joke. Like at 100.
You're just a comedy writer at that point.
Yeah, it's got to be a comedy
M&M's
writer, really.
It's a sweet.
I want to know, who does M&M's think didn't buy their candy because the M&M mascots didn't represent them
Rags,
enough?
that's not what they thought. That's not what they thought. They thought if we put out this press release, loads of people are going to get mad about it, and then loads of people are going to talk about it for days, and that's exactly what happened, and now everyone's talking about M&M's.
It's very insulting to all of the people who didn't feel represented by the M&M's and didn't.
What are you talking about, Rags?
A lot of people out there who know exactly who I'm talking about, and they might not appreciate you saying that it's all a ploy.
It is all a ploy.
For once in their life, Jay, they felt represented by M&M, personified M&Ms, and you're taking that away from them. So who's the real villain?
The real villain is M&M's, because I can't fuck the sexy M&M's anymore.
Because I fought.
All they did was they turned the green M&M into a tomboy slut, and I'm fine with that.
Shoes.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what they did was they made the green M&M hotter.
Kind of, to me, yeah.
Can we ask Linkara? I feel like he's the expert.
I feel like after all these jokes, he's not going to talk to us.
Oh, what? That's rude.
What are the M&M's arms and legs made out of? Is it also chocolate?
I guess it's like the. I'm not sure actually. I mean, but then maybe it's. I was gonna say it's like Rayman, but it's not. Rayman has no arms. He just has floating hands.
Wait, the brown M&M has like those, like dress shoes.
Yeah, but they're not the same.
Yeah, but they're not. It used to be stilettos, and now they're block heels.
They're not hot, right?
That's really bad.
Oh. I mean, that's better on wood floors, I guess, right?
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the M&M's back. You know, make sure it's supported.
The M&M's spinal issues. You just see like a little.
They don't have spines. They have exoskeletons. Duh.
No, but I mean,
Exoshells.
spines, and you have like an X-ray for M&M anatomy. You just take a look at it. It's this horrifying eldritch monster underneath.
I think the funniest part of
skeletons.
the whole press release for me was that their claim that they wanted to make the orange one anxious because they thought it represented Zoomers.
What?
Okay.
They're talking about the orange M&M has anxiety, and they think that'll be, you know, representative of Zoomers because they have high rates of depression.
He literally get his life is literally to get put in like a vacuum packed bag and then get eaten. So fair.
Well, the rest of them must deal with it well compared to him then.
All the other M&M's screaming. It's pitch black. You can't see everything. Finally, light. Oh no! Ah! Because not every M&M is gonna die in the first chew. No, no.
Dude, what about the people who don't chew them and just melt them?
What about the M&Ms at the bottom of the bag who for the entire who have to spend like several minutes watching all of their comrades getting murdered and killed and crunched slowly to death, and they're just waiting for it. And then maybe the person eating them gets full and puts them in the fridge or like in the cupboard or something and eats them on a second session, and they just have to spend their time there waiting, unable to move.
Got the little M&M. He crafted a shiv in that time, and he cuts the bag open and escapes. But then he finds himself.
What was he craft the shiv out of?
I don't know. Maybe
his fallen comrades, the shells.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he uses the broken M&M flesh to carve a hole in the bag to escape. And he
kills the green M&M because she's no longer sexy.
Oh no!
Now that you're no longer sexy, you have no value.
Well, to be fair, he fucks her first. But then he kills her and he destroys her corpse and uses the shards of her shell to cut his way out of the bag.
And then there's another one who grabs onto his leg as he's getting out. It's like, please help me! It's like, fucking get off me, get off! And
cuts off his arm.
Yeah. Slices his arm clean off. Oh,
but
no.
he tricks him. He tricks him and says, yeah, I'll help you. Like, you hold out your hand. And then he stabs him.
Yeah.
It's quite the drama we're building.
Wow, as someone's already pointed out, it's just sausage party. It's like, yeah. A little bit.
Every frame of pause, everyone.
Here's the thing as well. Someone mentioned Skittles, right? So I'm pretty sure Skittles are a different candy in America to what they are in the UK. Rags, what are Skittles? What do you
They're
think
like
of
fruity M&Ms. Instead of chocolate, they have like
we don't get that here.
Fruity kind of.
For us, Skittles are basically just M&Ms, but a bit bigger, I think.
Because over here, Skittles are Skittles and M&Ms are M&Ms.
Oh, no, not Skittles. Sorry, not Skittles. Fucking I'm dumb. Smarties.
I was about to say, I am not.
Oh, Smarties, yeah. Right.
We have those.
What are Smarties to you?
Smarties are chocolate as well. They're M&Ms.
Oh, Smarties are not chocolate for us.
What?
There we go. I was right. I was just saying the wrong word.
Smarties. Am I mixing?
No,
up
you're probably on point for me. Because Smarties are just chocolate, but not for Americans, I guess.
Yeah, for us, Smarties are like little.
Sorry, according to
like a hard candy, sort of a chalky, tart-ish, sugary
Little
kind
sugar
of thing.
candies.
I don't like them myself.
I
like
love them.
On Wikipedia, Smarties are oblate spheroids with a minor axis of about 5 millimeters, 0.2 inches. And a main
Why are you reading that part?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That's the first piece. Is that the first piece of information they tell you? Is that the beginning of the article? Like, so like, Smarties are candy. Smarties are oblate spheroids.
If you let me explain. So when you click on the Wikipedia article, the first one is just, they're a colored, they're confectionery. But if you look at it on Google, the first sentence is that they are oblate spheroids.
How is that an explanation for you choosing to read that?
Because I found it really. We all know that their color-varied, sugar-coated chocolate confectionery been manufactured since 1937, originally by H.R. Rowntree and Company in the UK, and are currently produced by Nestle. We all know that.
Yeah, we all know that.
Oh.
Jesus.
In the US, the thing that we know as Smarties are apparently called rockets, which makes no fucking sense. Because what are they? What are they like rockets? They're not rockets.
Wait, are these made by different companies then?
They must be, right?
I was gonna say, like, how do they?
Well, one is
manage that?
Nestle and
Or
one
it might be
is,
just like a branding team. Thought, oh, these things will sell better as rockets in America.
Yeah, Smarties are made by
Nestle.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly,
one of them
let-
is. I wonder if they're both made by Nestle.
I don't know if they
Let me
both
check.
are.
Looks like these are made by. Let me check the box.
Apparently, okay, so this is interesting. Wikipedia helps us out. Smarties are not distributed in the United States, where the rights to the name belong to the Smarties Candy Company, which manufactures its own hard tablet suite under the registered trademark name Smarties. So Smarties, the ones that you've got there, the ones above the Nestle ones, they are from a company called Smarties Candy Company. It's private. It's not owned by anybody, by the looks of it. Founded
It's owned by no one. It's just floating in space.
It's the people's candy.
The people's candy.
Yeah, so that's interesting. It kind of reminds me of because I know that because in Australia Burger King is called Hungry Jack's because there was a place already called Burger King here, like one place. So
That's fun. I just imagine like the up man going, get off my lawn, Burger King.
You dare speak to royalty that way?
Anyway,
King of
extra
Burger.
chat.
Yeah.
Very well.
Wait, so Fringy, what are the measurements of Smarties again?
A minor axis is 0.5 millimeters, 0.2 inches, and a major axis I think of 12 millimeters. I've closed it, so now it's burned into my memory.
Thank you.
Good. It helps us separate the real Smarties from the fake Chinese off-brands.
Can you imagine if somebody was like, they just got a little ruler to try and figure out if this is the real one or not?
Yeah, the little measuring devices when they buy it from the store.
That feels like a Simpsons gag for like a...
Yeah, because the cheap Chinese knockoffs are made out of like gasoline and like rubber or something
Well, at
like
least you
that,
can
and they
sniff
just throw
'em.
sawdust on it.
Yeah, they have a nice, pleasant smell.
Yeah.
Yeah, smells like gasoline.
Character that they're mentioning is the GOAT, but then so is basically every character. Glad you guys liked Arcane as much as me. Sweet, yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah!
Just from the games go on their own little arcs and their adventures.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want to do Arcane spoilers, I can deafen.
No, it's okay. We've been very spoiler-free throughout this whole thing.
No.
If anyone hasn't seen it, I would recommend that they see it, so we'll save spoiler talk for another time.
You merely adopted the water. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the
Surrounded by it.
dry until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but drying. That's the thing. Boba knows his water, and I think that's going to come into play in the finale, okay?
I'm sure it will.
I hope
Someone's
so.
going to have a water gun, and he'll be like, "Pah!"
It's Chekhov's water. If you establish the character was water in the first act, you have to make sure that they use water to defeat the bad guys in the third act.
Yep.
No, someone's gonna like take him like to a lake and be like, Boba, you're gonna be shocked because you're surrounded by water, and then Boba's gonna give a knowing smile and he's gonna go, huh, you think this will shake me? I'm lactose intolerant.
I always knew you were
That's a little thing
intolerant.
for you. That's a little thing for just you there, Free.
It's for us too.
That's no one else is gonna know what I'm referencing.
No, nobody else is gonna remember that.
Yeah, you're referencing when a person can't have like dairy products or.
Sorry,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
another reference. That's
Medical.
that's the mozzarella cheese wrapping around just spinal cord.
So
Why do you think
the
I
line is
wouldn't
just-
get that?
wait, because you haven't seen that in like 10 years.
Yeah? Why would I forget that? It's the milkman. Telekinesis milkman. How am I going to forget that
My
shit?
favorite. Mola, do you remember the individual lines that he uses to justify his kills?
No, I just remember being silly.
So, like, one of them is like, "Oh, that's the yogurt you had earlier, making its way back up your throat and choking you," and you're like, "Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that he could do that." And then the final one is, "That's the mozzarella wrapping itself around your cerebral cortex." And you're like, what?
That's what he does to Simon, right? No, not Simon.
That's
Nathan.
true.
Nathan.
That show just goes off the rails in season.
Yeah. That's the hot take. I don't. The hot take is that because most people like the common take on that show is that season 1 and 2, excellent, both great, amazing stuff, and then season 3 is where it starts to go downhill. Season 2 episodes 1 and 2 are really good, and then everything else sucks after that.
Fortunately, it falls off the rails very quickly. A shame, because I like the first season.
The first season is great. General recommendation with that show is just watch the first 8 episodes, and then basically you finish the first arc of the show, and you don't need to bother with the second.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough. I've been watching for far too long not to give you guys a little something. I knew you'd like Arcane, would appreciate a full EFAP breakdown on it. I agree with Fringy, this is certainly the video game adaptation to beat.
Yeah, definitely. It's no contest.
Well, Chris Pratt's Mario might be able to beat
What about?
it, right?
Yeah. What about Doom Annihilation?
I think we
I'm
were
not
the-
looking
Wasn't
I think we
the
were the only
isn't
people
the
who
other
saw that, Rags.
isn't the other video game adaptation that people rate like Castlevania?
Castlevania is, I like the first 2
I was
seasons.
going to say,
of that
apparently
show.
it's gone downhill since the first 2 seasons.
I-
So.
The
Arcane
Well,
first-
that'll
isn't-
never
it's-
happen to Arcane.
Arcane will be great forever. There's no way anyone could possibly make a bad season, right?
Season 1 of Castlevania was so short. It's 4 episodes and they're half an hour each. It's really
Oh, it's like
quick.
Smiling Friends then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it
Smiling Friends.
Takes like an hour and a half to
Because
finish
it's
it.
longer than Smiling Friends
Well,
then,
my
right?
favorite thing about that is that Cosmonaut used Castlevania as proof that video game adaptations don't work as movies because movies are too short to give the proper story
What?
that you need for a video game adaptation. So, and then he used as the only like piece of evidence to show you that what you need to do is make a TV show because they're longer, like Castlevania season 1.
The 2-hour-long season.
Yeah, which is
Relevant.
fucking 2 hours.
He's...
And also, that's not a good point at all. That video games.
No, it's
I was gonna
not.
say, yeah, the point
Well,
was
it's like,
bad
the thing
anyway.
is,
but...
in the video response I made to that, I never even mentioned that Castlevania was 2 hours long because I didn't know that at the time. Like I just assumed that he wouldn't have referenced something that was literally feature length to prove that films were too short. And I was being foolish, but I thoroughly debunked his points,
Ooh.
if I do say so myself, without even mentioning that, you know, his examples are real bad.
What you're saying is he had an opinion and you just felt the need to say that you're right and he's wrong about everything. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Cosmo's awesome. He's so consistent and interesting and insightful. I'm not hearing any disagreements, so I'm guessing, yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
No, yeah, we agree. Definitely, I've
Sweet.
learned so much from him.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they don't
What were we going to say there? Something racist?
declaw
Or?
him. Well, I hope they don't give him the green M&M treatment.
Yes. Clean bikes. What do you think they're stealing the water for? Have they been cleaning their mopeds with it?
To
That's
clean
it.
their bikes, yeah. Yeah.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a piece of shit.
Pretty sure that the entirety of Disney's Star Wars is some guy's monkey's poor wish, and he's just crying in a corner saying this isn't what he wanted. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
It's like,
And
yeah.
cries again when he realizes that apparently maybe the monkey's paw's like, wait, this is terrible. Why are you clapping? Why are you defending slavery over this? What are you doing?
The monkey's paw was like, haha, I brought it back, but it's shitty, and the whole audience is cheering, and the monkey's paw's like, huh? Like, what?
Hey.
You guys were supposed to... Okay. It's like, and then the monkey's paw's desperately trying to make the next iteration of any part of it worse and worse and worse. It's just not working.
what I am saying is that far fewer people seem to be invested in just in the random things that I see people say about it. People do seem to be less sold on Boba Fett than on Mandalorian.
It would seem that way.
Yeah, I've seen that as well, which is nice. Because it's shit.
Yeah, I love hate.
Hate. Well, it's just, I mean, I would even go as far as saying it looks like it's nice that people noticed the step down in production too. Visually, like Boba Fett has gotten, compared to Mando, they've gotten a little lazier or rushed more. I'm assuming rushed is the answer.
I think rushed is probably would explain it.
Stuff with like the, what is it? The piece of set that you can see. I don't know how to describe it. When you can see like the back of the set in the shot. Like the plywood that the actual Tatooine buildings are made out of, you can see the back of it, and it's like, oh, that's plywood. I can just see that. It would have been real easy if they'd noticed that to just put in some visual effects to make that go away. Like that's one of the easiest little patch jobs you can do, but they didn't do that, which makes me think, oh, it's rushed.
Well, they might do it now that they know. They probably didn't know.
They might. Like the Starbucks cup.
Yeah, and the equivalent for Mando is there was a guy on set in one of the shots on the 4th episode of season 2, I think.
Did they ever fix the VFX on Luke's lightsaber?
I don't know. I don't know if they ever did.
I do not know. No.
I actually happened to see the behind the scenes of that the other day, and his lightsaber is short, and it's like, yep, they legit did just forget to put him on at one point because.
Oh yeah, yes, I saw that too.
Everybody wants him to turn up probably at the end of this season as well.
Ah, you idiots.
You fools.
Somehow they have successfully made a character that people are excited to see turn up in other stuff. Not sure how or why.
Oh, you mean Mando?
But they did. Yeah.
Guess so. Yeah. Can't deny it.
It's like this proves like. It's depressing because this proves that they can actually just continue this cycle forever. It's not like, because you think, oh, one day they're going to run out of characters that they can bring back. It's like, we've seen Han 50 times. It's no longer exciting when you bring back Han. You know, we've seen Luke 50 times. It's no longer exciting when you bring back Luke. We've seen Leia 50 times. It's like, no, but apparently all they need to do is just make 2 seasons with a character who's just kind of there as other characters show up. And people are now excited to see him show up again. And he's like, oh, so they could actually keep this going forever if they just keep introducing these new like sort of planks of wood. That was just fundamentally upsetting to me to realize, yeah, there's no set end date to this. This could just keep on going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say at least, but then I didn't know what to say after that. So
yeah.
Just go with a non sequitur, Rags. Just find something happy in the world and mention that.
Have you seen this eye before, Jay?
No, I don't. What is
that?
Eye?
You mean a finger animal?
Yeah, it's this little primate. Here, let me show you a picture. I don't know if you could see it, so I'll just post this guy here. Just curious what you think of this is the eye. We were made.
This is the positive thing. Oh, that is good news that exists.
Yeah, they're pretty strange. There's some creepy ass looking ones, but some of them are pretty cute.
No, I like him.
Yeah. These are some of the good ones. Yeah, but if you go like onto Google and Google image search these critters, you'll find horrors beyond all comprehension.
Well, how do you spell it? Is it just like the word
A-Y-E,
I twice?
A-Y-E. Yeah.
A-Y-E.
A-Y-E, A-Y-E. Like you can remember because it's got 2 eyes. Eye. They spelled differently.
Oh god, some of these do look kind of like meth fiends.
Yeah. These primates have been hitting the hard bananas.
Jesse.
Damn it. There's a short YouTube poop of Mando called The Man, and it's super funny and well edited. I think you'll love it.
How would we find that? By just searching The Man?
The Man, Mandalorian, maybe?
Mandalorian the Man?
Maybe even YTP, you know? think outside the box.
Okay,
Jay.
yeah, you know what? I was being dumb, and you're exactly right. And I should have thought. Oh my god, there's one for Joker called Joe as well.
Joe.
Yeah, these look funny.
It killed my watermelon again.
Oh no.
Fool.
Back away. I will deal with this Jedi fuck myself. Another suggestion for our replace Revenge of the Sith, of course, with some fucks. Put some fucks in there. All the Wookiee had to do was pull the plug and sit on the back of the tank, so Boba could only stare at that hairy ass while he struggled and suffocated to death. Might even have been able to escape completely undetected. Yeah. Why do that, though, when you can do what he actually did? I'm not hearing anybody say that's a bad idea, so yeah, I guess.
No, yeah. That's a solid strategy, I think.
I wasn't listening, but I agree.
Mm-hmm. I
was watching The Man.
Yeah.
Stop watching me. What the fuck?
Howdy, gang. In honor of the life of Meatloaf, what would your food-themed name be?
Milk.
I'm thinking ass pie. No. It would. I mean, obviously it'd be hot dogs.
Milk.
Obviously.
What food has long
Obviously,
in
I'd be
it?
a big, delicious hot pot. Big, juicy, fucking hot dog. That's me.
I want to be milkshake. I feel like that works.
Milkshake?
You know.
Yeah.
Because I bring boys to the. I don't know. No, because I want to be milk, right? I like the milk association.
I also
but I feel
want
like that's a
some
bit
milk.
boring. I feel like that's just being milk, bit dull, to be honest. So I want to spice it up with milkshake.
Pringy would be frog legs, of course.
I guess that's a
Milk
choice,
steak.
yeah.
Milk steak.
Milk steak.
What are we talking about?
Well, if you were
You'd
named
just be-
after a
you'd
food,
just-
what would your name be?
You'd just
What
be
food
dirt.
would you name yourself after?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I guess it would be the foot long. Not really that long though.
That'd be a terrible name for me.
Because you're not a foot long.
No, I'm a hobbit.
What's a nice short food? What's a short?
A cookie. Cookies are
Shortbread?
short.
A shortbread.
Ugh, I don't like shortbread.
I'm honestly shocked.
I'd say I'm surprised.
Oh no.
Yeah. Carry on. I mean, who hasn't done theirs? Everyone needs to do theirs.
I don't know who hasn't. Own up.
Metal, what's your
Metal.
I said Chimkin Commander. Like 10
Chimkin
minutes ago.
Commander, I like Chimkin
Okay.
Commander.
Okay, I would have remembered you saying that if you did.
Yeah, you didn't say it. You're a liar.
I think it
Fuck
would be called
you.
Cheeto. Because I like hot Cheetos.
Well, all
That's
right.
right.
then.
And those are chips, and you wouldn't give those up.
I wouldn't give them up. No. So I go with Cheeto.
Oh, the second part was also, how have they made Star Wars so damn lame?
I don't know.
I mean, you saw them do it. Like,
Yeah.
We have the exact same information you have. We just don't know. Perhaps the why would lead to the how. Rags, read as Boba. Oh, I'll copy this out for you, Rags, okay?
I feel like someone actually just wants this for a video they're making and can't do a Boba voice.
Maybe.
Because that would be a great way to do it.
What's great is that we actually have an Australian guy here. But,
He's not Australian, is he?
He's New Zealand.
No,
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Racist.
Yeah.
Oh, that was pretty racist right there.
No, it wasn't because of that. It's because I think Fringy does great impressions. What were you thinking of, Manning?
What does that have to do with him being
boy.
Australian?
Yeah.
Huh? Because I was just
Oh,
referring to
great
Fringy.
impression.
I was referring to Fringy. I didn't want to just go out and say Fringy by
You
name. I
said
wanted
we
to
have
leave
an
clues.
Australian here.
Yeah, we have an Australian because I was pointing like Fringy says great impressions.
You gotta-
Why don't you use this new name? Why don't you call him Frog
I feel
Legs?
like, I feel
You
like
gotta
we
do-
keep
Frog's
dancing around the
no,
question.
just frog
Like,
legs.
No.
You gotta do a better save than that, Rags. That doesn't make any sense.
It does make
Yeah.
sense. I didn't want to just be out and out about, oh yeah, I mean Fringy should do it. I wanted to, just leave some clues for
Well,
everyone
we
to pick
don't
up
have
on.
any. There are no other Australians in the call, so like.
Yeah, that's why I'm pointing to him. I wanted you to figure it out. I didn't want it to be a real
Well, it's not-
mystery.
Well, then fuck you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what
What
does
were
it
we
having?
supposed to be doing?
What
I
does
need to read this?
Australianness mean? He's good at
I was born
making
on Camino.
accents.
I am a clone, like all those war criminals from 40 years ago. I don't have a belly button or a mom. It's sad.
I think he wanted you to do it.
I like
as
how
Or was I
that
Boba.
he lists belly button before mum.
Well, because clones don't have belly buttons.
No,
as
it's
was
true, they
established in
No,
The
they
Simpsons.
well, don't they? Isn't that how they connect to the little pod thingy?
Is
I
it?
can't remember what the visual. I don't know. I can't remember what
So,
the visual was.
it's a Simpsons
Do they?
reference, but
Rags didn't watch it.
Like Homer Simpson.
there was a Treehouse of Horror episode where Homer had clones and they didn't have belly buttons.
Okay.
That was how they knew whether or not they were clones.
Well, clones
Oh.
wouldn't generally have belly buttons unless they were made with some kind of umbilical cord.
Yeah.
Well, how do you provide them with
I was gonna say, why would you assume that would be unusual? Wouldn't you expect that's the normal way to do it?
Yeah, I would assume that's how you design it
so.
because the body is already kind of designed to get a lot of nutrients and stuff through that. So you just
They do that in I
replace
Am
the
Mother.
mom with some kind of a pod. Yeah. Then
Um,
you eat it for nutrients afterwards,
the whole baby, yeah.
or like the placenta. Also the baby. I mean, if you like veal, then oh boy. Once that sucker's out of the that's some prime.
Yeah, Rags.
Some
They wanted you to read that
prime-
as Boba, not as you.
Oh, okay. That makes more. Okay, sure.
Remember, that's why you said, "Oh, we're going
let me see if I
Australian,"
can do
because
it.
you thought he was Australian.
Yeah, because I wanted to refer to I wanted to refer to.
I thought Tamura Morrison was Australian, embarrassingly, because he's actually not.
No,
Australian.
no, that's really not what happened at all. Actually, I'm
But
laughing.
it's okay.
I'm laughing because that's so absurd that you would think that. I'm just. Oof.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see.
Makes you feel better, Rags. I thought he was Polynesian, but I just didn't say it.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, now you're saying.
Well,
He's Maori.
that's okay.
Wait, so he is?
What
was
did
that-
you? I guess maybe you guys just aren't as familiar. I'm pretty sure.
No,
he's
I'm just
Maori.
not. I don't know what that means.
Well, so Maori is the indigenous people of New Zealand specifically.
Right.
I don't know if it's exactly the same as like Polynesian.
To be fair, I only
because
know
they are
that because
separated
of
by a significant distance.
all the weird native rights shit that started happening with relation to this show, and everyone started mentioning he was Maori. I didn't know that. I just knew that he was from New Zealand.
Yeah.
What happened to
often mix
Mono
I
Maori
I
with
didn't think he was from
Maori.
Australia. I think a lot of people make that mistake.
Why would no one thinks he's from Australia? That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I've known
that
many
is just,
dogs to
you
make
know,
that mistake. Common thing.
Yeah, I wonder what it is about dogs. Maybe dogs just sort of. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
There are many-
You can be a Maori in Australian. There's Maoris.
Yeah, you
in
could. That's not
Australia.
necessarily wrong. Yeah. You could move there. Yeah.
Not wrong.
It's just not wrong.
Hmm. Ooh.
What
Oh,
was that?
no, I'm
You
just.
gonna fire
I'm
up
just
that
having a-
Australian accent there, Rex?
No, I'm just suppressing the giggles. That's all. I was born on Camino. I'm a clone, like all those war criminals from 40 years ago. I don't have a belly button or a mom. It's said.
Say yeah.
There you go.
It's good. It's good.
Thanks. I
I feel like you finding out he's not Australian has thrown you off in your ability to do his voice.
I think it just depends on the different things that you say. Like when you like at the end, it's sad. It's easy. It's said. You say like
Said.
said. It's said to see it. and sometimes you're like, oh, Camino. Not sure I can do that with yeah. Oh yeah, crikey. Shrimp on the barbie.
You can't.
Yeah. Oh.
What is happening?
On EFAP 162, Fringy brings up the funny thought that someone out there thinks COD Ghosts was the peak of gaming. Then you all proceed to laugh at the idea. Well, I am that guy. Thank you for bullying me. Here's $20. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
Based.
You sound like fun.
Peak of gaming.
Hey man, COD Ghosts, you know? It was, they did stuff in that game. Yep.
They did. It was the one where South America formed into some weird pan nation and became the bad guys for some
Nation of
reason, because they thought
Pans?
that would be... No, not the nation of pans, just... You know.
No, I don't know, to be honest.
Is that like an Australian thing?
I don't think so.
Nation of
Is that like a Maori thing?
Is it a Maori thing? Yeah.
If it is, I wouldn't know.
Rags, would you know?
Pansexual. How about the pansexual Maoris?
Yeah.
No.
Wow. What do I even have you here for?
Not the sexual proclivities of the Maori.
Fine. Anyone play Bully? It's a game about an outcast who does bad things for money and has to navigate and take over many school factions, aka better than Book of Boba Fett. Why would you even compare? Bully's like an actual thing. It's like a...
Bully's a story. It's got characters. It's kind of got a thing it's trying to be.
Yeah, Book of Boba Fett's just this wafer. Bad, stinky piss wafer.
It's just a wafer.
Stinky piss wafer.
Yeah, well, maybe you're a stinky piss wafer.
Crikey.
Hello, everyone.
my
Love
raincoat.
you all. Would you lot consider watching Last Action Hero for EFAP movies? It's a pretty fun, cheesy action. Yes, we would consider doing that.
All right, then. Sure.
Good Ani movie. We'll do an Ani arc and watch like 12 Ani movies.
Probably, yeah.
Wrong.
Hey.
My favorite plot point in Star Wars is when Boba got ripped out of the hot tub time machine and had to be saved by the biker mice from Mars. I mean, yeah, this is the thing, man. People shit on Disney, but they're making things happen that we never would have thought would happen.
Yeah, and
that was pre-Disney that happened.
No, I don't think
What?
so. That was definitely a Disney thing. In fact, I think it was as recent as 2 weeks ago.
Well, but then explain how it's good.
I didn't say it was good.
Oh. Okay.
What are you so stupid,
Well,
Jay?
I said it was
Fuck.
good.
That's your
Stop it.
mistake. Why do we have to suffer for your mistake?
Yeah,
Just making it worse.
I'm not suffering. I'm all right.
Yeah, Rags is alright.
because
Fine.
Rags has come to peace with the idea that you will lie to him. We have not.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I
let
think
Rags speak for himself.
All right, Rags, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rags. I am very glad that you guys are here to listen to us talk about things. Like and subscribe. Make sure that whenever you are at home and you make a sandwich or you just get some bread, maybe for toast or for buttering or some honey, make sure just no matter what it's for, it really doesn't matter what it's for. I'm sure you have your reasons. I won't question those. But make sure that you always take the little bread package and you put the twist tie.
Man, that's crazy. Apparently EFAP 150 was 5 months ago. Going into the thunder there. It's crazy.
Now, if you're the only person who lives there and you don't really care, then I guess you don't really care. So it's really all about you. But I think you owe it to yourself to have the freshest bread for as long as you can. Stale bread is the second worst kind of bread to have. The first
What's
worst
the
kind of
worst?
bread. It's soggy bread.
Wet bread.
Wet
Oh, no,
bread.
soggy bread is great. Like,
Oh,
when
no.
Jesus
when
Christ.
bread is
Oh,
like-
no, 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 no.
I'm sorry,
Some
it's like
opinions,
clockwork.
some opinions are too toxic even for EFAP.
Wait, what? Like you
What the-
don't like ever get a French dip sandwich where you dip your sandwich.
Well, I
in
mean,
your juice?
that's different. Like if you have even then it's
I'm picturing
it's not
her
the
like taking a
sogginess of the
sandwich
bread,
outside of the rain,
really.
just waiting.
But that's why you don't have like you guys know, like if you're taking a bath or something, you don't want to put your toaster in the bathtub with you because you get soggy bread, which is disgusting. So you
Yeah.
never want to do that.
Yeah, the toaster like kills you as a mercy, so you don't have to eat the soggy bread.
Whoa,
to experience the
toaster what?
cringe.
The toaster kills you.
The toaster kills you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put it in there.
It's
with
built
you
into all
in the
toasters.
bath.
that it
Rags
kills
is quite
you if you get it
innocent.
wet.
He thinks a toaster would never kill.
My
Rags got
what
a
do you
lot
got-
of life
my
lessons
toaster-
to learn.
Your toaster
what do you
committed
do to your
atrocities. Your
toasters?
toaster lied to America.
My
Your
toaster
toaster
enjoys.
embezzled money.
Yes, of course he did.
Jesus Christ! The
You're
toaster
living in a fantasy world, Rex.
You are.
Yeah.
where toasters don't kill people.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Yes, Jesus Christ!
This is some next level denial, my friend.
I
yeah.
just wanted to. Oh my God! I just
Yeah.
don't want
it's
soggy
crazy.
Even,
toast, and now my life's on the line.
I know High Top put out that toasters do not kill video, but even he's gone back on that since.
Mm.
He said toasters do not kill.
Toasters
You
do
said
not kill.
Toasters? Is that the Australian
said
pronunciation?
Yeah. High top
If I
films
ever
is
said it like
Australian.
that,
Go on, say toaster, Fringy.
toaster.
No, you say
That doesn't
toaster.
sound like teaster at all.
I don't say toaster.
I guess it's more of a Scottish
Toaster.
pronunciation, isn't it?
Toaster.
Toaster.
No, it's not.
I say
Toaster.
toaster.
It's a nobody
Toaster.
pronunciation. I don't know that anybody in the
Toaster.
world.
It's a nobody
Make sure you plug in your
pronunciation.
toaster.
Nah, it's one of those ones.
How are you supposed to toast your bread without a toaster?
Are you okay?
He's not.
I'm fine.
Okay, just checking.
This revelation of the murderous toasters is. I don't know.
I knew he
that's-
wouldn't take it well.
God.
We've talked about whether or not we'd reveal this for so long.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to those
innocent
halcyon
time.
days of my youth where toasters didn't fucking kill you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, time marches on and cares little.
Reality seeps in. What can you do?
Mm-hmm.
Toast on.
Another one of Jay's lies revealed.
Lies. That movie
Because
sucks.
Ares hates love. That's why
He
that
does
lie
hate
happens.
love, yeah.
And I will destroy you! It's such
No,
a fun line.
It's precisely then I will destroy you.
Yeah, and David Thewlis
Let me
gave it
have
his
fun
all.
with it,
This is
Fringy.
yeah.
Like
This
you
is
did.
clearly the result of your decision. That I will destroy you, and that's what's got to be done. I don't make the rules.
I
So,
just enforced
What's
them.
that? Love? I must destroy everything you are.
Yeah.
What is
We
toast
learned
on German? Finger machine?
She believes in love and also truth. Truth is very important.
Oh yeah. Truth is beautiful, no matter what it is. Every
It is
time.
beautiful, even if it's horrible.
I hear about
Toaster
children with
L,
leukemia
no.
and I go, yes.
Truth.
That's beautiful.
At least it's not a lie that you don't want to. I don't want to hear no stupid lie that they don't have leukemia.
Maybe one of the
bring
bikers'
your
mums
cancer
got
too.
kidnapped and tortured to death by Tuskens, like Anakin's mum. Yep. Well,
Yep.
Never
We
mind.
talked about that.
Look,
in the...
Boba decided who's innocent and who's guilty. All right, it's done.
Chad.
Yeah,
That
but
would've
yeah,
been-
are the sand people, are they native? No, sorry, are the bikers, are they native to the
Yes,
sands of
yes.
Tatooine?
Yes.
Oh.
Imagine if we found out that they were.
Yeah, they'd lived there for like 10,000 generations.
Yeah, the Tuskens were only there for 5,000, and
Oof.
yet he just killed them all.
What
a
if,
lot
what,
of
if the, what if
slaves.
the Tuskens were there for 5,000 generations, but the bikers were there for 10, but a Tusken generation is twice as long as a biker generation?
Now how does it work? What do we do?
Yeah.
Let them fight.
What are the rules?
Boba, help us. And he's like, whoever enslaves
Oh,
me
you're gonna
first
scream when you
wins.
watch the show. What are the rules of this?
Yeah, and everyone races to enslave Boba, because that's going to be your ticket into winning.
I know Jay's always talking about races.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am all the races.
Palpatine's like, I am all the races, and she's like, and I am all the racists.
Wow.
Racist lightning.
Let's put on their
Racist
clan
lightning.
hood.
Yeah, whatever that looks like.
It's the worst kind of lightning. by
Well,
far.
of course it's the worst kind of lightning.
Well,
Racist
what
lightning.
about racist and homophobic lighting?
Oh
lightning?
my
Well, I
God.
guess, yeah, the bigot lightning, when you
Yeah.
just have all of it.
Unacceptable.
Racism,
Bigot
homophobia, transphobia, get them all in there. Just this monstrosity.
Just
I don't like-
human-phobic.
And instead of, I don't know, making thunder sounds, what kind of sound would racist like? Oh, actually, no, I don't want to.
I was about to say, why would you
There is that-
entertain that?
I don't want to tempt fate in such a way.
It's just
No.
the N word
Next
constantly.
Next super chat. What is it?
Fringy's largest regret right there. But anyway,
That's okay.
Definitely.
I didn't say shit.
I've never heard anyone tempt
Anybody-
fate in such a way.
Anybody else's fault? It's
What
insane.
What
sound
noise would a
racist
racist
lightning
make?
That's why lightning cracks. It's like a whip.
oh my. See,
Oh.
why would you say it in front of Rags, Friggy? It's just like, oh,
Asking for trouble.
yep. Nothing but trouble. Remember that movie? Rags, you'll know what I'm talking about.
I actually am aware of that movie. That's the one with Chevy Chase, right?
Yes, Dan Aykroyd as well. That's his movie. It's like the movie because I only know about
I
it because
know
Red Letter
of it.
Media. Where
I only know of it because no, go ahead.
Dan Aykroyd was given like loads of money and freedom to just make his own project, and it's one of the most bizarre things that's ever existed.
That's what I've heard, but I've never seen it, and I'm kind of curious to.
Oh, it sounds like it would be a
Based
perfect
on
EFAP movies. Fucking batshit insane from what I've seen of the clips.
Rags is an Asian breed of dog, right? Correct. That's breed. That's breed. BREED. Bread is BREAD. Future reference.
Don't
No,
sogify
you're an
it.
Asian bread of dog, Rags.
But isn't
I'm
there
an Asian bread of
BRED
dog.
also means bread? Like you bread. When you bread something.
BRED.
Yeah. English. It's great. I love how
But
two words
BREAD
are
is-
spelled
yeah.
differently. Can have different meanings.
Yes.
No.
Boba
Maybe.
had the lizard in his brain, not for a single night, but in fact he was wandering Tatooine drugged up for 5 years looking for a stick. Dude, imagine he came back 5 years later to that little clan. They were like, "Oh, you! I
Shit, he came back.
How did you
We thought
find
that
us?"
would kill you for sure.
Like, fuck, they were just
He's
avoiding
like,
him.
oh, you brought a stick. Oh, yeah, that was our plan all along.
Yes, that's the legendary thing. Gary makes
show
something
you how
up.
to
He's
make
like,
your-
Bob, I
what
have
happened,
no
whatever."
idea what we're doing.
Oh, he brought us a stick.
He plays
Did you wait for it to
fetch.
grow?
Wait for it to grow. Plant your
Or it's
stick
like,
and it'll
it took
become
him
a
5
tree.
years to get it.
Plant a stick and it becomes a tree.
The Tuscan stuff is the best aspect of the show. Genuinely expanded on the culture and the characters that have mostly been shown as mindless monsters.
What?
Um,
I'm guessing that's a meme?
And guess
I-
what? They lifted all of that from KOTOR
I don't think that is
in
a
some
meme.
comics.
We just watched a
So
So
video
it's
that
already been
argued.
done.
Yeah, Jay, you'll love this. The video we watched said that Boba was wise to like not judge them harshly for the slavery because they're too uncivilized to understand that it was a wrong thing to do.
Oh.
The video is literally making
Um,
multiple excuses for slavery.
It was
It's okay when the Tuscans do it.
it was awful.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What is this madness?
Well, it's like it does. Book of Boba Fett does expand on Tuscan culture.
I was about to say that.
Like,
It does.
It does.
I don't appreciate it, but it does.
Well, it's like, you know, because like you would assume that there are probably different aspects to how these people live, other than just like beating the shit out of Luke, right? You know, you would think that. You would think
They
there's
beat
more
the
to
shit
their
out of all
lives.
kinds of
It is
people.
pretty funny.
That's
'cause
like
that
their
is the
culture
first-
entirely,
that's
is
the first
beating up
thing that
Luke.
they did.
There's
Yeah.
probably like there's probably ways that they live and customs that they have, and like ideas that they share, maybe, or and it would be interesting to explore all of that. But then to sort of, Boba Fett isn't the show to do that. It's like, Rags, we got to talk about this before one of the recordings, right? It's like, yeah, you totally could explore this culture and like, the interesting questions that come with it. Is like, well, they do slavery, but they're also like, they're also a culture of their own right, and how do we treat them? Do they have a right to the to the land that they live on if they use it like this? And what's the best thing to do about this violent these people who are very violent? But it's like Book of Boba Fett isn't exploring any of those questions.
Because that's really hard. It's really hard to have a conversation about, okay, so people have a right to autonomy, sure, but like, what do we do when the culture is a significant clash in a way that we would consider to be immoral? What do we do? But that's not a conversation that's not a conversation.
Like, do we just tell them? Do we go up to them like, we're the government now, no slavery, and can we do that? Right. Is that allowed? That seems like a problem.
Is that even the optimal
declare
way
yourselves the government for them?
Is that even an optimal way to do it? These things take time. How do we do it? But Boba has really simplistic answers, which is if you kill Machamp, they'll accept you into their society, and then you can teach them how to jump across scooters, and then to raid a gun train to get spice, and then you get.
Book of Boba Fett's answer is they do slavery anyway.
You said do.
Anyway,
they do slavery.
You said it too.
I feel like
slave doo-doo.
Jay's comment was funnier than the doo-doo, honestly, but that's just me.
I think the doo-doo
Thank you, Mola. Thank you for appreciating me.
That's why I exist.
You have to kill a Pokemon? Yes. In order to become one with the Tuskens, you have to kill Machamp, you have to kill Pikachu, you have to kill Magikarp.
Kill them all.
I like how few references I have now, because I'm like so out of date on Pokemon. All of the references I have are like from the first 3 generations, and that's it.
And what's interesting about Pokemon is that they would just, at least they knew to just knock each other out. They wouldn't like kill each other, but Tuskens are like, no. You don't get knocked out. You fucking die.
Well, I do like that somehow.
Sometimes
if you have Pokemon battle each other in battles for the amusement of their human masters, as long as they don't die and you can keep using them for your amusement,
somehow
that's
a worse
better.
fate, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, in a certain sense, because you're not allowed to die. Yeah.
Imagine if like the actual story of Boba with the Tuskens is that like he saw them going to like kidnap someone else and take more slaves, and he tried to tell them not to. Imagine that was the story that happened with him instead of the gun train.
Then he would be the white, and he would be portrayed as a white savior who's destroying indigenous ways of life. No, I'm not. I'm saying that's what they would say.
Well, I was about to say.
Well, they've already said that, and people have gone. And people's response is he's not white.
Yeah, but he's not white enough. What people? The us here? Say.
I guess in the Star Wars.
Sorry, not black enough or whatever, right?
Like I've heard.
What can he do about that?
You can't. Well, dude, this isn't news. Remember what they said about Idris Elba and Luther?
Wait. Oh yeah, that's right.
He's not black enough.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Can we please stop this? Can we please?
He ain't black enough. Tamura
people
ain't.
Are bitching about doing this.
What I want to do is I want. You know what I want. I want the people who wrote that article to have Idris Elba read that article and then sit in a room with them.
Oh yeah.
As he reads it in
silently
real
on
time.
the other side of the table.
Yeah.
With a computer in front of him reading it.
After like 10 hours, he just goes, "Did you write this?"
Do I sound black enough for you?
What did you?
Is that your Boba Fett voice?
That was your Boba Fett voice.
No, Boba Fett's Australian. We've been over this.
I know we've been over
this. I'm considering breaking down the OT to see if the world building holds up, as a lot of stuff brought up with modern Star Wars applies to the OT. For example, each planet only being one biome and somehow sustaining life on each.
Well, it is the boring thing, right? Tatooine used to have different areas.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say we don't. Like Hoth, for example. I can't remember if they describe it as fully ice. Is there maybe there's?
Yeah, it might have Hoth Springs.
Like if it's ice is one of the only ones where it makes sense for it to be fully one biome. Because if the poles are ice, then no, sorry. If the equator is ice, then the poles are just going to be
Sure, but I
like,
mean,
colder.
Well, surely a lot of them
inhospitable ice.
would make sense. We got loads that could make sense, right? Not just ice.
I mean,
basically, your only for like hard and set rule. Like, I mean, there are more, but like your most significant hard and set rule is that the poles are going to be significantly colder than the equator, right?
But if it's
So
all
you could have,
boiling anyway, right?
You
But I
could
mean,
have a planet that's like only the poles are hospitable temperature and they're like tropical, and the
Well,
rest is like
unless it's,
inhospitably hot desert.
unless it's you can have different acts, because I mean you don't need to have seasons necessarily. You could have a planet where it's got a very straight axial tilt, so you just have the same
Well,
weather.
no, you don't have to have seasons, but you do have to have the poles being colder than the equator.
Unless the axial tilt is so significant that the poles are the parts that are facing towards the
Well, true.
you have one side facing towards.
Is that
and the other.
possible?
I'm pretty sure.
Well,
it
you
is.
can have a tidally
Absolutely.
locked
Isn't
planet in which
Uranus?
there's
Isn't
I don't-
Uranus?
Yeah.
You said
I
Uranus.
think.
I
I'm
said
not- yeah,
Uranus.
I'm
you
not
can also
sure.
have tidally locked planets where one side
Yeah,
of the
of course.
planet is always facing the
That was
sun,
what
and
Prey
one side
2
is
was
always
gonna
facing.
be. The planet. In
Hey,
Prey
did you
2
know
was
that
gonna
almost?
be,
Did you know that the majority of moons in our solar system are tidally locked, like ours
Yeah,
is?
they are, because when things orbit that close, that tends to just be the result. It's the reason why a lot of planets that orbit close to red dwarfs, like if they're close enough to be in the hospitable zone, they're generally locked.
What you have is essentially you have a ring around the essentially the sunset sunrise zone of that planet.
Well, so that's
Where?
kind of the thing with Star Wars, though, that you're now making me think about is, man, they aren't that creative in terms of like the significant
Well, no.
variety that you could like. Why don't we have it? Isn't it your? I can't remember if it's Europa or another one of Jupiter's moon that have these massive like sulfur, like these giant volcanoes that shoot hundreds of meters into the air, like all of them,
It's like,
or even.
I
kilometers into the air.
understand why the biomes that they showed in the films are only stuff that you could
I
film
can totally understand
on
why,
Earth,
yeah.
right? You know, obviously, but it's like then why say this is the
Earth,
forest planet, right? Why not just show like
Well, the forest moon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Why not show from like the aerial shots of the planet? There's like, oh, there's stuff going on here. Because yeah, there's loads of cool stuff that you can do when world building a planet. I might recommend a YouTube channel for this. Artifexian does loads of great fucking videos about planets and stuff like this. World building your sci-fi planets
Actually,
or your
you know what?
planets for any other reason.
Someone's raised a good point in chat that Star Wars was made pre-internet. It's like, I think we often forget there's a lot that we've learned about reality and the universe and everything in the last 50 years.
Wouldn't matter.
Like, there's
But
a
like
lot.
even then, they knew that the poles were colder than the equator. Like,
Oh, well, sure, but I guess, I mean, when we talk about, like, when you find out about the way that some planets are, it's pretty, like, crazy to think about. Like I wouldn't really fault somebody for not... Wait, so you're telling me that on Neptune they have, like, 400 km/h winds of fucking crystals that just, like, fly around everywhere? Like, these ideas for places that are so crazy that you would almost not ever come up with them as concepts.
well, yeah. But like in terms of, but like you could, if you're talking about habitable planets, though, it's like still.
Biome diversity is absolutely a big aspect of, yeah, like, just look at Earth. Earth has so many biomes.
Well, yeah, it's like basically every Star Wars planet exists as a biome on Earth.
Yeah, but I guess it's the thing of it's easy to communicate things that way. It's like, oh, well, there's the desert planet, there's the snow planet, as opposed to there's the planet that's just like Earth with 10 different, like, several deserts, several
Everyone's
mountain
bored
ranges.
of Tatooine. We've explored
Well,
like
it's 'cause
0.1%
So
of
bored of
Tatooine.
Tatooine.
Oh yeah.
And it's
Way
not
more
even
Tatooine.
interesting on Tatooine.
What if we went to like the
what I'm
poles of
saying.
Tatooine, where it was like
Yeah,
sandy, but also freezing
There's got to be a
cold?
point where
Well-
it's like great for plants, right?
Well, I
That
mean-
temperate zone.
Why don't we have, like, because, I mean,
No,
Afghanistan...
obviously
obviously
Tatooine
knows
used
the,
to be able to grow things, but then aliens came in and terraformed and fucked up the planet. That's why the Tusken Raiders hate all outsiders, because they remember what their planet used to be like, and then how it got destroyed. So that's why they just like, fuck it, we're just gonna kill everyone.
Why can't it support plants though? Surely they'd start growing back, like people would plant things.
No, the aliens like completely just fucked
How do
over their
you
entire planet.
explain the black melons, huh?
You mean the seashells that they fill with water?
No, they find them in the ground and they're filled with lemon juice.
You mean
Yeah,
the
they
seashell
got-
crops that they use to pretend to be melons? I don't fucking know.
Wow.
Terraform is like salt-
Wow,
the
you know
terraform is
anything
salt.
about Star Wars.
Yeah, why don't you learn about Star Wars?
I know, right?
Because I remember, because
phony.
originally, like, you know, the OT, there's clearly like vegetation and stuff in Mos Eisley from A New Hope.
Not anymore.
Well,
Well,
yeah, if
it's
somebody
complicated,
brings
right?
plants
Not-
in, you know, that's different.
Yeah, you can do
Well, it's
that.
just not all
I assume
desert
that that's
being-
what you would do, right?
The Australian outback is pretty arid, but there are still plants and things that grow there. It's not like in the Sahara where there's very little vegetation. And you have cold deserts, you know? Like the Gobi Desert's a cold desert. Why don't we go to a cold desert area?
Don't tempt them to go
Or
to
am I
another fucking
mistaken?
desert, please.
Wow, no, I'm sick of deserts at this point. I want to go to somewhere that's a bit lush and nice.
I want to go to a
Fallujah.
full city.
I want to go to a
Fallujah and
city,
Coruscant.
yes.
The
I want to go to a
prequels-
nice place.
The prequels had a way better banquet of planets.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, and they had the
Naboo,
effects to
Mustafar.
actually start being more creative with the biomes that they went to.
They didn't have
in
to go
terms
to
of-
real places.
It was
yeah.
like you could go to like because if you
Camino.
just look at Earth's history, there's more diverse biomes than you have in the original trilogy of Star Wars, right? Which is understandable because they did have to go to real places to film.
I
But
guess,
like there was a period in Earth's history where like the dominant form of non-mobile, what's the word I'm looking for? Stuff that doesn't
Static?
move. Life. Like sedentary?
Stationary? Sedentary?
Whatever.
Sedentary, yeah.
The main form was giant mushrooms. The Earth was covered in giant mushrooms for a period of its time. That was the biggest thing that you would
Well,
see if you went outside.
That's a good point you've raised in terms of the fact that, you know, the history of Earth. Like, Earth hasn't been this way for that long relative to the amount of time. Like, I'm pretty sure that it was only, what, about 500 million years ago that we even got, like, multicellular, like, animals?
There was a
that
time
came
where
from-
Cambrian
giant spiders
explosion.
and scorpions ruled.
Well, and then, of course, we had the dinosaurs.
I know that because of
And-
Primeval.
I know that because of something else.
No, because of walking with monsters.
I guess,
I've seen that too. I could've
you
found
know,
that.
legitimately, this isn't even a meme. Like, if you just play Ratchet and Clank, you'd get, like, way more ideas in terms of planetary diversity. There are so many crazy planets in Ratchet and Clank.
Like every planet on
But,
every place you
if
go on
look
risk
at,
of rain.
That's why I really do appreciate Artifactio in his YouTube channel because he talks about this kind of thing in terms of what could technically happen. It's real fun to watch.
Something
and-
that... Sorry, I'm just having a thought now, because I'm thinking about... You know how, like, it's often a thing that's talked about that
Don't
Venus
forget.
might have been a really nice planet some long time ago, but then it got screwed
Yeah.
up by runaway climate change? What if we saw, like, a planet that... or a runaway greenhouse effect, I guess. What if we had a planet that was in the midst of that? A planet that exists that is having, like, some crazy runaway greenhouse effect? And, then we
And all
start
the
to see
like the civilization there has to
ruins, yeah.
retrofit all the buildings and
Go
everything to have
underground,
domes and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. Or a rogue planet. Why haven't we been to a rogue planet in the Star Wars universe? What if, what was the planet? The Exegol? Fucking whatever? Like, wouldn't it be cooler if that was like a rogue planet? Just that it's really hard
Yeah,
to
and that's
find
why it's
because
hard to find.
It's in
'Cause it's-
interstellar space. It's not in a system. It's moving in a way that's unpredictable. It's hard to find. And it's always dark. And it's covered in ice.
Yeah, and you could
And,
have if you had a rogue planet in Star Wars, you could have it so that there used to be a civilization there, and then it lost its orbit around its
Yeah.
sun, which is how rogue planets
Watch
form, right?
Kurzgesagt's videos. You'll get so many ideas. for, like,
Oh yeah,
cool
that's another good
sci-fi.
one for this
That
stuff.
idea, a civilization that's had to put up with and deal with some kind of a catastrophe, but because of the science fiction level technology they have, they could live and survive. They just have to go underground or put big domes over all their buildings and things like that.
Have you seen the Kurzgesagt video about what if another star flew through our solar system?
Yeah, the rogue planet one.
That is the rogue planet one, right? Am
If
I
a
getting that
star-
right?
The idea would be that if a star moves through a solar system, if it came close enough, it could throw off the orbit of a planet and just eject it from the solar system.
But I
that it's
don't
part
know.
of.
It's the idea is that it almost certainly would, right?
Well, yeah, the idea is that in any given solar system, the star of that system accounts for the vast, vast majority of the mass, so everything is bound to it. And if you brought a comparably large object into range of that star system, it would fuck everything up. I guess the problem is that when it comes to writing a scenario like that, it would take a long time for this to happen. Like, you would know that it was happening if you were a
Well,
reasonably...
we would know that it was happening if we saw another star approaching Earth,
It would take long enough for the star to be passing through that it would be very visible and slow. But I mean, what if you had a scenario where the civilization is only, becoming intelligent, like if the star passed through, I don't know, like 10,000 years ago, while life was developing here, and so like by the time that human being equivalents come of intelligent enough to organize into these big societies, and
we would be able to tell that our orbit was decaying, though. I'm pretty sure.
well,
right?
I guess what I'm saying is we could tell, but maybe by the time we figure it out, we're in the industrial era. Like we're never going to be able to fix it. We're not advanced enough. So, like, we just have to deal with it by the time that we're intelligent enough. And so it's like us scrambling to try and figure out how to save ourselves.
Well, we wouldn't be able to fix it if we knew now.
Well, the logic
No,
would
we
be
would
that
get
have,
Bruce
we
Willis
have a level
and all
of
of his
time
friends
to work with. I'm just saying you could figure out a way to make the premise work.
Well, yeah.
And in Star Wars, I think there's plenty.
Well,
of
you
ways
could just have a system that this happened to, because like I don't know how old the civilizations in the Star Wars galaxy are supposed to be, right?
Reasonably old.
I'm sure you could just have a civilization that over time this happened to.
Yeah.
So they're like all of these just
It's
decayed,
a galaxy.
there are all of these decayed ice cities that are like frozen over and outside, and then the actual life there is underground or all in these climate controlled domes or whatever, and they can't touch the old cities anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's world building, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about what if the Kaminoans were like that, where the planet, for whatever reason, didn't always have, wasn't always covered in water, and then some weird shit happened, and they had
Star
to
Wars
build
Battlefront
upwards
1
to go.
explicitly shows you that Kamino has lots of islands on it.
Okay.
That's my official source that I'm citing.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I can believe that there's
Battlefront 1. It's a better source than current stuff.
Rags, you got another line they want you to read in Australian.
Australian? Awesome.
Can you believe it? I shall drop it in there for you.
I like this comic a lot, by the way. You with your paintbrush and your little French hat on. Oh, that's very funny. The Tuscans tested my DNA and said the test came back USA Jack. My blood is red, white, and blue, Jack. Also, hi, Regs. Hello to you.
Must be as part of a meme video. Who knows what'll happen? Cobra Kai is a great show, but Season 1 makes the world seem as small as a display at Legoland. Damn.
That's a great metaphor. Or simile.
Actually, it's an idiom, idiot.
No, it's not. That's a colloquial metaphor.
I wanted to say the thing. Shut up. Okay, don't cry. 4 years.
It's not a colloquial metaphor.
Plus, between his enslavement and rescuing Ming Na Wen, no explanation. Was that time with the Sand People after they died? Still same clothing? No idea. Nobody knows.
No idea. It's vague on purpose. It's the standard thing when you don't want to give people answers. And
yeah,
Game
Marvel's
Master's
doing the
problem.
exact same
Be
shit.
vague on purpose. What year is it? I don't know. Like, I don't know, literally. I have no idea. Nobody knows.
I remember in my first writing project when I was 12, I did vague on purpose to avoid having to explain stuff.
Well,
I was 12, and it really sucked.
It's a real easy. That's a way to do it, you know.
Anna is wrong. Boba is totally badass when he talks, like when he confidently says, "We are one party," and then has to take a nap in his Bacta recliner.
In his Bacta recliner.
God, that line was so stupid. We are one party. Not only does that not apply to the Tuscans, but that doesn't apply to all the fuckers who are currently annoying the Pikes. Why did you say it, Boba? It's not smart.
You know, Boba's never really been a smart character.
Oh, okay. He's always
you
been
know,
a dumbass.
the only decision we saw him make was closing the distance against Luke. So
I've seen other decisions. There was a few other ones.
He was smart
Name
enough to
12.
know that.
Walking, shooting, talking, looking, sniffing.
Those aren't decisions.
It's a decision to sniff.
Is it?
Yeah. Is it,
Is
the
it
decision
really?
to breathe? It's like, I guess I could stop breathing, you know?
But breathing isn't sniffing.
Yeah,
No,
sniffing.
that is true. Sniffing is like an extra element of breathing. It's a step up.
Yeah.
Get fucked, Jay.
He's been ruined. Like a grandma.
Crying.
Darth Vader and the Emperor having an intervention for Boba's alcoholism because they're concerned about his emotional well-being. Also, hi, Rags.
Hi.
Well, they wouldn't be, because apparently Boba hated them and thought they were terrible and wanted to try to get him killed because of their stupid jobs. Spwat plush when? I don't think we were ever going to do
Oh, that would be fun.
Plush.
I mean, that could be cool, though.
I feel like some people would buy it just
You
to
can get one
destroy
for
it.
Chase.
Oh, Chase would love one,
Just
yeah.
to destroy it.
Yeah, some people would do that, because some people just don't like Spwat, you know?
Some people are fucking cunts. Some
Oh,
people
super
don't want the M&Ms to be sexy, Mauler.
And that is just a bridge.
And those
too
are bad
far.
people.
Yeah.
Rags, please read as Boba. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious.
They must be
We're
filming
gonna
a
make
video.
our own Book of Boba Fett here on EFAP.
I think they are, yeah.
The dialogue will be better, almost assuredly. Finnick, you don't understand. I have high-functioning autism and suffer from social anxiety. I had to kill Bib Fortuna. I was afraid he would say no and be mean to me, Wumbus.
Yeah, I can see the episode forming.
Where is this going? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Maybe it's an AI Rags calling from Soma's Ark.
Do you think that do you think that autism exists in the Star Wars universe? And if so, do you think they know what it is, or do you think
All
they're-
the characters, I'm certain all the characters now have autism.
It's
in
called the
Star Wars
Force,
universe.
Jay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Be inclusive. Force it.
Oh gosh, look at that Super Mario poster. That can't be real.
It's time to get real, Rags.
Is that real? I thought that was a meme.
It's a time to get real.
Is that a real thing? I thought that was put in chat because it was a meme.
It's time to get
Ringy,
real,
does
Jay.
it bother you the placement of "it's a time to get" and the real underneath it? Like it seems off center, even though it
Well-
technically isn't. It still looks like it is because of the L and the space.
It's definitely one of those things that's kind of like I get what you mean, right? Because the full stop is like kind of factored into whether it's central. It's one of those things. It's one of those like kind of kerning, I guess, or typography things that you learn about. I don't remember much about what I learned about typography, though, to be fair.
Cybernetic augmentation seems incredibly useful, but it's treated as purely cosmetic that only hip youngsters do. Medical and military
No,
use
you
as
have the
much?
jackhammer foot. It's very useful.
Of all the things you could have opted
But
in
yeah.
for, you went with
No,
that. It's like,
Grievous did
why?
it.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, I imagine going to the. It's like, yeah, I want the foot. I want the jackhammer foot. That's what I want.
that's me.
No,
that
you
right
have
there.
you have to go to
Or maybe,
some.
maybe,
Maybe
they
it
only
was
had,
on
like, maybe the
sale.
guy only had like 4 augmentations left, and all of these guys would go in there, and it's like, who draws the short straw? You get the jackhammer foot.
Maybe it was like it was like a buy one get one free, and so he has another cybernetic somewhere that he uses all the time, and it improves his life substantially. But they were also
Then
like,
why
"Oh
is
yeah,
that-
but you got the coupon for buy one get one free. Do you want this jackhammer foot?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And so he just got it.
Mm.
Oh, and also, you have to go to some shabby places to get it done.
And I think
Because
the point.
Boba just.
Well, I imagine like the Coruscant
goes-
places are pretty nice, but on Tatooine, I
Well,
can believe you have to go
depends
some
where
you are. I wouldn't
shabby
go to
ass places.
Tatooine.
Depends where you are on Coruscant. If you're on one of the lower levels, they might be a
That's
bit
true.
more Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when
I
we
was
meant to
specifically
go to
talking about the
13,
Tatooine
13?
one
Yeah.
that we saw in Boba. It just very slowly brings Fennec to the
Yeah,
the
she's totally
hard
made
guy.
it. She made it.
the-
It's fine.
God, now I'm thinking about Star Wars 1313 and how cool that could have been.
No.
We get to explore the lower levels of Coruscant, you know, see how the other half live and then go on adventures and have
All those side
and
quests
stuff.
you could do, dealing
Yeah.
with, you know,
Talking to
different
people,
factions,
different
maybe.
aliens, yeah. But then
Yeah,
they cancelled it because they and Battlefront 3 too. That got pretty sure that was
Battlefront 3 2. The second
They
Battlefront
didn't even make
3.
they didn't even make one
Battlefield
Battlefield
3 did
3.
so well
They
that there
went
goes to
one.
be a Battlefield 3 too.
Why wouldn't they just make a fourth one? Why do that?
It's been such a great era though for we got, and then there was that game that Amy Hennig was making that got cancelled. So that's cool.
Hmm.
You know what? Actually, I would really like to see is that Book of Boba Fett genuinely wants me to makes me want to see the game that it kind of feels like it just is.
I just lost the game.
It's like
Yeah.
God damn it.
The game that is Book of where you're just like maybe there's a few open world planets that you can explore and you're like a bounty hunter and you can collect
We
equipment.
don't get bounty hunter games or any bounty hunter media ever.
You can fight gun trains and you can
sold.
You can just go out and Tatooine has all these interesting places on it and you can go and interact with them all. You can go into the dunes and Tuscans in there and they might try to enslave you. And there's like you can go to Mos Eisley and you can go and you can go and find out what jobs need doing by people. Basically just I don't know, Fallout New Vegas on Tatooine. That's what I want.
Well, I mean, it
So
is
you
one
want
of
to
those
play
things.
SWOTOR, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it does sound like you were playing KOTOR, actually.
SWOTOR's a
SWOTOR.
different thing, Fringy.
Oh, sorry. Wait, sorry. I'm
SWOTOR with the W.
Woke Tour.
Star Wars of the Reminiscence.
Star Wars: The Old Republic.
What about Red Dead Redemption? We don't get space bounty hunter games. Every space bounty hunter game, except for because I mean, look at how long it took for Metroid to come back. That's like the only consistent space bounty hunter video game series.
Oh yeah.
But then
I
there was
streamed
1313.
GameCube game Star Wars Bounty
Yeah,
Hunter. There you
It's been
go.
a while since then.
No,
Prey 2
I
got
did that
cancelled,
recently.
Star Wars 1313 got cancelled. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody, it's a really cool premise. We just don't get it.
I mean, Call of Duty's kind of like bounty hunting.
No, it's not.
Hunting for points and
Yeah,
kills.
That's right.
See? Yeah.
Hunting for kill streaks.
Your challenges, yeah.
But yeah, as for the augmentation thing, I think if you're gonna make them as commonplace as those lot having them, compared to it was just arguably Vader and Grievous, which are pretty high level, then now everyone's like, wait, why aren't these things common as fuck then?
Well, it was Luke.
Well, Luke's also pretty high level.
True.
The Diary of a Boba Fett. I guess you could call the show that.
Diarrhea.
It's me, the Diary of a Boba Fett.
Boba Fett logic. Bounty hunters are being killed. I have to stop it by hiring bounty hunters who are going to be killed.
There you go.
Very well.
I'll do it.
CW isn't perfect, but Maul controlled all the underworld by one episode by ruthlessly beating them into submission. None of this rule with respect shit.
What?
Yeah, it's when Darth Maul fights and beats the Mandalorian leader or whatever, right? Animal. No.
Oh, the Clone Wars.
Duh.
Do they have to sword fight to see who would make the best leader?
I think so.
Oh,
they just
that's not
they just have to compare dicks.
Hmm.
No ladies allowed.
Oh, poor Maul. He didn't have one anymore.
Darth Maul, he has a robot penis. It's
How do
massive.
you know?
Because, of course he would.
Yeah.
I mean, if my bottom half got cut off, and they're like, "All right, what do you want on your new bottom half?"
So
I'd be like,
anyway.
well, I'm gonna need a big ass dick.
What's the next super chat, sorry?
Oh yeah. Greetings all. Have you ever thought to have the EFAP lore and episodes made into short stories, and would you give permission for someone to do that? I think they have. A couple people have made like little lore stories.
Memes? Yeah.
But
But also,
I am
yes,
pro
absolutely.
meme
There, you,
stories.
you all have permission to do that.
wow, Jay just
We don't.
gave
We're not.
permission away from all
Well,
of
I am the
this.
manager, so
I've been racist-ified.
you've been racist.
I've been racist.
What noise would a racist mauler make?
Oh,
Say the N-word,
no.
Mahler. It's an easy answer.
No. More like Boba Fett.
Oh, got him.
I'd say the Boba in the CW's Clone Wars, not this stupid Boba. I'm not sure what they're referring to exactly, but they prefer Boba in CW, not this Boba. That's probably fair.
Well, as far as I hear, Clone Wars Boba is obsessed with getting revenge on Mace Windu for killing Django, which, you know, that makes sense to me. I understand that. That feels more like the Boba I know from the OT than Book of Boba Fett does.
No, he would hire Mace Windu to work for him.
The Bacta-tank was basically a rich dude restoring an old car to pristine condition because he could, and an opportunity for him to have wet dreams. I mean, I don't disagree. Seems about right. Vader even told Boba he would be compensated if Han were to die. When they froze him, it makes no sense that Boba would think badly of Vader. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing really to it that lines up. It's super
Boba died for his
embarrassing.
own shit decision.
Which would be really cool for him to acknowledge, honestly, but nope. It's someone else's fault, which makes him look like a brat. 60-year-old brat. Bounty hunting served him well as long as he was working for the big guys. Then the big guys didn't exist anymore and he found a new life in a simple warrior tribe on Tatooine. What my friend DM'd me. Oh my god.
Oh no.
That's not in the show.
People, the amount of like
yeah, the
shit
show
people
is
make up for
true
this
Disney
show.
canon.
It makes sense. The Sarlacc. What it did. Why is that satisfactory to
Changed,
people? It's crazy. Darth
It is
Uchi's
changing fards.
Darth Uchi's pronouns are chi and chi. I can't make sense of
You
that.
must hide your chi.
Oh
that's
shit!
great. That's great for Chi. That's just reminding me of Mulan. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
that's a Mulan
Stop it.
reference.
Yeah, that's why
Nice.
it's yeah.
And then there'll be more live action Disney, the Aristocats live action film references coming soon. So
Yay.
if it didn't you, can we stop?
No, they can't.
No.
No.
No, we can't, because it'll probably
No.
make
Never
money.
ends.
As much as everybody on Twitter's like, wow, this is a terrible idea, it's gonna make fucking money.
I really liked the Aristocats. That was one of the
Well,
ones I watched a lot as a kid.
The Lion King remake
I
is
like
one of the
them.
highest grossing films of
It is.
all time.
I remember this because I was in the call
Really?
and I was reading out the list because I was reading
Highest
out how
animated
No
film,
Way
right?
Home was about, I think, 8th now. And I said, okay, so then I read the list and Lion King was above it, and he's like, you better be talking about the original. It's like, no, unfortunately, no, I'm not. It's made
But
more
the
money.
reason why
Number
that's so
five?
surprising
That's
to
that
me,
name.
I don't think I know anyone who watched that movie.
The Lion King is,
Oh, yeah, no, no,
is
no,
technically considered the highest grossing animated film of all time, beating out like all of the other, like the Disney and Pixar ones.
Like the live
Yeah,
action Lion
definitely
King is the
animated.
highest grossing animated film of all time.
It is animation. It's not a live action film. It is an animated film.
No, I know, but it's funny that they marketed it
It
as
is
live
funny,
action and
yeah.
it's become the highest grossing animated film of all time.
Yeah. And God, isn't that
But
just
that-
like
It's like it's sort of a comment on animation, really, that what has become the highest grossing animated film was marketed as live action. It's like, wow, that really says something at the place of animation in. People just seem
Turns
to
out
view
you
it as
can just
lesser.
say
I
that
guess.
animated shit is live action.
a lot of people view it as lesser, which is fucking annoying. It's really annoying. Like that attitude of, yes, I can see it in live action instead of animated. That's better.
Well,
It's
like
as if that is intrinsically better.
It's like people creamed themselves when they were seeing Ahsoka in Mandalorian, not because they've seen loads of Ahsoka. Why are they creaming
Well, she
themselves
was
over
in
that
live
specifically?
action,
Well, yeah. Well, now she's live action, so I'm seeing her properly.
And nobody ever really says that if you make like a cartoon version, right? Like nobody watched What If, like, man, I get to see Thor animated. Like that just doesn't seem to be how it works. I don't get it.
I always wanted to see more of Morrison in Star Wars, but I'd rather would have seen some live-action spin-off to Rebels than this. Put a grey beard on Chonka Fett and he would have been a perfect old Rex.
That's true, he would.
Too bad.
Well, you guys are probably going to get all of that, because that's probably going to be what's going on with Ahsoka.
Oh, true.
Because the end of Ahsoka, or the end of Rebels, is her and Sabine going off and looking for Ezra and Thrawn. So you literally are getting exactly what you just asked for.
When Thrawn gets like fully baited, like you see him, people will cream, and then they will remember who's making it. And then they will cry.
I know.
They have literally butchered every character.
It is
They
like
literally butchered every character, Rags.
Why would they take care of Thrawn when they haven't?
Oh, no, you mean
taken
literally
care?
every way, not literal. You mean the part of that that's literal is every, not butchered. I see.
No, both of them.
No, they've not literally no.
Yeah, I have.
No.
Yeah.
No, they've
Sliced
not
them, diced
literally
them, served them up. Everyone ate it all up. Yeah.
Rags, no, that's not. That didn't
You
happen.
look at a Boba Fett. You see, if you're gonna eat a man, you want to eat a Boba Fett. You know, there's
Why?
muscle on there, but there. Well, I'm glad you asked, Jay. I'm really glad you asked that.
I didn't ask Jay. I asked you.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. So Boba Fett's a big guy. He's a big chunky guy. He's about twice as big as what he was when he fell in the Sarlacc pit, as it seems to be. But he's got a lot of muscle on him, but he's also clearly got some fat on him too. So you get that nice marbledy kind of that fat in there, so that when you
How many
cook
people
it
have
up,
you eaten, Rags?
What? I don't. What do you
How
mean?
many people have you eaten?
Recently?
Ever?
Recently?
None.
Why did you specify recently?
Oh, I just think it gives you the best answer, just being specific. I just want to get you the best answer possible.
You know, if the answer doesn't change, depending on if you're talking recent or ever, then there's no...
Nice catch,
You know, there's no
Jay.
need to be specific.
Yeah, we're just having fun here, Jay. Just having fun.
I'm not having fun.
I'm having lots of fun.
Rags, you're defeated once again in the marketplace of ideas.
By answering the question thoroughly? Sure, alright. Yum. So anyway, if you
There's an
want to eat a Boba Fett-
uncomfortable atmosphere in this EFAP, I feel.
No, I like it. I think it's great.
Only when you talk about eating people.
I would hypothetically, if you were going to eat a person,
Oh God.
you don't want to eat a fat, you don't want to eat a fat, disgusting person like Movie Bob, right? Because he's just all fat, you know, like there ain't no meat on there. There's not, you know, it's just gonna be it's nasty. And you don't want to have someone who's super duper lean. It'd be better, but you don't want someone like super duper duper lean.
Yeah, don't eat me.
Yeah, you're just like a scrawny chicken drumstick. It's just there's nothing there. It's all just tendons and sinews and all that. But yeah, you want to get yourself a nice Tamura Morrison, gonna munch on someone.
What about someone who's super muscular?
It wouldn't be bad at all. Some people might prefer it taste wise. Like who's the Olympic swimmer?
Michael Phelps.
There are lots of Olympic
Michael
swimmers.
Phelps. Yeah, Michael Phelps. Like if you can make some pretty good lean steaks out of Michael Phelps, right?
Ugh.
So all those weird foods you do like and normal foods you don't like, Anna, you're against eating human, I guess?
I'm very much against eating human.
Me too.
Why?
I don't think you should do it.
Are you against eating Ewok?
Yes.
Howard.
I'm against eating fish.
Is it
Howard.
because they
And
can
that's
do
normal.
chess?
Is it because the fish intimidate you?
No, I just don't like the
Some
taste of
fish
it
intimidate
smell.
me. I mean, I know sharks aren't technically like fish proper.
Like
But
swordfish,
they're,
they're scary. They have a weapon.
Yeah, if they're named after the weapon that is also their body. So
Yeah.
that's
So imagine there were people like that. It's just like Sword Jeremy, Katana Dave.
Would they just be sword human at that point?
No, these are specific people.
Well, they would just be called Jeremy. Like the swordfish could be called Jeremy.
No.
No?
I reject that idea. I reject that.
I reject your rejection.
I reject your rejection of my rejection.
Hey,
Counter.
how we doing on catching up with them super today?
Spring, if you thought that we'd finish them today, I
thought we
respect
would.
your creative thinking.
Right.
This stream super chat, surely we will, right?
No.
Bad.
No.
Oh man, I mean it's good that we have so many incredible supporters, but
That is really nice and cool. I would like to catch up on them at some stage.
I remember
Hopefully.
Hope.
I remember
What's the
Hope,
next
but
super
then I
chat,
lost
Wombo?
it.
The next one says, and as much as I like the nickname Bobo Freck, I think you guys missed a golden nickname for Boba, Booby Fap.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Booba Foot is a good one.
From my understanding, Gen Tech is a fiction Cliff Notes YouTube channel for normies. Just basic overall info on all kinds of IP, not long enough to go in depth, but short enough to cram in factoids for people to passively consume. I mean, yeah, that about covers what they did do in the video.
Yeah.
Well, it was more than factoids. That takes in this one.
Bad
Anyway.
takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have to have such terrible takes while also being a factoid.
You know, they don't
channel.
have to make excuses. That's not something they have to do, typically.
Wow, I cut you out when you said slavery, but I knew you said it.
Oh no.
Nice
being
try,
censored.
Mama Susan.
just to be clear, Susan, if you watch this, we're not the one who tried to defend it. We're anti-slavery.
Yeah,
not
we
like
were the
Generation
ones
Tech.
who were like,
We're-
oh my god, slavery, that's bad. Go for them, they're the evil. Fringoliosis, what's your opinion on cane toads?
I mean, they're a pest, and they're
Wow.
very
Mean.
harmful to the local ecosystems here. So I'm not a huge fan, but I mean, I guess it's not their fault. It's the fault of some dude who was like, I don't like the beetles that live here. I'm gonna introduce a fucking venomous, poisonous toad to kill them all. I
Chad.
thought,
That's like
thought that was a
great
good
idea.
idea.
Fun fact, Boba's time with the Tuskens was longer than the entire OT. 5 years versus 4. And all he did was train, defeat the gun train, and snort a lizard to find a stick.
I really wanted there to be another train again in the lizard part. It's like, it's not a lizard train. Because, you know, that would make the train trifecta. And then it just wasn't. No, it's sad.
It's to fight a train. But high on lizard drugs.
I'd like a lizard
But
train.
hi, hell yeah.
Bowser did have a game, it was called Bowser's Inside Story. Are familiar?
Bowser
I've
Inside
heard
My
that
Story.
that game is pretty good.
Oh. Do you know what
The
it's
Mario
like about?
and Luigi. I think it's the Mario and Luigi. It's like comedy RPG,
Yeah.
little sub-series of Mario that has like a focus on story and comedy. Yeah, I hear good things
You
about
wanna-
that series.
Would you like an interesting fact? Awesome. So, Bowser, right? The name? In World War II, the Brits had a main battle tank called the Crocodile, and it was quite a good tank. And there was a version of the Crocodile that they made that had a massive flamethrower on it. Massive
Yes.
flamethrower. And it would carry around on the back of it a good, like, 1,400 gallon massive cart on wheels, essentially. A big fuel tank on the back with two massive wheels on it that would carry all of the fuel and the hydraulics for the flamethrower mechanism that could spray it up to like 100+ yards. It was nuts. And the name of this cart that the crocodile tanks would carry was called the Bowser.
That was a fact.
Any other reactions to that? Or?
It's interesting, I guess.
I knew about that tank. So
Yeah. It was a very effective tank. It did very, very well. The flamethrower ones did.
Did you design it, Metal?
No. I don't design
They
for
had
the
like
enemy.
180 seconds worth of flame throwing that they could do, and that flame could go. The ideal range for it was like 80 yards or so, but it could get up to like 150 fucking yards. This massive flamethrower. Talk about terrifying! Jesus Christ!
Well, I mean, if you're afraid of fire, what if you're like, you know, like Pyro from the X-Men?
You might like it.
Or Johnny Storm. That's another one.
What about Johnny Cage?
No, he just die. He doesn't do well with fire.
Yes.
Though on that note, it would appear that one of us must perish. Literally die.
Oh, Jay, I'm...
time to die.
Hey.
Oh.
Well, it's been a lot of fun talking about the
it's been
current
a lot
state
of
of
fun.
Star Wars. I know you're a huge fan,
Thanks
so
for
it must have
having
been a bit
me.
awkward listening to us complain. But I've heard you doing a
I'll
video
never
on
forgive you.
Boba Fett is actually a lot better than we think, right? That's something you're up to.
That's what I
Sure.
learned.
Yeah, he's actually a genius. He's brilliant. His
Hmm.
strategy.
And we
is
watched a very
playing
inspirational
40
video.
chess.
Well,
Thanks for having me. It's
Well, yeah,
been
it's always good
real.
to have you. What are you what are
Wait,
you up to?
What's the name of the game that Chewbacca was playing with C-3PO on the Millennium Falcon?
Space chess.
Space chess. It's 3D. It's 4D space chess.
Well, there you go.
All right. Well, anyway, I was gonna say, what are you up to on your channel? You know, what's going on over there? Or are you still on a bit of a break because of your work and stuff?
No, I'm back now, so I got some videos in the pipeline. One of them's going to be about the Matrix Resurrections,
Yeah.
which is just a delightful film. And then
It's great.
more devs until I'm finally done with devs and I can live the rest of my life in peace. Until then, it's
That
been
must be nice to
a
get rid of
pleasure.
this.
So,
And what? Go ahead.
well, so with the Matrix one, is it like a review, or are you gonna be making some grand point?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. And we'll leave it at that.
Mystery. Well, good luck. That movie is
Yeah.
fucking atrocious.
It really is.
It is
Well,
indeed.
Yeah, thanks for coming, thanks for chatting, and good
Yeah.
luck to whatever endeavors you get up to.
Oh, thanks. See you guys. Goodbye.
See you, dude.
Bye-bye.
Toodaloo. Bye.
There he goes. Like a fart in the wind, as he says in Blade Runner.
He didn't say that, you liar.
Oh, I guess you haven't seen that part. That's okay. I didn't mean to spoil
See,
it.
That was the
extended
director's
version.
cut. Yeah.
What, that paranoid delusion that you have that you believe is reality. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Bring you left the mic on again. We can hear you.
Yeah, I know you can hear me.
When you talk to yourself, it gets all weird. 'Cause we don't want people to hear it.
I feel like you're getting a bit confused here.
You
Are
still
taking
left
your
it
meds
on,
today,
man.
or-
You gotta mute.
I'm not sure what's going on. Are you okay?
Yeah, just mute it, and I'll just read out the next one.
You can read out the next one as long as you stop doing whatever it is you're doing right now. Jeez.
There are 11 classic Mega Man games and currently 8 Mega Man X games.
I'm
What are
guessing
they now?
In relation to when that came up on the catch-up?
It is, yeah. I guess they wanted to clarify, because I think... Was it Rags was saying X would be 10, and then it was like, X is a whole other...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thing
but
of
I
a
thought I
bumble.
clarified that.
Well, they're just saying the exact amount now.
True. That is extra clarification. No. Good.
Hey Rags, my name on Discord is Raviastigian. I'm the idiot Squid Game spoiler guy. Please unblock if that's okay. Also, hi Rags.
Hi. Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Toon Link is my favorite Link because he's the only Link that wasn't a descendant of the previous Link. Toon Link was just a random kid who proved himself, thus his actions, or through his actions and bravery. I don't know anything about that.
Twin Link is definitely one of the more emotive links, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah,
There's
yeah.
a lot of expressive faces.
Yeah.
Oh, neat. Wind Waker Link is still canonically the only link to permadeath Ganondorf in his timeline, the adult timeline. The child and fall timelines still have Ganon problems, even to this day.
All right, that sounds bad.
Well, I don't see Ganon around here anywhere, so you're fucking lying.
At least those timelines get to have, you know, more games. Because you can't make a Zelda game without Ganondorf being all evil, can you?
Yeah.
What about Schliemendorf?
Everyone knows that.
Schliemendorf. 169 catch-ups when? I mean... we're gonna have to figure something out. But, I can't promise exactly when each of the things will happen, because there's a good chance we'll be having to catch up to today's ones first, next Wednesday.
Yay.
God damn it.
Boba Fett imprints on the first person who rescues him. Danny Trejo explained this.
Oh my god, you're right.
Shouldn't he have imprinted
Boba's
on the
part
Jawas?
Rancor.
He saw them for like a split
They
second.
no, they reset him because they knocked him out, so it didn't count. That's why he's confused that his armor is not the Sarlacc pit anymore. See, it all makes sense in the end.
It does, yeah. It's nice. Well done. Finicky Sand. Insert Anakin screaming. I hate you. It's Fennec Sand. Shand, not Finicky Sand. Ugh. And I'm sure that's been explained to Fennec several times. In the novel, Anakin only wants to be a master because they have the privilege of accessing holocrons in the archives. He was hoping to find a way to save Padme. Would have liked that in the movie. Yeah, that'd have been cool as a additional thing.
That's a thing.
How can
Definitely
you
a
be on the
thing.
council and not be a master? Take a seat, young fucking asshole.
Whoa.
Yeah, Mace Windu was saying a lot of heavy stuff in that one.
Kinda fucked up, you would say that, but alright.
Another deleted scene that made it into the movie. We don't know what we call them. How often do you guys do to weeds? Do you guys like it, or does it give you the anxious?
It just doesn't do anything for me.
It's
I just
great.
don't do it.
So Jay is on
I
the a
don't do it.
lot
I
crowd.
don't-
At first I thought you were
Well,
talking
not
about
not a
pulling
lot.
weeds out of the
Moderation
garden.
is important.
I don't know why when
Do
you
you-
read that I thought you were talking about pulling weeds out of the garden. Like, how much do you enjoy pulling
Weeding?
weeds out of your garden?
No, that's what we are talking about, Fringy, and I think it's great.
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah,
do
yeah.
It you got to do it in moderation.
And Rag said it didn't do anything for him, you know?
But-
Pulling weeds.
Nope. Not my thing, you know? Some people like to pull weeds. It's just not quite my thing, though.
Which I think is fair enough.
Yeah.
I've done some weed pulling in my time. It's fine. Never really was that interested, though. How many weeds you pulled, Metal?
I'm as you're aware, I'm more of a getting drunk person. So while everyone is busy pulling weeds in their garden, I just get fucked up.
Makes sense.
Same.
How many years in prison would Bowser be sentenced to for all the hijinks up till now if the Mushroom Kingdom followed earthly laws? I'm pretty sure it's infinite life sentences.
7.
He probably would get executed for kidnapping royalty, right?
I think, like, potentially dooming the universe in different ways, shapes, and forms probably...
Well,
yeah.
in Super Mario Galaxy, yeah. I guess he probably wouldn't get in too much trouble for Sunshine.
I think Isle Delfino almost imprisoned Mario, right? So maybe if... Did Mario tell them who did this?
I don't know. They're just really happy he cleaned up the island. It's like, yeah, we're
That's
good
what's
now.
important. That's true.
Perhaps we treated you too harshly. It's like, oh, really? Just, I mean, I would imagine that they would get in serious trouble with, like, the International Court of Justice for the way that they handled his trial.
Oh, dude, is there an Italian embassy on... Oh, wait, I guess that
An
would be the...
Italian embassy at Isle Delfino. Yeah,
Mushroom
he should have gone
Kingdom
there to
embassy.
get some help. Yeah. Because goddamn, that was not a fair trial.
And you know what? He
They
came
tried to
through.
object. He didn't get any counsel. He didn't get any. There was no discovery. He was just thrown into a court after being arrested and then convicted, without being able to present anything in his favor. No cross-examination, nothing.
Good thing he bumped into Flood, huh?
Kangaroo court. Goddamn.
Like, imagine he didn't
That's
have
a court in
Flood.
Australia, right?
What? The courts in Australia are all called Kangaroo Court. Is that Rick and Morty joke? Kangaroo Court. It's Kangaroo Court. That feels like a sitcom. It's just a story about a kangaroo trying to become a barrister. It's called Kangaroo Court.
Boba Fett modernizes his antique rifles.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that one.
If you say so.
I
don't know what to do with that one.
They didn't enslave Mario to clean the island. He was embraced by a new culture. That's true. Very nice. Friendly. His pronunciation of Boba sounds like Bulbasaur saying his name. Boba. Maybe that is
a little
what's
bit. It
happening.
was kind of floopy.
So if the Empire is out of power by the time he becomes a crime lord and the Republic is pretty much useless, what government body is he crime lording against? I have no idea. Nobody has any idea what's happening, and I'm pretty sure they're stuck in a position of not being able to establish anything. Because there's other properties that might need it for other things. And it's gone. I don't know what that refers to. Did
No, me
something-
neither.
I just don't know. Great, now it's really uncomfortable.
What?
What were you gonna say?
I don't know. I forgot.
Cool.
It says, great, now it's really uncomfortable trying to eat my nuggies.
Now I'm just imagining someone really struggling to eat nuggets. It's like, oh, why is it so hard?
Damn, Molly, you're a pretty good artist. Thank you. I would say I've been
Man,
trained.
that's how far back we are? Christ.
I know.
Jesus fucking...
I hate it when Mummy and Daddy fight. Please, Rags and Fringy kiss and make up.
That's not hard feelings. Rags was happy to admit that he had made a mistake, and that's all that matters.
No mistake was
No,
made. The
no,
opposite of
no,
mistake
no.
was
We
made.
have to bring this up in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
In the
Remember that time
Rags
when
is
you very
bad
rudely
video.
interrupted me?
Proof Rags is bad.
Yeah.
video.
Just somebody else Rags is bad.
That's the main point of the video.
He's bad.
And
yes.
then, concerning the event on the 22nd of January, 2022.
The 23rd of January.
No, 22nd.
The 23rd.
23rd now.
It's
Wumbo.
already the 23rd of January. God.
What? No, it happened on the 22nd.
Wait.
Get your time right, Jay.
Did it?
happened.
No,
It
no.
happened.
I woke up past midnight, so it's definitely. It's been the 23rd since I've been here, and I remember it, so I was definitely here.
Well,
You
it would
know?
still be the
Remember it.
22nd by the POV character being Rags.
Hmm.
Yeah, fuck.
Maybe. Maybe.
I'm a reliable narrator.
Oh, yes.
You would say that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone
Wouldn't
thinks
you?
they're
Are you a
reliable.
I
reliable
don't feel like
narrator?
anybody's going
Imagine.
to say, I am an unreliable person. I mean, maybe they would. I don't know.
I guess. No, some people would say that.
Yeah, there's some.
How can we rely on them that that's correct, though?
That's, yeah,
That's
there
a
you go.
fair point.
Is Mum Rags and Dad Fringy getting a divorce? Yes. Rags with a preemptive strike to Fringy's memory for the win. Also, hi Rags.
Wait, what?
Rags preemptively struck your memory, Fringy.
Wow, what a bitch
yeah, I
move.
suppose, in a certain sense.
Yeah, we did establish that preemptive strikes are bitch moves. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
There was a high Rags as well.
Oh, hello.
This one just says, "Yay, 2 Christmases." When did we have a second Christmas?
Double Crimbus.
Hmm.
God damn.
Was unaware of such things. Daddy, how was I born? Well, dear, when a Boba Fett and a Mama Fett loves each other very much, they cuddle and go to Camino. Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
Very strange super chat. Star Wars, the Book of Bubble Bath. I mean, yeah, sounds nice. Longoy, don't take this from Frogold and Anna. I think your art is beautiful, and you should stop this art criticism and become an art maker. You'll always have a place on my fridge. Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
Well, I mean, it was
Same
constructive
thing.
art.
I would put it up on the fridge.
Because I feel like all of the suggestions, Mauler was very receptive to them, and taking them on board really elevated the artwork, you know? It's a collaborative process. And it's all in the name of making some real quality artwork.
And I feel like, in a sense, by being in the stream, it was on the fridge of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Where did you learn to draw? On a farm? Maybe I did.
I guess that is a place to learn how to draw,
I was gonna say, it seems a little bit prejudiced to be like, oh, farm people can't draw. It's like, damn.
I grew up on a farm.
I was gonna,
Sounds like you should have grown up in a hospital.
No, thank you.
You'd rather be shot than deal with needles, Rags, okay?
I never said that. I said
You'd
I'd
rather get shot
just
than get shot?
suffer. I'd rather just suffer than go to a hospital.
What would you rather have to drink liters and liters of water or get one injection?
Liters of water.
Wow. That's how much it means. I know because you hate water.
I do.
Chrysanthemum is actually more than just a gladiator, but is a bounty hunter as well, with him having knocked out Chewbacca and took on Obi-Wan when he was Ben. But I think in the show they just heavily nerfed him like they've done to Boba.
Yep.
Everyone's nerfed in the show because everyone on the show is a fucking crayon-munching retard.
They had to nerf the crap out of Chrysanthemum because he wasn't even allowed to, like... I mean,
weapons?
How do you lose to someone who's sleeping? Like, you have to...
Yeah, it's amazing. Takes skill.
You wake him up like an idiot.
I'm gonna throw you at your weapons.
Who's a better god? Gamera, Gamora, or Gamorrean?
I don't know any of these. I don't know. Gamorreans are terrible guards, as the case may be. It seems to be that they're actually not very good at all. Have they ever done anything that's even approaching?
They saved him in
stuff they do in
episode
Boba
1,
Fett,
remember?
Yeah, but I mean, how much credit do they get for that? Because it's just weird Disney bullshit that makes these things happen, and I'm just so confused.
I guess it depends on what your sort of standards are here, because it is under Disney bullshit that they saved him, but does that count?
I mean, I guess technically, right?
Hmm.
Can I trust anything I see anymore? This fever dream that is Disney television shows.
The two pig gods defeated the legendary assassins because they just showed up.
Yeah, and they had very short iron sticks. It makes you wonder, like, how... What do they train for? Like, what was their training to be legendary assassins? They all got the uniforms and everything. They clearly got together beforehand and formulated this plan. And nobody said, you know, we should have guns. Or what if some pig people show up with these short little metal sticks? And it makes you wonder what they did. What did they do?
They were really just
Right
going
plan
to
it
keep
was.
electrifying until Boba fell over. And then they would be like, we've done it. One of them would be like, should we stab him? Like, whoa, that would be nuts, dude.
Don't want to get in trouble. Come on.
He's like a sheriff, kinda. I'll go with Gamora. She's pretty, you know, she could be a good
pretty
god.
strong.
Yeah. I don't know what the other one was. Gamera.
Don't know who that is.
Nope. Crime lord, grew up around water, loves sleeping in liquid, steals stuff from people. Could one consider Boba Fett to be a wet bandit? Iragu.
Hello.
I mean, throw him into the next Home Alone, watch him get tortured, that'd be fine. In fact, it would be fun. Boba will adopt the kids and call them Biker Fett. I could see them doing
Give
that.
him ideas.
It'd be painful. Part 1. What if the reason a flismy bit of metal on random transports can stop blaster fire is because it's connected to a larger mass of stuff? Does this sound familiar to you guys at all?
No.
And if you take it off and tape it to your chest, then it won't work because it no longer connects to the rest of the mass aside from your body.
It's just like the thing that more mass has larger gravity, and then it attracts stuff.
Wait, oh, okay.
Is that what we're talking about?
Well, the script.
I assume maybe it relates to if shots bounce off like different vehicle plating that one could turn it into armor. And they're saying that if it were disconnected from the larger piece, then maybe it wouldn't be as effective. Not sure.
Because there's less mass, yeah.
Well, mass only matters in terms of its thickness, and it doesn't matter how wide it is really, as long as it hits that part. It's the thickness that will probably matter the most in the angle that it hits. There is an astounding lack of infantry armor in Star Wars that bugs me to no end.
Or at least armor that does something.
Yeah, it's so rare. With all of the stuff that seems to hit random things and stop, you would just expect people to be wearing stuff on them all the time that can stop this sort of thing. I mean, no one has a shield generator, I guess. They used to slap those things on droidicas 10 ways till Tuesday, but I guess no one uses those anymore. We have the Gungan shields, we have the sniper, they have the assassin shields, we've got Durasteel and that sort of thing that is blaster resistant and proof. It seems to hit random objects scattered around the environment and just sort of stops without doing anything to it. No one straps that on their chest, so who knows anymore? It's just like, I know what I'd do if I was in that line of work. I'd get some armor.
Well, the plot would have to let you, Ranks. Vort Sabinring from Wraith Squad is cool Gamorrean. I don't know if that means anything.
Sure. I mean, I don't know much about them, but yeah, I mean, I guess.
Alrighty.
I don't know anything about him. I couldn't say myself, but he's got someone vouching for him.
What makes more sense, the Book of Boba Fett or 12-ounce mouse?
I know of the show 12-ounce mouse, but I've never seen it.
I've never heard of it.
Never even heard of it, yeah.
Never heard of it.
It's a, I think it was like an Adult Swim show.
Sadism from the works of Marquis de Ablifi. See, there you go, guys. We finally hit the part about sadism. Lol, those weren't even the Renaissance men. They were just some random psychos that saved the day. The real Renaissance men are some bundles of sticks that study all day. Pretty sure they came to town for the Enchanted Forest. That's probably true. About the potential armor thing, I guess. I have no idea if this rule stays consistent through Star Wars content as a viable explanation. Probably not, because the blasters always leave small burn spots rather than frying the whole body. That's it. High rags, I guess.
Hello.
I don't know what to do with all this space. Play Soma, Fringy.
Yeah,
yeah, I'll get onto it soon. I want to play God of War, though, now that's on PC.
Oh, Soma's been bumped
so
back.
you only play God of War once it becomes politically correct, I see.
Yeah.
That's a good meme. No, I'll probably play Soma next. I just a lot of my gaming time has been chill out games though, like Mario Kart, Tetris, and Halo and stuff.
Halo still doing it for you?
Not as much. I've been playing a lot more Mario Kart over the last week.
You completed the battle whatever thing, right?
I did complete the battle pass, so now the only... Oh, right, there's that Cyberpunk event that's going on right now. I can unlock the glowing mohawk, but I don't feel like playing, so I don't know.
Don't you want other people to see your mohawk?
Huh? Well, I don't need that. Once they do the Plague Doctor event, I'll definitely be playing for that. Whenever that comes around.
Mauler, please convince Anna of how much fun Gartic Phone is. I would love to see a group of comic book pros play that game.
What is it?
It's a game where you draw stuff.
It is a
Or a
super
draw
duper
stuff?
fun game about drawing and describing what you draw.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like Pictionary?
Sort of.
Guess the way it works
From a certain
is
point of view.
you start with a prompt for a story. Someone draws it, and then someone else has to describe that without the context of the previous thing, and so on until it gets. That's the basic game, I think.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's
What
real
is it
funny
called?
at the end.
Mm.
You don't sound very enthused about it.
All I'm hearing is that I would have to draw for free
You've never done that
But
before?
that can be fun sometimes.
for myself. I mean, you want me to convince a bunch of professional comic book artists that have like zero time to do anything, that spend all
Yeah.
day drawing to draw? I don't know.
No, not all
It's kind
day.
of a hard
Just like
sell.
4 hours.
Man.
Well,
It's like,
I
have
mean,
you
don't
ever
have to
like
do
real
just
hard
anything,
sell,
it's just
guys.
a suggestion, that's
I
all.
just like this whole idea is like if the comic book artist, the pen touches the paper, that's Buddy right there. It's just like it could just be a doodle.
It might be a fun game for like the Jack show, but I mean, it's a real hard sell when it's like your time streaming is like the break from drawing, you know? So it's like, oh, I'm drawing all day, and then I'm gonna come on a stream and then draw some more. I mean, I'll suggest it, but
They only do it for money. You heard it here.
Yep.
Anna said it. No passion.
no, I mean, there's passion there. It's just
Disgusting.
Well, I guess
It's
it's the
more
whole
of
thing
a
of if you're a
time
professional
thing.
chef, do you come home and cook? Like, what do you...
Well,
what do
you gotta
do while you
eat.
cook? You gotta eat, I guess it's just, you know...
Gotta eat
If
your
you, if
But I
that's
imagine
what
if you're a professional chef, like ordering in has got to be so depressing. It's like, this
Well,
is fine.
I watched a documentary on Michelin Stars yesterday, because that's what
Oh,
I
how's he
do.
doing?
Michelin Stars is doing alright. He's lost
That's
a bit
good.
of weight. So
Oh, that's good.
cool.
That's good.
No,
I
for
worry
Book of
because
Boba Fett.
You know,
But in any case, yeah, the chef was talking about how like he doesn't cook breakfast like before he goes to work. He don't cook breakfast because he's cooking for like the whole day.
Well, I mean, a lot of
Does he
people
not have
eats at work
breakfast?
a lot,
cereal,
or-
right?
Well, he has breakfast, but he don't cook it. Like his wife will make it or something.
yes.
Patriarchy.
Also,
That's what women are for.
I'll be
Women
right back
cook
in a
for
minute,
free. Men cook as their profession, and it is a noble profession.
I
Then
will-
he gets home, and then the woman can do it.
I'll be right back. But Ranks, chew on that one.
All right.
That's
Oh,
funny.
I'd heard this. I've heard that this was a real possibility.
Yeah.
And it honestly doesn't really surprise me. It's just sad to see that this is the state of Battlefield at this point.
You wanna
But yeah, I
read it
can
out?
totally believe it. Oh yeah, this is a GameSpot tweet though. Originally, I heard it from Thomas Henderson. Battlefield 2042 might go free to play in order to restore player numbers.
That won't even restore the player number,
'cause-
surely.
Just
Like-
for a
like-
little bit.
Like,
and
yeah,
then
I
they'll
meant
wait
in
for
a
a little bit.
permanent sense. Like, it wouldn't do it.
No, they need it needs a ground up overhaul. The core of what that game is just like fundamentally bad and unfun.
Yeah, from what I feel, there's like
It
a
was
big old exodus to Battlefield 5 at this point, right? Like, everyone's just like,
yeah, Battlefield
They'll
5's
get
got
their
more
fix
players
there
on
instead.
Steam than it's got more players on Steam than 2042.
that is just.
It would be better for them to
clearest-
just make a. They need to just make an expansion pack, a big old expansion pack for Battlefield 5, like give it some like relaunch or rejuvenation of that game and just build on it because more people are apparently playing that anyway.
It's just, to me, that's one of the... How do you get a bigger sign of failure than that? Like, cool new game, everyone. They're like, we want to play your old one. Like, oh.
Yeah, the one we hated in the beginning, but now see it's actually pretty good.
The one you told us not to buy.
Yeah.
God, you guys are just nailing it, huh?
But at least they got paid for it. It's like, nope, I got a key from G2A. They told me not to buy it, so I gave my money to someone else so I could play their game. It's what they wanted. I don't want to be on the wrong side of history after all.
Disney Star Wars is soda, empty calories. People like sugar.
Not that kind of sugar.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Soda's good.
I would prefer the fast food analogies to go to stuff that's like easy for people to enjoy because it's just, you know, like Hans.
Like Transformers movies. You know,
sure, yeah, like
that'd
I'm
be
trying
like
to
the fast food.
aim
It
for
makes
the
a lot of
stuff-
money, but it's kind of shit.
Aim for the stuff that's not like hyper. You know, if someone said like TLJ is just like fast food, I'd be like, no, that shit's like foul, rotten, gross
It's
shit.
like sewage.
Yeah.
It's what happens to food after you eat it.
This is the I don't even know what happens to it exactly. You know, like the pink paste that turns into chicken nuggets or whatever it is.
What?
Anyone else? No?
Wait, what? Sorry, say that again.
Chicken nuggets. You know, they're like a paste, and then they get formatted into chicken nuggets or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's just all the crushed remnants of what's not used.
I'm sorry
Just-
for anybody who didn't know about this. That's what I would see these as, the unrefined fast food. Like, stuff that probably tastes foul. Because it
Yeah, but
does.
chicken nuggets at least taste good.
Pink slime, yeah.
Mm.
Yes, pink meat sauce.
Give it to me. Put it in my
Give
veins.
tube. It's called slurry. Hook it right up, get it right in there. And that's what these shows are. We didn't even watch Hawkeye, can you believe it?
I can believe it.
Oh.
Didn't either.
I
Not
can.
blame you.
Apparently it's the best one, so we really lucked out there, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad, I guess.
Ruling by Boba Nocta equals peak leadership. Boba Nocta. Fringy's a bird. Why the hell is he green? Damn. Why so,
Plenty of
so
green
angry?
birds.
So I'm not a bird, but there are green birds.
Yeah.
Plenty of green birds.
What are they called? The one that tried to fuck Stephen Fry. That was green.
Damn, I've forgotten that one. That was from a few days ago. Rainbow lorikeets are primarily green.
I think they're rainbow.
Well, they do have
I think
rainbow
they're-
colors, yeah. They are primarily green. That's like the base color.
They asked it so angrily. Like, is it?
Yeah.
Parakeets are green, right?
There were no green birds. Does it hurt them that there is a green bird?
Yeah,
You know, what's
exactly.
going on here?
You're poorly adapted, Fringy, from the bird lore.
I'm not a bird.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You got a big beak on your face. We've been over this.
Wow. Okay.
Are you saying that isn't a big beak on your face?
Not all birds have big beaks.
Name 3 that don't.
Emus don't really have big beaks relative to the size of them.
Uh-huh.
Chickadees have pretty small beaks relative to their
Yeah,
size.
Yeah, little bitty ones, yeah.
Cockatoos have pretty small beaks. Like kookaburras have
Yeah.
big beaks, but cockatoos have. I
Kookaburras
feel
get
like you
big old
asked me
beaks,
to
too.
name 3 because you thought I couldn't.
No, I knew you could. It's actually a really easy question. I just wanted to see which
Alright.
ones you'd pick.
Yeah, what would you have picked?
I would pick the tit, the wren, and the house finch.
There are so many birds when you think about it. Like
There are a
number
lot of
birds,
birds.
It's insane. I do want to get one of those books that has a catalog of all the birds because I am becoming more and more inclined to the idea that I would want to do bird watching.
And you're sure you're not a bird?
Why is it so? What? Everybody who wants to watch birds is a bird. Is that how it works in your mind?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You didn't say no.
I didn't. I'll let you figure that one out for yourself.
Well, look what happened last time. Everyone assumes yes. I've recently been watching Golden Kamui. Camus?
Golden Come.
Brilliant show.
That's P, Morlo.
The flashbacks in Book of Boba Fett should have taken some cues from that show. I have no idea what that show is, but fair enough.
Golden Kamui?
Maybe. I don't know how to pronounce that. Kamui. Something.
Sounds funky.
You sound funky.
Let me Google it.
Don't do it.
How did you spell it?
Golden and then Kamui.
Got it. Oh, it's an animu.
Ooh.
Disgusting!
Oh my. Well, from what I gather, it has flashbacks in it.
Wow, what an overused, unoriginal storytelling trope. It must be bad.
Yeah, I think
That's my opinion. And you're not allowed to disagree.
No. Your mind is narrow.
My opinion! My opinion!
Yeah, I think your opinion is
It's true, Mahler. You
narrow.
can't touch him now.
My opinions are wide.
It is no. Would you rather have a wide and shallow opinion or a narrow and deep opinion?
Narrow and deep.
Narrow and
right?
deep
'Cause,
every
like,
time, yeah.
You penetrate deep into like one small area, or you just like have a wide, but like you have just vague, not really valuable opinions about like a lot of stuff. Like narrow and deep. Because like narrow and deep to me, that describes like your field of expertise, your very specific niche that you know a lot about. Whereas shallow and wide is basically your opinions of stuff that you've heard about like a couple of times, but you don't really know much about. Like, you know, my opinions on like geology, wide and shallow. My opinions on media, narrow and deep.
Oh, I see. Any follow-ups there, Rags, or you satisfied?
No, I would just that sounds fair to me. I think that's the way to go.
I miss Boba Fett. This is the Book of Boba Fett. Also, hi, kick Rags.
Hi, kick Rags. Kick Rags. No. Hello.
I figure you'd be
I'm
against
Rags.
kicking Rags, yeah.
I don't think I could. I don't know if I guess I could kick like some parts of me, but I can't kick all parts of me.
Capital-O, what do you have to say about lowercase O's? I'm afraid he's not here, but
Oh no.
I wouldn't.
You know what I have to say about lowercase O's?
Oh.
Ooh.
Also, hola to Raj.
Hi.
And the Australian kiwi bird.
Oh.
Those are
I'm not
cool.
a kiwi, but you know, kiwi birds are pretty cool.
Not a bird, but very happy to be called a kiwi bird.
They have.
Interesting.
They do not have small beaks. They have long beaks.
Relative to their body, yeah, they're pretty big.
Yeah, they got big old beakers. Beakeroonies, peckers, big old picky peckers.
Lord Longbong of Mublington Abbey. When you think about it, the most logical and consistent movie TV universe that's left is the Monsterverse. No, it'd be the Dark Universe, because there's only one in it. So it's the least to fuck up.
Wait, I thought there was two. Right? I thought it was Mummy and Dracula Untold.
I'm pretty sure they're separate launches of the the Dark Universe.
Oh, they tried twice? They didn't even try. Oh, no.
Yeah, because
one wasn't even the second and one was the first. They were just like, no, this one's totally the first, guys. Ah, shit. Never mind.
they're both horrible.
For those who don't know, we watched Dracula Untold as one of our first EFAP movies, and it's great. Y'all should watch it.
Yeah, there's
That
probably
movie's
a lot of people
amazing.
in the chat right now who don't even know that video exists.
Yeah, go watch it if you haven't. That movie
funny.
is fun.
I remember I watched that movie in the theaters, and there was a homeless person there, and he was having the greatest time watching that movie. Like, he was so expressive, and he like laughed and gasped at every like thing that was going on. It was like, more entertaining to watch the hobo's reaction to the movie than it was to watch the actual movie.
Well, it's just cool the movie has a fan, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that movie. All of us are.
You know what?
Don't act like you're not
I
a
feel
fan
kinda
of Dracula
sad now
Untold.
that he didn't get to have his franchise. He would have loved to
Dark
have seen-
Universe?
Yeah.
Make it just for him.
I think, yeah.
Like,
A
okay, maybe if
massive
it's just one guy, like it
corporation.
can't. Like, maybe if it's just one guy, it can't like attract the same budget. So maybe cut the budget like in half. Then just make.
You could still make an amazing movie with half the budget.
Well, yeah, you could make an amazing movie for very little budget. Really, it's just understanding what resources you have and how to use them.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever watched Dracula 2000?
No, I have not.
I
I don't know anything about it, but just the fact that they put 2000 in the title makes me want to see it.
Just watch it.
But is
It's
it called
entertaining.
Dracula 2000? It is actually called Dracula 2000 because I was just assuming it came out in 2000.
Dracula 2000.
It's with.
So apparently this was the first in a sequel. It was a series. Dracula 2000, then Dracula 2 Ascension, and then Dracula 3 Legacy.
Oh my
Gerard
God,
Butler
where
plays
is he?
Dracula.
Yeah, he's like 20.
Yo, we got to see this movie
It's so
tomorrow.
funny.
Tomorrow?
Well,
Do
because
it,
the
do
twist
it,
in it is
do
that they
it.
try to tie him
No,
like
no,
the Bible.
Tell me the twist.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. You can't tell us that we have to see it, then tell us the twist.
Okay, never mind.
Of course, we have
spoiled
to
things
discover it for
already. I'm sorry.
ourselves.
You almost ruined Rag's entire life.
You almost did.
I'm
If you,
sorry.
I don't know how I would just function if
You'll
someone
still
ruined
find it
Dracula 2000.
entertaining.
I'm sure, but I want it to hit me all at once. I want to get the theater experience is what I want. I want to
Okay.
experience that movie the way that the filmmakers really intended it to be.
Mhm.
Well, then record it so that way I can watch your guys' reactions.
I'm down to watch Dracula 2000 for an EFAP because it's a trilogy, and it's the same thing with because we have
the
we have them
Halloween
on our
Fap,
list.
Arc in next year.
Yeah, we got our Scorpion King, the 5 Scorpion King movies,
Oh
and
my
I
God,
think
there's
there's
5 of them?
Yeah, dude, Rutger Hauer was in the last one, as well as I think Lou Ferrigno. Let me see, just a
Oh
second.
my
Let's see.
God.
The Scorpion King 5. It's called the Scorpion King Book of Souls.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, it came out, and plus it came out in 2018, so it's new.
Oh,
What?
no.
Yeah.
They're still it's basically still making Scorpion King movies.
Yes.
That's amazing.
So the
Goddamn.
Rutger Hauer's in the 2018 one, yeah?
I think he might be in the 4th. I'm double
Oh.
checking here. I might be confusing it though with the other series we were gonna watch, which is Dragonheart, for which there's 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
King
That's the one
4.
with was it Sean Connery was the voice of the dragon?
In the first one, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Scorpion King
And
4,
Dennis
Quest
Quaid,
for
right?
Power.
Mm-hmm.
That has Lou Ferrigno, Rutger Hauer, Barry Bostwick, Michael Biehn, Ellen Hallman, Victor Webster.
Michael Biehn's in it? Oh, no.
He plays King Yannick.
Good for him.
Mm.
Yeah, and
What a
we have
great part.
let's see, Dragonheart series, and I'm sure there's Wikipedia franchise. There is 1, 2, 3. There's 5. The last one was made in 2020. There's Dragonheart, Dragonheart: A New Beginning, Dragonheart 3, The Sorcerer's Curse, Dragonheart: Battle for the Heartfire, and then Dragonheart: Vengeance.
Ooh, Vengeance. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I would say
I'm down
Vengeance
for
is
watching this.
Yeah, the most interesting of the lot there.
Ooh, yeah.
What is he
I'm
getting a
liking this. I'm
vengeance
liking this.
for? I wish
I don't
to
know. Let me click on it.
So that's cool because it lets you know in the title that there's going to be a character with a motivation. And that's
Yeah.
good.
That's true. And you're gonna
One
that's
that
the
relates
cover.
to
It's-
vengeance.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
look
Vengeance,
at it.
that's the coolest motivation.
Hey, that means something dramatic probably happened.
Like that means that something like bad has probably happened to him, and he's getting revenge. That's probably what that means. You know
like
that, right?
Batman.
Yeah.
Just like Batman.
I love Batman.
No.
Is it good
I
when I
don't.
click on the picture of the protagonist, the main actor, and their Wikipedia page doesn't even have a picture of him?
That's a very good sign. That means it's like they were
That's-
hired
that's-
just for the talent.
That's a very good sign. Where they're like, yeah, that's where he's from. He was born. It's his picture. Ah, fuck it. It's just like, nah. Oh wow, that's not what I have. This is. Let me get you a picture of. This is Oh, this is him. This is him in Dragonheart Vengeance. Oh man, look at that guy. He's gonna fuck you up 10 ways till Tuesday.
Wait, it stops
You
at
better
Tuesday?
watch out. Yeah, until Tuesday.
What's he got to do on Tuesday?
He's gotta fuck dragons.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that is
Good for
pretty
him.
cool. Yeah, what a Chad.
I hope he survives.
Is he the one that gets
I'm
the
sure.
revenge, or is getting revenged?
I don't know. You see, here's the magical part. We won't know until we watch Dragonheart, and then we watch Dragonheart. Sorry, I need to let me get the names right. Dragonheart franchise. We have to watch Dragonheart, then Dragonheart: A New Beginning, then Dragonheart 3: The Sorcerer's Curse, then Dragonheart: Battle for the Heartfire, and then we'll see Dragonheart Vengeance. But here's the interesting part, because all of that's just dirty rags, right? Dragonheart was 96. Dragonheart: A New Beginning was 2000, right? So 4-year difference. Then they decided to make a sequel. And then Dragonheart 3, 2015. So they waited 15 years to restart Dragonheart with the third movie, and then boom, 2015, 2017, 2020. And they cranked 3 of them out.
I can see that being like after 15 years, you need a Dragonheart, you know?
Was like How to Train Your Dragon movies coming out that year, and dragons were popular.
How to Train Your Dragonheart?
No,
Oh,
I'm just saying-
that's actually.
Or like Game
Oh.
of Thrones was like Game of Thrones was big. So like How to Train Your Dragon, Game of Thrones. So
So-
dragons were like the it thing. So they were like, oh, we have this property. Let's just get on this dragon hype.
That's a neat hypothesis. So How to Train Your Dragon, the first one was 2010. Wait, I think so. Wait, no. How to
That
Train
sounds
Your
about right.
Dragon. Let me double check. How to Train Your Dragon was 2010. Okay. And I think How to Train Your Dragon 2 was in 2014. Then there was How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World in 2019, and I guess in 2019 there was also a short film, and that was also in 2019 called How to Train Your Dragon: Homecoming. And I think there's a
Homecoming.
show, but I don't know anything about it. Kit Harington's in it. Gerard Butler's in it. Zach Perlman's in it.
Zach Baggins.
Justin Ruppel. Oh, Zach Baggins. Ghosty. Yeah, we got to see Dragonheart and the Scorpion King, and then we can get to the Dracula trilogy. The
Sweet.
Dracula 2000 trilogy.
Have you guys seen Arcane? Have you guys seen Arcane? Have you guys seen Arcane? Have you guys seen Arcane?
We
Not
have.
all of
Well,
us,
not
but
all of us, but
I've
Yeah.
seen
Working
the
on
first
it.
3
Gosh.
episodes. They were good.
I'm one
Nice.
episode ahead of you. Get fucked.
How many episodes
No.
are there?
No.
9, right?
9, yeah.
yes.
Then we have to wait until next year for another season, which apparently causes everyone intense pain.
I'm happy to wait as long as it ends up being as good.
No, it feels like a pretty normal gap between seasons.
That's what they said about Cyberpunk.
What,
and look at how
over a
that turned
year?
out.
It's usually not over a year. In fact, usually it's less than a year.
Boba, we
I
must...
mean, when you talk about like high quality animation, surely it's a bit longer usually, isn't it?
Well, I guess the thing is it does seem like we are becoming more willing to, because the thing with like Rick and Morty, right? It took them a long time to. Though I think the reason why Rick and Morty took a long time was because of writing.
No,
not because,
that was like contract deals, right? So they didn't want to start writing it before they knew they were going to get another season. So there was just long gaps where it wasn't being worked on. Is my understanding of why that took a long time. But I'm talking about like surely just the animation in Arcane must take so long to create.
Well, I mean, you know, the reality is the animation takes a long time to make for Family Guy. But it's just the way the productions work. You always make sure that you're working on lots of stuff at once. Like each individual episode of like an animated show usually takes several months to make, but you work in them concurrently and stagger them. But yeah, Arcane probably took it more than a year to actually produce, in terms of just the animation.
Happy to wait. Well, I say that. I haven't got to the end, which, you know, I assume is actually going to make me start violently convulsing for a next season immediately.
Yeah.
That's how I try to ask for another season. I convulse.
You convulse specifically. You convulse in front of the right officers until everybody has to step over you.
Boba, we must secure the existence of the Tuscans and a future for Tuscan children. I mean, yeah, he's real invested in the Tuscans. Even though once that one, like, set died, he didn't care about Tuscans anymore. It's just those ones specifically, I guess.
Yeah. Hashtag not all Tuscans.
Not all Tuscans.
Well, it's like in the reverse way now. He's like, they're good, and then like all of them, he's like, no. It's the ones that enslaved me.
Yeah, those are the only ones I like. It's like a masochist, maybe.
Molly, why are your eyes red? That ain't healthy. I mean, you know, it could be
Healthy for his species.
Yeah, for long people, red eyes just means actually the opposite of what you're implying. It's like, no, healthy is...
When long culture, and you know, Mola, don't let me speak over you for your own culture, right? But as my understanding, right, in long culture, red eyes are considered very desirable.
That's true.
You know, some longoids who are born with like blue eyes actually smear red goo in their eyes because they're so jealous of the red-eyed folk.
True.
Because blue eyes are terrible.
What? Yeah.
You go that far, jeez.
Alright, so you wear sunglasses because you have blue eyes, right? You don't want people to see them.
You can literally see my eyes in my picture.
Shut up.
Get Shrek'd.
Don't bring Shrek into this. You wouldn't pick a side.
What color are Shrek's eyes? I forget off the top of my head. Let me check.
Earl Grey.
Images. Shrek. His eyes are... Oh, yeah, they're brown.
Let's Go Gun Train. They did the galaxy a favor. Oof.
Let's go gun train.
I mean, if they're stopping slavery, there's a lot of you know, places people will go to stop slavery. Hashtag Anakin did nothing wrong. Oh my god. What about the children?
The baby Tuscans of today are the adult Tuscans of tomorrow.
My goodness.
Well, not anymore.
That's true. The cycle has been broken.
General William T. Sherman did nothing wrong in Atlanta.
Didn't he burn it all down?
I have no idea.
It was good that it was burnt down.
Atlantan children become Atlantan adults. But they ain't Tuscan Raiders, so. This guy's voice is worse than Maddox's? Maddox is a name I've heard before, but I don't know who that is.
Wait, what did they say?
Said the guy...
Bruce Maddox?
Bruce Maddox is a character in Star Trek.
Correct.
I don't know that they're talking about Bruce Maddox, but someone called Maddox.
They must be.
Well, there's probably more than one Maddox in the world, right?
No, there's only one.
Oh.
Let me just Google Maddox. Yeah, it looks like Bruce Maddox, the character from Star Trek, is the only one who pops up.
I don't believe you. I think
Interesting.
you've lied to me.
This lack of trust.
Well, it's not about
hurts.
trust. I've got my other researcher on call, and he's just said it's a lie.
What?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Well,
What? Who is this pretender?
I don't want
of
to give
the
out the
throne?
name because you'll go after him.
No, I wouldn't do that. I just want to talk.
You just want to talk to him.
Yeah, I just want to talk. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. It's a little healthy discourse between two entities.
Apparently, he's a YouTuber.
Oh, did Bruce Maddox make a YouTube channel?
I guess
Huh.
so.
Yeah, he seems the type. Yeah.
Anna, training activities during CBRN drills, actual military training.
What?
I have no clue. Some confusing super chats today.
Yeah.
Oh, you need some CBTRN? Well, hey, some people, when they need it, they need it.
Anyone else remember when Darth Vader felt the need to wag his finger at Boba and explicit request no disintegrations? That's who Boba is. No, you would never
A
disintegrate
person
someone.
that you have to specifically say, no, listen, you cannot disintegrate him. I'm telling you, you can't do that.
That
'Cause
was...
I know you. I know you.
What do you mean? Disintegrations in the Star Wars universe are like little...
he was saying that to the room. He was just near Boba when he said it. Okay.
No, disintegrations are little gift cards. Boba likes to give them out to anybody he does bounty missions for, and Vader was like, "This is a serious mission. I don't want you giving out the gift cards."
Disintegration is the name of a cocktail in Star Wars. Very popular. A disintegration.
It's an edgy name.
Yeah,
I'll give it to
yeah.
you, but doesn't mean that.
Well, there's cocktails. They always
It's not
have
a-
weird names, don't they? You can get like a cocksucking cowboy or what
Sex
a
on the
weird
beach.
name.
It's fun that you like sort of just gave up after that one. It's like that's the only one you know, and you just open other
Well,
people. to fill
I
it
know
in.
that I know more, and then I was like, what are they called? What?
Yeah.
Fuck.
The Bahama Mama.
A white Mexican.
Whoa.
Mexican Halloween. Callback. Fuzzy Navel. That's a good one.
Yeah, loads of weird names for cocktails. I would totally believe that if there was a cocktail called a disintegration, it would probably have absinthe in it.
So there you go. We solved it.
Get absinthe in the UK.
You ever had a prairie
Can you
oyster?
get that in the UK?
You can.
Look at you guys.
Or can you not?
No, it's illegal here.
Molly, you silly penguin. How dare you question Better Call Saul? Seriously, though, I think it's better than Breaking Bad because it has more characters and each are complex. I find Breaking Bad more compelling, but it's fine to prefer either.
Well, I mean, like that's the question, right? It's
actor
like, I would. It might actually
The last time
be.
I heard that actor was in the hospital.
What? Bob Odenkirk?
Yeah.
He recovered, unless it's a recent thing. The thing I remember about him being, he recovered from his last health scare, I think. But like, it might be the case that Better Call Saul is through and through the more solidly written show, right? It's just, it would be the chair in the room argument in that case, where it just does less with it. I don't know. I actually haven't seen it since like season 2, but
Well, then you can't say anything.
I can say some things.
No.
Not
Illegal.
allowed. Get out. Get out.
I mean, I've seen either 5 or 6 seasons of Better Call Saul. I don't know when we were out, but I know I prefer Breaking Bad. But which is the better written, I can't say. I'm not sure.
So what you're saying is you're pro drugs then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Pro
We are
meth
pro
making.
drugs. Anti-children.
water is scarce and expensive, but kids can afford fucking high-quality cyborg implants and mods. Makes sense.
Yeah, man.
We call this excellent world building, where the mods are all super cheap. But the water is super expensive. It means there's a water shortage. But nobody seems to mention or care about any of it. I wonder if in world reason Boba no longer calls his ship the Slave One is because he now has been a slave and it brings back all sorts of sad memories of missing them now that they are all dead. He misses the Tusken Raiders. Like, any mention of the word slave, and he's like, oh man, I used to be their slave. That's sad. Saw you watched Nerd Anonymous Star Wars edit video. I was wondering if you saw his Star Wars Apocrypha series. I don't recognize that, I'm afraid. The amount of research the man does is incredible, and it's one of the most insightful YouTubers I've seen. Oh, you talking about his video where he debunks people saying that like people other than George Lucas were responsible for like all the things that made Star Wars good. That video was very interesting. Yeah, it'd be cool to talk to him about it.
Absolutely.
Because he seems to know his stuff. If that's who you're talking about, yes, I remember. The glass of Slave One is sturdier than an asteroid field. What threat was the seismic charge to Obi-Wan? Also, lube wood greater than stormtrooper armor. Yeah, we've been over that. Lube wood is very strong.
Yeah, you hit them with
I
the
love
wooden
lube
stick
wood.
and their armor shatters.
My favorite kind of wood.
Yeah? Why is that?
I like how it's slippery.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
It also has a really nice color to it. You know, I like to see like if a room has got a nice lube wood floor, I walk in and then I trip over and then I pick myself back up. I'm like, wow, this looks really nice.
A good lube wood floor makes you appreciate the ceiling.
Yeah, it also, you know, it's difficult to walk on, but it does make you. Wow, that's the joke you were making, isn't it? I just realized as I was replying to you.
Look at the ceiling, because sometimes you could fall face down, you know.
I really, you know what? I really want.
Yeah.
I feel like Disney Star Wars, though, in the position we're at, they totally wouldn't introduce like a material that's like very slippery, and that's the thing that is notable about it, and then have someone make their floor out of it. That's entirely something that they would do.
That would be a good way to show in Tatooine that you were very wealthy, to have a wooden floor.
Yeah, actually, that would be.
You walked in and you had a wood floor, like planks that were,
and then a wood floor surrounded by water.
Yeah. It's little things like that. Like, man, this dude can afford wooden floors. He walks on it.
Well,
There's
like
no trees on Tatooine. That's amazing.
Well, like just having a fountain outside in your garden, right? Like a nice fountain in Tatooine. That'd be like what a great sign of extravagance that would be. Like you could get some real characterization going for someone just with their home decor and well, in anything really, but
no.
But the bikers, you know, they look cool.
But which bikers? Spooky demon bikers or mod children bikers?
You know, the mod children bikers that were the ones I was thinking of. I forgot there were two factions of shit bikers in Book of Boba Fett.
You can separate them out by saying the bikers and the moped riders.
Oh, it's like the bikers and the inept bikers and the inept the cringe I don't know what differentiate the bikers you're supposed to like and the bikers you're supposed to not like.
Even though if anything it's reversed, because you're like, oh man, he fucking obliterated those bikers. We don't even really know if they were that evil.
Could you imagine if
or at least relatively to the
well,
Tuskens.
I mean, they did. We know they killed children. We do know that about them.
The bikers?
The thing is, they didn't show.
No,
like,
they
the
could have been
children's
set up.
corpses. That's true. They could have been set up, but like
it should have been.
if we had to assume that Book of Boba Fett is emotionally as emotionally simple as it's presenting itself to be, then the Vikings just killed the Tuskens, right? And they probably killed those children. We're supposed to think the bikers killed the children. The thing is, they don't show the children's corpses because it's Disney.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was saying during the episode. I was like, man, they didn't show us the dead kid though. Nope.
But like they
showed
want
his
us to.
stick. What more do you want?
It doesn't have well, the problem is they want it to have a lot of impact, but the way that they showed that scene was very unimpactful in the way they showed it, because they didn't really. I could have had that theoretically sting a whole lot more if they showed dead younglings, but they didn't. I just want to see dead kids.
Fringy, why did you say nog so many times?
Wait, what?
What is nog, Fringy? And why do you keep discussing it so much?
How is it spelled?
N-O-G?
N-O-G? Nog? Yeah,
Oh,
nog.
I don't feel like that's a word that I have seldom said, but...
You don't feel like it's a word you've seldom said.
Is that the noise that racist lightning makes?
Oh, that's what it means. That's one of its meanings. Oh, okay. Never mind. Because as far as I know, you have eggnog, the beverage.
That's all I've ever heard of for that, yeah.
Me too. And there's also a small block or peg of wood is also a nog. Technical carpentry term, I suppose.
Neat.
Yeah.
The hay rags.
Hey.
The long man. And Fringy.
Hey.
Yeah, hey, I guess. Frungu's goo is the. And just dot.
The what? Oh.
Do not know.
I mean, if you want me to complete that sentence, that's not gonna happen.
Damn.
Sorry.
Alt Boba story. Boba uses Tusken to F with Water Trade. Water Trade owned by 3 business guys. They exclusively get the water from 3 moons of Tatooine. You could do something. Like, they're just not doing anything, so...
No, they are not.
The story we've got, from what I can tell, is... the Pikes are moving in because Bib Fortuna was killed. And... the Hutts even said we were lied to, right? About... whether or not it was their...
I think so? Yeah.
In regards to whether or not it was their territory. And so, from what I gather, the Pikes want to fight Boba Fett.
Yep, it's on now. It's war.
It's just like, oh, okay. And Mando's gonna turn up with his blaster and go pew.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be so exciting.
No, it isn't.
Oh.
Yeah,
Mando's
gonna show up
Fringy,
and
what
save
do you
Boba
mean?
Fett.
Why are you
What?
being so pessimistic?
I don't know. Just, I don't know.
Gotta work on that, man.
Grow
Set
up,
in jail.
Fringy. Learn to enjoy things.
Fringy, your hateful behavior recently is really starting to negatively affect the rest of the EFAP staff.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Yeah.
you gotta be so cruel, but alright.
We've been asking you that.
You're
for weeks
being
now.
cruel. We're asking you to stop being
and
cruel.
I mean, I understand that. How does the old saying go? I am rubber, you are glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. So
I don't know
now
that
that
saying.
we've established, yeah, well, that is the way of the world as it seems. So it's something to keep in mind as we progress. That I am rubber and you are glue.
So mean.
I'm rubber, you are goo. Maybe even.
What happens? What happens to goo when stuff is said to it?
Well, if you were to throw something at me because I am rubber, I'm very durable, and something bounces off of me. And
What if I stabbed you?
I think that'd probably hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, I imagine it would.
So if like you threw like a marble at me and it bounced off of me, my rubbery nest that I am, and then it hit the goo, what would it do? Would it stick in the goo, or would the goo repel it, or would it capture it in a way, like a gelatinous cube, perhaps?
I don't know why you're asking me with the expectation that you're going to get answers on this.
I mean, We've never discussed this actually before. I don't
Not
think.
this specifically, but the general thing of stop asking about it.
So
Okay.
undecided
That seems
on the
fair.
marble question. PMQ for the goo.
You're not getting any information about the guru. Sorry.
All right, that's fair enough. Do you wanna? Okay, that's fine.
Metal, did you want to go to sleep?
Yes.
His eyes have been awake. His eyes have been open so long, he's starting to tear up. You can see.
Yeah,
Poor guy.
that's,
But he can't touch his eyes. That's why his hands are right there. He wants to touch his eyes, but he can't because he'll get COVID.
yeah, they're full of chimkin grease, and it's gonna burn if I touch them.
Oh,
and they just
no.
tear up more, and it's just like, man.
That's how you get acne
It's
on
a
your
vicious
face. Is all
cycle.
that chicken grease.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are you
And-
even up to these days? Why should people be interested in checking out what things you get up to in your little adventures, forging stuff?
Because I'm super cool and have a huge beard.
You do have a huge beard. That's true. I've seen it.
Yeah, see? I'm not a liar.
Yeah.
If yours is huge,
No,
how big,
and-
what's Gary's considered then?
Well, that's long. Mine is huge. I just
Okay.
made that up on the spot. I don't know. But yeah, I'm doing the Metals Forge weekly now. On Friday, I talked about Ong Bak, a nice martial arts movie I really like. And the week before that, I talked about Matrix Resurrections, which was pain. But go check it out. It was a fun stream to do, but not fun to prepare because the movie is fucking awful. Other than that, just the streams on Twitch, and yeah, all the usual EFAP shenanigans you'll see me on.
Like tomorrow
But yeah, go
for the Book of Boba Fett.
Bum 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 bum.
Oh right, the EFAP mini, right? I
For a
was like,
second there, were you
that's
like,
coming
oh
out on
god, we're
Wednesday."
recording tomorrow? No.
I
I
was
can't
like,
take
"Oh,
another Boba Fett this soon. No,
it's too early.
I'm still
But yeah, I'm
recovering
doing the
mentally.
Metals Forge weekly now, so go check that out. It's fun to do, and there's sometimes guests. I did one with Jay and Mubshley and Fringy and not Rags because I don't like Rags.
That's true. We've had a falling out.
Wrecked rags.
We totally won't do one in the future, right?
No, we will do one.
Yeah,
I'm just putting it off for a bit until the sort
Yeah.
of the main channel stuff is I get over this hump that I'm currently on, and then we're gonna be in fuego, as they say,
Absolutely.
south of the Rio Grande, and a lot north of the Rio Grande these days. That's all right.
Are we
You know?
allowed to know
Yeah.
what the movie is that you guys will be discussing?
It is up to I'll leave that up to Metal because I don't know if he has a formula or a way of like a way of doing things on his show, and I don't want to
His
say it if
formula
I'm
is that he
not
asks
supposed
his guests what movie they want to discuss, and then he watches it.
Well,
I mean, we already
mean,
decided on
okay.
one. I mean, you can say it. I don't mind.
Oh, okay. So, I see.
Yeah.
Our Metals Forge episode is going to be on the 1981 film Excalibur.
Oh gosh.
What do you mean?
I don't
What is
know.
that
I've never
supposed to
seen
be?
it.
That's like
I'm
that's Star Wars
excited.
Girl's most hated film of all time.
Are you familiar with? Are you familiar with 1981's Excalibur?
My mother loves that movie.
Your mom has good taste.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's like I've seen that movie so many times that I'm like, you know?
What I know about that movie is that it's on at the cinema when Batman's parents get murdered in the DCEU.
Oh, yeah,
Is
you're
it?
right. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there's a poster for it in the background of that scene.
Oh, I might have noticed it at the time, but I've forgotten. I did not know that. That is super cool. That film is way better than Zack Snyder's anything.
Wow.
Anything.
No, Rags, don't say that. You'll get quote tweeted 62 times.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't care.
That's what I've woken up to today.
Oh god,
yesterday
what did you say
I tweeted
about
out.
Snyder?
Oh, what did you say?
Yesterday
about
I
our Lord
tweeted a
and Savior?
picture of Zack Snyder with the quote, "To set this new character apart from my other super character." Yesterday I learned to speak. Yesterday I tweeted out a
Sweet.
picture of Zack Snyder with the caption, "To set this new character apart from my other superhero characters, I will make them a disillusioned, brooding, ultraviolent sociopath. That'll make for a nice change of pace."
Well, actually, Zack Snyder's vision is very explicit that all of his characters are and that's because he's of the Snyderverse hashtag restore it.
I've woken up to it being quote tweeted 60 times with stuff like, "Get yourself a mirror, babe. Your nose looks like a penis."
No, it doesn't. I've seen penises, and your nose, good sir, is no penis.
They also included an emoji of a nose next to the word nose in case I didn't know what a nose was.
Oh, now I understand the
I was gonna
comment.
say I wasn't following until you said that. Now I understand it.
To be fair,
Makes so
in
much
their
sense.
defense, if you are a Zack Snyder fan, it is possible that your reading comprehension is such that you require literal pictures next to words.
Does Snyder fans know what a nose is? I don't know.
So I've got a quote tweet here that just says, "Eat shit, you fucking cunt."
Whoa!
It's to
Wow,
the
is
point.
that a Zack Snyder character?
Well, eat shit,
I
you
could-
fucking cunt
You know,
is the name of the character.
I could believe that in the next Man of Steel movie that would be a Superman line.
Oh yeah.
You
To
should
be fair,
die.
I would
you fucking
love
Probably
that.
saying
I
it
would,
to
I would
Martha.
I would really enjoy
did you say that?
just watching a Superman movie where like fucking Brainiac comes down. It's like, "I will take over the world, Superman," and he just says, "Eat shit, fucking cunt."
Henry's like,
Anyway,
I
go
don't
check out
Superman-
Metal's Forge. I'm gonna go to
Yeah,
bed now.
go check out Metal's
Oh
Forge.
yeah,
It's
that was
probably
all.
a link
fun time.
somewhere.
That was all marketing for Metal's Forge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go check it out.
That and more is only available on Metal's Forge, streaming now on HBO Max.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That was a good shot. Yeah.
All right, it's been fun. Catch you all around.
Okay, bye, Metal.
Bye bye.
There he goes, just like that.
Bye.
A watchful
bye.
protector, a dark knight. Metal Commander. Black
He's not the schleem we need. He's the florp we deserve.
He'd like that. He'd appreciate that you said that. Black Chrysanthemum is a Disney canon invention, Anna. He was never a part of the EU. He and Boba still have that history in the Book of Boba. The show doesn't make that apparent at all, though.
Okay, so why do they always say that the books and the comics don't count now? Like, they need to make up their mind.
I
Yeah.
get
think
told
they're
that every
just
once in a
pulling
while.
stuff.
Well, don't you know that from the book, or don't you know that from the lore, that da 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 da? That's the no, and no one knows that. No one who watches these shows know that, and it's not in the show. So quit.
Yeah, Anna
Stop.
knows it. Sometimes.
She's weird.
Sometimes, because I kind of like this stuff, you know?
She didn't even know about
But-
the black melons in the desert.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you mean the seashells?
I don't even know. They kind of look like God, they look like a flower bud,
Like a
like a black flower bud.
black onion. Big black
Kind of.
onion that's flowered a little flumpily. I don't fucking know. They look like a thing.
Jay, say all hail black onion.
All hail Black Onion.
Oh,
It's big onion, not black onion.
it's what I asked for, but
Oh, do you want to say it better for your meme that you're making, Rags?
not making a meme.
All hail
This is-
Black
this is a-
Onion.
This is a performative meme. The meme is in the making.
EFAP is a performative meme.
Whoa. That's offensive to all of the EFAP workers.
Well, I'm the manager, so I get to offend you little cucks
They're
as
all
much as I
gonna,
want.
they're gonna strike,
Sacre bleu, le cook.
and then the spice won't flow.
Yo, cuckaroony, batoonie.
Oh. I keep hearing Oh yeah, I remember reading that one out. Black Chris Hansen. We've caught up to that one.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that one. That was so long ago.
Has anyone
I
named
was
this
so much younger
version
back then.
Bebo Fat yet? A lot of people have been turning Fat to Fat. I can see why, but I mean, he's still, you know, he put effort into getting that. I think if you compare him in Aquaman to Book of Boba Fett, he's clearly like, you know, limbed. You get that Boba look, which is a lot tougher when you're like 61 or however level he is. Joking about what could happen in the show worries me after Preston Jacobs' joke of, what are they gonna do? Have Arya come out of nowhere and kill the Night King? Which, as you know, is exactly what we got in Season 8. Pretty sure the motive for that, too, was that the obvious answer was Jon kills him and they didn't want to do the obvious. Gotta have something
Yeah, that would be
crazy
satisfying
happen.
and something we've been building up to, and people would enjoy that, and it would make...
Which means it's all
It's
wrong.
not like there's reasons why you would expect that.
Yeah.
No, fuck that. No.
Fuck you for thinking that's what would happen.
A boss saying, sorry if I offended you, is something expected in a corporate boardroom, not a feared, ruthless bounty hunter and crime lord. Wants to make sure he didn't upset
Yeah.
anybody. That's
I do
nice.
feel that way.
Dude, I could picture him making a whole video about that one line. It's like, you see, well, he did throw that in. He was like, "He's respectful, and thus his team will."
Respect him.
That's how it works. You can't be mean to your workers, otherwise they'll never like you. You can actually sculpt with C4. I used to make mine into little bunnies. The huts could have totally made a C4 Rancor. Yeah.
C4 bunnies.
Sounds terrifying in its
I like
own
that
way.
idea that they sculpt a Rancor out of C4 and just lazily draw like 2 dots in a curled line for a mouth. And Boba Fett's like, thanks so much, it's just what I wanted.
Honestly, none of us would question that that's out of character for him at this point, that he would believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, it matches his stupidity thus far.
Yeah. You got your opportunity right there. Death to the aliens. Damn. I'm starting to think it's impossible for the writers to not F something up, sorry. Well, they haven't really done anything right, ever. For Disney Star Wars. What have we got to
I mean, like,
show
okay,
for it?
so technically, it is. You can tell what's happening in the story. That's good. That's like a step up
Is
from
that
like
good?
some of the stuff. Well, it's a step up from like some of the stuff that AI Dungeon puts out.
But again, do we
And
describe that as
sometimes-
good, or do we just treat that as
Sometimes when you
neutral?
have a story written by an AI, you can't actually tell what the events even are, and like it's good that they know how to make it so that you can tell what the events are.
Well, like,
most of the time.
legitimately, what have Disney managed to do that's, like, we all think is pretty good? And it's like, K2SO, is that it?
I think there are other aspects of Rogue One.
I
None
love
that's
Baby
bringing to
Yoda.
mind.
I don't care what anyone else says. I love him.
Well, he's just cute, right? So like, there's nothing else really there. Also,
all
he eats
he
eggs.
eats. He's so sweet, and he's so little, and he's so cute. I love him. They
And
did
you're
that right.
falling into their trap.
Yeah, it is the trap,
I
isn't
don't-
it? It's like
I
you know,
don't-
like
you know
the designer
Yeah.
the designer who made the Baby Yoda puppet. They did a great job. And then the writers made it. Hey, let's have an episode where he eats an alien's children.
Okay, but that alien is an idiot. Who the fuck is that's your only chance to have children? You leave them in a fucking backpack with no lock and you put them basically in the trunk with another baby? It's like both of them in that episode. It was like that's just bad parents, right? Because it's like if that was my only chance to have kids and I wanted to have kids and all my eggs are just in this one little thing, that thing would never leave
All your
my
eggs are in
side.
one basket, so to speak.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
literally what that is. All the eggs are in one basket.
Exactly.
Oh,
Nice.
Uh-huh.
The
Yeah,
Luke and
that's
R2
great,
scene in
guys.
TLJ. That's another one, yeah. Here and there, we get these.
That
little
is a good scene.
moments.
Hey, that is a good scene.
That's what I said.
Wow.
Yeah.
They somehow managed.
No, that,
a
I was
good
I was
scene,
just
it's
I was just
amazing.
impressed. I wasn't like
Yeah.
incredulous with
The
you.
when Rey kissed Kylo, that was great.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
It's like,
because
I
then
mean,
they
like I feel like
fucking
if you're gonna credit, I feel like if you're gonna give them credit just because Baby Yoda's cute, like you may as well just give them like credit because fucking I don't know, Ewan McGregor is hot. Like,
Subjective though.
he's gonna be in the Obi-Wan show, so you got to give them props for how he's hot.
How he exists, isn't that cool?
Well, you know, they chose to hire him.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they sure can pick him.
being hot.
Hmm? Much like they chose to put something cute in the story. It's like it's great for them.
Rags, you
Like,
love
if they'd
Baby Yoda, right?
so let's say Ewan McGregor didn't exist, but he was actually just an entirely CGI creation. Would it still be fair to give them credit? Like, would it be more relevant to give them credit for the fact that he's hot? It's like, wow, they made this hot guy exist. So now we give them
People
credit
don't just
for it.
like him because he's hot. They like Obi-Wan Kenobi because he's a good character.
I mean, yeah, but that's not Disney. Disney haven't written Obi-Wan Kenobi yet. I'm sure that
I
when
know, but
Disney
people
writes
are gonna
Obi-Wan
go watch
Kenobi,
it because it's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
that's well, yeah, but I'm talking about like in comparison to Baby Yoda. If you like him because he's cute, it's like that's.
Well, I
feel
mean, I
that's
don't
just
like Obi-Wan Kenobi because he's hot. I don't really find
No,
Ewan
but like I feel
McGregor
like
attractive anymore.
they're yeah, but okay. So if we have if we just have a Disney Star Wars character who like the only like thing going for them is that the actor playing them is hot. It's like, do we give Disney credit for that?
Well, is their purpose just to be hot?
Well, I mean, Baby Yoda has a purpose beyond just being cute, right? And he doesn't really fulfill
Baby Yoda's
those.
only purpose to them is to make money.
Well, that's true of everything they make.
I
That's
know,
their main
but
goal.
they don't really. They're not very good at that anymore, are they? Except for with Baby Yoda. Because can you think of any other Disney Star Wars character that sold as well as Baby Yoda, as far as like toys?
No,
and
Baby Yoda
merchandise?
became like a full-on meme.
Captain
Exactly.
Phasma.
Yeah, Phasma did
Oh
well
God!
at
Well,
first,
before
right?
the movie.
But we're
Before
talking
the-
about like the quality of the story, though, right? Not just like how well it performed, like on Disney's spreadsheets. Because then The Force Awakens is amazing, and
I like Gecko Gal.
Mandalorian is doing great. Mm. And then TLJ's got to be pretty high up there as well because that made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the
About
only metric that they
1.3
care
billion.
about.
So what are we discussing?
I don't know what was being discussed there.
Anyway, watch Metal's Forge.
Watch
That
Metal's
was
Forge.
More marketing for Metal's Forge, but you didn't even notice when you were listening. You thought it was
Wow,
something else.
That's a freebie.
Metal's Forge, where dreams become reality. I bet these pro Book of Boba Fett commentators think Atlas a 9 out of 10. I don't know.
I bet a lot of people listening think Atlas a 9 out of 10.
I think that person saying that knows that they're trying to
Stir controversy.
stir the pot of spicy noodles.
I've never seen Atlas because I can't be bothered. Because, hey, yeah, actually, this would stir the pot. I can't be bothered to watch Atlas because people that I trust their opinions have said it's bad.
Oh, great.
Heyo!
Now there's gonna be a subreddit post, Jay. Hope you know that.
I know there's going to be a subreddit post.
It's gonna say, I
I'm
really
sorry
like
if I've
Jay.
caused you hassle.
I like Jay as a creator, and it sucks to hear that Jay will not experience one of the greatest shows of all time thanks to Mumbleton and
Sorry
others.
if I've caused you hassle with that one, Bo.
It's okay. I believe you.
I'm not. Well, it might just be and of course Jay hasn't seen something joke. That's another way it could go.
Yeah, remember, Jay didn't keep watching Lord of the Rings, alright? It's fine.
I have seen
Yeah,
I have seen a lot of the Clone Wars though.
That is
Lord
pretty
of the Clone
damning.
Wars?
I have seen Lord of the Clone Wars. Lord of the Clones.
Hmm.
That would be Django, right?
Yongo.
What if they called Book of Boba Fett Boba Unchained?
I would watch it
God.
twice a day.
You mean you don't do that already?
I don't tell anybody I do that, but I would start announcing it that I do that.
Wait, sorry, did I just reveal your secret that you actually watched the whole of the Book of Boba Fett series twice a day? Was that supposed to be private?
As long as I never admit it publicly and only say it privately, then no one will ever know.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible he never escaped the Sarlacc and this entire show is a terrible, terrible nightmare it's forcing him to see while it slowly eats him?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I feel like everyone's excuse for these Disney Star Wars movies or shows is like, oh, it's just a dream. They're really
A horrible nightmare. It's
well, that's what it's made them resort to.
It's the only way to allow it into canon.
There's no other headcanons left.
We've joked, but like that is the solution we would do for the sequel trilogy. We would make it all Luke's nightmare. He's, you know, it's not long after the fucking 6th movie, and he's just having a nightmare. Simple. Bye-bye continuity. No one liked you. And then
But when you do that to the Mandalorian, people are gonna get upset.
Fuck it. He'll get over it in time. Why don't we, you know, maybe for the Mandalorian we just put it in a different dimension so that they can have it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's honestly a better way to do it. It's like, this is now the Disney canon. Here's the new canon. Because they've already done that, right? It's like Legends. There's just 3 separate Star Wars canons. The Legends canon, Disney canon, and then now another new canon. What?
I don't think the sequel trilogy deserves to be like an alternate dimension canon even. That's like too prestigious for it.
Well, no, it doesn't, but like, it's easier to just say that about all of it.
I would
like
not
if,
only like to make it a
was
dream, I would like Luke to talk about how ridiculous his dream was and he can't believe he thought it was real because it made no sense.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's a part of the Disney canon. Maybe we add that as a final note to the we make episode 10, Disney's episode 10, and that's Luke waking up going, man, that sucked, and then he just discusses all of the weird dreams he had and how none of them made sense. And then we go, anyway, that's the Disney canon. Now onto the actual canon.
He'll be like, this will inspire me to do, and then just lists off all the things the fans want.
Yes.
And then he looks at the camera and says, if you don't see them happen in this movie, they did happen. They just didn't have the time. Also, Han is fine, and he's not a deadbeat dad. Leia is happy, so is Lando. It's not all shit. What a nice movie that would be.
In a different universe.
Boba Fett is a failed Morgan Freeman. Frog, explain.
Wait, what? How am I meant to explain something you said?
Words. Use your words, Fringy.
For a second there I was like, oh, is it some reference to your stream? Or...
I have no idea. Like, I'm lost on that one.
Muller, I have Silence of the Lambs story too. My mum was mad that my brother and I kept leaving and staying out late, so she made us watch Silence of the Lambs to see sickos out there. I was 4 and he was 6. Oh my god.
That sounds like
How are they staying out
abuse.
too late if they're 4 and 6?
Kept leaving and staying out late. Yeah, Jesus, where were you going at age 4 and 6? Could she just keep you in the house?
Yeah, that sounds like bad parenting.
What a way to solve that problem too. It's like, you guys keep getting out of the house late at night, so I'm gonna make you watch a horrifying movie. Like, okay, Mom.
What the fuck? Did Zack Snyder write your childhood?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I hope you're alright. I hope that all worked out, I guess.
Yeah.
In How a Realist Hero Rebuilt a Kingdom, MC is given the throne, but the loyal subjects revolted. MC has to enslave the leaders of the revolt to set an example even if he didn't want to. Well, he should have tried forgiveness.
Forgiveness is good.
That's what I've heard, and I believe it.
When I'm forgiven, it makes me feel all fuzzy in my balls.
This one just says money. Oh, thank you.
Alright.
Mola comes out as Long Man Bad. Well, I mean, we're up to 8 hours. See, if we had
Plus
covered
8 hours
another...
at this point,
If
yeah.
we had covered a 17-minute fucking CinemaSins video, we would have hit the cap
we'd
before
be
reaching...
done now, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. At best.
Anna was clearing tunnels during the wars.
E.
Okay.
It's because the reference to me eating dirt.
Oh.
Why do you eat dirt?
What kind of dirt's your favorite, and
Yeah.
why? Do you like dry
Actually-
dirt or more wet dirt?
And
Do you
no,
like it
dry.
chewy or
Lots
like-
more mud if it's wet rags.
No,
Huh? Well, you know, well,
actually,
you know
the
what I
best
mean,
dirt
like,
I've
yeah.
ever had was at the Hoover Dam. I was very shocked at how good it was.
Why?
Did you save
What was so
any?
good about it?
Because I've
No,
been
just-
to the
it
Hoover
tasted
Dam.
Great.
Did you eat any of the dirt?
No, I'm normal-ish.
was gonna say.
Why there? Is it because it's so dry and it's?
I don't know. Maybe the minerals that's in it. It was just, I just tried it and I was like, wow, this is actually shockingly good. Another theory I have is like, Pierce Bronson stood there at one point in his life, so I'm like, maybe that's it. I'm tasting James Bond dirt.
Did your parents try to kill you because you're strange?
Did your mother drink heavily when she was pregnant with you?
No, my mom doesn't really drink.
Not anymore.
No, she doesn't
Nice,
like
Rex.
alcohol very much.
She smoked some mad weed, and it soaked into you, and then you came out as a weed baby, which is thus your connection to dirt and why you need to eat it to survive.
No, I don't know. Like when I was a little kid, I just really liked the taste of dirt, and so like my parents always had to keep me away from like dirt.
Dirt,
pads and
good
stuff.
luck.
I know, especially since we lived on a ranch. But yeah, I
We live on
told
a
people that
planet
on the
that's literally
stream one
named
time.
after the stuff. So
Well, so now that people know, because I didn't think that was information I needed to keep from anyone, and so I told a story
wow.
about it one time, and then now anywhere I go somewhere, everyone's like, "You need to try the dirt." So, yeah.
And
to
do
me,
you?
the Earth.
I do,
So
yeah.
actually, it's a much more interesting line of conversation. I've realized I was going to derail it for something a lot less interesting. Please carry on.
Have you found
Yeah,
that
it's definitely-
it can change by country? Like you find maybe the American soil.
Yeah, mountain
is-
dirt
it tastes freer.
No, mountain dirt tastes terrible.
Mountain
What's wrong with
dirt.
it? You know,
You sure it's all mountain dirt, or
what is wrong with
or is
it?
yeah,
A little too acidic.
too acidic?
It
has
melts
like
your
a-
face off.
Has a strange
Not
taste
good.
to it that is
Not
not
good for
good.
dirt. It's like that.
I hate it
swamp
when
stank
dirt,
dirt.
I eat some dirt and it tastes bad.
Yeah, are you more of a fan of that swampy stank dirt?
Do you ever like
Oh, that stuff is terrible.
put it into like recipes?
No.
Oh, so I assume you're a big fan of mud pies?
No.
No.
The second the
okay.
dirt is like not dry, it just
When it's not pure.
Well, maybe like
Yeah.
sprinkle it on a cake on top.
No.
Yeah, you can
no,
just
no,
tell
no.
people it's
I
like
don't like to mix my food.
mix it
I
with
like everything
chocolate.
separated.
Do you like to have
Little
a
dirt, little
beverage
chocolate,
while
yeah.
consuming soil?
No.
Hmm.
Just eat it by itself. It's not like I sit there with a fork and eat dirt, guys. I just try to.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
You
go
eat
with-
it. Like,
that
yeah,
would be
it's
weird.
straightforward.
That would be bizarre.
The
if you
fork
just sat
thing, yeah,
down
that's
and
going
ate
a
it.
step too far. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like a little napkin or something like a
Never
A little
mind.
plate.
little. Yeah.
Do
If
you ever
you
like
were
compete with the local wildlife for that great dirt?
Are you a mole?
No.
Are you a member of the moletariat?
No.
And you went to
Oh.
seize?
Nope.
Ah,
I mean, metal eats
not-
pizza with cutlery, so you know we've all got our things.
like a knife and fork?
Hmm.
Yeah, but he's German. They do that over
I'm
there.
sure that I think I've done that when I wanted to keep my hands, like if I'm like if I want to keep my hands clean, like if I'm at the computer or something, I might do that, but otherwise no, that's
Well,
That doesn't seem like
like Anna said, he is German, so it's okay.
he's an Essen.
Has anyone here broken a bone? I broke my arm once.
Hey,
No,
I've
none of
broken
my
one.
own.
I have
No.
not broken a bone.
Interesting qualifier there, Rags.
How many bones have you broken, Anna?
I have broken all of my toes many times.
Oh.
Really?
I
How do you?
broke this little bone that's in like the top of my neck where my skull connects, and then
Damn.
I'm missing some bones in my in like the front of my face, and then I have extra bones in my feet. So yeah.
Do you put
It's
the
okay to
feet
break
bones
in
into
their
the skull
spares.
to make up for the missing ones?
A bone transplant?
No.
Yeah, I've not broken any bones. Fringy, have you broken a bone?
No, I have not ever broken a bone.
All right. We have much
Why
less
not?
interesting
Cool.
biological
Yeah.
histories.
Yeah.
What's it like being normal?
It's a,
I wouldn't
it's a
know.
dirt-free life, I'll tell you that.
No.
I've spent a lot of time around dirt, and
I grew up surrounded by
Never-
dirt.
I was surrounded by dirt. I grew up surrounded by dirt. Yeah, I never decided
got
to munch
tempted?
on it. No. I know the smell. I know the feeling of it on your hands, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm very familiar with it, but I just never saw it in a more culinary aspect.
Once when I was 4 years old, I ate grass. And when I was a
Oh,
baby, I
good.
drank my own pee. By accident.
That explains so
How did
much.
that happen?
Yeah. Well,
He was
like, I
laying
was
on
a
his
baby
back
and I was
and-
laying on my back and I peed and it went in my mouth.
That's how it happens.
That's how it happened to
That's how it
Chase as well, I
happens.
believe.
Yeah.
Well, did your parents?
Yeah, but
tell
he
you
was
that?
like 30 years old.
Yeah, I don't personally remember it. My parents told me.
Well, no. Like, why would your parents tell you that? Like, why would they
Because
want
my
to
dad
put that
thinks it's
memory on
really
you?
funny.
It is fucking hilarious when babies piss on their own faces. What's this about Chase doing it when he's 30?
I just made that up, but it sounds real, doesn't it?
Okay.
Well, all I know is that on
Chase piss on his face.
EFAP.me it says that Chase peed in his own mouth, and I'm assuming that it was the same reason I did.
I would too. Yeah, I assume if
That's
someone ever
generous
pisses on
of both of you.
themselves, it's they're either very early in life or very late in life.
Or that's, maybe that's just what they're into. That's
Maybe.
another option.
That is another
I would
option.
rather I pissed on my own face than someone else pisses on my face.
Do you ever expect to be offered that choice?
No, but if someone did offer, then I would politely decline. It's not a thing, and I wouldn't.
Do you ever
piss on someone
expect to be
else.
forced to make that choice between those two things? Because
No,
Well-
no. But if I am, you see, proper preparation prevents piss poor performance, as they say.
I see what you did there.
So yeah. So if I am ever in a position where I have to make that choice on a, just like that, bam, bow, I am ready. I've got my answer all set. I'd rather piss on my own face. Thank you very much. I'm more than capable of doing this without any assistance.
Mm.
I'm a
Any of
big
you
boy.
guys
I don't
know-
need anyone else to piss on my face for me.
Know the YouTuber True Geordie?
No.
I know of him.
I do not know who that is.
It's just you reminded, so I listened to his podcast when he first started it, and I enjoyed it, but I just went off, no big deal, sort of thing. And then the latest I heard is, he unfortunately got DMs he had back and forth with a lady of interest, and
Oh no.
unfortunately expressed the interest he had with her. And, you mentioning, pissing on people could be, a thing you just like to do, it's a fetish. I feel like that one is much more accepted within humanity compared to the other one,
Shitting on people.
Pedophilia? Oh,
No.
yeah, shitting on people?
Which other one?
Yeah, he was that. He was asking if she would shit on him. Just
Oh.
That's,
What was that one guy?
I'd rather be
that
pissed on than
crazy
shat
guy?
on.
Yeah,
I think most people would rather be pissed on than shat on. Also, I was looking
you'd
at a
rather
list
be
of
shat
the
on than
most
pissed on
common
and shat,
fetishes
let
in
us
the
know.
world, and peeing was on there. I think it's top 10. Peeing on
Really?
people.
Wow.
Yeah, it was even on Sex and the City.
Is impregnation a fetish, really?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you,
Oh,
if, I
Fringy
think,
springs to life.
No, I'm just. What do you mean by that?
I think
I
if you
don't
get
know, I'm
aroused
just-
by the idea of
I
impregnating
don't know,
someone
what-
rather than just by
Well,
the
it
idea of
just-
having
It
sex with
seems
them.
weird to bring that up.
Here, I mean, well, since we're on the subject, and Fringy finds a great deal of
No,
interest in it, I think it's-
that's okay. We don't need to talk about this.
Oh, he's pretending not to be interested anymore. All right,
No,
that's,
like
that's
I
all
don't
good,
want
Fringy.
to. We don't know. What's the next super chat?
No, it's all good. We can move on. We can go back to pissing, or we can proceed to the next super chat.
Let's go back to pissing.
Someone said impregnation
Well,
is
it's funny because I
definitely
just had a
fetish.
pee.
Hold on.
That's why I was muted for a while. Is that I had a pee.
If you ever do piss on yourself, make sure to mute your microphone before you do. I don't need
Well,
to hear
Discord
that.
Discord is very good at isolating anything that isn't human speech now.
Yeah,
That's true. However, remember we were in a call together.
Oh.
Oh no! What happened?
No, I had a magnificent fart, and it got
That's
detected
true.
by the microphone, and it was very, because I did it, expecting it obviously to not be picked up on the microphone, but then I think Jay met out just the most lovely giggle imaginable, and I was like, okay. I think I have it saved somewhere. I actually have it because you said save it, so I have the audio saved for it. Ugh. That is some that we can carry on.
Do y'all ever play
That was a
fighting games?
great memory.
If so, would you ever talk about one that isn't Smash? If not, have you ever seen Patriot on Amazon? Black humor at its finest. No, I've not seen that.
As far as
I like
the fighting
Mortal
games
Kombat.
go, I played a little bit of Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube, but that's about it. I remember liking Talim quite a bit, but I don't really remember much about it other than that. And as far as Patriot goes, I'm only familiar with the Mel Gibson Patriot, which we watched not too long ago, and
That probably was ages ago
it held
now.
up better than we thought.
It was probably like a year ago or something. Time moves real
Yeah.
fast.
Time
Does.
moves fast.
You know,
when
it's
you're
probably more
thinking
than a
about
year ago
freedom.
because time's scary. But yeah, I played a lot of Mortal Kombat. Played a bit of Tekken and a little bit of Soul Calibur, I think, and a little bit of Killer Instinct on Game Boy.
I'm personally not much one for fighting games, but one game that I did play a lot of was the I don't remember what it's called, but the game like the Star Wars: The Clone Wars Jedi Duel game. I think that's the closest thing I ever played a lot of that came to. It was when I was a kid. Does anyone know what the game was called in chat? Because I don't know. I had it on the Wii because I was a fun child with a Wii. Taking this conversation back to pissing, haha. But
As we do.
yeah. Does anyone know what the game was called? Has anyone here played that as well?
What did
No,
you say?
I haven't.
I don't think so. Jedi
I remember
Power
it being
Battles,
fun,
is
but I was a
that it?
child, so I had no idea what I. Let's have a look. Let's see. Jedi Power Battles. No, that is not it. It's it was your typical fighting game setup where it's basically 2D and you've got one character on each side. 1v1 battles and it's all Jedi. I remember what's her name? Ventress was in it. It had like you had all the Clone Wars looks for the characters as well. So like Obi-Wan had like his armor that covered his shoulders, stuff like that.
Star Wars: The Clone Wars lightsaber duels, is that it?
You know what? That sounds like what it might be called.
A very
Jedi
generic
Power
name, but
Battles?
it does describe what you were saying.
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, chatter. What?
I twice have tried to do it quickly and then I die. It's horrible. Death comes to Mubsley.
Frogtown.
Metal, I really enjoyed your live stream yesterday on Ong Bak. I haven't seen it for a long time. I forgot how good those action scenes were. Good job covering it. And he will never know how you feel about that.
Yeah.
Metal will never ever know that anyone has appreciated his Metal's Forges. So sorry. That was nice of you to say. We need to collect all of these Anna stories / talents into one video. This is fantastic.
Or like a content nuke.
She could be like...
The...
You got like a... She could be like a fighter game with all these things.
Oh god. No, I have like the most useless powers. Like my friends were teasing me about it. It's like, oh, if, you know, we all had superhero powers, but you know,
You can eat
just have
dirt.
to go with the ones.
And break your toes.
Anyone can eat dirt.
Break my toes and eat it.
Dude, I broke one of my toes a week ago. Again, it's just at this point I'm surprised my toes haven't fallen off.
A little.
That's the season finale of that show.
It's about her discovering her second power. Like every superhero has two powers, and her first one is eating dirt. And then the whole season, she's waiting to discover her second power because surely it'll be amazing. And it's just... she just breaks her toes.
How many times have you broken your toes?
No, I think honestly the surviving the bullet and the eye hole are my powers. The eating
You've
dirt
survived a
is just
bullet.
habit.
I'm sorry, did you say you
Yes.
survived a bullet in your eye hole?
Survived an
No,
eye
not
hole.
my eye. I haven't. I was born without a tear duct. I got surgery, got a plastic tube put in, tube broke, popped out. I have a hole in my eye now. No, I've survived a bullet to, well, it's on my collarbone now, but survived a bullet to the chest.
How come you didn't get the tube fixed?
Well, the doctor that performed the surgery actually fled the United States because he fucked it up and my parents sued him.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
I know. Well, he connected all of the nerves wrong, and so when they healed, like there's really no way to get it out, and so the part that's broken is like, think about a face in the profile. Okay, so the back of my nose, and it goes like, it's in like the core of my fucking head, and it goes back into the back of my throat. So the only way that the doctor said that they could get to it, because, you know, my body obviously healed around it, is not to go through my throat, but they would have to like remove my nose and go in that way, because that's the only way to get it without fucking up the rest of my nerves. And I'm like, I would rather not have my nose removed. They said they can put
Why?
it back, but I'm gonna have a huge scar on my fucking face, you know?
What the hell?
That's wild. You should write.
Jesus.
Please just write an autobiography. For, you know, like.
Yeah. Holy
sounds like it would be a really interesting thing to read.
Yeah, because I don't know what to say. It's just like,
Yeah.
damn.
It does feel like that.
Doctors never offered to take my nose off.
I guess you're lucky in that regard.
Surely if you're having surgery on your face, like they're good at covering up the scars, because they do like lots of cosmetic surgery, right? And
Well, they weren't good at covering up this scar. I mean, I have to point it out to people to see it, but I mean, if you know what to look for, you'll be able to see it on like the side of my nose. Sometimes.
Yeah. Definitely.
I didn't think it would become more interesting and strange after the eating dirt. I didn't think that's where we were
left
going.
out the part where the doctor fled the country. That's an interesting element.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was an asshole too. I remember.
I can guess from
they didn't
you
give me-
telling us
Yeah.
that.
You need to change your name to Jane McAfee.
No. Well, so he didn't give me the dissolvable stitches because so to put the tube in, they had to go in through the side of like my nose, and then they took out some bones and stuff, and that's how they put the tube in where my tear duct would have been, and then to go back through the rest of my skull, right? But so he didn't give me the dissolvable stitches. He gave me the regular stitches. So when I was healing, this is gonna get gross. So all like the blood and like the mucus and all the stuff like crusted onto my stitches. And so when he pulled it out, like he was pulling it out through my eye, mind you, and I was screaming and just like it doesn't hurt.
Christ.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was fine like parents realized something was wrong. But yeah.
I'm sorry these things happened.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good
It's funny.
it's good that you made him flee the country.
Yeah, thanks, Mom and Dad. One thing that they, because my parents are very, like, against lawyers and stuff like that, but they're like, no, you fucked up our kid's face. Like, let's go. Yeah. Fun times. I hate doctors after this, and I'm, like,
I
terrified
can
of
see
hospitals.
how that
like,
might have come about, yeah.
Yeah. There's more to the story if you guys want to hear.
What?
It's more?
How does it expand? What happened next?
Okay, so I don't know, I have a crazy fast metabolism, and so I burn off anesthesia really fast. Like, even when I go to the dentist, you just get 1 shot per tooth. I have to have 8 shots per tooth just to numb it. And then that wears off in,
Is
like...
this your third superpower?
I guess so. I burn off anesthesia. Well, so when I was a little kid, when I was getting the surgery, they, gave me the normal amount for, like, my height and weight and whatnot. But I burned it off so fast, and I guess I, like, woke up during surgery, and so they actually, like, sliced my cornea. And so I see colors strangely in one eye now. But you can't, like, see anything. Or you can't see a scar in my eye, obviously, but I see, like, reds differently.
You see red differently?
Yeah, is
Did
what I'm
you-
told. So I usually have to have people check my colors.
You compensated for that at least?
I think I've kind of... My other eye is fine, so when I'm looking at things, I just close one eye and, do the other.
But like they cut your eye.
Yeah, but my parents aren't gonna believe me over a doctor. They didn't find that out till later when one
Are
of
they
the nurses
not?
told them.
I mean, what?
Oh, I feel like if I told my parents that, they'd have some serious things to consider.
Did you?
Especially if after the surgery, I'm like, yeah, I don't see right in this eye.
Well, their answer to that was, yeah, you just had surgery in the eye,
Your parents are all right.
Well, I feel like if I said I'm not seeing right in this eye, my parents would be like, oh, maybe that's normal. But then if the doctor, and then if you ask the doctor and like, no, that's not normal, then be like,
Or like a week later, yeah, I'm still seeing weird in this eye. It really hasn't gone away.
Well, I mean, I don't know. My parents just didn't tend to believe me or my sisters about anything, so... Because they're like, oh, it's just kids, kids will say anything kind of thing.
Well,
so...
kids love to lie about their eyes not working, kids.
Well, I mean, when you have kids that, like, learn that if you pretended that you're sick, you get to come home from school, which me and my sisters learned and we all utilized until they finally caught on to us. So that, I don't know. We were kind of like little heathens too, because like, I don't know. So my parents just didn't believe anything like when it was actually true.
So remember, EFAP chat, about the boy who cried wolf? Don't
the girl who cried funky eye.
Don't do that.
Don't do that, or else when your eye stops working properly, your parents will believe you.
And
So I feel
you'll end
like
up eating
your eye
soil.
not working isn't something that would let you get off school.
Well, I did get off school because I had surgery, so...
Also, yeah, if one of my eyes wasn't working, my parents wouldn't fucking let me go to school.
Well, I mean, I can see. I just see colors differently. And I thought that was part of the surgery thing. But I mean, I remember waking up and like it was terrifying. Like, have you ever seen like those movies where you get abducted by aliens? Like that. But like in my face and stuff. But I couldn't feel my face because of the anesthesia. So it was kind of freaky, but I mean, I told my mom and she's like, you're probably dreaming. And then,
Probably
yeah, later
dreaming?
yeah.
At that very moment, speaking to your mother, she's like, you are dreaming.
Well, so my parents also let us like watch any movie that we wanted, like whether it was rated R or not. So my mom was like, oh, you're probably just saw it in a movie and then you're saying that it happened. And I'm like, no, Mom, this happened. And then later when I needed glasses and I did like the eye test, that was when they're like, oh, you see colors wrong in this eye. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. But yeah.
How do you see them? Like, what is the way in which that manifests? Like, how are they wrong? Like, can you not tell the difference between certain colors, or?
No, I can. It's just so if I have my my left eye closed and I'm looking at something that's red, sometimes it's like I can't see not just the depth in it, but it's either really muted or really saturated. And
Ooh,
so
that's
it's
weird.
strange. Like, so when I buy like bright red lipstick, I can't, it looks like a normal, like light shade of red, but then I have to, read it or ask someone or just close my other eye and look to make sure that it's not, neon red lipstick. So some colors are muted, some colors are brighter. And it depends on like if I'm looking at a screen or on a book or whatever the material is. So yeah.
It's just weird to me now that that's something that can be done to your eye with botched surgery. That can just be a side effect.
Yeah. Strange.
The more you know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your fourth superpower?
No, my fourth superpower is that I can hear dog whistles.
You can't really?
I can.
So your ears do stuff too.
I told you I'm a mutant. You're going down a very,
we've
very,
got,
very
like,
deep rabbit hole.
I feel like we're getting one for each sense, right? So you eat dirt, you hear dog whistles, you see red weird. For smell, your nose nearly got you. Like you've been having you could have had your nose removed. What's the one you've got for touch?
I don't know. I don't like touching certain things, I guess.
I feel like most people don't like touching certain things.
Yeah, but have you ever, like that fake velvet that you'll get on like those little bags that like somebody will give to you?
Yes, I hate touching that. I hate touching.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad someone can relate to this because I have no clue what.
Wait,
yeah.
Not just fake velvet. For me, it's like real velvet as well. I don't like touching it, but yeah.
What about suede?
And in my grandma's house, when I was a kid, they had a floor in their kitchen that had a vaguely velvety texture. I know it's strange. Don't ask. And I just couldn't go in that room. Like I refused to go in that room for a lot of the time because I just didn't like touching the floor. Even with socks on, I didn't like it because I could sense the velvetiness through the socks. I guess if I had thick socks on, it would be okay, but I didn't. Shoes was fine.
I don't like sleeping with socks on.
I'm fine with sleeping with socks on. I have to at the moment because my foot, it's got a little bit of an injury on it, and sometimes it bleeds, and I don't want to get blood on my bed.
Oh yeah, people were reminding me. Yeah, I had webbed toes when I was born, and then my mom had the doctors slice them so that way they wouldn't be webbed, which really fucked up my swimming career because I'm actually a very fast swimmer. That would have been very helpful.
Huh.
So they're not webbed anymore.
Well, I feel like that's the kind of thing that you shouldn't like. I don't know. You should be an adult before you get that kind of thing fixed. I think. I don't know, unless it only works when you're a child.
Well, I mean, they could probably fuck up my balance if I'm used to my whole life walking with webbed feet, and then all of a sudden they're not webbed anymore.
I guess so.
At least it would still be your choice to do that, right?
Yeah.
I imagine you could
I mean,
probably
they
get
didn't
used to
cut them far enough, so they're still slightly webbed, but yeah. I'll save more for next time. Read your other super chats.
Sure.
There's more?
Yes.
The Anna episodes are always lore dumps. I'm sure someone is building a whole TV show about it.
I hope it's good.
People won't believe it.
No, they'll say it's unrealistic.
They'd be like, her powers are what? I don't believe this.
Have you Wombos heard of or seen the Mandela catalog, and if so, what are your guys' thoughts on it?
What is that?
I have no clue what that is.
Say again, the Mandela what?
Catalog.
Never seen that, no.
Oh, I'm gonna Google it. God, that's depressing. The Mandela effect is the most Googled thing when you type in Mandela. It's a YouTube series.
Oh.
Sweet.
You know what it's about?
Before, yeah, not the Mandela thing. Someone just posted this, and that is super duper cool.
It fucks up everything if I try and show anything right now, so I'm gonna have to save it for either a meme fab or
And so it shall be.
But yes, Noid, thank you very much for that awesome fan art. It shall be shown.
That is really
Awesome.
neat. I like
Oh,
that
that's super
quite a bit.
cool.
Yeah.
It is
Are
pretty
you
cool.
talking about that fan art there?
Whoa, what's this accent you've got now?
I'm just saying you're talking about that fan art there.
You do it to him all the time,
That
Rags.
there fan art. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That
well,
okay.
that's the thing. It's uncharacteristic for him, so that's why.
I was just saying, there's that there fan art. It looks real.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Well,
I was
I'll
like,
be.
getting fan art. It's really cool.
It's really great. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's really good stuff.
Cheers
I
me
like
up
it quite a
during
bit.
those momentary periods of despair when I'm trying to do art myself.
Yay.
Just look at it and just like, oh my god, it's not that good. It's you suck.
Aw.
You can push through those eventually. Oh.
First
really nice.
ever
Like that a lot.
super chat on anything. I've been waiting for this. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
They did it. They nailed it.
Oh, wow. That's a great first super chat.
Yeah.
I approve. I think it's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Y'all gave me tips for my short film of a swimmer's last race. It was crap, but thanks for the help. 46 days from ending
Oh, always.
a 17-year-long career. Big sad, my guy.
Oh, yeah. But if you've done something for 17 years and you think it's time to end it,
Begin a new era.
interesting. I wonder what it was. I wonder what it was that he did.
Bounty hunting.
Yo, he must be amazing if he did bounty hunting for 17 years. Or he did or maybe he was like a dog the bounty hunter, where you're like, that's not that impressive.
I'm the dog with the big bang.
Well, you know, there are people who do stuff for 17 years and are still terrible at it.
That's true.
Yeah, I took
How long
dance
does
for
Zack
12
Snyder
years, and
into?
I can't dance to save my life.
Oh.
Is that how you broke all your toes?
No.
Oh, it was in an unrelated. Oh, okay. It's like,
Yeah, I
no,
don't think I
that's
broke anything
unrelated.
while I was dancing.
You didn't break a leg?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I'm very bad
You
at
know why
dancing.
actors tell each other to break a leg before they go on stage, right?
Yes, because it's bad luck to say good luck.
No, because every movie has a cast.
Ho ho!
Get it.
Ha 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 ha.
I'll be here all weekend.
Wait, you'll be here, but I want to hear more Rags
No,
jokes.
I'm just making fun of. Alright.
We can't. I can't inundate you in the Rags jokes. We have to. We gotta space it out. A little here, a little there. I don't want to get people all worked up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to send anyone to the hospital.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because Hannah's probably there getting something fixed.
I don't go to the hospital.
No needles.
That's true. That's
Why?
True. Yeah. Because she'd rather be sick and fucked up than go to the hospital.
To be fair, the
Because
hospital
she's
they
embarrassed.
fucked her up too.
I guess with your experience with
Yeah.
If dirt
if she
and
goes to the
duct tape
hospital,
can't fix it, then nothing can.
she's afraid of going to the hospital, and they open her up, and they're like, "This stomach's full of dirt. What the fuck? You got some demons, lady."
Unusual,
you worry,
but
well,
not
you worried that they'll just
impossible
tell
to
you,
treat.
yeah, your problem here is that you've been eating too much dirt.
Anna would be offended
I
by
don't
that.
eat dirt like every day.
Not
It's
every
like I'm
day, yeah.
aware.
Not every
I
day.
don't eat uranium every day.
I feel like uranium
I
is
haven't
more
eaten
harmful.
dirt in like months.
Well, what if there was some uranium in the dirt? Some
I
dirt
think
has
that-
some
well,
that's
I,
just
uranium in it.
I'm not
unfortunate.
usually around that type of dirt.
Yeah.
How
Around
do you know?
radioactive, crazy dirt, the kind of dirt that makes.
Yeah, that
shit
dirt's a bad
very nice.
influence. Mm-hmm. I think doctors would know that a bit of dirt here and there is fine.
Yeah,
I
probably.
don't know.
I think they even prescribe that sometimes.
I'm not sure. Isn't it a common thing that like pregnant women? Well, not common. That sometimes like pregnant women will start eating dirt.
I've never heard of it,
I don't
but
know.
maybe.
Yeah, it's called pica.
Oh.
Right.
Like how I knew that?
Well, I
Yes.
figured that like as soon as you said it, my immediate thought was, well, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that that's correct because I don't know what it is. I ain't an expert on all things dirt. Goo is my one of my specialities.
Goo.
Yes.
He has a
It's
a narrow but deep. He's
That's
narrow and
right.
deep.
That's right. A narrow but deep
Interesting.
understanding and appreciation of goo.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
The right piece of goo can save the world. Well, piece, I guess, vat of goo.
Thanks to Rag's actions, Anna's bullet video virus will soon achieve complete global saturation. Wait. EFAP movies Aladdin versus remake when? Ugh.
No thanks. I mean, if we could just
That
watch
just seems
Aladdin, we don't
evil.
have to watch the other one. That'd be fun.
If we do it, it'd be some time from now. Those are tough to do. You just have to watch it get slaughtered.
Yeah, like Cruella was pretty fucking painful. Like that wasn't a fun experience for me. 101 Dalmatians, that was fun, but like Cruella, Christ,
Yeah, that was really bad.
fucking hell.
It was rude. The whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe that film. It is rude.
What are you doing?
It is rude.
Said you could do this. Who gave you permission? Like, well, Disney, bro.
Fucking Disney.
Have y'all seen all the weird stuff Joss Whedon's been saying? Seems to be self-imploding at the moment. I think he probably knows that I guess he had no chance of coming back anyway, so he just said a lot of stuff that I'm pretty sure he must have known means there's no going back.
What did he say?
That Gal Gadot doesn't understand English very well, that Ray Fisher is a bad actor in both senses, and some other weird stuff. Talks about how there's this kid who died when he was 5 because he drowned in a pond, and he saw him at that pond like the morning of the day he died or something. It's just like, okay.
What relevance does that have to
I think it's
Ray
like,
Fisher and Gal Gadot?
I think it like he's because the whole thing isn't really about them. It's just like a ramble. Like the person's in his house asking him random questions here and there, but mostly it's just him saying stuff.
Glad I don't have people in my house asking me random questions. No, wait, that's literally my life.
I'm not in your house. Neither is anyone else. But
It's in a metaphorical sense, but yeah.
Well, this person was literally in his house doing interviewy stuff, but yeah, it's quite a long thing to read, and I agree with Razor Fist. It's funny, and he's an asshole, but like the rest of them are too. What can you make of it, other than his career is definitely dead? Though I don't really share the sentiment across the internet that he's like the worst human being ever. It's like, Especially being like, Gal Gadot misunderstood me and Ray Fisher is a bum. Like, it's just like, this seems like he's firing back the same shit they've been saying about him, so what are you gonna do? It's all a mess. So Buffy reboot when? Well, it might have been delayed just because of his name being attached to it at this point. Like, he'll probably wait a bit, but he certainly won't have anything to do with the new vision.
Junior, I've got something difficult to tell you about Princess Peach.
Sounds like a retort. He's definitely bitter. Which I don't know how anyone wouldn't be if you were in a situation, right? Any of you guys got any comments on it, or just jump ahead?
Honestly, I haven't seen it myself.
I
I
haven't
feel
read
really
the whole
sorry for the
thing.
guy. It's one of those his word versus their word, and I think it's pretty clear which side everyone's jumping to believe. So
I've seen many people
So
say.
I'm happy to believe that he's an asshole from what I've heard. I'm also
Sure.
happy to believe that, like, probably though, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I don't. The thing that annoys me most is like people expecting me to have an opinion of it. Like, I don't care. I don't read about this shit. I don't want. I don't.
That does
This
almost
isn't,
feel
this isn't
like
something
the,
that interests me. Like, not
that
everyone has to go and talk about fucking abuse allegations.
That does feel like almost on a broader level the curse of our times, right? You have to have a perspective on every single conceivable thing. Like, there's
like,
never a point where you can just be like, I don't know. Like,
I don't want.
have a
I don't like to
perspective on this.
think about this kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't, no, go away.
You want to think about Anna's broken toes.
Yeah, that's it would be interesting if anything else happens, I suppose, in terms of him trying to clear his own
that's
name,
like
but
the end of the arc, really.
well, that's the thing. It didn't even come across as him trying to clear his own name. If you read it, it comes across more so as him just thinking out loud. It's just like it darts from all these different topics, but some of the things he says, you're like, dude, people are gonna. Why would you? But yeah, I don't know. It seems like he doesn't care anymore. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But I mean, he'll be fine money-wise. It's just legacy-wise, which I imagine. Well, I don't know what would be more important to him.
Well, I guess it's a few things, right? I guess legacy, that's out the window.
Yeah.
But maybe it's even just like that you're never gonna make any creative projects that are gonna be like, I guess, unless you write them under a pseudonym or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. There's just not a lot to say on it.
Isn't being aware of the fact that you don't have a perspective itself a perspective? I don't know. It just feels like
No, because it's
okay
like
to just say I don't know. Like I don't know.
no, the perspective. Yeah. Well, I guess it is a perspective, but in terms of, I don't have a perspective on like what he did or like whose story I believe because I haven't read anyone's fucking accounts. Like I haven't gone and read all of the like accounts of what everyone said happened and gone, from what people said, it's likely that this thing happened. Like I haven't even begun that process, and that's what I mean by I don't want to have like I don't care about.
Well, I feel like it's impossible as an individual to have a perspective on everything. Like there's things that you don't know about, there's things you don't want to know about, or that just never come
it's
across
like I don't
your thing. And it's like if you don't know, it's better to just say I don't know than to have a stance.
Like, I know, like, I don't care sounds harsh. It's like, oh, well, you know, these people, they were mistreated. It's like, well, no, obviously I care, like, if someone was mistreated, yeah, it's bad, but, like, no, I don't care in terms of, like, yeah, there are probably some, like, there are lots of issues going on in the world at the moment that are bad, but you are not researching, right? And in that way, because you don't have the interest to go and find out about them. Like, yeah, lots of bad stuff happens.
Well, I don't care is sounds harsh, doesn't it?
It does.
But I mean, it's the clarification. It's not that you don't care about the thing in question if you knew more.
Well, yeah, it's like
it's more that
it's like, well, I know that someone's interpreted this as like someone say, well, you know, Joss, like something like two people, like one person's like thinking, well, Joss's career was destroyed for no reason. Someone's going, well, Joss abused those people. Me going, I don't care. It's like no, it's not that I don't care. Those things happened. It's that I don't care to look into this.
I'm guessing this might be related to the stuff that's going on Twitter right now, or
well, yeah, because a lot of people on Twitter are going, well, you'll drag down Zack Snyder, but no word on Joss. And it's like, yeah, I don't have to talk about that. No one's obligated to. It's like such a nonsense. It's like I think Zack's films are bad. Okay, it's like
I know Zack's films are bad.
It's just as relevant to go on and say. It's like literally just as relevant to say, oh yeah, you complain about Zack Snyder's films, but no word on the impoverished people of fucking Somalia. Like, yeah, because I don't care to look into that. That's not a way that I've chosen to invest my time. No one's obligated to talk about stuff like that. Go away.
No, you are obligated. You
I feel
exist.
like a landmine was stood on without me realizing it. Like, I had no idea any of that had happened. I was just wanted to make sure everyone had a chance to say something about it if they wanted to.
No, yeah, I've been dealing with this more. People whinging at me that I don't talk about the Joss allegations. My response is probably, fuck off. I don't have to talk about anything I don't want to talk about. I don't particularly enjoy talking about abuse allegations.
Yeah, there's nothing interesting to say about it at this point anyway, because everybody already, it's just like, if everything that's said is true, that's horrible. Anyway, that's it. Can't really do anything else.
Yeah, but that just feels almost like the social media curse, right? Is that whenever there's something that comes up, it's like, people need to know what I think about this. Me feels really unnecessary. Yeah.
Joss is as bad of a person as Zach is a director. Oh my god.
Oh my god. He'd be Hitler.
Joss must be Satan.
Well, no, Zach has certainly got talents in terms of how he seems to be very good at working with actors.
You definitely, it seems like people really
He's really
like
good
him.
at casting hot men and making them look hot.
Oh,
Like
that's
300?
true.
I guess more.
I was
yeah.
very
It would seem
happy
like
watching 300.
being
Henry?
on a. What's that?
He
Sorry?
seems
Yep.
I think he's very good at. I think he's very good at. I don't
sure
really
that he is a
like
very
the
nice
style.
guy. I don't like
Well,
his
yeah.
films, though.
I don't really like the
That's
style
good.
that he goes for, but he's very good at achieving it. He seems to have a very clear grasp on how to get all of the shots he wants to get and making them look exactly the way he wants to look. And it's like if I was I think I've said this about him before. If like I was working on a movie and it's like I don't know whatever. Let's say I was working with Warner Brothers and they're like, yeah, we're letting you write your first movie, but you know we want an experienced director attached. They'll just make sure that you don't do any fuck ups. They'll help you get the shots you want. They'll help you work with your actors. Zack Snyder, I think, would be a very solid person to do that. Right? I think he would be very skilled in that department. It's just like I don't like anything he chooses to do with his skills, which I think he has a lot of. I think that's the way. It's like I think he has a lot of skills. I just don't think he uses them very well at all. Anyway.
Well, I mean that's probably the last topic, and that's because we hit 9 hours, and I finished the game. I feel like that's a very normal place for
9
us.
hours. Wow.
Yeah. But before we even consider leaving, Anna, why don't you tell everybody where you can be found and what you're up to?
Not the hospital.
Yeah, not the fucking hospital. Hell no. Even with this whole plague that we have, I will not go to the hospital.
Wait, did you survive a bullet without going to the hospital?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep. Yep.
Pretty metal.
What am I doing? Okay. So, haven't made a YouTube video in almost a month, but that's because I've been working on fulfilling the calendar campaign, so thank you to everyone that backed that. If you do want to see me up to something, I have an art channel where I do live painting streams. I've actually been doing one this entire time we've been streaming, so I made very good progress on my Omni-Man painting, and I try to stream there every day, if not every other day. I'm doing a project called the Eye Project where I try to paint 200 eyes. And yeah, so thank you to everyone who volunteered there. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, just underneath that Star Wars Girl. I think my link tree is on my Twitter profile, so if you want to find more, everything, it's there. But yeah, thanks for inviting me on. It's been like a year and a half, huh?
Yeah, and
Do you have an OnlyFans where you break your toes and eat dirt?
You know, OnlyFans is something that I will never engage in any way, shape, or form.
OnlyFans isn't strictly like porn. There's no like TOS. It's like you have to make porn on this website. You can do anything on there you want.
Hence Rag's suggestion of
Unless
breaking
I'm
toes.
subscribing to a guy's OnlyFans, which I don't think will ever happen. I will not have an OnlyFans account. So yeah.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us and for a whole 9 hours.
Yeah.
I feel it is a very suitable follow-up to the last time you came on. It feels like we had similar vibes and got a whole bunch of extra stories.
What was the one I was on last time?
I have no clue. Someone in chat might know, though.
Well, EFAP.me, right? That'll tell us right
that'll
away.
definitely know, yeah.
I feel like they could make an alternate reality. They could gaslight us all by just changing the information.
Apparently it was 101.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, that was with ER, wasn't it?
69.
Oh, that was the last time ER came on. Because he's disappeared
Hey,
from the
did you ever get your
interwebs.
license?
Why would I?
Oh my gosh.
There's no reason.
Do you know how to drive at least?
No.
Do you at least know how to drive?
No.
Mauler, don't worry.
Oh
I
my
could teach
God,
you how to
Mauler.
drive a car in like 5
Rags,
minutes.
I would
It's
way
actually
prefer
really
you
easy.
teach me how to shoot than drive.
Well, here's the
don't know
thing.
how to
We could do
shoot?
both because literally I could
You could
teach you
do
how to drive in
drive-bys.
5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Just like Grand Theft Auto.
Mola hasn't
But
grown up. It's true.
driving's easy. I'll just get you. Yeah. I mean, a manual will take longer than 5 minutes, but an automatic, he teach you to drive in 5 minutes. It's simple. It's easy. So easy.
You
Caveman
probably
could do
can't
it.
even fit in most cars. Because
What
aren't the
cars?
cars in like Britain like super tiny? And you're like super tall, so you wouldn't even fit in one.
We
You'd have to get like an extra large
we
like,
we have
SUV.
the small cars and the big cars.
All the
Like,
cars
they're
in
not-
Britain tiny.
Like, they're small. They're smaller in comparison to like American cars. We have like the big 4x4s, but they're not like
Yeah, we have lots and lots of pickups
tiny.
around here.
Like
Big
they're
ol', yeah.
still big enough that most people can fit in them.
Yeah, they don't design too many cars that people can't fit in. That's
She's picturing
Well, I just know
the fucking guy
I know
from The
some
Simpsons.
guys that are like tall like Mauler and they have to buy
Be
like
like
special
bottom
cars
gear.
'cause they can't, there's not enough leg room for you giants.
Everybody needs to drive a
I have to
vehicle,
drive with the
even the
booster
very
seat, but that's
tall.
just me.
Yeah, and that's why I never learned to drive. I can't fit in any of the cars.
You should learn.
I gotta make a long mobile. That's true.
Hmm.
Yeah, Jay, what are you doing? What's happening?
I've got a video coming out about reaction content with Hassan Piker being the primary example, but I also talk about
Whoa.
Jinx and people like that. It's like an hour long, and it'll be coming to my
Whoa.
channel pretty soon.
When's pretty soon?
I don't know. There's actually multiple factors that I need to, because I'm doing something with other YouTubers. I've got a few other YouTubers who are involved in certain stuff, and I'm also stuff out of my control that determines the release date.
What's the main thesis of the video going to be?
Oh well, it takes an hour to explain everything. So
You
basically,
saying you wanna spoil?
I talk about my perspective on reaction content, what constitutes acceptable. Like hey, you know, you're doing a good job, you're doing something good, you're making content of your own, and it's acceptable that you're using other people's content to do that because you're
Like
adding
Hassan?
something of your own. Yeah, like Hassan. Yeah.
Mhm.
I go over the differences and what makes them, and then I go over loads of the common arguments that are used to justify like completely non-transformative, literally just sitting there not saying anything reaction content, and I talk about all of that.
Wow, sounds excellent. I'm sure everybody will be looking forward to such things.
Also, metal is in it.
Ew.
Whose content does he steal?
How
other
much
than
did he pay
EFAPs,
you to
of
be in
course.
it?
17
billion, trillion.
17 billion.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
cheap.
I will be doing final touches to Boba Fett episode 4 reaction, which will be out tomorrow. I think I'm trying to think, how is the release schedule gonna work? Because I gotta release this EFAP, that Boba Fett, and I gotta go on Drinker's catch-up stream tomorrow, and that starts at 9 p.m. I think. So maybe this will come out really early, and then that can come out in the afternoon. I can't remember how I even do it anymore. Well, a bunch of things will happen tomorrow, and then when all that happens, I can go back to editing the main video I'm making. Nice to do that. Right, Fringy?
Yep.
Ooh, what video is it?
It's a secret. But when I get close to completing it, I'll let people know.
Is it
I
good?
know.
Well, I think everyone here knows except for Anna. Damn.
Oh, this sucks. Tell me in the private chat. Or not. It's okay.
Well, wait, the free rags. What did you guys want to say anything before we run away?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think there's really much that I want to say at this point.
I don't really have anything either. Just working away on things. And
Yeah,
hopefully
pretty
I
much
can
the
talk
same
about
for
them
me.
soon.
Very well. Thank you all for
Indeed.
joining
Goddamn.
us. We shall see you next time.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye bye, everybody. Toodaloo. Thanks for coming. Thank you for being here and listening to us. And
Yeah.
all that we do. And we're glad you're here. Make sure you brush your teeth and wash behind your ears. And don't forget to exercise a little here and there. It adds up. Maybe go outside every once in a while, get some fresh air, walk around.
No.
stretch your legs.